Having witnessed his girlfriend's infidelity firsthand, Feng was consumed by rage, his humiliation manifesting as a metaphorical green hat, symbolizing his betrayal. He had Generals Liang and Chou at his disposal, ready to vanquish the unfaithful couple. Feng could scarcely fathom that the events broadcasted on the evening news would unfold in his own life. Moments earlier, he had seen his girlfriend board a Range Rover, puzzled by the scene, only to witness the vehicle shaking in a manner that left little to the imagination. As an experienced driver, he knew precisely what was transpiring. With gritted teeth, he felt the weight of humiliation settle upon him as he picked up a brick and smashed it against the car window. The sight that met his eyes was a gut-wrenching tableau. His girlfriend, Tong Lan, seated atop another man, engaged in acts that defied description. The realization that she would betray him in such a manner was a nightmare he could never have anticipated. Tong Lan, how dare you betray me? Feng roared, his face a mask of fury. Tong Lan, unable to meet his gaze, cowered behind her lover. Though the scene before him was one of wanton pleasure, Feng felt no desire to linger despite it being the first time he had glimpsed her skin. All he could think of was the sharpness of his anguish. The man, taken aback by the shattered window, glared at Feng. What the hell, you idiot? This is my Range Rover. You're going to regret this. Feng shot him a piercing glance. Shut up. Turning back to Tong Lan, he demanded, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As the commotion escalated, a van sped towards them, and before Feng could process what was happening, several thugs emerged. The man inside the Range Rover shouted, why are you just standing there? This fool broke my car. Teach him a lesson. The thugs, loyal to their leader, lunged at Feng, kicking and cursing him. Do you think you could just smash Chen Xiao's car? Can you even afford to pay for the damage? As a mere student, Feng was no match for the thugs, and within moments, he was left battered and bruised. Chen Xiao, realizing he had slept with Feng's girlfriend, found no shame in the situation. He pulled Tong Lan closer and laughed mockingly at Feng. So you're the pathetic boyfriend of Lan Lan? If you're poor, you shouldn't even be dating. Just look at you, what a sorry sight. Feng ignored Chen Xiao, consumed by the singular desire to understand Tong Lan's betrayal. She cast a disdainful glance at him, nestled against Chen Xiao. Do I really need to explain? He's a rich second generation, and you're just a loser. That's all the reason I need. The words pierced Feng's heart like a dagger. He had never imagined Tong Lan could be so superficial. Stripped of hope, he stood frozen as the thugs continued their assault. After a while, it was only Tong Lan's fear of serious consequences that prompted her to call off the thugs. As they departed, the man tossed a handful of cash at Feng, mocking him before he and Tong Lan drove away, leaving him to rise painfully from the ground. As he struggled to his feet, he felt a vibration at his wrist. To his astonishment, he discovered his watch had changed, displaying a message, summoning system initiating. This watch had been a serendipitous find from a night market just 2 nights prior, its sleek LCD screen having caught his eye. While he stood in disbelief, a mechanical female voice emanated from the watch. Summoning system successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you are now a system user. Feng was momentarily stunned, unsure if he was hallucinating from the earlier beating, but the voice persisted. The host is now bound to the system, which will provide you with a grand prize. Good luck. A bright red gift box appeared on the screen, and before Feng could fully comprehend the situation, the system prompted, please claim your prize. What is happening? He blinked in disbelief at his watch, his mind racing. If it weren't for the pain coursing through his body, he might have thought he was dreaming. The watch's voice continued softly. This is the summoning system, now bound to you. Please do not be alarmed, you will gradually come to understand it. For now, please open the gift. A summoning system? Isn't this a plot from a novel? Feng's thoughts raced. As an avid reader, he was all too familiar with such tropes. Though he had often fantasized about such an occurrence, the reality of the situation felt surreal. Tonight's events had shaken him to his core. Betrayal, humiliation, and now this bizarre phenomenon. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he suppressed his excitement and curiously tapped on the gift box. The screen was touch-sensitive, and as he tentatively pressed it, the box wobbled before revealing a message. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a legendary general from the 3 kingdoms, Guan Yu. Wow, host, your luck is remarkable. You've summoned the Martial Saint Guan Yu, one of the top 3 warriors. The system was almost incredulous. Feng, however, was dumbfounded. Guan Yu? Are you suggesting he's going to be mine? What would I even do with him? Do not underestimate Guan Yu's martial prowess. His strength is unmatched. Besides, there are many more rewards to be obtained. You should claim your prize now, the system urged, sensing his dissatisfaction. Looking at his watch again, Ji Feng saw Guan Yes visage alongside the words, summon? Intrigued, Ji Feng clicked yes. At that moment, a flash of azure light erupted from the watch, and suddenly, a towering figure stood beside him. Despite his mental preparation, Ji Feng was startled, collapsing onto the ground. Before him stood a man nearly 2 meters tall, with a beard half a meter long, a face resembling a heavy jujube, lips like painted rouge, phoenix eyes, and worm eyebrow, a striking figure clad in a green robe, holding a formidable green dragon crescent blade. Is this the legendary General Guan? Ji Feng recognized him instantly, having seen his likeness on television countless times. Where am I? This general was in the midst of significant military discussions. Why have I found myself here? Guan Yu surveyed his surroundings, appearing somewhat bewildered. Noticing Ji Feng's astonishment, he inquired, "Who are you?" Ji Feng swallowed hard. "General Guan, I am Ji Feng. This is Jiulong City in Huaxia." Sensing Ji Feng's nervousness, the system reassured him. "Host, there's no need to be anxious. He will not harm you. While you currently lack the ability to command him, you are still the system's host. If you require assistance, now is the time to ask him." With the system's words providing some comfort, Ji Feng felt a bit more at ease, reassured by the fact that Guan Yu meant him no harm. However, the general's imposing presence still intimidated him. Just as he was about to speak, a van approached, and several familiar faces emerged, causing Ji Feng to jump and hide behind Guan Yu. These were the very thugs who had assaulted him earlier. After their departure, they had received a message from Chou, instructing them to return and ensure Ji Feng was thoroughly punished for the damages to his vehicle. Chou's temper was not to be trifled with, and they were eager to enact their revenge. "General, save me. They're coming to attack me." Ji Feng pointed towards the thugs, desperate to ascertain whether he was truly dreaming. "Presumptuous. How dare you presume to command this general?" Guan Yu stroked his long beard, paying no heed to Ji Feng, instead surveying his surroundings. "What manner of place is this? How can that iron box move about? And those women, utterly shameless, displaying their thighs in broad daylight, oh my. How captivating. Ah, look who it is, the revered Lord Guan. But his face is quite flushed. Kid, come out and break a leg for us, and we can let this matter rest." As these ruffians charged forward, they were met with the sight of Guan Yu standing before Ji Feng, and their amusement was palpable. "Lord Guan, that man insulted you." Ji Feng hastily incited. "Outrageous. You wretches dare to insult this general." Guan Yu snapped back to reality, incensed by the suggestion that he was merely an actor. How could he, who had faced countless foes and commanded respect across China, endure such humiliation? The ruffians only laughed harder. Old man, at your age, you should hurry home to dote on your grandchildren. We have business to attend to, and if you get hurt, don't say we didn't warn you. We might even strike down our own fathers." "Scoundrels, you infuriate this general. You seek death." Guan Yu was fully enraged, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest ruffian. The man flew like a cannonball, colliding with several others, who all fell to the ground, one of them losing consciousness from the impact. Ji Feng was dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated Guan Yu to be so formidable. Before the ruffians could react, Guan Yu gripped his green dragon crescent blade and charged again, poised to strike. Startled, Ji Feng rushed forward, grabbing the hilt of Guan Yes' colossal sword. "Lord Guan, cease. Killing is against the law." With Ji Feng clinging to the tail of the blade, Guan Yes' blow veered off course, striking the concrete beside the ruffian instead, sending sparks flying and leaving a deep crack in the ground. Witnessing this, the ruffian screamed, "Damn," and hurriedly dragged their unconscious companion to their vehicle, fleeing before they too could be cleaved. Guan Yu, glaring fiercely, lifted Ji Feng and bellowed, "You impudent child, release me at once so that I may vanquish them." "Wait, what manner of contraption is this, that it can flee so swiftly?" Guan Yu stood bewildered as he watched the ruffians speed off in their vehicle, astonished that this large box could outrun his swift steed, the red hare. Ji Feng, exasperated, hastened to explain, though whether Guan Yu could comprehend was another matter. In the distance, a gray Aston Martin sat parked, and its occupants witnessed Guan Yes' display of might. "This man is intriguing. He dares to impersonate Guan Yu and cleave the earth a full 10 inches deep. His prowess rivals my own." A handsome young man, appearing around 25 or 26, observed intently, speaking to a girl beside him. The girl, though seemingly only 18, possessed stunning beauty, her brows like ink strokes and her face resembling a peach blossom, unadorned yet radiant as the morning sun upon snow. Her blue and white pleated dress accentuated her alluring figure, radiating purity. Upon hearing the young man's words, she pursed her sensuous lips and gazed in the same direction. Nodding, her voice was as melodious as a warbler, yet carried an icy detachment. He is indeed interesting. How does he compare to your own strength? The young man, proud of his prowess, had yet to encounter a rival since becoming her personal bodyguard, having dispatched even the most seasoned special forces with ease. However, after witnessing Guan Yi's might, he refrained from boasting further, a slight smile gracing his lips. I cannot say for certain, but I sense he is formidable. I would relish the chance to spar with him. That sword of his appears quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to Ji Feng, his encounter with Guan Yu had been observed, and the observers departed hastily, seemingly with pressing matters at hand. After a brief moment of distraction, Guan Yu, swayed by Ji Feng's words, finally calmed. Furrowing his brow, Guan Yu inquired, "You do not deceive this general, do you? Have I truly been summoned here over 1,000 years into the future?" Not only was Guan Yu astonished, but Ji Feng himself struggled to grasp the bizarre nature of it all, realizing he would need to inquire further of the system. "Yes, my lord, but I too am uncertain of the details. However, wait, my lord. Lord Guan?" Just as Ji Feng spoke, a flash of azure light emitted from his watch, and Guan Yi's figure vanished before him. Calling out yielded only the system's voice. "Host, cease your calling as time has expired, and he has been recalled by the system." Realizing the fleeting nature of Guan Yi's presence, Ji Feng felt a pang of regret at his departure. When will he return? Given Guan Yi's capabilities, Ji Feng found himself reluctant to let him go. Yet the system replied, "In your current state, you lack the ability to summon generals of his caliber presently. You can only summon lesser warriors." Though disappointed, Ji Feng grasped the implications of the system's words. "How may I summon lesser warriors?" "That is simple. As long as you possess sufficient summoning points, you can summon randomly. Summoning points are awarded upon the completion of system tasks," the system elucidated. Though perplexed by the system's nature, Ji Feng understood the concept from his reading. He shrugged, and the system, having concluded its explanation, abruptly shifted back to the time interface. Calling out yielded no response, and upon glancing at the time, he realized it was past 10 at night. Hastily, he made his way home. Ji Feng resided alone in Jiulong City, his parents living in the countryside. For convenience in attending school, he rented the least expensive room near campus. The tumult of the system had dulled his pain, and upon returning home, he collapsed heavily onto his bed, his body still aching, and soon fell into a deep sleep. As a freshman at Jiulong University of Technology, Ji Feng arrived in class the next morning, dragging his weary body. Upon noticing the bruises on his face, his classmates turned their gazes toward him. Ignoring their stares, he made his way to his seat. Just as he settled in, his girlfriend, Tong Lan, entered the classroom. Unexpectedly, Tong Lan strode directly to Ji Feng, standing beside his desk with a mocking smile. "Huh, I thought you wouldn't make it today. I heard you had a performer scare off Qin Shao's men last night." Ji Feng glanced up at her, his emotions swirling. Previously, she would sit directly across from him, exuding warmth. Today, however, she offered only cold mockery. He shook his head inwardly. "Tell that Qin Shao that I, Ji Feng, will remember this debt. And you, till you shall learn how foolish your betrayal was." "Huh." Tong Lan laughed at Ji Feng's words, genuinely surprised he would speak so boldly. In her eyes, he was not only poor, but lacked any background. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was wealthy and influential. To challenge him was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Little did she know, Ji Feng now possessed a system, granting him newfound confidence. After her laughter subsided, she replied, "Very well, I shall convey your words. By the way, it has become clear to me how wise my choice to leave you was." That Ji Feng, at present, felt no desire to engage in conversation with her. In retrospect, he deemed himself blind for having been attracted to such a woman. The mere thought of it now left him feeling sullied. During class, Ji Feng finally seized the opportunity to examine his watch. He gazed at the time, pondering how to access the summoning system interface. After more than 10 minutes of exploration, he successfully navigated to the system page, where he promptly discovered his summoning value displayed. 15 points, with the ability to summon a character of the beginner tier. The interface was exceedingly straightforward. Ji Feng studied it for a moment before locating the character summoning section, which inquired whether he wished to summon a beginner character. However, he had no intention of summoning anyone at that moment. After all, they were in class. The sudden appearance of an individual might well frighten his classmates and expose his secret. Finally, the noon bell rang, signaling the end of class. With no lessons scheduled for the afternoon, Feng intended to return home for a well-deserved rest. Yet, as he approached the school gate, he noticed a gray Aston Martin parked outside. Wow, look, it's the campus beauty, Liang. She is truly stunning and comes from a wealthy family. Whoever manages to win her heart must have accumulated immense fortune over several lifetimes. Students nearby began to chatter. Feng, too, caught sight of a girl in a blue dress striding towards the luxury vehicle, none other than Liang, the universally acknowledged campus beauty and the object of desire for many boys. Undeniably, she was exceptionally attractive. Feng had often fantasized about her. It was widely believed that she maintained an aloof demeanor, never rumored to be involved with anyone from the school. Liang paid no heed to the onlookers as she approached the car. Feng could not resist stealing a few extra glances, and as she brushed past him, he felt an unmistakable sensation that she had turned to look at him just before entering the vehicle. That glance was unmistakably clear. Feng sensed it was not merely a figment of his imagination. However, that was the extent of their interaction, as Liang swiftly entered the car and drove away. "Have you found anything?" Upon entering the vehicle, Liang suddenly inquired of the man seated beside her. The man beside her was Lu Hao, the bodyguard who had witnessed Guan Yu deal with a group of thugs alongside her the previous night. Intrigued by Guan Yu, he had taken it upon himself to conduct some inquiries. Lu Hao replied with a smile, "I did uncover some information, but it pertains solely to that young man's background, hails from a rural area with no connections. However, I have no leads on that formidable figure. I find this matter increasingly intriguing." Liang merely nodded in acknowledgement. She held little interest in the affair. Were it not for Lu Hao's fascination with the skilled individual, she would not have inquired at all. Lu Hao was not only her bodyguard, but someone she regarded as an older brother, for under his protection, she had encountered no significant troubles. Upon returning home, Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and reopened the system interface to ask, "How long can a beginner character summoned by me exist?" The system responded, "A beginner character typically remains for 72 hours. Each summoning consumes 10 points of summoning value. However, should the character suffer fatal harm, the system will recall them immediately." Feng nodded, deeming 72 hours ample time. He hastily accessed the character summoning page, which again prompted him. "Would you like to summon a beginner character?" He promptly clicked the option. Suddenly, a flash of azure light illuminated the space, and, akin to the previous night, a figure materialized before him. This time, he was mentally prepared and not startled. The figure donned armor and wielded a broadsword, standing only slightly shorter than Guan Yu from the night prior. Upon appearing, he seemed momentarily dazed. Feng took the initiative and asked, "Might I inquire your name, esteemed general?" At this question, the figure regained his composure, but, upon observing Feng's attire, hesitated. "I am Pangda, a general under the command of my lord." "Who might you be, and why have I appeared here?" Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could this individual truly be Pangda, who had once fallen to Chou at the hands of Ma Chou? This development was rather amusing. Having summoned Guan Yu last night, he now summoned his arch-nemesis, Pangda. The system certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Nonetheless, Feng felt quite satisfied with Pangda. While not the most renowned figure, his martial prowess was formidable. It appeared that even beginner characters could possess such strength. However, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Host, is it your fortunate luck, or has there been an anomaly with the system? How did you manage to summon the great General Guan Yu last night? And now, among beginner characters, summon the most powerful, Pangda." Upon hearing this, Feng merely chuckled and shrugged, saying, "How would I know? By the way, this Pangda is indeed set to remain for 72 hours, correct?" "Indeed, host. He is a standard summon character and will exist for 72 hours unless killed by reality. After that period, you must summon anew," the system clarified. Noticing Feng conversing with himself, Pangda furrowed his brow in confusion, initially contemplating anger, but then felt an inexplicable command in his mind, instructing him to heed the individual before him. Chapter 3: The System as an Experience Guide. As Feng was inquiring about matters with the system and Pangda was looking utterly bewildered, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Feng snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened it, revealing his landlady. She was a woman in her 30s, of average appearance, but adorned with thick makeup. Her attire daringly revealing much more than what was deemed appropriate. Despite this, her striking appearance was undeniable. However, she was notoriously fierce, the house was old, and the rent was cheap, attracting tenants who were often struggling students or others unable to afford higher rents. Consequently, she frequently visited to collect payments with a stern demeanor. Upon seeing her, Feng immediately realized she was there to demand rent. With a forced smile, he said, "Ah, it's you, landlady." But before he could finish, she interrupted him, pushing past him into the room. "Cut the pleasantries. The rent is due. Pay up." Yet as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Pang De, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Who is this? An actor?" "Ah, he is my relative, just arrived from the countryside. He has a peculiar personality, which is why he dresses like this. Please don't think too much of it." Feng quickly fabricated an excuse upon realizing Pang De's unconventional appearance had been noticed. However, Pang De was transfixed, staring at the landlady's revealing outfit for an extended moment, his heart racing with confusion. Where was he? Why was this woman dressed so boldly? Moreover, her skin was remarkably fair. Suddenly, he blurted out, "How shameless of her to dress like that. Excuse me, how dare you call me shameless? Why have your eyes been fixated on my chest?" The landlady, rather than being offended, regarded him with a teasing expression. Pang De's face flushed deep crimson. He had never encountered such a woman in his time, where even intimacy with his wife was shrouded in darkness. Understandably, he was caught off guard by her audacity. Feng sensed the situation escalating and quickly interjected, "Landlady, please don't take his words to heart. He speaks without thinking. I'll retrieve the rent this afternoon and personally deliver it to you tonight, all right?" Perhaps amused by Pang De's reaction, she softened slightly, glancing between Feng and Pang De. "This young man appears a bit older, but quite sturdy. Fine, remember to deliver the rent tonight, or you won't be sleeping at all." With that, she left without further ado, allowing Feng to exhale in relief. Turning to the system, Feng inquired, "Hey, will Pang De be disobedient like Guan Yu?" "Rest assured, host. Pang De is merely a primary summon character and is entirely obedient to you as he was summoned normally. Although he is a warrior, the influence of my system ensures he is now your subordinate. Feel free to command him." The system reassured Feng, alleviating his concerns. Feeling a surge of excitement, Feng addressed Pang De with an air of authority. "Pang De, I am your master now, and you must obey my commands. Hurry up and kneel before me. How dare you, insolent junior." Pang De was about to erupt in anger when suddenly a warm sensation coursed through him from his head. He shook his head vigorously, instantly altering his demeanor. "Subordinate Pang De pays his respects to the master," he declared, preparing to kneel. "Wait," Feng exclaimed, hastily preventing him. "Ha, good. You truly are obedient, but let's skip the kneeling. After all, you are a warrior of considerable age. Just remember to obey me." Feng was elated. He never anticipated that Pang De would be so easily influenced by the system, becoming his loyal protector. Just imagine if you were to summon Jiao Chan in the future. "Yes, master, your subordinate will follow your commands." Fin de his déclaration interrupted Feng's dédridring. Regaining his composure, Feng carefully examined Pang De before instructing him to wait at home while he dashed out. Half an hour later, he returned with a bag in hand. He tossed it in front of Pang De. "Change into these clothes so you can accompany me more comfortably." Feng had hurried to buy Pang De a proper outfit, concerned that his unusual appearance would attract unwanted attention. Pang De, fully compliant, quickly changed into the new attire. Moments later, a robust man dressed in a black suit and sunglasses stood before Feng, though the large sword he carried seemed rather out of place. "Impressive." Feng nodded in satisfaction. "However, leave the sword at my place. We wouldn't want you getting arrested." Pang De looked puzzled and shook his head. "Master, why does it feel so dark outside?" "That's because you're wearing sunglasses. They're primarily for enhancing one's image." "Never mind. You wouldn't understand. I'll explain it to you later. Let's go retrieve the rent," Feng said, his expression one of amusement. Thus, this peculiar duo strolled down the street, with Feng clad in cheap sportswear, resembling a mere commoner, while Pang De, despite his outfit costing less than 300, exuded an aura of a bodyguard due to his imposing physique. As they walked, Pang De observed his surroundings, whispering, Master, where exactly are we? This place is quite strange. Look at those swift metal boxes, the buildings, and the women. Their attire is so peculiar. Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, isn't it a sight to behold? If you behave well, I might treat you to a spa. Wait, I have no money. Perhaps a trip to a hair salon instead. Thank you, master. Bande, unfamiliar with the concept of a hair salon, expressed his gratitude nonetheless. Feng laughed heartily. I never imagined you would be so knowledgeable about modern life. To tell you the truth, the two settled on a bench in a nearby park, away from prying eyes. And Feng spent the next 2 hours explaining the wonders of the world to Pangda, who grasped only half of it. With the system backing him, Feng felt secure revealing that he had summoned Pangda, knowing he needed to enlist his assistance. Is that so? I had no idea such marvelous things existed. But you mentioned I would be summoned back in 3 days. Will I still be able to serve you afterward? Despite his astonishment at being summoned over a millennium into the future, Pangda remained fiercely loyal to Feng, showcasing the system's influence. Feng shook his head. I'm not entirely certain. I just acquired this system and only know it summons randomly. But let us not fret about that now. Perhaps you will be summoned again. Once the matter was clarified, Feng wasted no time. After withdrawing some money, he returned to his residence. Just as he was about to deliver the money to his landlord, he noticed several individuals wreaking havoc in her yard, cursing vehemently. What on earth is happening? Feng exclaimed, shocked by the scene before him. At that moment, his phone vibrated, revealing a system notification. A task had been issued. The objective was to assist his landlord in resolving her current predicament, followed by an intimate encounter with her. Successful completion would yield 5 summoning points, while failure would incur a penalty of the same amount. Can this really be happening? Feng thought, eyes wide with disbelief. It was one thing to help his landlord, but why the additional requirement for intimacy? The system certainly had a mischievous sense of humor, making it clear that this was not an ordinary situation. With a sly grin, Feng turned to his companion. Pangda, it seems I won't have to pay you after all. How about a unique opportunity instead? Are you in? Bande, momentarily taken aback and not fully grasping Feng's meaning, nonetheless felt compelled to obey due to the system's influence. He nodded solemnly. As you command, master. Chapter 4. Venting anger as Pangda agreed. He sensed that Feng's expression was slightly unusual, as though something significant was about to transpire. However, he brushed aside his concerns and followed Feng's lead. With a wave of his hand, Feng instructed Pangda to disperse the rowdy intruders. Do it. Understood, master. Pangda replied without questioning. As a warrior, he could not stand by while these ruffians bullied a defenseless woman, even if her attire was somewhat revealing. With a fierce shout, he charged at the individuals vandalizing the landlord's property. You scoundrels, cease this nonsense at once. The intruders turned in surprise to see a tall man in sunglasses advancing toward them. The ringleader, a bald man, hesitated before demanding, Who are you? Before he could finish, Pangda lunged forward, seized the bald man's collar, and hurled him outside with tremendous force. The others were taken aback by his strength, quickly rushing at him in a futile attempt to retaliate. However, they were no match for Pangda, a warrior of the 3 kingdoms. As they lunged, he effortlessly sidestepped their attacks, capturing 2 more and sending them flying. Only 2 remained, who hastily grabbed a nearby stool to strike him. With a roar, Pangda met the stool with his fists, shattering it to pieces. Incredible! The remaining thugs exclaimed in disbelief. Before they could react further, they too were sent sprawling to the ground. You are safe now, Pangda assured the landlord as he dispatched the last of the intruders, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her figure. After he turned to leave, the landlord stood in awe of his prowess. What a formidable man! No wonder he is so robust. When Pangda approached the remaining thugs, they had lost all desire to fight, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in panic. Master, the task is complete, Pangda reported respectfully. Feng nodded approvingly. Well done, but the task is not yet finished. What do you think of our lovely landlord? Interested? Pangda glanced back at the still-dazed landlord and remarked, She is indeed quite alluring, but I harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Why does the master inquire? Just a casual question, Feng replied, knowing he could not divulge the system's directive to seduce the landlord to complete the task. He had 3 days to fulfill this requirement. Approaching the landlord, he asked, "Are you all right?" The landlord snapped back to reality at his inquiry, quickly shaking her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your help." "I'm glad to hear that. Who were those people?" Feng asked out of curiosity. Sighing, the landlord explained, "It's my late husband's fault. He accumulated debts while trying to gain followers. And now that he is incarcerated, they come looking for me. I truly feel burdened by his actions." Having heard whispers about the landlord's troubles from other tenants, Feng noted her troubled expression and chose not to pry further. He retrieved the rent money from his pocket and offered it to her. "This is my rent from last month. Please take it." The landlord quickly waved her hands. No, you helped me. Consider last month's rent a gift. I know your situation isn't easy, so please accept it as my gratitude." Fu smiled, understanding that while he may be poor, the landlord's late husband owed far more. He pressed the money into her hands. "I appreciate your kindness, but if I'm ever truly unable to pay in the future, I hope you can assist me then." Not wanting her to return the money, he turned and left with Pang De, leaving the landlord in a state of contemplation. "Come, I shall treat you to dinner so you can experience our modern cuisine," Feng suggested as they walked. However, as they reached the entrance of a nearby restaurant, a luxury vehicle screeched to a halt beside them, nearly colliding with Feng. Frowning, he turned to see the vehicle was familiar. It belonged to the arrogant Chou, whose window he had smashed the previous night. Before Feng could speak, the car door swung open, and Chou emerged with his ex-girlfriend, Tong Lan, wrapped around him affectionately. "Oh, look who it is. How are you still on your feet today? I heard you hired an actor dressed as Guan Yu to beat up my man, and that you're not done with me yet?" Feng's anger flared at the sight of Chou. "That's right, I took care of your dogs, and I absolutely intend to settle the score." "Wow, you got some guts," Chou remarked, surprised by Fulmus' boldness. Spotting Pang De beside him, he inquired, "Is this the guy who took down my men last night?" Fu chuckled. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" He then turned to Pang De, commanding, "Make sure this bastard doesn't recognize his own mother." Feng was determined to confront Chou for stealing his girlfriend. In the past, he might have let slide, but now equipped with a summoning system, he felt emboldened. It was time to unleash his pent-up frustration. "Yes, master," Pang De responded, ready to follow orders, regardless of the opponent. At that moment, Chou's goons arrived in a van, armed and ready to defend him. "Who the hell dares to touch Chou?" they shouted, brandishing iron rods. Having been intimidated by Guan Yu the previous night, they were prepared for a fight. However, Pang De's prowess quickly overwhelmed them. Within seconds, the gang members lay groaning on the ground, utterly defeated. Chou was utterly bewildered. Last night, upon hearing from his subordinate about a formidable expert, he had initially been skeptical, but now he was entirely convinced. He had no time to ponder where Feng had found such a powerful ally. He watched as Pang De approached him step by step, and he was instantly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. "Why, you better not do anything rash. My father is the CEO of a publicly listed company, and he has significant connections here. If you harm me, I assure you, you will regret it." Pang De paid him no mind and failed to comprehend his words. He advanced, seized Chou, and delivered a resounding slap. Chou spun on the ground twice before crashing into his newly repaired Land Rover, shattering the glass and causing blood to pour from his head. Pang De continued his assault, utterly unfazed, as someone seasoned in battle found such trivial matters beneath his concern. He grabbed Chou once more, lifted him, and hurled him through the air. As Pang De moved to strike again, Feng intervened, fearing the situation might escalate fatally. "All right, hold off for now." After saying this, he approached Chou, crouched beside him, and patted his face. "So, Chou, weren't you quite the hotshot? Didn't you claim my girlfriend as yours? Now, why don't you get up and continue to act tough?" Chou, now utterly terrified and stripped of his former bravado, pleaded for mercy, his speech hindered by a missing front tooth. "I am terribly sorry. I made a mistake. I'm not a person. I shouldn't have tried to take your girlfriend. Please, spare me." Feng smirked and slapped him across the face. "You worthless scum, you can't even articulate your words properly. You deserve a beating." He then turned to the frightened Tong Lan, beckoning her over. Chapter 5. The reward package Tong Lan's heart raced with fear as she approached Feng, never imagining he had found such a powerful ally willing to beat Chen Xiao into submission. Yet, she felt compelled to comply. Someone who dared to strike Chen Xiao could easily turn on her. As she stood beside Feng, he appraised her, smiling. "What a striking pair, wouldn't you agree?" When Feng inquired, his gaze carried a chilling edge, startling both of them. Chen Xiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly shook his head. No, we're just a pair of scoundrels." "Ah, quite the silver-tongued one, I see. Now, tell me, if I were to present you with two choices, 1, I incapacitate you. 2, you leave Tong Lan alone, which would you choose?" Feng glared at Chen Xiao, who, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, "I choose to leave her, big brother. She seduced me. I never intended to compete with you." Feng chuckled, rising to face Tong Lan. "You see this? This is the man you chose. I truly wonder how money can hold such importance. I promised I would make you realize that abandoning me was the gravest mistake of your life." With that, he dismissed them, turning away with Pangda as they entered a restaurant. Chen Xiao slowly got up and, along with his subordinates, hurried to the hospital, leaving Tong Lan standing alone on the roadside, subjected to the curious stares of passers-by. Feng did not feel elated by having dealt with Chen Xiao. Rather, he was consumed by melancholy. His time with Tong Lan had been genuine, but now she had betrayed him for wealth. Although he had revealed Chen Xiao's true nature to her, he could not reclaim the lost affection. "Let us head back." After their meal, Feng returned to their lodging with Pangda, feeling somewhat despondent. He collapsed onto the bed, and Pangda, sensing his master's mood, refrained from disturbing him. When night fully descended, a knock resonated at the door, revealing the landlord. "Landlord, you're still awake?" Feng greeted. The landlord appeared to have just showered, her makeup removed, yet her attire was even more revealing, prompting Feng to steal a glance. A fragrant aroma wafted into the room as the landlord smiled seductively. "I just remembered something. It seems your relative has nowhere to sleep, right?" This statement reminded Feng that his single room only contained a single bed. There was no way Pangda could fit comfortably, and it was inappropriate for two grown men to share such close quarters. However, Feng was not keen on renting another place, especially since he would be summoned back in 3 days, and his finances were tight. "Oh, it's nothing. He is only staying with me for 3 days. We can just sleep on the floor. That won't he do. While it's not cold yet, sleeping on the floor isn't comfortable. How about this? You don't need to rent a place. I have an extra room in my apartment downstairs. Would you prefer to squeeze in there? Or should your friend take it?" Feng's heart leaped at the opportunity. "Oh, that would be a great help, landlord. Let him take the room. I'm accustomed to my own space. Thank you so much. Not a bother at all. You've helped me today. I won't keep you from resting any longer." The landlord glanced at Pangda, and Feng nodded, instructing him, "You should go stay with the landlord. Remember not to speak out of turn." Pangda understood Feng's implication, nodding in agreement. "Understood, master. I'll head down now." Feng had advised him not to reveal his identity in front of others, so Pangda remained silent. Yet, as he followed the landlord, he couldn't help but blush, mesmerized by the sight of her slender waist, accentuated by her sheer nightgown. So beautiful. Suddenly, lost in thought, he collided with the doorframe. "What's wrong, big brother?" The landlord turned, startled. As she turned, Pangda nearly bumped into her, coming face to face with her ample bosom, causing him to embarrassingly bleed from his nose. He hurriedly wiped it away. "And no, it's nothing. I just didn't see the door and bumped into it." "Oh dear, that sounds serious. You've even bled." The landlord mistook his nosebleed for an injury from the collision, unaware that the valiant warrior was merely flustered. Feng couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. But Pangda's reaction was advantageous. It seemed even a warrior from the Three Kingdoms could not withstand the allure of a woman. This mission had great potential for success. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. Women of that era were typically modestly dressed, wrapped tightly in their attire. Pangda quickly stopped the nosebleed, and once they left, Feng took a shower and returned to his bed, unwittingly drifting into sleep. However, he was stirred awake by the vibration of his watch. Blinking blearily, He was instantly alert upon seeing the system notification. This summoning system has successfully bound to the host for 24 hours, thus granting the host a random reward package. Excited by this revelation, Feng eagerly inquired, "Hey system, why is there a reward package?" The system replied, "This is your reward for the initial 24-hour binding, and there will be future holiday events. Rest assured, the system offers numerous rewards and surprises ahead. Please proceed to claim your random package." "Really? This is fantastic. What treasures does this package contain?" Feng asked joyfully. The system responded, "I'm not certain. The contents are randomized. You'll discover them upon opening." Feng shrugged and promptly clicked to open the package, which wobbled slightly before revealing several items, only to have them vanish in an instant. Confused, Feng exclaimed, "Wait, where do my things go?" The system responded, "Host, there is no need for concern. The items you have received have been placed entirely in your personal inventory. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing the system's reply, Feng quickly began to rummage through it. Indeed, he discovered an additional inventory section that he had overlooked yesterday. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to that and focused on examining the newly acquired items: a designated summoning order, a strengthening pill, and a life extension pill. What on earth are these? Feng pondered, bewildered by the names. The system explained, the designated summoning order allows the host to specify a character from the beginner list during the next summoning, rather than relying on a random selection by the system. The strengthening pill is more straightforward. Upon consumption, it enhances the physical capabilities of the user, lasting for 1 hour. As for the life extension pill, its purpose is even clearer. It can be administered to someone on the brink of death, and as long as they have not completely passed away, they will fully recover upon ingestion. "Wow, that's incredible!" Feng exclaimed, astounded by the sheer power of these items. "These are truly formidable." The system proudly declared, "Products from our system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, and there are even more surprises awaiting the host." After this boastful statement, the system fell silent. Feng, undeterred, turned his attention back to the 3 items. The designated summoning order sounded rather unremarkable, yet he couldn't help but grin. "Just wait until I summon the enchanting Diaochan next time. That'll be exhilarating." With a mischievous smile, he then considered the strengthening pill, realizing its potential usefulness in emergencies when he might lack summoned companions. The life extension pill, however, seemed even more potent. Should he ever find himself near death, a swift ingestion could grant him another chance at life. In the VIP ward of the Jiulong City Central Hospital, a couple stood by the bedside of Chun Xiao, who lay injured from an altercation with Pang De. The couple were Chun Xiao's parents, Chun Liang and Jiang Xueli, the owners of Chun Construction Company. "Dad, you must stand up for me. That brat has done this to me," Chun Xiao lamented after recounting the incident to his parents. Seeing their son in such a state, Jiang Xueli urged her husband, "Look at our son. He has lost teeth. You must ensure justice is served." Chun Liang frowned. "Indeed, justice must be sought. The one who dared to harm my son will pay dearly. But who exactly are they?" As a construction company owner, Chun Liang was prudent and considered various factors, while Chun Xiao insisted, "Dad, that guy is just a penniless punk. I don't know where he found such a formidable accomplice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in the hospital." Chun Liang contemplated. "You focus on recuperating in the hospital. I will investigate this matter further. Rest assured, I will bring you justice." "Thank you, Dad." Chun Xiao felt reassured by his father's promise. "Just wait, you scoundrel." Feng. Chapter 6. Saving lives filled with excitement after his recent gains. Feng hardly slept that night and rose early to prepare for school. He chose not to inform Pang De of his plans, intending to leave him with the landlord to facilitate their interaction, hoping Pang De would charm the landlord to complete his task. In class, he noticed Tonglan glance at him before returning to her book. Feng shook his head, pondering the apparent rift between her and Chun Xiao, but decided it was not his concern. Their homeroom teacher entered and inquired, "Who has yet to submit their medical examination report?" "Those who haven tea. Go to the city hospital immediately." Feng, along with several classmates, raised their hands, having completely forgotten about it. The teacher allowed them to leave after the current lesson, stating, "You can go after this class. It is required." Upon the class's conclusion, Feng hurriedly took a taxi to the city hospital. The weather was pleasant, resulting in fewer patients at the hospital. In less than half an hour, he completed his examination and awaited his report. As he sat in the lobby, a commotion erupted as a group of individuals rushed in. Dressed in suits and accompanied by 2 military personnel, they bore a stretcher on which lay an elderly man, seemingly either asleep or lifeless. Quickly, we need to resuscitate him. A doctor, evidently already informed, rushed forward, displaying great urgency. Feng, unsure of the situation, speculated that the elderly man must be someone of significant importance. However, half an hour later, as Feng collected his medical report, the emergency room where the elderly man had been taken opened. A glance inside caused Feng's heart to race. Isn't that the renowned figure I used to see on television as a child? Upon recognizing the elderly man's face, Feng recalled how this prominent individual had frequently assisted impoverished farmers and responded to natural disasters. It was shocking to see him in such a frail state. But then, the doctor's words left him in disbelief. Alas, the old gentleman. He is unlikely to survive. His age and failing heart leave us powerless. Gasps erupted among the onlookers, and one suited man grasped the doctor's arm. Dr. Dong, you are the best physician in Jiulong City, even the entire province. Are you truly unable to help? Dr. Dong shook his head. We are indeed powerless. Not even transferring him to a military hospital or the most advanced facilities in the United States would save him. This condition requires a heart transplant, but given his age, the success rate is below 10%. Understanding dawned on the companions, their expressions filled with despair. Let's first move the old gentleman to a ward. The middle-aged man said heavily, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The nurse pushed the elderly man inside, and Feng sighed, lamenting the rarity of such influential and benevolent individuals in the world today. Yet, he had no solution, merely a sigh as he glanced at his watch. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I have the life extension pill. Perhaps it can indeed restore this venerable gentleman's health. Recalling the pill he had drawn from the gift package the night before, Feng had initially intended to save it for himself in case of emergencies. However, considering the old man's goodness, after all, his family had once received aid from this very individual during their impoverished days, he felt compelled to act. Without further hesitation, Feng stepped into a secluded area, opened his inventory, and selected the life extension pill. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to claim it? Feng clicked to accept, and a small, creamy white pill materialized in his hand, no larger than a soybean, yet exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated him. This should be a valuable item. I have a good feeling about this. Feng inhaled the scent and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the few suited men and 2 soldiers guarding the entrance, then walked over, but they immediately blocked his path, saying, Halt. Who are you? This is a critical care unit. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Feng quickly replied, I'm here to see the elder. Oh, and who might you be? Upon hearing Feng was there to see the elder, they paused, initially assuming he was someone of significance to the elder. Feng explained, Well, I am a student from the Institute of Technology. I saw that the elder was gravely ill, so I came to pay a visit. The guards were left speechless, realizing he was merely a student who had recognized the elder. They had no intention of allowing an outsider to approach him. So the 2 soldiers said, We appreciate your good intentions, but you should leave at once. But I'm here to save the elder, Feng insisted. The guards exchanged glances and then coldly replied, Considering you are a student, I will grant you one last chance to leave. Otherwise, we will not be so accommodating. What nonsense! The Central Hospital of Jiulong City is the best in the province, and even Dr. Dong, the most renowned expert, has declared there is nothing more to be done. This kid must be trying to gain some notoriety by claiming he can treat such a prominent figure. Growing anxious at their refusal to let him in, Feng implored, Brothers, I am telling the truth. The elder is on the brink of death. Please trust me just this once. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, frowning at the commotion outside, which only added to his already foul mood. Sensing the middle-aged man was likely a son or a close relative of the elder, Feng quickly interjected, I'm here to save the elder. Please let me in. Who are you? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and inquired. Feng repeated his identity, But the man's frown deepened as he waved his hand dismissively. Young man, you must be aware of the elder's status. If you continue to cause a scene here, there will be consequences. No, I mean, get rid of him. The middle-aged man, now visibly impatient, instructed the guards to remove Feng. Just then, a voice from within shouted, "The elder has awakened." Instantly, everyone was filled with excitement, forgetting Feng as they rushed inside. Seizing the opportunity, Feng discreetly followed them. Despite their unfriendly demeanor, he chose not to take offense, as his concern for the elder outweighed his grievances. As he lingered by the entrance, he suddenly noticed Dr. Dong pulling the middle-aged man aside, whispering, "The elder is experiencing a brief resurgence. He likely has less than half an hour left." What should we do? Is there truly no hope?" The middle-aged man's face drained of color upon hearing this. Dr. Dong shook his head. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he would be unable to save him. At that moment, Feng could no longer hold back. With only half an hour remaining, he rushed towards the middle-aged man, pleading, "Please, let me save the elder. I truly have a way." "Who are you?" The doctor was taken aback by Feng's urgency. Feng insisted, "Let me save the elder first. We can discuss the details later." The middle-aged man, already in a foul mood, ignored Feng, but the doctor, thinking he must have misheard, asked, "What did you say? You can save the elder? You appear to be just a student. If you're trying to ingratiate yourself with the elder, do not make such jokes, or you will face serious consequences." Feng rolled his eyes. "When did I ever say I wanted to curry favor with the elder? I just want to save a good person's life. I will explain everything later. Right now, we need to focus on saving him. If I am powerless, how can a student like you claim to save the elder? I say, young man, you must not make light of such matters. You will be held accountable. You should leave at once. If you really could save him, I'd eat my hat live." The doctor, taken aback by Feng's seriousness, found himself speechless. As the leading physician at the central hospital, he had never encountered a case deemed hopeless that could be revived, and Feng's audacious claim felt like a challenge to his authority. Chapter 7. This medicine is truly remarkable. Feng and Dr. Dong seemed to be at odds. In truth, Feng had no intention of clashing with him. He was simply anxious that time was slipping away and the elder might not survive much longer. Such a good person should not be allowed to perish so easily. Dr. Dong, however, was clearly displeased with Feng's bravado, thinking it was absurd for the elder, already in a state of decline, to be subjected to such ridicule. "Mr. Liu, the elder requests your presence." Just then, someone from the ward called for the middle-aged man, who hurried inside. Dr. Dong, apprehensive about potential complications, followed suit, and Feng, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely entered as well. Inside, the elder grasped the middle-aged man's hand, saying, "Guohua, your father knows his time is near. I may pass at any moment. The only thing I regret is leaving you all behind. But do not worry. You all have your own families, and the people are living well now. Even if I depart, I can rest easy knowing that. I only wish I could see my eldest son and granddaughter one last time. Dad, you will be fine. Look, you're feeling better already. Don't worry." The middle-aged man, deeply pained, tried to comfort him. He was Liu Guohua, the elder's second son, who had chosen a business path rather than following in his father's footsteps. The elder shook his head, smiling. "Spare me your reassurances. I am well aware of my condition. I do not fear death. I simply regret not seeing the eldest son and granddaughter one last time. The only thing that brings me peace is knowing the world is at peace and everyone is living well." Hearing this, Feng felt a surge of emotion. This elder, on the brink of death, still thought of his people, a true exemplar of the older generation. As everyone realized the elder was aware of his imminent fate, they were at a loss for words. Only Liu Guohua turned to Dr. Dong, pleading, "Doctor, can't you think of something? If you can save my father, I will give you anything you want." Dr. Dong, visibly troubled, could only shake his head. "I'm sorry. I'm truly powerless. As I said, even if Hua Tuo were alive, he would likely be unable to help. You all can see the elder's condition. He may soon. Everyone, do not worry about me. Just prepare my final arrangements. Keep it simple," the elder said with a sense of acceptance. Yet, those around him could still see the glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, likely thinking of his eldest son and granddaughter. At that moment, Ji Feng dashed forward once more, urging, "Please, trust me just this once. I can truly save him. I'll let you in here." Before anyone could respond, Dr. Dong snapped at Ji Feng, clearly irritated by his lack of decorum in the presence of such esteemed individuals. Ji Feng, filled with frustration, longed to retaliate but chose to ignore Dr. Dong, addressing the elder instead. "Hello, esteemed leader. Please believe me. I can cure your illness. Get him out." Just as Ji Feng was about to finish, Lu Guohua lost his temper and ordered his men to remove Ji Feng. As the urgency escalated, Ji Feng implored, "Please believe me. If you miss this opportunity, his life will be in jeopardy." Suddenly, the old gentleman interjected. Upon hearing his voice, Ji Feng released his grip and swiftly approached the elder. The old man inquired, "You just claimed you could cure me? Do you have a solution?" Ji Feng promptly replied, "Indeed, I possess a method, but it is a treasured ancestral secret, one I cannot divulge to others. However, trust me, I can certainly heal your ailment." "Huh." The young lad seems quite confident. "What is your name?" the elder inquired, a hint of interest in his tone. "Ji Feng, a student at the Polytechnic University of Jiolong City," Ji Feng responded. The old man nodded and gestured for everyone to leave, saying, "You all may step outside. I will allow him to treat me." "Father, you cannot act recklessly. He is merely a student." Even Dr. Dong could not help. "How could he?" Lu Guohua exclaimed, startled by his father's trust in Ji Feng. Dr. Dong quickly added, "Yes, this young man seems to be attempting to ingratiate himself. What if he causes harm?" The elder appeared somewhat impatient, interrupting, "What could possibly go wrong? I'm not long for this world. What would he gain from me? Let us treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. Even if he cannot cure me, I would appreciate his goodwill. Enough talk, everyone leave. But leave." Lu Guohua and Dr. Dong, taken aback by the elder's authoritative demeanor, hastily ushered their subordinates out. Dr. Dong, casting a wary glance at Ji Feng, warned, "Young man, you best not cause any trouble. The consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." Seeing the elder's faith in him, Ji Feng felt a surge of excitement and told Dr. Dong, "Just wait for the show." Dr. Dong shot Ji Feng a disapproving glare before retreating and closing the door behind him. "What must I do?" the elder asked Ji Feng once they were alone. Ji Feng shook his head, quickly presenting a life-renewing pill. "There is no need. Simply take this medicine, and you shall recover." "Oh." The elder paused, intrigued by the pill. "What is this pill? How could it possibly cure me?" Ji Feng realized he needed to instill confidence. "Rest assured, this pill is exceedingly precious. If I intended to harm you, I would not be able to leave this room. Please trust me." "Hi, young man. You are overly cautious. I did not suspect ill intentions. I merely found your straightforwardness rather refreshing. Is this pill truly so miraculous? I am a dying man." The elder chuckled, revealing he had not considered Ji Feng a threat. Ji Feng smiled in response. "Though the elder holds a prestigious position, you have done countless good deeds in your lifetime. Heaven would not allow you to depart just yet. Hence this pill must possess efficacy." Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, the elder ceased his inquiries and confidently took the pill from Ji Feng's hand, declaring, "Very well, I shall indulge this young fellow and see what happens." To Ji Feng's astonishment, the elder's spirited demeanor delighted him. Perhaps it was the boldness with which Ji Feng approached the situation that amused the old man. Without further ado, he swallowed the pill, and Ji Feng promptly poured him a glass of water to wash it down. Yet, Ji Feng felt a flicker of uncertainty. Who could ascertain the reliability of a life-renewing pill bestowed by the system? If it failed, the consequences would be dire. "Elder, how do you feel?" Ji Feng asked eagerly after the pill was consumed. The elder chuckled, "Young man, you are quite amusing. Even the most miraculous elixirs do not work so swiftly, oh?" Before he could finish, he sensed a warm, comforting flow coursing through his body. "What's wrong?" Ji Feng noticed the elder's expression change and anxiously asked, fearing the worst. The elder waved his hand dismissively, not responding. Ji Feng remained tense, observing closely. After approximately 3 minutes, he noticed color returning to the elder's previously pale face. The elder raised his eyebrows, exclaiming, "Goodness, what is this medicine? I feel invigorated." Joyful astonishment. The elder rose from the sickbed, donned his shoes, and began to stretch. Ji Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Could it truly be working? The elder moved with the agility of a youth, cracking his fingers with ease. Incredible. I feel rejuvenated, as if I have returned to my younger days. The elder was taken aback by his newfound vitality. At 80 years old, he had not felt so nimble in over 20 years. Ji Feng breathed a sigh of relief, declaring, "Congratulations on your recovery, elder." "Huh, not just recovery. I feel as though I have been reborn. What exactly is this?" "Oh, forgive me. I should not pry." The elder began to inquire further, but quickly realized the pill's extraordinary nature and its rarity, understanding the importance of discretion. Yifugung, recognizing the elder's benevolence and integrity, felt secure, revealing the existence of the life-renewing pill. He requested, "Please keep this a secret, elder. Rest assured, I am well aware of decorum." The elder laughed. "Let us not dwell on this. Let us open the door and surprise everyone. You shall receive my heartfelt gratitude in due time." The elder, brimming with excitement, approached the door to share the joyous news. However, as he opened it, Dr. Dong rushed in, unaware of the elder's presence, and exclaimed, "I told you, did you screw it up?" Yet, before he could finish, he was rendered speechless, realizing he had mistakenly directed his ire toward the elder himself, who was now standing before him, defying expectations. "Wait, how is this possible? I thought you were on death's door?" Chapter 8. Fulfilling the bet. Witnessing the elder at the door left everyone in stunned silence. Dr. Dong quickly retrieved his earlier remark. Stammering, "Elder, I apologize. I was not scolding you. I was addressing that troublesome young man. How did you manage to get out of bed?" Still processing the situation, Lu Guohua rushed to support his father, asking, "Father, how are you up and about?" The elder, ignoring Dr. Dong's stunned expression, replied with excitement, "I am perfectly capable of standing. This young friend, Ji Feng, has cured me. You need not assist me. I feel more agile than you." He released Lu Guohua's hold and demonstrated his newfound agility, twisting his waist and swinging his arms, leaving everyone utterly astonished. "What on earth is happening?" they gasped, unable to comprehend the miraculous transformation. The elder laughed heartily, pulling Ji Feng forward to address the crowd. "What more is there to ask? This young friend, Ji Feng, has healed your old man. You lot nearly sent me to the other side with your incessant meddling." Upon hearing those words, both Lu Guohua and Dr. Dong were taken aback. However, Lu Guohua remained relatively composed, while Dr. Dong felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Indeed, he had seemingly obstructed the young man earlier. Now that the youth had successfully cured the old man's ailment, if the old man were to hold him accountable, it would spell disaster for him. Regardless of how the young man had managed to heal the old man, he quickly knelt before him, saying, "I apologize, esteemed elder. I was merely fearful he might worsen your condition." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Rise, my intention is not to blame you. However, in the future, you must broaden your perspective and heart. Do not harbor unwarranted suspicions towards others. A narrow-minded approach will hinder your potential for greatness." Yes, esteemed elder. Your wisdom is greatly appreciated." Dr. Dong nodded vigorously, relieved that the old man bore no ill will. "You may all leave now. I wish to converse with my young friend, Ji Feng, for a while longer." The old man's change in address towards Ji Feng indicated his immense satisfaction. Although he had little fear of death, being alive and feeling rejuvenated like a young man brought him profound joy. They dared not defy him and promptly exited. However, Ji Feng called out, "Wait, Dr. Dong, what about the live broadcast you promised earlier?" Dr. Dong was momentarily stunned by Ji Feng's inquiry, his face betraying his discomfort as he glanced at Ji Feng. Had this been earlier, he might have lashed out, but now, he truly did not dare. We were just joking." "Yes, merely jesting." Dr. Dong forced a laugh to deflect the situation. Yet, Ji Feng would not let him off so easily. Earlier, Dr. Dong had been more animated than anyone else, and while Ji Feng dared not confront Lu Guohua, he felt no hesitation in teasing Dr. Dong. So Dr. Dong was jesting with the elder's life, was he? No. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on Dr. Dong's forehead, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lu Guohua, understanding the context, remained silent. He was aware that Ji Feng had just saved his father's life. Initially, he had also attempted to stop Ji Feng, and reflecting on it now, he felt a chill. Had the elder not intervened, Ji Feng might have been driven away, and it was conceivable that his father could have perished. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Ji Feng while simultaneously harboring resentment towards Dr. Dong, thinking, damn it, why did you obstruct him so fiercely? The elder, intrigued, inquired, young Ji Feng, what transpired between you and Dr. Dong? Ji Feng recounted, earlier outside, I intended to enter and save you, but Dr. Dong persistently obstructed me, claiming I lacked the ability. He bet that if I could cure your ailment, he would live-stream a rather unmentionable act, but he later claimed it was merely a jest. Hence, I perceived that he was jesting with your life. Dr. Dong felt an urge to slap Ji Feng, but fear held him back. He could only present a mournful face to the elder. Esteemed elder, that was not my intention. Enough. Since you made a wager, as a man, how can you retract your words? If you lose, you must fulfill the bet, even if it means doing so on your knees. The elder's tone indicated his irritation. Had Dr. Dong indeed driven Ji Feng away, the elder mused, he might very well have succumbed to his ailment by now. Dr. Dong's eyelids twitched. It was over. With the elder's words, he now had no choice but to comply. Fearing the elder's wrath, he understood that even the director could not protect him if he offended this figure. Desperately, he cast a pleading glance at Lu Guohua, who, to his dismay, clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh, my stomach hurts. I must step out for a moment." Damn it. Doctor Don Curset inwardly. Just moments ago, Lu Guohua had been so obstinate, and now he was abandoning him, leveraging his position as the elder's son. Dr. Dong, why are you still lingering? The elder's time is precious. You must fulfill your wager so he can rest. Yi Feng gred, noticing Dong's hesitation. Realizing there was no escaping this fate, Dr. Dong internally cursed Ji Feng once more, then steeled himself and headed towards the restroom. He knew that if he did not comply with Ji Feng's demands, the elder would undoubtedly speak up, and he would find himself in dire trouble. Given that Ji Feng had just saved the elder's life. Before long, Dr. Dong returned, holding a disposable cup. As he approached Ji Feng, ready to present the offering, Ji Feng quickly covered his nose, halting him. Do not come closer. It would be disrespectful to the elder. Curse it. Why must he always use the elder to pressure me? Dr. Dong thought furiously. He retreated to the entrance, declaring, I've brought it. I will live stream now. He shot Ji Feng a fierce glare before slowly leaning towards the cup, causing Ji Feng's mouth to twitch in disbelief at Dr. Dong's audacity. Just as Dr. Dong's lips neared the cup, Ji Feng shouted, All right, Dr. Dong, you can stop now. Huh? Dr. Dong froze, looking up at Ji Feng, suspecting another trick. However, Ji Feng continued, Enough. I was merely joking with you. I didn't expect you to actually bring it. Given your decent attitude, let us call it even this time. Even? Dr. Dong was still in shock, unable to process the situation. The elder waved his hand. Since young Ji Feng has declared it settled, why do you not express your gratitude, Dr. Dong? Upon hearing this, Dr. Dong quickly regained his composure, thanking both the elder and Ji Feng before hastily exiting. Ha 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 ha. Young Ji Feng, you certainly have a knack for humor. Your magnanimity will surely position you as a pillar of society in the future, the elder remarked, pleased that Ji Feng had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Ji Feng smiled in response. Thank you, esteemed elder. I merely objected to Dr. Dong's earlier obstruction of my attempt to save you. He seemed to think that everyone was merely seeking to curry favor with you. I genuinely acted out of respect for you as a commendable leader. Indeed, I believe your words. Your demeanor and attitude reveal you to be a person of generosity, not one seeking to exploit my influence. Come, you must visit my home as a guest. The elder, wise and perceptive, saw through Ji Feng's sincerity and invitation. Ji Feng, however, waved his hand. No need, esteemed elder. I have classes to attend and must retrieve my medical examination report. I promise to visit you when time permits. Very well, I shall not hinder you further. However, you must be certain to visit in the future, or I shall be quite displeased. The elder understood Ji Feng's responsibilities as a student and nodded. Ji Feng acknowledged him, But just then, his wrist vibrated. He turned to check his watch, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? Such fortune. It seems my act of saving the elder has indeed been rewarding. Chapter 9. Mission accomplished. Feng, upon reading the notification on his watch, was taken aback by the unexpected benefit. The system informed him, Host S benevolence has saved a life. The system rewards 3 uses of the X-ray vision ability. Stunned by the reward, Feng felt an exhilarating rush. This was indeed a remarkable gift. Yet, why only 3 uses? Did this ability have limitations? Time was of the essence, however, as the elder still stood behind him, compelling him to set aside his curiosity for the moment. He turned to the elder, saying, Esteemed elder, it is getting late. I must return to school. You should also rest well after your recent recovery. Seeing Feng preoccupied with his studies, the elder opted not to retain him any longer. Indeed, education is of utmost importance. I shall not keep you. However, we must agree that you shall visit my home next time. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Feng nodded and exited. As he stepped outside, Lu Guohua called out to him, Feng, take this. Consider it a reward for treating the old man. Upon seeing the card being handed to him, Feng shook his head, saying, There's no need for that. I have stated before that saving the old chief was not motivated by any desire for gain, so I shall not accept this money. With that, he displayed a genuinely innocent smile before turning to leave. At that moment, the old chief followed him out and remarked to Lu Guohua, You rascal. Feng is hardly the type to covet wealth. Lu Guohua replied, Dad, I meant well. Besides, it's only 500,000. It's merely a token of gratitude. Yifugong, who had not walked far, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. 500,000? Good heavens, what did I just refuse? I truly am a spendthrift. Why did I act so pretentiously? That's an amount my parents would never earn in their lifetime. And I just turned it down? How foolish of me. Indeed, he initially believed the sum to be only 10 or 20,000, given his family's modest means. Thus, he had thought the offer was insignificant and had declined it. However, upon learning that the figure was actually 500,000, his heart nearly could not bear the weight of the realization. What would he do now? He had already refused. Slowing his pace, he hoped that Lu Guohua would come after him with the card, but after walking for a considerable distance, he saw no sign of pursuit. Eventually, Feng reached the hospital entrance and sighed deeply, alas, what a blunder. Sometimes, one must be careful not to overplay their hand. Little did he know the old chief's perspective. To him, offering money would be an insult to Feng. After all, he had willingly shared such a precious medicinal remedy. Could a mere 500,000 suffice to settle matters with him? Feng took a taxi to school, and upon arriving on campus, he noticed everyone else was in class. He quickly checked the system for the rewards he had just received. The Eye of Insight was undoubtedly beneficial, and he immediately searched for it in the inventory. Upon opening it, he realized there were limitations. It could only be used 3 times, with each usage lasting 1 hour. Feng was speechless, addressing the system. Why does this have restrictions? Couldn't you provide something permanent? The system replied, This is simply a reward for your act of saving a life, which is quite generous. If you seek permanence, you have yet to fulfill the conditions set by the system. All right, you win. Feng sighed, a frown on his face, and made his way to his classroom. Today was filled with classes, and he wouldn't head home until after 9:30 in the evening. As he approached his landlord's yard, he intended to check on Pangda, but as he reached the door, he overheard some peculiar sounds from within. As an experienced listener, he immediately recognized the implications of the noises. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he leaned in to eavesdrop. Inside, the landlord's voice floated out, Brother Pang, do I look good without clothes? Pangda's response was eager yet nervous. Why, yes, you look good. Feng could hear Pangda's excitement, laced with tension. The landlord, with an alluring tone, urged, What are you waiting for? I've been alone for almost a year. Can't you be a little more proactive? I am nervous. ¿Dónde está Medith? The landlord chuckled. Look at you. You're already bleeding from your nose. Hurry, let's take a shower together. I'll wash your back. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed through the walls, and Feng's eyelids twitched. Damn it, Pangda's getting lucky. I've lived for 19 years in this world without encountering such fortune. and he arrives only 2 days in and hits the jackpot. It's so unfair. Just as Feng was consumed by envy, he suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist. He quickly glanced down. They really did get together. The task was marked as complete. Seeing this, Feng realized that Pang De had succeeded in his endeavors. Though technically, it was the landlord who had taken the initiative. He hastily checked the task rewards and confirmed he had received 5 summoning points. Now, he possessed a total of 10, allowing him to summon another character. Excellent. Why so quick? He heard the landlord's sultry voice. Feng was taken aback. Wait, it's over already? This is absurdly fast. I was nervous. Perhaps we should try again? Feng could only shake his head. Well, my bodyguard has become someone else's plaything. I summoned a character, and he ended up as the landlord's toy. What a joke. Unable to bear listening any longer. Fearing he might lose his composure, Feng dashed back to his room and splashed cold water on his face to cool down. Next time, I won't summon this guy again. I must bring forth a female character instead. Feng thought with determination. The following morning, Feng awoke to find his sheets damp. Curse it, I shouldn't have eavesdropped last night. He changed quickly and headed downstairs, where he found Pang De waiting in the yard. Master, may I accompany you today? Oh, so you enjoyed yourself, and now wish to return to your master? Feng teased, glancing at him. Pang De's face flushed with embarrassment. I've been thinking about you. Master. I'm guessing our landlord won't be getting out of bed anytime soon. Won't you go back and keep her company? Feng said with a mischievous grin. Pang De became flustered, fully aware of what Feng implied. It was amusing to see such a formidable warrior shy away. Feng, seeing Pang De's awkwardness, laughed heartily. I'm just joking. I should thank you for helping me complete the task. Since today is your last day, let me take you out for a stroll. With that, Feng took Pang De out for breakfast, and as they approached the school gates, he spotted the campus beauty, Liang, stepping out of a luxurious Aston Martin. The sight drew the attention of several boys, and Pang De suddenly stiffened, turning to look at the car's windshield. Feng inquired, "What are you looking at?" Pang De replied, "Someone inside is staring at me. I told you before, that's not a tin box. It's a car. But you say someone in there is watching you? Could it be that some woman is smitten by your robust physique?" Fu teased. Pang De shook his head. No. The person inside seems to be looking at me with a sense of provocation. I can feel it. All right, it's probably just a driver or a bodyguard. Let's not concern ourselves with it. Let's go inside, Feng said, unconcerned. As he understood that the campus beauty came from a wealthy family and having bodyguards escort her was normal. Pang De glanced at the car window once more, but the reflective tint prevented him from seeing inside. As they departed, the slender man inside the car, Lu Hao, Li Ting's bodyguard, furrowed his brow. This kid is intriguing. He previously accompanied a skilled warrior dressed as Guangong, and today he arrives with another expert. It seems he has noticed my presence as well. This individual is not simple at all. What is his true identity? Chapter 10. Diaochan Feng was unaware that he had caught someone's attention. Accompanied by Pang De, he entered the campus and remarked, "You cannot enter the classroom. Just entertain yourself inside for a while before stepping out. Otherwise, once the school gate closes, you will find it impossible to leave. I shall return to look for you after class." Understood, master, Pang De replied respectfully, though his eyes were distracted by the stunning female students around him, each more captivating than the last, dressed alluringly as befitted university students. Observing his gaze, Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, Men are all the same. I once thought ancient warriors to be exceptionally virtuous, but now I realize their integrity was merely a result of the times. Now that they have something to admire, their true nature is revealed. With that, he disregarded Pang De's fascination and made his way towards the classroom, only to be approached by Tong Lan as he arrived. Feng was taken aback and inquired, "What brings you here? It seems we no longer have any ties." In hushed tones, Tong Lan replied, "I came to inform you that Chun Xiao has been discharged from the hospital. He asked me to tell you that he wishes to invite you to dinner as an apology." Feng was momentarily stunned. This fellow wanted to treat him to a meal? He chuckled. "I suspect it is merely a banquet of treachery. Do you truly believe I can trust such a person to host me?" Tong Lan quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, he genuinely acknowledged his mistake. He should not have tried to take what belongs to you. However, since events have unfolded, the least he can do is offer you a meal as an apology. Feng smiled. Very well, let him extend the invitation. When and where? He was not intimidated by Chou. With his ability to summon characters, he had no reason to fear. Moreover, if Chou truly intended to confront him, even if he declined this invitation, the man would surely find another way to approach him. Therefore, it was better to confront him directly this time. Tonglan replied, at the Junlin Hotel, around 6 o'clock. After all, today is Friday, and there is no evening study session. Feng nodded, dismissing her further. He had never dined in such a luxurious 5-star hotel before, so he deemed it an opportunity to broaden his horizons. After school that afternoon, Feng hurried home to tidy up, planning to find Pangda and head to the hotel together. However, upon inquiring with his landlord, he discovered that Pangda had vanished earlier that afternoon. Feng was startled, then smacked his forehead in realization, recalling that his relative had already returned. He informed the landlord, who displayed disappointment and asked when will he return. Feng sensed the landlord's sentiment. It seemed she had grown fond of the excitement brought by Pangda's presence. He smiled. My relative is quite busy. This visit was merely a brief stop. I cannot say when he will return. However, if he does come back, I could arrange for him to stay with you. How's that sound? Sure, you rascal. The landlord instinctively agreed, but her face turned red upon noticing Feng's mischievous grin. By the way, landlord, how was my relative's performance? Feng asked boldly, unperturbed by the fact that the landlord was a woman. Her face flushed deeper as she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Nothing happened between us. Is that so? Well, I may not inform you of his return next time. Feng teased, still smiling. The landlord shot him a glare. You young rascal. I am a woman too, you know. My husband has been imprisoned, and it is only natural for me to have thoughts over time. Besides, I felt a spark with your relative. Please do not put me in an awkward position. I understand. If he returns, I will let you know. But I must take my leave now. Feng chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words. It was indeed normal for someone of her age to feel such desires. Once back in his room, Feng promptly inquired of the system. Tell me, what is Jiao Chan's combat prowess like? The system responded, Jiao Chan's combat prowess is significantly lower than Pangda's. However, characters summoned by the system possess corresponding combat abilities, ensuring the safety of the host. Oh, I see. If I wish to summon another character, is there a chance I could find someone like Pangda again? Yifu Bonder Alud. The system replied, that is difficult to ascertain. Unless you use a specified summoning order, the system randomly selects from lower-tier characters. However, characters like Pangda are among the highest in combat prowess within that tier, making it unlikely to summon someone of greater power. Feng nodded. All right then, I shall choose Jiao Chan rather than gamble. It is better to specify her directly. The host is quite the lecher. Proceed with the designated summoning order. The system chuckled, even chastising Feng. Confused by the system's rebuke, Feng thought, is summoning Jiao Chan truly such a sinful deed? After all, it is the nature of a man. He disregarded the system's remarks and opened the item inventory to select the designated summoning order. The system prompted, please specify the character you wish to summon. In haste, Feng declared, summon Jiao Chan. The system responded, searching, please wait. Approximately 3 seconds later, a successful search was announced. Search successful. Jiao Chan is classified as a lower-tier character. Does the host wish to summon her? Feng, filled with excitement, quickly confirmed, and in a flash of azure light, Jiao Chan's figure materialized before him. Upon setting his eyes upon her, Feng was utterly astounded. Wow, what a beauty! He was indeed taken aback. Although he knew Jiao Chan was renowned as one of the 4 great beauties, he had not anticipated her to possess such extraordinary allure. Clad in a flowing white garment with a pink silk scarf around her neck and her hair elegantly styled, her eyes sparkled like celestial bodies as they surveyed her surroundings. Seemingly unaware of her situation, her face, enchanting enough to captivate any soul, bore lips that parted slightly, releasing a soft, magical voice. Where is this place? Yifugum, still in shock, admired her figure, noting her height of around 1.7 meters, perfectly proportioned even in her modest attire. Her entire being radiated an irresistible allure, making it difficult for anyone, even women, to divert their gaze. It was astonishing to encounter such beauty in the world. No wonder she could incite animosity between Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu single-handedly. She was indeed a woman that any man would adore. As Ji Feng marveled, Diao Chan turned her gaze towards him and inquired, "Who are you? Why am I here?" I am." Ji Feng finally regained his composure, though his excitement rendered him momentarily speechless. He turned to the system and said, "System, could you relay this information to her? Otherwise, I will be exhausted explaining everything every time." "Certainly, the characters summoned are influenced by our system and can receive directives," the system replied. Ji Feng, frustrated, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention that sooner? I wasted so much time explaining everything to the previous character." "You didn't ask," the system countered. "Fine, you win. Quickly relay the instructions to this beautiful lady," Ji Feng conceded, feeling exasperated. Without further ado, the system communicated the directives to Diao Chan. As she stood there bewildered, a warm sensation enveloped her mind, and pieces of information began to materialize in her consciousness. 2 minutes later, Diao Chan appeared transformed, stepping forward to Ji Feng, bowing respectfully. "I am Ren Hongchang, honored to meet my master." Ji Feng was aware that he had received instructions from the system, so he was not overly surprised. However, he inquired, "Are you Diao Chan? Why do you go by Ren Hongchang?" Diao Chan promptly responded, "My real name is Ren Hongchang." This revelation jogged his memory. Indeed, Diao Chan was merely a nickname, and upon meeting her master, she naturally had to use her true name. Yi Fugun nodded, feeling less anxious now that Diao Chan had received her system directive. He remarked, "It seems you are aware of our relationship, correct?" Diao Chan respectfully replied, "Yes, master. I am now your subordinate maid, and I shall obey your every command." Chapter 11. Astonishing beauty. Diao Chan expressed her readiness to comply with Ji Feng's every request, a sentiment he found most pleasing, even allowing his imagination to wander. With Diao Chan under the system's orders, his concerns dissipated, and he scrutinized her once more, saying, "Indeed, you are truly beautiful. I recall you were a songstress. Am I right?" "Yes, master. I am indeed a songstress at my adoptive father's estate." Diao Chan answered with unwavering respect. Mentioning her adoptive father reminded Ji Feng that Wang Yun had once offered her to Dong Zhuo as part of a scheme to ensnare him alongside Elbu. Thus, he asked, "By the way, your adoptive father did indeed give you to Dong Zhuo, correct?" "Dong Zhuo? No, not at all." Diao Chan appeared momentarily confused, seemingly not comprehending Ji Feng's words. Taken aback by her response, Ji Feng queried, "Not at all? How old are you this year?" When her age was mentioned, Diao Chan's face flushed slightly, yet she replied, "I am 20 this year, having followed my adoptive father for 8 years. "Ah, I understand now." Ji Feng finally grasped the situation. He recalled that the texts indicated Diao Chan was 28 when she became involved with Dong Zhuo. Thus, she was indeed unaware of such matters at present. Strangely, the thought of Diao Chan being merely 20 and not yet entangled with Dong Zhuo sent a thrill through him. He quickly asked, "Since you're a songstress, might you perform a dance for me?" "Of course, master." Diao Chan promptly agreed without hesitation, stepping back to gracefully begin her dance. Though Ji Feng was unfamiliar with the form, he was utterly captivated, his gaze unwavering as she moved with the elegance of a pure white swan in flight. It was said that when Diao Chan bowed to the moon, even the moon itself hid behind the clouds, suggesting that even the ethereal Chang'e was overshadowed by Diao Chan's beauty, earning her the moniker "the one who hides the moon." Lost in her performance, Ji Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe her beauty when suddenly the sound of a ringing phone jolted him. Upon realizing it was Tong Lan calling, he remembered he had forgotten to delete her number after her betrayal. The call was a reminder that she expected him for dinner at 6. But it was already well past 6, and he had yet to leave. Not wishing to engage, Ji Feng hung up, returning his attention to Diao Chan's dance, feeling that nothing else mattered. At 6:30, Diao Chan concluded her performance and approached Ji Feng respectfully, saying, "Master, I have finished dancing. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. It was utterly perfect. However, it is getting late. Accompany me out for a while." and we can arrange for another dance when you have the time. Feng noted the hour had grown late. Diao Chan bowed deeply, responding, "As you wish, master." Without further delay, Feng led Diao Chan out, only to realize outside that her attire was still reflective of the Three Kingdoms era, which seemed inappropriate for their outing. Resolutely, he took her to a clothing store. Upon entering, Diao Chan's striking beauty immediately drew attention. Feng quickly selected a stylish outfit for her, urging her to change. When she emerged in a fitted blazer and short skirt paired with black stockings, Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, simply stunning. Initially, her long garments concealed her figure, but now, clad in the tailored suit, her silhouette was beautifully accentuated. Even the female shop assistant was taken aback, not out of envy, but pure astonishment. "Miss, if you let your hair down over your shoulders, you would be even more beautiful," the assistant suggested, still in shock. Feng eagerly encouraged, "Yes, please let your hair down." Diao Chan complied, and with her hair cascading over her shoulders, she radiated an additional layer of mature charm. Feng could hear himself swallow hard. Regaining his composure, he quickly paid for the outfit and ushered Diao Chan out, hailing a cab to the Junlin Hotel. After they exited, Feng asked the driver, "How much do I owe?" "Driver?" Feng called, but the man remained transfixed, his gaze locked on Diao Chan. "Damn it." Feng muttered, tossing 10 yuan onto the seat before exiting the cab with Diao Chan. Just then, a loud crash echoed behind them as the cab collided with a nearby barrier. Amidst the astonished reactions of the staff, Feng finally located Chun Xiao's private room, and after thanking the attendant, he stepped inside. The room was devoid of anyone except Chun Xiao and Tong Lan. Despite his skepticism regarding their apology, Feng and Diao Chan approached them. "Feng Ge has arrived. Come this way." Chun Xiao beamed, rising to greet Feng with a warmth that suggested camaraderie. However, upon seeing Diao Chan, he was momentarily dumbfounded, caught off guard by her beauty. Feng was not surprised by Chun Xiao's reaction. He knew him to be a man of carnal appetites. He waved his hand in front of Chun Xiao, saying, "Chun Xiao, it's rather impolite to stare at my companion, don't you think?" Snapping back to reality at Feng's voice, Chun Xiao quickly invited them to sit. Feng Ge, I brought you here mainly to apologize. By the way, where is that formidable friend of yours? Why isn't he here?" This man, now overly courteous, could not keep his eyes off Diao Chan, clearly entranced by her beauty, yet he managed to mention Pangda. Feng recognized Chun Xiao's ulterior motives and replied, "Oh, he has matters to attend to. Since this is an apology, my presence suffices." Yes. May I ask who this is?" Chun Xiao, clearly distracted, redirected the conversation toward Diao Chan. Feng smiled. "She is merely one of my subordinates. Isn't she lovely?" "Lovely? She's your subordinate?" Chun Xiao blurted out, then quickly processed the information. "What? Such an exquisite beauty is merely one of Feng's subordinates? He must be putting on a facade. My father has already looked into Feng and found him to be nothing more than a rural boy from a poor family. How could he possibly have a subordinate like her? Perhaps she is just a classmate he brought along to share a meal." The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed that this fellow had been utterly captivated by her beauty. Without a second thought, he ignored Feng and directly engaged in conversation with Diao Chan. "My lady, please take a seat here." Noticing Feng had already settled into his chair while Diao Chan remained standing, he assumed she was merely shy. Thus, he hastily rose, pulling out a chair for her in a gesture of utmost gallantry. However, Diao Chan did not even spare him a glance, simply shaking her head and saying, "I beg your pardon, sir, but I am merely the mistress's maid and cannot sit without permission." "What on earth?" Hearing her say this, Chun Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. He thought she was jesting and continued, You truly have a sense of humor, fair lady. You and Feng are classmates, are you not? Do not stand on ceremony today. I am treating." At this moment, Feng turned to Diao Chan and said, "You may sit. There's no need for you to be so reserved in my presence. Feel free to act naturally in the future." "Yes, master," Diao Chan replied respectfully, bowing slightly to Feng before gracefully taking a seat beside him. Witnessing this scene, not only was Chun Xiao taken aback, but even Tong Lan, who had remained silent, was stunned. The demeanor of this enchanting beauty truly suggested she was Ji Feng's maid. But how could that be? What had transpired? Chapter 12. The commanding Jiao Chan, the two of them remained in a state of shock for quite some time. Ji Feng desired precisely this effect. Those who had previously looked down upon him would now witness that he was no longer the impoverished fool they once believed him to be. It seemed he was still somewhat financially constrained. However, with the system at his disposal, Ji Feng feared not his poverty, for earning money was merely a matter of will. Much like the time he had resolutely refused a sum of 500,000 to treat his father. Who else could exhibit such audacity? As he observed the two in their stupor, he abruptly addressed Yao Chan, saying, "It seems my shoulder is a bit sore." Naturally perceptive, Yao Chan immediately moved behind Ji Feng and gently began to massage his shoulder. Though her delicate hands were cloaked in fabric, Ji Feng could feel their exquisite touch, a sensation most pleasurable. In disbelief, Chen Xiao thought, how could such an exquisite beauty truly be a maid to this impoverished wretch? This is akin to a prime piece of produce being squandered on a mere swine. Realizing Jiao Chan was massaging Ji Feng's shoulders, Chen Xiao's jealousy surged within him. He longed to rush over, to shove Ji Feng aside and assume his place. He was reminded of the purpose behind inviting Ji Feng today: revenge. Initially, he had anticipated Ji Feng would bring that formidable expert along, but to his surprise, he had merely brought a single beauty. This made things far simpler. A daring thought occurred to him. Perhaps he could enjoy the company of this stunning lady himself. Just then, he hastily presented a glass of wine to Ji Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, I have invited you to dinner today, primarily to express my apologies. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I previously vowed that if you spared me, I would sever ties with Tong Lan, and I am willing to compensate you for any losses I may have caused." Ji Feng smiled, accepting the drink while inspecting it. "There is no poison in this wine, is there?" "Of course not. Do I appear to be that sort of person?" Chen Xiao replied, albeit awkwardly in light of Ji Feng's question. Yet Ji Feng remained skeptical. This man was apologizing? It was evident this dinner was a trap. And given Chen Xiao's earlier intentions to bring along another expert, Ji Feng was convinced he could not trust him. "I do not drink," Ji Feng declared, placing the wine aside. "Let us have the food brought out. I am quite hungry." Chen Xiao's eyelids twitched, but he suppressed his anger and signaled for the waiter to bring out the dishes. Soon, a lavish spread was laid before them. Without hesitation, Ji Feng beckoned Yao Chan to sit and began to eat voraciously. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao seethed internally. Damn it, this guy truly treats this place as his own home. He resolved to find a way to force Ji Feng to drink, lest his efforts be in vain. With this thought, he wore a smile and offered Ji Feng another glass, saying, "Brother Feng, eating without wine is rather dull. Shall we have a small toast?" While chewing, Ji Feng replied, "I do not drink anything that may be tainted." Chen Xiao nearly exploded in anger, but upon glancing at Yao Chan, who was elegantly dining, he bit back his words. Were it not for her presence, he would have already resorted to violence. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly presented the wine to Jiao Chan, saying, "Fair lady, shall we share a drink?" Jiao Chan shook her head, replying, "Master has instructed me that this wine is tainted and not to be consumed." Chen Xiao was left speechless. He had not anticipated this beauty to be so obedient to Ji Feng. Where on earth had this young man found such an exquisite and compliant maid? As Chen Xiao continued to plot, Ji Feng finished his meal, contentedly stretching. He turned to Jiao Chan and inquired, "Are you full? If so, let us return. I am in need of rest." "Yes, master. I am full, and I shall accompany you to assist with your rest." Jiao Chan promptly replied with respect. Impressed by her compliance, Ji Feng reflected on how astute she was. The text had spoken the truth. He then addressed Chen Xiao, saying, "Well, since you have treated me to a meal, I shall not press you further. From this point forward, I shall have no dealings with Tong Lan, and your affairs are of no concern to me." In truth, Ji Feng had completely given up on Tong Lan. He felt no resentment toward her. A woman like her hardly deserved even that. He cast a glance at Tong Lan, who was staring down, lost in thought, and chose to ignore them, leading Jiao Chan towards the exit. Chen Xiao, in a fit of rage, hurled his wine glass to the floor, exclaiming, "Damn it, you truly are putting on an act." If you refuse to drink my toast, then you shall face the consequences. Seeing him erupt in fury did not surprise Feng. He merely turned and laughed. I told you, a weasel does not come bearing good wishes, and your true intentions are now laid bare. At that moment, the door to the private room burst open, and 6 men armed with weapons stormed in. Initially, Chen Xiao had envisioned that Feng would bring along the formidable expert from before. He believed these men would be no match for them, but having drugged the wine, he planned for Feng and the expert to drink it and then deal with them at his leisure. However, the situation had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Feng had neither brought the expert nor succumbed to the drugged wine, and now he was left alone with just a seemingly delicate woman. Surely, they could not contend with his men, could they? As his subordinates entered, Chen Xiao grinned sinisterly and commanded, "Subdue this brat and bind that beauty. Take her to my reserved room. Tonight, I shall enjoy her." Upon seeing Jiao Chan, Chen Xiao could hardly contain himself. He sought only to incapacitate Feng and then revel in the presence of the stunning lady. To be with such a beautiful woman was a fortune of a lifetime. Feng, hearing this, recalled the system's earlier warning and turned to Jiao Chan, asking, "Can you handle these men?" "Certainly, master," Jiao Chan replied with unwavering respect. Reassured by her confidence, Feng sighed in relief and said, "Very well, then I leave them to you. Please resolve this swiftly, so I may return home to rest." Upon the sight of Jiao Chan, the subordinates were utterly captivated by her beauty, completely oblivious to Chen Xiao's commands, their mouths agape in awe. However, Jiao Chan did not hesitate. Upon receiving her master's instructions, she sprang into action. While the men were still in a stupor, one was swiftly knocked to the ground by her kick. As they began to comprehend the situation, another fell victim to her prowess, and panic ensued. This enchanting beauty, seemingly ethereal, possessed such formidable skills. There was no time to admire her allure. The remaining 4 rushed forward, eager to subdue her, hoping that once captured, they could enjoy her company themselves. The more they thought about it, the more emboldened they became, launching themselves at Jiao Chan. Yet, her agility was remarkable. As they lunged, she deftly sidestepped, and before they could react, she seized the hair of the foremost aggressor, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Witnessing this spectacle, even Feng felt a twinge of sympathy for the assailant. He had not anticipated Jiao Chan's exceptional skills. She had transformed from a seemingly delicate maiden into a valiant warrior, embodying the adage of being as still as a virgin yet as swift as a hare. Clearly, the system had produced a true gem. While Feng was momentarily taken aback, Jiao Chan had already dispatched all 6 men and retreated to his side. "Master, I've taken care of them." Feng, snapping back to reality, looked at her with satisfaction and remarked, "Well done. I did not expect your skills to be so impressive." Jiao Chan responded humbly, "I've always trained alongside my adoptive father, and these individuals were rather weak, easily defeated." Her words were not mere flattery. She had indeed practiced martial arts in the past, and with the system's enhancements, she was far beyond the capability of these thugs. "Is that so? And what of now? Are you still so confident?" Just as they conversed, Chen Xiao suddenly brandished a black star handgun, pressing it against Jiao Chan's head. Chapter 13. A frustrating task. This black star was acquired by Chen Xiao's father through dubious means. Initially, he had not intended to use it, but considering the prowess of Feng's companion, he decided to bring it as a precaution. Now it was indeed proving useful. He gleefully aimed the gun at Jiao Chan and taunted, "Beautiful lady, no matter how skilled you are, can you dodge my bullet? Comply and drink this potion." And then, just as he expected Jiao Chan to be frightened, she unexpectedly pivoted, snatching the handgun from his grip and examining it curiously, startling Chen Xiao into retreating a few steps. Little did he know, Jiao Chan was entirely unfamiliar with such weapons and felt no fear. She was merely scrutinizing the object, pondering why it instilled such confidence in him. Feng, initially startled, was also taken aback by Jiao Chan's boldness, realizing she was quite fearless. He quickly approached her, seizing the handgun and admonishing, "You must not handle this carelessly. I will explain later. For now, let us deal with this scoundrel." Jiao Chan nodded obediently, refraining from further queries. Feng then pointed the gun at Chen Xiao, saying, "You truly are despicable. I had no intention of pursuing this matter. Yet you dare to plot against me. Speak. How do you propose to resolve this situation? Forgive me, Feng. I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please be cautious. This weapon can misfire. Stay calm. Chen Xiao, now genuinely frightened, stepped back while pleading. Just as Feng was about to respond, he felt a vibration on his wrist. He quickly looked to see a notification from the system. Uphold justice. The system has detected that this individual is deceitful and treacherous. The host is required to sever his vital connection. Completing this task yields 5 summoning points. Failure results in a deduction of 5 points, to be accrued until the next opportunity. Feng's eyelids twitched at the harshness of the task. The system was ruthless, demanding he take such drastic action, especially when he had no summoning points to spare. He could not bring himself to execute the task, but he pondered his need for summoning points and, with a resolute sigh, called to one of Chen Xiao's subordinates. Come here. Having witnessed Diao Chan's capabilities and Feng's possession of the handgun, the subordinate dared not disobey. Cautiously rising from the ground to approach Feng. With a mischievous smile, Feng offered, "You have 2 choices. I can kill you now, or you can incapacitate Chen Xiao. Choose wisely." What? Both the subordinate and Chen Xiao recoiled in shock. Feng reiterated, prompting the subordinate to frantically wave his hands. "I can't. Can't, you say? Very well. Then I suppose I must eliminate you first." With that, he pretended to aim the weapon, eliciting cold sweat from the subordinate, who hastily pleaded, No, I will comply. I thought you were unafraid of death. Now go." Feng merely intended to intimidate. He knew these ruffians, despite their tough exteriors, would fear for their lives when faced with true danger. The subordinate approached Chen Xiao, who, startled, retreated while exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Chen Xiao, I am being compelled. If I do not incapacitate you, I will meet my demise. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself." Without waiting for a response, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Xiao's groin. A howl akin to a slaughtered pig escaped Chen Xiao's lips as he crumpled to the ground, cursing, "You wretched scoundrel, I will make you pay for this." The subordinate, undeterred, continued his assault, determined to complete the task. He paid no mind to Chen Xiao's protests, kicking him down once more. Being a pampered rich heir, Chen Xiao stood no chance against the hardened thug. The subordinate then brought his foot down with force, and soon after, Chen Xiao lay unconscious. Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. The task was complete. He waved dismissively at the others, saying, "Well done. You're free to go today." Those thugs fled the room as if granted a pardon. Feng glanced at the unconscious Chen Xiao and then at Tong Lan, remarking, "His fate is a result of his own actions. Tong Lan, consider your future. Such a man can no longer be regarded as a partner. Choose wisely." With that, he left the room with Diao Chan, leaving Tong Lan in a state of turmoil, biting her lip, pondering, "Have I truly made a mistake?" Once outside, Feng turned to Diao Chan and inquired, "Do you think I was too ruthless?" Diao Chan shook her head obediently. "Master, your actions are always justified. Whatever you decide, I will support you." With a chuckle, Feng replied, "Let us return home." He smiled contentedly as they took a taxi back. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and Feng had no intention of taking Diao Chan out shopping. Her beauty might attract unwanted attention at such an hour, despite her remarkable skills. Encountering a formidable opponent could lead to trouble. Upon returning home, Feng suddenly faced a dilemma. Diao Chan had nowhere to sleep. It seemed he would need to rent her a room. Though it felt wasteful, he realized this was not the time to be frugal. Although he considered sharing space with her, Feng understood that doing so might lead to actions he could not control. He instructed Diao Chan to rest in a room while he intended to request an empty room from the landlord. However, just as he was about to step out, he felt a sudden vibration on his wrist. He quickly glanced at it and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, system, is this intentional?" For the system had sent him a new task. The host must not separate from Diao Chan, and they must share a bed. Yet the host must not infringe upon her. Otherwise, he would face penalties from the system. Completing the task would yield a grand reward. This task was truly vexing, wasn't it? Being in close proximity to such a beautiful woman was already challenging. During the day it was manageable, but now, asking him to sleep closely beside her while forbidding any transgressions was nothing short of torture. System, this isn't fair. Feng protested vehemently. The system responded, this is a mandatory task. The host may choose not to complete it, but you currently possess only 5 summoning points from your last task. If you fail to complete this task, those points will be forfeited. The choice is yours. Feng was utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Reluctantly, for the sake of summoning points, he conceded. Without them, once Diao Chan's time expired, he would be unable to summon any characters, leaving him vulnerable. Who could say whether Chen Xiao, whom he had incapacitated, might seek revenge? With a determined sigh, he turned to Jiao Chan and said, the system has issued a task stating we should share a bed. Jiao Chan, already aware of the system's directives, seemed to have been conditioned by it. Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded in compliance. As I have stated, I shall obey your commands without question, Master. There is no need to consider my feelings. Her swift agreement took him aback. If it weren't for the system's restrictions, he couldn't help but wonder if she would acquiesce to more intimate requests. The mere thought sent a rush of blood to his face. Well, since it's getting late, perhaps you should take a shower first and then rest, he suggested. Yes, Master. Jiao Chan responded obediently. Concerned she might struggle with the water heater, Feng accompanied her to the bathroom to demonstrate its use before stepping out. He hurriedly dashed downstairs to purchase her a nightgown, unknowingly selecting one of the most sheer varieties available. His face flushed as he paid and rushed back upstairs. The sound of water echoed within, and he swallowed hard, envisioning Diao Chan bathing. When the water ceased, he knocked on the bathroom door. I brought you the nightgown. Let me pass it to you. The door opened slightly, and Feng attempted to peek inside, but the gap was too narrow. With a resigned sigh, he slipped the nightgown through the opening. Moments later, Diao Chan emerged, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. Feng was momentarily transfixed by the sight. The sheer fabric barely concealed her alabaster skin, and the contours of her figure seemed on the verge of spilling forth. The nightgown, a mid-length design, left her exquisite legs entirely exposed, and it was evident she had donned it deliberately. Feeling overwhelmed, he struggled to maintain his composure as his heart raced. Master, why are you bleeding from your nose? Diao Chan asked, noticing his flustered state. Her own embarrassment at the revealing garment was evident. Initially reluctant to wear it, she ultimately complied, reasoning that there must be a purpose behind her master's request. However, upon seeing Feng's reaction, her concern heightened. Master, are you unwell? Your breathing seems rapid, and your face is quite warm. Feng quickly averted his gaze, hesitant to reveal the truth. I'm fine, really. Don't worry about me. You should sleep. I'll take a shower. Yes, Master, Diao Chan replied, obediently retreating to bed. Once inside the bathroom, Feng turned on the cold water, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Emerging, he found Diao Chan nestled under the covers, but he hesitated to join her, opting instead to occupy himself with his computer. However, as midnight approached, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Host, if you do not go to sleep, you will forfeit the task. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, glancing at Jiao Chan, stirring an insatiable desire within him. The thought of sleeping next to a beauty was undeniably tempting. Feng reassured himself, shutting down the computer and sliding beneath the covers. The single bed was too small, forcing them to press against one another, igniting a rush of warmth that quickened his heartbeat. Master, am I crowding you? Diao Chan inquired softly, sensing their proximity. And no, it's fine, he stammered, anxious to maintain distance. The prospect of drawing closer sent him into a frenzy of conflicting emotions. Sleep eluded him, as he was acutely aware of Diao Chan's warmth beside him, yet he dared not act on his impulses. Eventually, he drifted into a restless slumber. Suddenly, he felt movement beneath him and jolted awake, aghast to find himself sprawled atop her. What in the world? Diao Chan gazed up at him with wide, glistening eyes, her breath quickening, the scent of her presence intoxicating. He could feel her heartbeat beneath him, and it was evident that she too was nervous. Master, do you desire me? She asked unexpectedly. Feng was taken aback, stuttering, it's not what you think. His words tumbled out incoherently. while Diao Chan's cheeks flushed deeper. But if you do not want me, why are you on top of me? And it seems you have a reaction. Yi Fugong, realizing the implications of her words, hastily rolled off her, only to discover that he was indeed aroused. Oh no, my face. Diao Chan, undeterred, declared, I am yours, master. If you desire me, there is no need for hesitation. I will not object. Her boldness ignited a fervor within Ji Feng. As she finished speaking, Diao Chan turned and embraced him, her lips hovering near his face, whispering, though I am still a maiden, I willingly offer myself to you, master. With that, she closed her eyes, her hands gently caressing his back, pushing Ji Feng to the brink of reason. In a moment of reckless abandon, he surrendered to his desires, overwhelmed by the intoxicating blend of softness and fragrance enveloping him. With a swift motion, he pinned Diao Chan down. However, just as he was about to tear off her nightgown, his wrist suddenly vibrated. Ji Feng had initially intended to ignore it, but the system's voice unexpectedly rang out. Warning, warning, the host is about to commit a violation, with severe consequences. Please awaken immediately. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng nearly wept, suddenly shouting at his watch. Damn it. Are you trying to kill me? He thought, whatever, if I die, so be it. I will proceed. Ji Feng found himself unable to control his impulses, having cursed. He was ready to continue. Yet the system persisted. If the host insists on violating the rules, the system will immediately recall Diao Chan, and the host will be prohibited from using the system for 1 year. What did you say? Isn't it just a deduction of 5 summoning points? Ji Feng exclaimed angrily. The system clarified. The deduction of 5 summoning points only applies if the host fails to complete the task. However, if you infringe upon her, it constitutes a violation and will incur appropriate penalties. Blast it! Ji Feng finally relented. If it were merely other penalties, he could overlook them, as he truly desired to be with Diao Chan. But the system's threat to immediately recall her, coupled with the 1-year ban on using the system, was indeed grave. You rest. I need to take a shower. With no other options, Ji Feng climbed off Diao Chan and hurried to the bathroom. Diao Chan had overheard the system's words, as she was also a summon character. Thus, she could hear the system's voice, unlike others who were oblivious to it. As Ji Feng rushed in the bathroom, he turned on the cold water and splashed it over his head. Yet, no matter how he washed himself, Diao Chan's image lingered in his mind. He exhaled deeply and continued to rinse. After a good half-hour, feeling the chill, he finally managed to calm his temper and slowly walked back outside. I'm sorry, master. I caused you trouble. Diao Chan realized that the system had restricted Ji Feng from approaching her, prompting her apology, especially since she had been the one to initiate earlier. Ji Feng smiled, saying, It's nothing. You aren't to blame. If anyone is at fault, it's that damned system playing tricks on me. Diao Chan chuckled softly, and upon seeing her alluring cherry-like lips, Ji Feng felt a surge of desire again, pondering whether such a thought would be considered a violation. Chapter 15. Meeting the old master despite his musings. Ji Feng dared not voice such a request. Although Diao Chan would likely acquiesce to his every wish, he was still a novice and found it too embarrassing to ask. Forget it, he eventually decided, feeling the weight of his hesitation. Master, what's wrong? Diao Chan inquired, sensing Yi Feng's displeasure. Naturally, Ji Feng could not reveal his thoughts, merely shaking his head. It's nothing. Just sleep a little longer. It's not dawn yet. With that, he opened his computer and resumed playing. As the system had not mandated that he must stay with her until morning, he needed to complete tonight's task, and with 2 nights remaining, he was uncertain how he would endure this predicament. It was Saturday, and with no classes, Ji Feng felt emboldened to climb into bed beside Diao Chan, planning to sleep until noon. However, just as he dozed off, a knock sounded at his door. Assuming it was the landlord, he reluctantly got up, and Diao Chan quickly went to open it. Upon opening the door, she found a man in military attire standing outside, accompanied by the landlord. Ji Feng also rose and queried, Oh, it's you? This man, Yang Lin, was one of the military personnel from the previous incident when Ji Feng had rescued the old master. The moment Yang Lin laid eyes on Diao Chan, he seemed momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Ji Feng's voice, he quickly regained his composure, hastily saying, Mr. Ji Feng, our old master requests your presence. He knows you are resting today, so he specifically sent me to invite you. Feng realized that the old master still remembered him. Since he had no plans for the day, he decided to accept the invitation. He glanced at Jiao Chan and said, "Come, let's go meet the old master." Jiao Chan simply nodded obediently, not inquiring about the old master, as she followed Feng's instructions without question. Yang Lin led the way, and when Feng approached the landlord, the latter quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Hey, who is this beautiful lady? When did you bring her back?" "Yifu Chekeld. She's just a relative of mine. I have something to attend to. I'll explain later." It was not the right moment to divulge such matters to the landlord. He hurried to follow Jiao Chan downstairs, where they found an old-fashioned Jeep parked. This model had long been discontinued, making its presence here quite a surprise. Yang Lin promptly opened the car door for them, and Feng, along with Jiao Chan, climbed in without hesitation. Yang Lin hopped in and drove off. Feng soon noticed that Jiao Chan seemed anxious, nervously clutching his clothing. He smiled and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. This is just an ordinary vehicle, akin to the horses from your world, but much more comfortable." Having been instructed by the system, Jiao Chan had some understanding of vehicles, yet it was her first experience riding in one, leading to her apprehension, especially as Yang Lin drove rather quickly, indicating he was an experienced driver. "It's all right, master. I'll be fine soon." Jiao Chan nodded, responding softly. Fortunately, the old master's residence was not far away, located in the Yubo community in the west of Jiulong City. Although Feng had never been there, he had heard of its reputation. The Yubo community was known as the most luxurious area in Jiulong City, more akin to a villa than a community, as each unit was a standalone building. Each villa housed only one family, embodying a complete villa-style layout. Feng had also heard that the residents there were either wealthy or influential figures. The security personnel at the entrance were all retired military veterans. As they drove in, they turned towards the leftmost building. The community boasted a spacious courtyard of several hundred square meters. Yang Lin parked the vehicle and ushered Feng and Jiao Chan out. As soon as they exited the car, the old master emerged from the house and hurriedly approached Feng. "Ha, my young friend Feng, we meet again." "Indeed, old master. You are quite thoughtful to send someone to fetch me." Yifu responded cordially. The old master quickly shook Feng's hand, leaving the security personnel astonished, speculating about Feng's identity, wondering who he was to warrant such a warm welcome from the old master. After exchanging pleasantries, the old master finally asked Feng, "Is this young lady your girlfriend?" "Ha, she is quite lovely." Feng smiled and promptly clarified, "No, old master, she is merely my bodyguard. Please excuse me." Feng did not conceal the truth from the old master, but phrased it vaguely. The old master was taken aback, then remarked, "What a misunderstanding. I never expected you to have such a beautiful bodyguard. You are indeed fortunate." The old master was not particularly surprised by Feng's bodyguard, as he was still unaware of Feng's true identity. Moreover, it was common for people to hire bodyguards nowadays. Yet even someone of the old master's age was struck by Jiao Chan's beauty. The elderly gentleman promptly welcomed them to the living room on the first floor, where the maid immediately served tea. Jiao Chan respectfully stood behind Feng, yet Feng did not permit her to take a seat, for he had declared her his bodyguard, and it was only fitting to show her due respect in the presence of the elder. "Today, I summoned you primarily to invite you to my birthday celebration. I am turning 81 this year. Initially, I intended to forego any festivities, but upon reflection, my health has not only improved, but I feel as robust as a youth, all thanks to my young friend Feng. Thus, I have decided to celebrate, as a means of expressing my gratitude to you." After exchanging some pleasantries with Feng, the elder divulged the purpose of his invitation. Feng was taken aback and replied, "Old chief, you are too kind. I thought you were aware that I had the day off, which is why you invited me." Of course. It is merely a coincidence that you are free today, and it just so happens to be my birthday. I am delighted to have you here to share in the festivities." The elder appeared genuinely elated. As they conversed, a sudden commotion outside drew their attention, and one of the elder's subordinates entered, announcing, "Chief, old Wang has arrived." The elder glanced at his watch and chuckled. That old fellow is quite punctual. It is barely past 9, and he has already come. Please let him in." Despite his joy, the elder did not rise to greet him, indicating that Feng held greater significance in his eyes. Feng noticed this and felt a subtle warmth in his heart, realizing the elder's deep sense of gratitude. "Old Lu, you are bold indeed. You didn't even come out to greet me upon my arrival." A hearty voice echoed as an elderly man, of similar age to the elder, entered the room. He appeared sprightly, although he did not quite match the elder's vigor. The elder, unreserved, remarked, "Old Wang, you are looking quite spry. Did you not notice that I have esteemed guests?" Upon hearing the mention of distinguished guests, Old Wang turned his gaze to Feng and then to Jiao Chan behind him. He was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Jiao Chan's beauty. "Old rascal, why are you staring at my bodyguard?" The elder jested as Old Wang continued to gaze at Jiao Chan. Before Old Wang could respond, another subordinate entered, reporting, "Chief, Old Li has arrived." "Oh, what is this? Everyone seems to be arriving early today. Let him come in on his own." The elder was quite surprised by the early arrivals. Soon, 3 figures appeared at the entrance, and as Feng looked over, he froze in place. "What? How did she come here?" Chapter 16. A noteworthy presence. When Feng recognized the newcomer, he was indeed taken aback to see their school beauty, Liang, among them. Another elderly gentleman, resembling the elder in age, entered with a jovial demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh, Old Wang, I see you arrived before me. Ha ha! It seems this birthday celebration for Old Lu is quite lively." The elder chuckled. "Ah, Old Li, you made it here early as well. Typically, when I invite you, you always have an excuse ready. Today, however, you did not hesitate. Old Lu, your tongue is as sharp as ever. By the way, I heard you were quite unwell recently. How is it that you now appear as vigorous as a young man?" Old Li inquired upon seeing the elder's vitality. The elder, pleased to discuss the matter, immediately seized Feng's arm and declared, "That is because I have encountered a benefactor. Allow me to introduce you to Feng from Jiulong Polytechnic University." He then turned to Feng and added, "Feng, these 2 old-timers are my contemporaries, all of us residing in Jiulong City, hence we share a good rapport." Upon hearing this, Feng approached the 2 elders, nodded politely, and said, "It is an honor to meet both esteemed elders. Such a polite young man. So, you are the one who restored Old Lu's health?" Old Li's interest was piqued. Feng nodded. "Indeed, though it is primarily due to the elder's own fortuitous blessings. My assistance was merely a trifling matter." "You are quite humble. Pray tell, how did you manage to restore Old Lu's health?" Old Li pressed, eager to learn more, especially given the severity of Old Lu's condition previously. Noticing the elder's reluctance to disclose details about Feng's miraculous remedy, he quickly interjected, "Old friend, why do you prattle on so? Our young guest is modest. Let us sit and engage in a game of chess." "Ah, it has been ages since I last played with you. But you know I always win," Old Li responded, his thoughts drifting to the chessboard. Finally free from scrutiny, Feng sighed in relief as he settled into a nearby chair, though he felt a lingering gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he found it belonged to a young man beside Liang. The young man, possessing a somewhat delicate yet handsome appearance, appeared to be around 25. This man was Wang Hao, Liang's personal bodyguard. Noticing Feng observing him, he approached, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Wang Hao, the private bodyguard of Old Li's granddaughter." Feng was taken aback by the unexpected greeting, for they were not acquainted. Moreover, he realized Wang Hao's connection to Liang, the granddaughter of Old Li, who was often escorted to and from classes in luxury vehicles. As the saying goes, one does not strike a friendly face. Wang Hao's amiable demeanor compelled Feng to respond in kind. "Feng, a student at Jiulong Polytechnic University. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Hao smiled and shook Feng's hand, though unbeknownst to Feng, Wang Hao had been observing him since the incident with Guan Yu. However, Wang Hao soon turned his attention to Jiao Chan, inquiring, "May I ask who this young lady is?" Jiao Chan remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Yifu replied, "Oh, she's merely my bodyguard." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, as he had not expected Feng to have a bodyguard. His prior investigation revealed Feng as the son of impoverished rural parents, making this revelation quite surprising. Seeing Wang Hao's astonishment, Feng inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Huh? No, not at all. I was simply surprised that you have such a beautiful bodyguard. If I am not mistaken, those two skilled individuals from before must also be your bodyguards?" Wang Hao inadvertently mentioned Guan Yu and Pang De. Feng's brow furrowed. "How do you know about them?" "Do not take it the wrong way, Feng. I happened to notice them while escorting the young lady. I did not realize your bodyguards were such formidable experts. I assume this young lady possesses impressive skills as well." Wang Hao, though intrigued by Jiao Chan's beauty, was more concerned with her martial prowess. Yi Fugong, unconcerned about how Wang Hao had come by this information, merely replied, "They are fairly average. I dare say you must be the true expert here, Wang Hao." Feng could imagine that being the personal bodyguard of the former leader's granddaughter demanded exceptional skills. Wang Hao, not want to be modest, chuckled and said, "Zi Lao Zi, du falato me. I have merely trained under my master for a few years. I can ensure the young lady's safety, but I am more interested in sparring with a few of your bodyguards. Would you grant me that opportunity?" After much dialogue, Feng discerned Wang Hao's intentions. Although he was unsure where this man had seen the prowess of Guan Yu or Pang De, it was clear he was intrigued by their formidable abilities and wished to engage in a contest. However, Guan Yu and Pang De had already been summoned back by the system, leaving Feng at a loss for a suitable opponent. With only Jiao Chan at his side and uncertain of her capabilities, Feng opted not to risk a confrontation and declined, "Perhaps another time, but today is not suitable, given it is the former leader's birthday." "Very well. I shall seek out your bodyguards another day. We have made a pact." Wang Hao seized the opportunity despite Feng's refusal, determined to challenge Feng's bodyguards in the future. As noon approached, guests began to arrive in droves, and the elder could not remain indoors, needing to greet his visitors. Feng, not wishing to linger inside, took Jiao Chan outside. It was then that Li Ting inquired of Wang Hao, "Brother Wang, who exactly is Feng?" Wang Hao, furrowing his brow, replied, "I am at a loss. This fellow appears to come from an ordinary rural background, yet he is surrounded by such formidable bodyguards. The skills of the two I have encountered are certainly on par with mine, and this beautiful woman seems equally formidable. What is his true identity?" Li Ting frowned upon hearing this. In this vicinity, she had never encountered anyone named Feng, and Wang Hao had confirmed that he indeed hailed from a rural family. She speculated, could it be that Feng possesses another hidden identity, one so concealed that even we cannot uncover it? "That is highly plausible," Wang Hao replied. "It is possible that Feng harbors a terrifying secret identity, perhaps one that is classified, making it impossible for us to investigate. We must cultivate a good rapport with him, or perhaps after sparring with his subordinates, we might glean some insight." As Wang Hao gazed at Feng's silhouette, Li Ting interjected, "I find myself quite intrigued by the woman beside him. I have never seen such a stunning beauty. Brother Wang, could you investigate her identity?" "Indeed, I share your curiosity," Wang Hao responded, a smile gracing his delicate features. "It is indeed unusual for such a beautiful woman to willingly serve as Feng's bodyguard. Before I became your bodyguard, I traversed the breadth of the land and never encountered anyone as lovely." Feng grows ever more enigmatic. He is quite the character. Unbeknownst to them, Elderly had been listening intently to their conversation and approached, saying, "I am more interested in the young man's medical skills. You are unaware that last time, old Master Lu had a miraculous recovery. Even the esteemed Dr. Dong from the Central Hospital declared he was beyond saving. Yet this young man entered and remarkably revived him. As you can see, old Master Lu now appears as youthful as a young man." Upon hearing Elder Li's words, Wang Hao turned to observe Feng's retreating figure, pondering, what other identities does Feng possess? He is shrouded in mystery. Elderly cautioned, "Wang Hao, heed my words. Our land is a place of wonders. The depths are far from ordinary. Some individuals, though they appear unremarkable, may have astonishing connections. Feng likely falls into this category. Do not provoke him. I am aware of your passion for martial arts, but if he does not consent, do not force the issue. Understood, Elder? I assure you, I will not act recklessly. However, I am eager to spar with his subordinates. It has been quite some time since I faced a worthy opponent, and I feel somewhat lonely, but I will ensure he gives his explicit consent. Wang Hao respectfully replied, his eyes brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Feng and Jiao Chan, feeling somewhat out of place among the guests, found a quiet corner to sit. At that moment, Jiao Chan remarked, Master, that young man seems rather extraordinary. Are you referring to the one named Wang Hao? Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her observation. Jiao Chan nodded, yes, it is merely my intuition, but please exercise caution around him. I sense he is intentionally trying to approach you. Huh, I have no grievances with him. Thus, I fear him not. However, you, my dear, nearly became the center of attention today. Feng chuckled, glancing around as several guests cast their gaze upon Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan covered her mouth, giggling. This humble girl is indeed a beauty, but fear not, Master. Apart from you, no one else could possibly capture my heart. Feng was momentarily at a loss for words when a rather handsome gentleman approached them. Greetings, I am Jing Dongsheng, the young master of the Jing family. It seems quite lively over there. May I ask why you two are seated here? As he introduced himself, his gaze remained fixed on Jiao Chan. She, however, chose to ignore him, prompting Feng to respond, young Master Jing, we prefer a quieter atmosphere, so we are resting here. Is there an issue? Feng was well aware of the young man's intentions to engage Jiao Chan in conversation, so his tone was not overly cordial. Jing Dongsheng, unfazed by the lack of warmth, extended his hand towards Jiao Chan and said, Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Jiao Chan glanced at him, her voice devoid of enthusiasm. I am merely my master's maidservant. Oh, Jing Dongsheng's interest piqued. Initially, he assumed Jiao Chan was Feng's companion or friend, but now learning she was merely a maidservant intrigued him further. He began to speculate about Feng's status, realizing that such a stunning woman as a bodyguard indicated a significant identity. Chapter 17. The speculations of all young Master Jing continued to ponder Feng's identity. Yet despite his contemplation, no memories surfaced. With his experience in the area, he felt certain he would have heard of someone like Feng if he truly existed. Thus, he tentatively inquired, May I ask how to address you, esteemed young master? Feng, understanding the underlying implications, simply smiled, I am no young master, merely a university student. Jing Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback before he laughed. You jest. How could a student be accompanied by a bodyguard, especially one as beautiful as her? Is she perhaps your classmate? Sensing the skepticism, Jing Dongsheng pressed further. What is your esteemed surname? Feng did not conceal his identity, Feng. However, he had no desire to prolong the conversation, sensing that Jing Dongsheng was not a person of good character. After speaking, he took Jiao Chan and moved to another area. Yet, as Jing Dongsheng observed Jiao Chan's respectful demeanor towards Feng, he began to reconsider, realizing she might indeed be his bodyguard. Perplexed, he turned and departed, returning to his circle of acquaintances to inquire further. Certainly, no matter how much he inquired, he could not uncover Feng's true identity. After all, Feng was not a prominent figure. At that moment, Feng and Jiao Chan had taken their seats at another table, completely ignoring the group of individuals nearby. Soon, the gathering was complete, with over 200 attendees, though only a handful held significant status. Most were merely entourage or bodyguards accompanying the prominent guests. Those present to celebrate the elder's birthday were mostly esteemed figures, with only family members in attendance. The kitchen staff, hired by the elder, had prepared everything and promptly set the tables. Standing at the head of the table, the elder spoke with a resonant voice. Today marks my 81st birthday. I am immensely grateful for your presence to celebrate this occasion. You are all like family, so please feel at home and enjoy this grand feast. As soon as he finished speaking, gifts began to pour in, as if everyone had coordinated their efforts. Although each gift was wrapped, Feng could discern that none were of ordinary quality. However, he felt quite awkward, having been brought here by the elder without any time to prepare a gift. Even if he had been given time, he had little of value to offer. Despite the elder's high status and respect among the attendees, many offered their gifts with celebratory remarks, eliciting hearty laughter from the elder. After half an hour, the gift-giving concluded, and guests returned to their seats. Ji Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile, thinking, what a loss of face. I might as well pretend I didn't see anything. Yet, even this gesture did not escape the notice of an observant individual nearby. A man in a suit leaned toward Jing Dongsheng and remarked, Jing, this fellow is rather peculiar, as he appears to be the only one who didn't prepare a gift for the elder. Isn't that a bit audacious? Jing had already taken note of Ji Feng, frowning as he replied, this young man is certainly not ordinary. He seems indifferent to the elder's birthday celebration, while everyone else is here to curry favor or show respect. His nonchalance suggests he holds a significant status. No wonder he is such an exquisite female bodyguard. The mention of the bodyguard prompted the others nearby to glance at Diao Chan, some even drooling at her beauty. She was indeed stunning, and words like peerless hardly sufficed to capture her allure. I must investigate this beauty. She is simply irresistible. One of the men beside Jing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Diao Chan's father. Brother has returned. Just as everyone settled into their seats, Lu Guohua entered, followed by another middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to the elder, but was taller. Clad in formal attire, he exuded a commanding presence. Accompanied by a young woman of about 21 or 22, strikingly beautiful, with a delicate oval face and shoulder-length hair that radiated a refreshing innocence, though her attire conveyed a maturity beyond her years. Upon seeing them, the elder rushed to greet them, visibly delighted. The young woman approached first, saying, Grandpa, we hope we're not late. Happy birthday. May you live as long as the South Mountain. The middle-aged man echoed her sentiments, taking the elder's hand and apologizing. I'm sorry, Father, we arrived a bit late. The elder chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Your presence is what matters. The feast has yet to commence. The middle-aged man continued. Father, we couldn't rush back when you fell ill, but we heard you fully recovered. However, you seem... He trailed off, puzzled by the elder's vibrant demeanor, which was more youthful than expected for someone who had recently been ill. The elder, beaming with joy, quickly introduced Ji Feng, saying, Allow me to introduce you to Ji Feng. If it weren't for him, I fear I would have already met my end. Afterward, he turned to Ji Feng. Ji Feng, this is my eldest son, Lu Guojun, and my granddaughter, Lu Wanqin. They are both terribly busy individuals. Ji Feng recalled that the elder had mentioned wanting to see his eldest son and granddaughter during his hospital stay. He promptly stood to greet them. Noticing his son's apparent disinterest in Ji Feng, the elder hastily interjected, Guojun, if it weren't for Ji Feng, you might not be here to celebrate my birthday today, but instead to mourn my passing. Oh, Lu Guojun finally regarded Ji Feng with interest. He had heard from his brother, Lu Guohua, about a young man who had cured their father's illness. He extended his hand, stating, Thank you, Ji Feng, for restoring my father's health. Here is my business card. If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. My personal number is on there. Ji Feng accepted the card, which bore only his name and number, leaving him curious about Lu Guojun's profession. However, the commanding aura suggested he was no ordinary individual, and Ji Feng accepted the card without reservation. The elder exclaimed, Wonderful. Ji Feng, if you ever need anything, just contact him. Now, let's not delay any longer. We have many guests to attend to. The elder laughed heartily as he ushered Ji Feng and his family to their seats. Witnessing this interaction, all present were taken aback. Who was this young man that commanded such respect from both the elder and Lu Guojun, even being seated at the head of the table? Unbeknownst to them, Ji Feng had saved the elder's life, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding his identity. During the meal, Ji Feng felt uncomfortable, aware of numerous eyes upon him, especially when the elder personally toasted him, inciting waves of envy from other guests. Finally, as the meal concluded and guests began to depart, Ji Feng intended to leave as well, but the elder pulled him aside into a private room. Is there something else you need, elder? Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. The elder appeared somewhat hesitant before finally saying, Well, Ji Feng, you saw my granddaughter earlier. Do you find her charming and beautiful? Taken aback, Ji Feng pondered the elder's intentions. Surely he wasn't suggesting an introduction for romantic purposes? Yet, recalling the young woman's beauty, he nodded. Yes, elder, your granddaughter is indeed lovely. Yes, my precious granddaughter is indeed beautiful. But she suffers from an incurable illness, leukemia, inherited from her mother, who passed shortly after her birth. Despite consulting the world's leading experts, there is no cure, and they say she has less than a year to live. If not for the medication sustaining her, she might have. The elder's voice faltered, sadness creeping in. Feng understood now why the elder had appeared so distressed when mentioning his granddaughter's plight during their last encounter. But what could he do to help? He was neither a doctor, nor did he possess the miraculous life-extending pill that could have saved her, that had already been consumed by this old man. I have none left. Just as Feng was about to speak, his wrist vibrated suddenly. He hurriedly glanced at his device and discovered a new mission from the system. As the host, embody the spirit of saving lives and doing good by healing Lu Wanqin. Completing this mission will reward you with 5 summoning points. Failure will result in a deduction of 5 summoning points. Feng was about to curse when he realized the inappropriateness of the situation and quickly stifled his words. The old man was grieving, oblivious to Feng's mutterings, and simply inquired, Feng, I'm asking if you still have that medicine from last time. If you do, I am willing to pay any price for it. Chapter 18. Finding someone hearing the old man mention the medicine again made Feng's mouth twitch. He only possessed 1 pill, and there were no others. Additionally, he was at a loss for words, especially with the system issuing such a troublesome mission. Refusal would mean failure. But how could he agree? He was not a doctor, and even if he were, could he truly cure her? This was cancer, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Seeing Feng silent, the old man assumed he was reluctant to part with it, and suddenly rose, attempting to kneel before Feng. This startled Feng into action, as he quickly supported the old man. Old chief, what are you doing? Please don't do this. It would be a disgrace to me. The old man replied. Feng, I'm begging you. You've seen my beloved granddaughter. She is so adorable, and I truly cannot bear to see her leave this world. Feng sighed deeply, pondering why he was being subjected to such pressure. Both the system and the old man were imposing demands on him. However, considering it was a task issued by the system, he wondered if it might provide him with the means to cope. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, but I no longer have the pill. I will think of another way, but I cannot guarantee that I can cure her completely. Upon hearing Feng's agreement, the old man's face lit up with excitement. Really? As long as you find a way, I believe in you. The old man hadn't considered the implications. After all, he had already brushed with death, and Feng had brought him back. Now surely, if Feng was willing to try, his granddaughter would be saved. Eventually, Feng was sent home, while the old man rushed off to share the good news with his granddaughter. However, Lu Guojun and Lu Wanqin were not as optimistic. Lu Guojun expressed, Dad, this is a terminal illness. Even renowned doctors abroad have given up on her. How could he possibly cure her? He understood that Feng had healed his father, but that was entirely different. His father's condition, though severe, was not terminal. His daughter, on the other hand, was genuinely facing a terminal illness. After 2 years of seeking treatment, no one had been able to help her, leaving him in despair. He had never heard of anyone curing a terminal illness. Otherwise, he would have found out long ago, so he dismissed the matter. Lu Wanqin felt similarly disheartened. She had already lost hope. However, she couldn't express this to her grandfather, who had only the best intentions. She merely smiled. Back at home, Feng collapsed on his bed, feeling the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier. Diao Chan, ever understanding, sat by his side and gently massaged his head. I didn't know you had such skills. This feels wonderful. Feng reveled in the sensation. Suddenly, he recalled the troublesome mission and vented his frustration at the system. Are you deliberately toying with me? Diao Chan's mission nearly caused me a hemorrhage. And now you issue this impossible task. What is your intention? The system replied, Host, please do not be angry. This is a mission released by the system, and I am powerless against it. However, I can offer you assistance. You can help me? How? Feng's interest peaked at the prospect of assistance, but in his excitement, he inadvertently bumped into Diao Chan's figure. She exclaimed in surprise, having not expected Feng to sit up so abruptly. Feng quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? In truth, Feng's action was merely instinctive, but as soon as he realized the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly withdrew his hand. I'm sorry. I just reacted without thinking. Diao Chan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Being a woman of ancient times, she was quite modest. Yet, as Ji Feng's servant, she did not take offense. It's all right, master. As long as you like, you can. Feel free to do so anytime. Ji Feng mentally cursed, bewildered by her words. What did she mean by anytime? This was quite the blatant temptation. He knew all too well that the system had imposed restrictions on him, allowing only touches but not more intimate interactions. Frustrated by this, he soon shifted his focus back to the system, recalling its earlier offer of assistance. Since Jiao Chan had not objected, he continued to explore the system while she dutifully massaged him from behind. How will you assist me? Yifeng eagerly inquired. The system responded. Based on recent assessments of your character, it is evident that you are a righteous and compassionate individual. Therefore, this system has decided to grant you a set of healing abilities free of charge. Please open your inventory, and everything will become clear. Hearing this, Ji Feng felt a flicker of joy. Finally, the system spoke in a more relatable manner. He promptly opened his inventory and discovered a new item that resembled 5 silver needles. What is this? Ji Feng asked in confusion. The system, displaying a touch of personality, chuckled. These are the 5 divine needles, crafted by the system. With these needles, you can cure numerous ailments, and in the future, you may also wield them as weapons. However, for now, you're only permitted to use them for healing. The 5 divine needles, could they truly be that remarkable? Yet, Ji Feng felt utterly unqualified to utilize them for healing. But I don't understand anything about medicine. How can I possibly treat someone with these? The system reassured him. Do not worry. Whenever you treat someone, simply take their pulse, and this system will automatically detect their ailments. The treatment methods will then be transmitted to your mind. You need only to follow the instructions. However, remember that these 5 divine needles can only be used by you. It is extremely dangerous for anyone else to wield them. Ji Feng was taken aback by the system's exceptional capabilities. So you're telling me I can genuinely cure Lu Wanqin's leukemia? This is a terminal illness. Can you guarantee it? The system's voice brimmed with confidence. This system can detect and cure millions of ailments. Leukemia is merely one of them. Proceed with the mission without doubt, for this system is all-powerful. All right, I am convinced. Ji Feng was astounded. In a VIP room at the Central Hospital, Chen Xiao was with his parents, but he appeared far worse than before. He had already undergone surgery, yet the doctors informed him that he would never again be able to perform the duties expected of a man. In essence, his manhood had been rendered useless. Now, as he hung from a drip, tears streamed down his face, leaving his parents seething with frustration. Father, you must take charge of this matter, otherwise I will be rendered useless, and you shall never have grandchildren. Chen Xiao wept as he lamented to his parents. Who could be so cruel? His mother, heartbroken, cried and cursed, blaming Ji Feng, the same person as last time. Father, you must confront this. Chen Xiao looked at his father with a pitiful expression. Since establishing the Qin Construction Company, Chen Liang had thrived in the area, as long as he avoided provoking the wrong people. Yet, now his son had been turned into a cripple. His lips twitched in anger as he declared, "That little bastard. I've looked into him. He was born in the countryside. How could he possibly have such formidable bodyguards? I don't know. I just want revenge." Chen Xiao exclaimed, consumed by his desire to see Ji Feng destroyed. Chen Liang nodded in agreement. It seems that the Chen family has not asserted itself in quite some time. Even the lowly dare to bully us. I will personally seek out Jiang Yi and find out who this Ji Feng is, bold enough to harm my son. With a fierce glint in his eye, he instructed his wife to care for their son while he withdrew a substantial sum of cash from the bank and drove to a nightclub. As evening fell, the nightclub buzzed with life. Upon entering, Chen Liang proceeded directly to a lavish private room on the 2nd floor. However, he was halted at the door by 2 bodyguards. "Sir, you have entered the wrong room. This is not where you belong." Chen Liang immediately smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I am here to see Jiang Yi. I called him earlier." "Oh, you seek Jiang Yi? Very well. Please wait here while I inquire." One of the bodyguards entered the room and soon returned to usher Chen Liang inside. The air was thick with the scent of cigars and alcohol. On the sofa sat a man in his 50s, Jiang Yi, the very person Liang sought. Surrounded by two scantily clad women, Jiang Yi was indulging himself, one feeding him drinks while the other attended to him in a rather compromising manner. Liang felt a bit awkward but remained silent, casting his gaze elsewhere. Liang Yi, however, seemed unfazed. He pushed the women aside, adjusted his trousers, and said, "Have a seat, Mr. Chun. What brings you here?" Liang sat down, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Jiang Yi, I wish to enlist your help to eliminate someone. Here is 1 million in cash." Chapter 19. The mysterious master seeing Liang request assistance to eliminate another. Jiang Yi smiled, glancing at the open briefcase filled with cash. "Ah, you know I have a penchant for cash. Perhaps I was impoverished in my youth, but the sight of cash excites me. Now, who is this person?" Liang knew Jiang Ye's fondness for cash, which is why he withdrew such a hefty sum. Sensing Jiang Ye's interest, he quickly replied, "The person is Feng, a student from the Polytechnic University, hailing from an ordinary rural background." "Oh, a poor student warrants such a substantial sum? Are you certain he lacks connections?" Jiang Yi appeared skeptical. Liang hastily assured him, "I have done my research. He indeed has no background, though he does possess an exceptionally skilled female bodyguard. I do not know how he acquired her, but I have confirmed his ordinary status. He has crippled my son, and that is why I seek your assistance." "A female bodyguard who harmed your son? Intriguing. However, I never undertake uncertain jobs. Take me to meet your son. I will question him myself." Jiang Yi was not entirely convinced by Liang's claims. Liang, recognizing the careful nature of Jiang Ye's operations, agreed. Jiang Yi was notorious for his ruthlessness in the underworld and typically charged exorbitant fees, starting at 1 million for ordinary targets, with higher rates for those of significance. His preferences for cash and beautiful women were well known, making it essential for clients to either provide one or the other. Understanding Jiang Ye's desire to meet his son, Liang quickly took him to the hospital, where he inquired about the incident. Chen Xiao's account closely mirrored his father's, but when Jiang Yi learned that Feng's bodyguard was a stunning beauty, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "So, this Feng's bodyguard is truly remarkable?" "Indeed, Jiang Yi, I would never deceive you. She is exceptionally beautiful. I assure you, once you see her, you will be captivated. If you eliminate Feng, that bodyguard will be yours." Chen Xiao knew Jiang Yi's preferences and described the bodyguard in detail. Jiang Yi, evidently thrilled, exclaimed, "You have piqued my interest. I will take on this job." "Thank you, Jiang Yi." Chen Xiao rejoiced at his growing enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Feng lay on his stomach, calling forth 5 mystical needles, while Jiao Chan expertly massaged his back. The sensation was exquisite, surpassing even the most skilled professionals. As he enjoyed the moment, he examined the needles, uncertain of their material composition, but unconcerned as long as they proved effective. Noticing the time, he suddenly grinned. "It is now 9 o'clock. Let us visit the old man and treat his granddaughter. Perhaps we can evade the system's task tonight." He recalled the system's directive to share a bed with Jiao Chan, a thought that disheartened him, thus opting to fulfill the task of healing the old man's granddaughter instead. Hoping to avoid discomfort that night, after calling the old man, he took a taxi to his residence. 10 minutes later, upon their arrival, the old man and his eldest son, Lu Guojun, awaited him at the door. Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh, you shouldn't have come to greet me." "No trouble at all. I am thrilled to hear you have a solution for Wan Xin's condition. Please come inside," the old man exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lu Guojun, however, remained skeptical, unconvinced that Feng could cure his daughter's terminal illness, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Had it not been for the old man's insistence, he would not have come to meet Feng. Feng was indifferent, following them inside, where the old man offered him a seat. "Wan Xin is showering. Let's wait a moment. By the way, Feng, do you truly have a solution?" Feng nodded. "I have a plan, though I cannot guarantee its success. We will have to wait for her to emerge for further assessment." He refrained from over-promising, aware that while the system indicated a good chance of success, uncertainties remained. Making bold claims could lead to disappointment if things went awry. Lu Guojun seemed to have little to say, or perhaps was reluctant to converse with Feng. He sat quietly to the side, sipping tea and reading the newspaper, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Despite the advancements of the internet, he still cherished the daily ritual of subscribing to a newspaper. On the other hand, the old man was quite talkative, keeping Feng engaged in conversation. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Feng turned to see Lu Wanchuan emerging in her sleepwear. In that moment, she resembled a water lily in full bloom, exuding an exquisite beauty. Even Feng, who had encountered stunning women like Diao Chan, found it hard to resist stealing an extra glance at Lu Wanchuan, as her attire was undeniably alluring. "Wanchuan, come here quickly," the old man beckoned. "You met Feng during the day. He claims to have a way to treat your ailment. Come, let us have a look." Upon seeing his granddaughter, the old man eagerly summoned her over. Perhaps due to her illness, Lu Wanchuan spoke little. Where her gaze met Feng's, she merely nodded politely before taking a seat beside her grandfather. Feng wasted no time and directly asked, "Sister Wanchuan, may I take your pulse?" Hearing Feng's request, Lu Wanchuan furrowed her brow slightly. Was this young man truly going to take her pulse? She wanted to decline, as he appeared to be nothing more than a student. How could he possess any medical knowledge? However, considering her grandfather's earnest desire to see her healed, she felt it would be ungrateful to reject his good intentions. After a brief moment of hesitation, she extended her hand. Feng offered her an awkward smile and gently placed his fingers on her delicate wrist. Truth be told, Feng was not well versed in pulse diagnosis. Fortunately, he had brushed up on the technique online before arriving, which prevented him from being completely clueless. As his fingers made contact with Lu Wanchuan's wrist, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, she was indeed a beauty. Her hand appeared as smooth and flawless as fine jade, evoking a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Yet, Feng felt a sense of urgency, for he had no actual knowledge of healing. He silently pleaded, "Dear system, please do not fail me now. You promised that as long as I take the pulse, you would analyze her condition." Thankfully, the system did not disappoint him. Within 5 seconds, a voice echoed in his mind, audible only to him. Analysis complete. The patient exhibits 3 severe conditions: leukemia, amenorrhea, and depression. Goodness, so many ailments? Feng exclaimed, startled. The 3 individuals present paused, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Fortunately, there were no others around. Otherwise, Feng would have been deeply embarrassed. The old man quickly inquired, "Feng, were these 3 diseases?" Though skeptical, he found the speed of the diagnosis astonishing. Just a few seconds to analyze everything? He had previously believed Feng's ability to heal him was solely due to the miraculous pill, but now, realizing he had overstepped, Feng quickly gathered his thoughts and glanced at them apologetically. Sister Wanchuan currently suffers from 3 ailments. First, there is a leukemia you are aware of, and secondly, depression. Sister Wanchuan, you likely do not speak much? At the mention of this, Lu Guojun was taken aback, for the very issue Feng raised had been previously mentioned by doctors. His daughter indeed had a high likelihood of suffering from depression, likely a consequence of her terminal illness affecting her mood. However, Lu Guojun remained silent. The old man, growing more anxious, pressed on, "What is the 3rd condition?" Feng hesitated, for this was a delicate matter. Feeling somewhat awkward, he continued, "The last one is somewhat difficult to articulate. It pertains to a woman's condition. I believe Sister Wanchuan is aware of it, as you do not have that normal physiological issue, correct?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wanchuan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained silent. In contrast, the old man and Lu Guojun appeared utterly perplexed, as they were unaware of this particular ailment. They stared at Lu Wanchuan, seemingly awaiting her confirmation. With her grandfather and father both looking at her, Lu Wanchuan reluctantly nodded. The old man was taken aback, while Lu Guojun's reaction was even more pronounced. Just moments ago, he had doubted Feng's ability to heal his daughter, yet now, after merely a few seconds of pulse diagnosis, Feng had identified 3 of her illnesses. His excitement surpassed that of the old man. He tossed aside the newspaper and rushed to Feng's side, asking Comrade Feng, "Oh no, Feng, do you have a way to cure my daughter?" Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Uncle, please do not refer to me in such a manner. Just call me Xiao Feng. I do have a method, but could you wait a moment? I need to call my master to ask how to resolve this issue. Can you give me a moment?" In truth, when Feng referred to his master, he meant the system. He intended to step aside and consult the system about whether the illness could indeed be treated. The old man and Lu Guojun nodded eagerly. "Sure, we didn't expect you to have a master. Thank you for your help." Feng nodded and stepped outside to a secluded area to consult the system, while the old man remained in a daze. He had not anticipated Feng's medical prowess. He had underestimated him before, but now he was curious about the identity of this so-called master. Lu Guojun also nodded in agreement. Indeed, to have such an accomplished disciple. His master must be extraordinary. I need to find a way to meet this remarkable figure behind him. Chapter 20. Velik unbeknonst Teufung. His casual remark had sparked speculation from both the old man and Lu Guojun, who assumed he indeed had a formidable master. As he engaged in dialogue with the system, it relayed, "You need only to cure her leukemia, and all her ailments will be resolved, as her depression is a result of this terminal illness. And the amenorrhea is similarly caused by the disruption of her vital energy due to the disease. That is all well and good, but how do I treat it?" Feng retorted with exasperation, feeling the system's explanation was somewhat redundant. The system responded, "Be patient. I will transmit the treatment method directly to your mind. You will understand shortly. Of course, curing an illness requires summoning points. Treating this severe condition will cost 5 points, while the lesser ailments will be 2 points each." Wait, are you serious? After all this, am I to work for free? Treating an illness costs 5 summoning points, yet completing the task only earns me 5 points? Are you toying with me? Feng exclaimed in frustration. The system replied, "Please do not think of it that way, host. After all, you have acquired medical knowledge. There are no free lunches in life. Every reward necessitates a prior investment." "Fine, you're the system, so I'll let it slide," Feng conceded. He realized he had already put on a facade in front of the old man and Lu Guojun. Even if he wished to backtrack now, it would be too late. He had to endure the system's demands. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified him that 5 summoning points had been deducted, leaving him with 0 points. Feng felt an urge to curse again, but suddenly perceived new information flooding into his mind. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and a vivid image materialized in his thoughts. After a while, he comprehended the information entirely. However, when he finally understood, he was left speechless, as the image had depicted the technique of using the 5 divine needles to treat leukemia. It seemed somewhat excessive, and he hastily addressed the system. "Are you trying to play me again? You want me to use the 5 divine needles to puncture her Chou and Ren meridians? If you keep this up, I won't hesitate to turn against you." The system chuckled. "Hey, host, you're misunderstanding the situation. This is a medical treatment. Without puncturing these 2 points, you won't be able to cure her. I abandoned this task." Feng was truly at a loss for words. Although he had previously been unaware of acupoints, the system had just informed him of the location of the Chengfu acupoint, instructing him to apply acupuncture on Lu Wanqin. He felt quite embarrassed. The system, however, remarked, "It doesn't matter if you choose to give up, but you have already boasted about your abilities. I am curious how you intend to conclude this situation. Moreover, can you bear to watch this young lady perish?" Feng realized that if there was a way to save her, he should seize the opportunity. Even if it was merely to satisfy his own curiosity, let's just consider it an act of kindness. "What did your master say?" After coming to terms with his thoughts, Feng entered the room. The elderly gentleman immediately inquired upon his arrival. With a wry smile, Feng replied, "He said that this ailment can indeed be treated, but it requires acupuncture, and I fear that Sister Wanqin may be reluctant. How could she possibly be unwilling? This is a treatment for her illness. Your master is truly remarkable for suggesting acupuncture. Although this method is traditional, if he has genuinely inherited the ancient techniques of our Chinese medicine, it may indeed prove effective." Upon hearing Feng's intention to use acupuncture, the elderly man felt a flicker of hope. After all, individuals of his generation tended to favor their own country's traditional medicine, which had produced numerous extraordinary healers throughout history. Perhaps Ji Feng's master was one of those exceptional practitioners. Ji Feng, however, had a different perspective. He turned to the silent Lu Wanqin, asking, "Sister Wanqin, the acupuncture technique may be somewhat awkward. I wonder if you would mind?" Lu Wanqin merely glanced at him without responding. The elderly gentleman interjected, saying, "I understand this old man. However, as a healer, one must prioritize the well-being of their patients. Ji Feng, do not concern yourself too much. I will speak on behalf of Wanqin. Indeed, Ji Feng, as long as you can heal my daughter, nothing else matters." Lu Guojun echoed the sentiment. He believed that a little awkwardness was inconsequential if it meant saving his daughter. What could possibly be more important than life? Though they appear to have no objections, Ji Feng was still hesitant when he noticed that Lu Wanqin remained silent. The elderly gentleman, perceiving Ji Feng's discomfort, addressed Lu Wanqin. "Wanqin, Ji Feng is here to heal you. You must cooperate with him. Do you understand?" Lu Wanqin raised her gaze to Ji Feng once more, lost in her thoughts. Then she stood and walked toward her room. Ji Feng exchanged glances with the elderly gentleman and Lu Guojun, and the elderly man chuckled. "This child is just like that. She hardly speaks to anyone except me, so please do not take it to heart." Ji Feng smiled in response. "You are too kind, elder. Sister Wanqin's condition is indeed pitiable. How could I possibly mind? But now," Lu Guojun interjected, "she has gone inside, which means she has not opposed your treatment. If it is convenient now, can you proceed with the treatment?" Ji Feng replied, "I am available at any time. Shall I go in now?" Upon hearing Ji Feng's readiness, both men expressed their enthusiasm. "Excellent. We appreciate your help. Could you accompany me inside?" Ji Feng looked towards Diao Chan, knowing that her presence would provide him with some comfort. Diao Chan, of course, had no objections and followed Ji Feng into the room. The elderly gentleman and Lu Guojun, though curious, understood that it might become inconvenient, so they waited outside. "Sister Wanqin, the acupoint I need to access is on your back. Please lie down. However, there are two acupoints that may be somewhat awkward. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. My sole intention is to treat you." Upon entering, Ji Feng felt it necessary to clarify his intentions. Although Lu Wanqin frowned, she remained silent. Diao Chan, understanding the situation, reassured her, "Miss Lu, my master is a man of integrity, and I am here as well, so you need not worry." Upon hearing Diao Chan's words, Lu Wanqin appeared to relax somewhat. She glanced at Ji Feng again, and, noticing that his gaze held no trace of impropriety, she finally lay down. Ji Feng breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Diao Chan, "Please lift her nightgown. I am about to begin." Diao Chan complied, fully raising Lu Wanqin's nightgown. Yifugong, with a flourish, summoned the 5 absolute divine needles from his system's inventory. He took a deep breath to calm himself, recalling the treatment technique he had envisioned moments prior, and promptly inserted the first needle into the 3 acupoints on her back. Although his technique lacked finesse, he had spent 5 summoning points to acquire the experience from the system, ensuring that the placement was accurate. Now, only the 2 Qingfu acupoints remained, which were indeed quite awkwardly positioned, located just below her hips. Ji Feng noticed that Lu Wanqin wore boy shorts, possibly due to her modesty. He remarked, "Sister Wanqin, please do not misunderstand. Accessing these 2 acupoints requires some adjustment, so I must gently pull your undergarments up slightly." Lu Wanqin remained silent, and Ji Feng was unsure if she consented. However, having already inserted 3 needles, he could not back out now. Steeling himself, he gently adjusted her undergarments. The adjustment revealed more than he anticipated, and Ji Feng felt his composure wavering, for Lu Wanqin was a striking beauty with flawless skin. He quickly diverted his gaze and focused on inserting the needles into the 2 Qingfu acupoints. As he completed the final insertion, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, do not remove the needles. The system is currently treating her." Ji Feng acknowledged and held Lu Wanqin's undergarments in place. Though it was a somewhat awkward situation, he had no alternative since Diao Chan was occupied holding up her nightgown, leaving him unable to free his hands. Soon, Ji Feng noticed a radiant glow emanating from the 5 needles, akin to an electric current, and he felt a vibration in his wrist. Lu Wanqin experienced a tingling sensation throughout her body and attempted to move, but Ji Feng quickly cautioned her. Sister Wanqin, please do not move, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing Ji Feng's warning, Lu Wanqin refrained from moving. After a tense 10 seconds, Ji Feng felt the vibration in his wrist subside, and the glow from the needles dissipated. Treatment complete. The patient is fully recovered. Host, please remove the 5 absolute divine needles. The system announced. Ji Feng promptly withdrew the needles and inquired, all done, Sister Wanqin. How do you feel now? As Lu Wanqin finished her treatment, she quickly adjusted her nightgown and tidied her undergarments before looking at Ji Feng, stating, I feel surprisingly light and, oh. Just as she spoke, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth and rushed to the restroom. Ji Feng was momentarily stunned, but then he noticed a red stain on her nightgown, instantly understanding. It seems she has truly recovered. Not only did she speak up, but her condition has also improved. The system has proven true. Diao Chan chuckled. Master, you were rather naughty just now, staring at her like that. Did you think I was unaware of your thoughts? Don't speak nonsense. I wasn't staring. Ji Feng felt embarrassed that Diao Chan had noticed his earlier lapse in decorum. Diao Chan merely joked, and seeing Ji Feng's discomfort, she refrained from teasing him further, saying, let us go and share this good news with them. It will surely astonish them. Chapter 21. A visit. When Ji Feng conveyed the news to the 2 men, they were indeed astonished. It took a considerable amount of time before the elderly gentleman exclaimed, good heavens! You managed to heal her in a single session? This is simply miraculous. Indeed, Ji Feng, you are truly the savior of our family. Lu Guojun exclaimed with palpable excitement. Shortly thereafter, Lu Wanqin emerged from the room, her complexion radiant, a blush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, yet a smile illuminated her face, marking a stark contrast to her prior demeanor. Grandfather, father, I'm feeling better, she exclaimed joyfully as she grasped the old man's hand. Witnessing Lu Wanqin's newfound eagerness to speak, the elder's excitement intensified, his voice trembling with emotion. Wonderful. Finally, it's all resolved. Heaven has truly smiled upon us by bringing forth a benefactor. Wanqin, quickly express your gratitude to Ji Feng. Lu Wanqin nodded and approached Ji Feng, extending her hand with sincerity. Ji Feng, thank you. Ji Feng took her hand. Though he felt the slickness of her grip, he refrained from indulging in the sensation. Merely smiling, Sister Wanqin, you are too kind. It was merely a trivial effort. Your recovery brings me great joy. You are such a good person. Please visit us often. With her illness behind her, Lu Wanqin had shed the shackles of her former depression, now exuding vivacity and charm, her smile captivating. It was undeniable that the system held remarkable powers. Ji Feng nodded affirmatively. Certainly, whenever I have the opportunity, I shall come to disturb you. Old man here welcomes you anytime. If you fail to visit, I might just send someone to bring you here. The elder chuckled heartily. Just as Ji Feng was about to respond, the system interrupted with a reminder. Host, do not forget the task regarding Diao Chan. If you do not return before midnight, the mission will be deemed a failure. Darn it, how frustrating. Ji Feng had intended to complete the task of aiding Lu Wanqin to sidestep the Diao Chan assignment. But the system had not forgotten and had now issued a warning, prompting Ji Feng to curse under his breath. He quickly addressed the elder and the others. I'm sorry. We must return home to rest. Return to rest? The statement seemed peculiar to them. Why were they in such a hurry to sleep? Yet, they could not press further, and seeing the time, Lu Guojun suggested, why don't you two rest here? We have spare rooms. Ji Feng hastily declined. I appreciate Uncle Lu's kindness, but I must return home as I have matters to attend to. After all, he had to sleep alongside Diao Chan. It was inconceivable for him to stay here. He could hardly explain that he intended to share a bed with Diao Chan. Observing Ji Feng's resolve, they refrained from insisting and promptly summoned a military-clad man to escort Ji Feng and the others home. Upon learning that Ji Feng had not only healed the elder, but also cured the young lady's terminal illness, the military man became intrigued by Ji Feng. During their brief conversation in the car, Ji Feng discovered that the man, named Lu Tianhao, was a special forces commander assigned to protect the elder and was actually a distant relative. His driving skills were exceptional, and he understood Ji Feng's urgency, arriving at their residence in under 10 minutes. However, just as Ji Feng stepped out of the car, Lu Tianhao suddenly remarked, "It seems someone is watching you." As soon as he spoke, Diao Chan also paused, glancing to their right. "Indeed, there is someone observing us." Having been ordered by the elder to ensure Ji Feng and his companion's safe return, Lu Tianhao swiftly exited the vehicle, gazing towards the source of the observation. Commanding, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Immediately, a group of over 10 individuals emerged from the shadows, led by Jiang Yi, who had received a hefty sum from Liang and was now investigating Ji Feng, having learned of his association with an extraordinary female bodyguard. Previously, upon discovering Ji Feng absent, they had remained in wait, armed with iron rods and various weapons. Jiang Yi scanned the group before his gaze fixed upon Diao Chan. Only after Lu Tianhao's inquiry did he regain his composure, demanding, "Which of you is Ji Feng?" Ji Feng, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you? You must be Ji Feng, right? Regardless of who I am, someone wishes to take your life. Tonight, you two gentlemen should surrender your lives, while this lady." Jiang Yi leered lewdly at Diao Chan. "If you comply and come with me willingly, I want to make things difficult for you." In response, Lu Tianhao chuckled, "I care not for who you are. Even if you plead for mercy now, there is no escape for you, for he is not someone you can touch. Who's this kid think he is? Does he not recognize Jiang Yi? Biang Yi Lafit, Unfazit. Sister, how many can you handle?" Disregarding their threats, Lu Tianhao turned to Diao Chan, knowing she was Ji Feng's protector and having noticed the lurking figures. He rightly assumed she was capable of combat. Though he admired Diao Chan's beauty, he held no inappropriate thoughts, treating her with respect befitting her status. Diao Chan smiled alluringly. "I am uncertain. If Brother Lu does not intervene, I believe I could handle them, though it would require some effort. However, with you here, I'm confident we could dispatch them with ease." "Very well, I too wish to stretch my legs. Let us resolve this swiftly and leave no one behind." Lu Tianhao responded enthusiastically. As soon as Diao Chan voiced her agreement, he charged forward. Diao Chan glanced at Ji Feng, flashing him a captivating smile. "Master, please step back." No sooner had she spoken than she darted towards the group. Jiang Yi and his men were taken aback by the audacity of these two, swiftly ordering his subordinates, "Deal with the two men, but do not harm the lady." As Jiang Yi retreated, his men advanced with weapons drawn. Lu Tianhao, a formidable special forces commander, swiftly incapacitated two of Jiang Yi's men with precise, efficient movements. Diao Chan followed suit, her movements far more graceful, akin to a butterfly in flight, as she effortlessly took down the leading attackers. Realizing the caliber of their opponents, Jiang Yi's men grew wary. Yet they were merely petty thugs. Despite wielding weapons, they fell before Diao Chan and Lu Tianhao in under a minute. Brute force was insufficient against true skill. Witnessing his men groaning on the ground, Jiang Yi's expression soured, and he promptly reached for his phone, seeking reinforcements. With a smirk, Lu Tianhao swiftly intercepted him. Seizing the phone, "What's this? Planning to call for help? I fear that by the time you do, there won't be anything left of you." "What kind of people are you?" Jiang Yi stammered, finally sensing the gravity of the situation. Lu Tianhao replied, "You dare to act without knowing who we are? Go check the license plate of that car." Prompted by Lu Tianhao's words, Jiang Yi approached the vehicle, and upon seeing the distinctive white license plate, his face drained of color, as if struck by lightning. Lu Tianhao knew he had recognized it. The elder's vehicle bore a special designation, well known to those in Jiang Yi's line of work. Patting Jiang Yi on the shoulder, Lu Tianhao inquired, "Jiang Yi, shall we now discuss who wishes to buy Ji Feng's life?" With a thud, Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, fully aware of the formidable individuals he had crossed. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly did not expect you to be associated with the former high-ranking official. I must confess that it was Liang from Chen's construction company who hired me to kill Ji Feng. To be honest, Jiang Yi had a solid reputation before and typically wouldn't betray his clients. But today he showed no hesitation in revealing everything, as he was genuinely terrified. Engaging with such a formidable character could lead to his immediate disappearance with just a word." Upon hearing this, Ji Feng narrowed his eyes into slits, muttering to himself. This bastard, he truly cannot change his ways. Now he dares to seek my life directly. Lu Tianhao remarked, I have indeed heard of Chen's construction company. It is quite reputable in Jiulong City. I never imagined you would have a grudge against them. However, do not worry. I will inform the old man, and he will surely assist you. Yet, Feng shook his head and replied, Brother Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but please do not tell the old man. I wish to handle this matter myself. This issue stemmed from his previous girlfriend, Tong Lan, and Feng did not want to burden the old man. Initially a rival in love, they had now become deadly enemies. Although this situation was not honorable for Feng, he felt capable of dealing with Chun Xiao and his entourage. Moreover, he believed that resolving this matter personally would free him from the internal conflict, thus declining Lu Tianhao's offer. Lu Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss in Feng's demeanor. He nodded and said, Very well, you may handle it yourself. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Afterward, he shared his phone number with Feng, who noted it down for future reference before Lu Tianhao approached Diao Chan, expressing his surprise at her impressive skills. Chapter 22. The pitiful landlord regarding a figure like Jiang Yi. While he held considerable sway in the underworld, he was insignificant in front of Lu Tianhao. Given Jiang Yi's apparent honesty, Feng decided not to pursue the matter further, allowing them to part amicably. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Tianhao departed, and Feng glanced at the time. It was already 11:55 in the evening. He hurriedly grabbed Diao Chan and rushed upstairs, exclaiming, Quick, let's go to bed. This caused Diao Chan to blush deeply. Although it sounded suggestive, they would not engage in anything inappropriate, as she understood that Feng was fulfilling a system task. The two rushed into the room, and without further ado, they jumped into bed. Feng checked the time, just 1 minute shy of midnight, and let out a long sigh, muttering, Damn system, you really know how to play. Diao Chan, lying beside him, chuckled softly, Master, if it weren't for the system's restrictions, would you do anything to me? Her voice was delicate, and upon hearing it, Feng turned to glance at her, only to find her face flushed, whether from embarrassment or exhaustion from their hurried ascent. He could not tell. Her breathing was also heavier, causing her chest to rise and fall rhythmically. Feng swallowed hard and replied, I would. Seeing Feng's immediate response, Diao Chan's face reddened further as she suddenly embraced him, saying, Master, you're so naughty, but I'm glad to be with you. I truly do not wish to be summoned back. Hong Chong has been an orphan since childhood, raised by a foster father, and I have never experienced such feelings. Feng felt a pang in his heart at her words and gradually tightened his embrace around her, which prompted a warning from the system. Lu Tianhao quickly returned home, but he informed the old man and Lu Guojun about the events that transpired. The old man was furious, exclaiming, How dare Chen's construction company target Feng? Do they have a death wish? Lu Guojun frowned. I know of Chen's construction. The owner is Chun Liang. My secretary mentioned him during the company registration, and I hear they're doing quite well. Lu Tianhao nodded. Yes, Chen's construction is indeed thriving. I am unsure how they ended up with a feud against Feng, but he is determined to handle it himself. The old man pondered, Feng possesses some capability, although we are unaware of his background. Since he has expressed his desire for us not to intervene, let us respect his wishes for now. However, if he encounters any insurmountable challenges, Tianhao, assist him as needed. Lu Tianhao replied respectfully, Understood, old man. I will keep an eye on him. After Lu Tianhao left, Lu Guojun asked, Father, who exactly is Feng? Should we investigate his background? The old man swiftly interjected, No, that would be disrespectful. He is our benefactor, and I suspect his background is substantial, especially regarding the master he mentioned. He must be a figure of incredible stature. We must not recklessly pry into his affairs. Upon hearing this, Lu Guojun conceded, recognizing the wisdom in his father's caution, thus abandoning the thought of investigating Feng, as he sensed that Feng's background was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, a shaken Jiang Yi rushed to the city center hospital, storming into Chun Xiao's ward, where Chun Liang and his wife were tending to their son. Seeing Jiang Yi enter, Chun Liang greeted him with a forced smile. Jiang Yi, has everything been taken care of? Without a word, Jiang Yi delivered a resounding slap to Chun Liang's face. nearly sending him tumbling to the ground, showcasing the force behind it. How dare you deceive me? You claimed the target was just a penniless nobody with no background. Yet here I am, facing an iron wall. Damn it, beat him. Jiang Yi cursed vehemently before kicking and ordering his subordinates to attack. Liang and his family were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Jiang Yi had suddenly turned on them. Jiang Yi, please stop. Liang's wife was too frightened to speak, while Qin Shao on the hospital bed pleaded for mercy. However, Jiang Yi barked to his men, make sure to beat this brat senseless. In no time, father and son were reduced to a bloody mess, and only then did Jiang Yi call off his men, seething. I truly desire to kill you all. After this, I feel somewhat relieved. Liang and his son, days from the beating, finally regained their senses and asked, Jiang Yi, what does this mean? Why are you asking me what it means? Jiang Yi retorted, kicking again. Do you know what kind of background Feng possesses? The retired elder. Lu Zhendong. Are you familiar with him? What? Are you referring to the former high-ranking official living in the Yuba community in the west of the city? Could Feng possibly be connected to him? Upon hearing that name, Liang's voice trembled. Jiang Yi glared at him. What do you think? If I suffer retaliation from them, you will be the first to pay the price. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. Watching Jiang Yi and his entourage depart, the Qin family was left in shock. Liang lamented. How could he possibly have connections with a former high-ranking official? How did I not uncover this? Oh no, this is disastrous. The next morning, Feng found himself unable to control his impulses, having unconsciously sprawled over Diao Chan in his sleep. To his embarrassment, he had also wet his underwear. Diao Chan, seemingly accustomed to it, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, Master, is this comfortable for you? Feng, feeling awkward, chuckled sheepishly. Well, it is comfortable, but you know how it is, we cannot really do anything, which makes it a bit frustrating. Diao Chan nodded in understanding, seemingly sensing Feng's reaction, and suddenly said, Why don't you? Why don't you touch? What? Upon hearing those words, Feng almost thought he misheard. It was not until Diao Chan pulled his hand onto her body that he realized it was real. As he felt a wave of softness in his hand, his mind went blank, and he involuntarily began to move. When he intensified his actions, a soft hum escaped Diao Chan's lips, sending a jolt through Feng's mind. It was overwhelmingly unbearable. His heart raced, blood boiling, yet he found himself unable to proceed further. Just then, Diao Chan wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. Huh? Feng was taken aback, feeling a fragrant softness invade his mouth, followed by Diao Chan's heavy breathing. He lost all coherent thought, merely standing there in a daze. Fortunately, Diao Chan released him quickly. Her face flushed as she said, All right, this counts as significant progress. We can't go any further. Is this comfortable, master? Feng finally came to his senses. Comfortable. As long as it's comfortable. I truly hope that the next time you summon me, the system won't impose any restrictions, allowing me to be yours. Diao Chan expressed her anticipation. Feng nodded, unsure of what to say, as he also wondered when he would be able to summon her again after she returned. It was Sunday, and Feng had lingered in bed before getting up to have breakfast with Diao Chan. However, just as they approached the landlord's house, Diao Chan suddenly halted. Feng asked, What's wrong? Diao Chan frowned and walked towards the landlord's yard to listen carefully. She then said to Feng, Master, I hear someone calling from inside. Huh? Isn't this the landlord's house? Feng hurried over to the door and listened. Indeed, he heard muffled sound from within. Sensing something was amiss, he called out a few times, but received no response. In a moment of urgency, he kicked the door open, only to be stunned by the sight before him. There, on the living room sofa, was the landlord, bound and exposed. The sight was so shocking that Feng stood there in disbelief. The landlord was completely unclothed, tied up in a manner that left nothing to the imagination. Without hesitation, he rushed in with Diao Chan, removed the towel from the landlord's mouth, and quickly untied her arms and legs. Feng grabbed the landlord's torn clothes, but they were entirely shredded. He had no choice but to pull over a nearby blanket to cover her modesty, before asking, What happened, landlord? The landlord burst into tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Feng seemed to piece together the situation and angrily exclaimed, Was it those dozen or so guys from last night? The landlord nodded. stifling her sobs as she recounted. Yes, those men. I had just finished showering and was about to rest when they barged in, demanding to know which room you were in. When I refused to tell them, they stripped me and tied me up, and then they all took turns tormenting me. Afterwards, they found my registration book and discovered your room number. By the way, who were they? Did they trouble you? Feng felt a surge of gratitude for the landlord. It seemed she had realized those thugs were after him and had chosen not to disclose his room number. Those scoundrels were truly despicable, attacking the landlord and leaving her here all night bound and cold. Feng's anger simmered as he declared, "They came looking for trouble with me, and I had initially planned to let them go, but now they will pay for their actions." Chapter 23. Regret realizing that the landlord endured suffering to protect him. Feng resolved to settle the score with those responsible. After comforting the landlord for a while, she finally calmed down but suggested, "Shouldn't we report this to the police?" Feng shook his head. "I doubt it would help. They dared to pay for my life and brazenly assault you. I believe they have connections. We must handle this ourselves. But those men clearly aren't good people. You are just a student. How can you confront them?" The landlord knew Feng was still a student and that his family circumstances were not favorable for taking on such a gang. Feng smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry about this. I'm not foolish enough to provoke them without a plan. Let's not dwell on that for now. Would you like me to take you to the hospital for a checkup?" The landlord shook her head. "I'm fine. A couple of days of rest will do. You two should go about your business. I need some time to gather my thoughts." Feng understood that the landlord was feeling distressed and decided not to press further, offering a few more words of comfort before leaving with Diao Chan. After they departed, the landlord cried for a while longer before heading to her bedroom, feeling a sharp pain that nearly caused her to stumble. Once outside, Feng and Diao Chan had lost their appetite for breakfast, their spirits dampened by the landlord's ordeal. "Master, should we deal with those thugs? They're truly worse than beasts." Diao Chan was furious upon seeing her fellow woman treated in such a manner and felt compelled to confront the culprits. Feng, however, shook his head. "Not for now. Given what happened last night, they won't be foolish enough to remain unprepared for retaliation. Let's wait a couple of days." Seeing Feng's determination, Diao Chan refrained from pressing the issue, deciding to follow his lead. She felt content in Feng's company, and they wandered without a destination in mind. Feng had initially considered returning home, but quickly realized that such a trip would incur significant travel expenses. He had already exceeded his budget this time, and another trip would mean next week's living expenses would fall short. Thus, he resolved to postpone his visit. As they contemplated spending some time in the park, Feng's phone buzzed. He pulled it out and was startled to see a text message from Tonglan. Upon reading the message, Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he grabbed Diao Chan's hand, urging her to run. Diao Chan, puzzled, followed suit without questioning, and once outside, Feng hailed a cab urgently. "To Tsuha, quickly." 50. The driver exclaimed, recognizing the urgency in Feng's demeanor. Feng was taken aback. Tsuha was only 5 kilometers away, typically costing 20 yuan. Now, this driver wanted 50? He felt like cursing but held back, tossing the driver 50 yuan. "Here, take me there as fast as possible." "Got it, hold on tight." The driver, seeing the money, shifted gears and sped off, startling Diao Chan, who was not accustomed to such rapid driving. "Buddy, you must have something urgent," the driver commented. "But don't worry, when it comes to driving in this area, I'm the best. You could trust me." The driver accelerated to full speed, conversing with Feng, clearly demonstrating impressive driving skills, as he deftly handled the vehicle without being distracted by Diao Chan's beauty. In a state of anxiety, Feng paid no heed to the words directed at him. His mind was consumed by the text message sent earlier by Tonglan. "Feng, you were right. I truly regret leaving you. I cannot ask for your forgiveness, but if there's a next life, I hope to be your girlfriend again, without ever betraying you. I am at the place where we began. Let's put an end to this." Upon reading the message, Feng's heart skipped a beat, not out of sentiment, but rather a sense of foreboding that urged him to rush over. The place where they began their relationship was precisely by the Tsuha Bridge, where they had their first date and subsequently became lovers. Thus, Feng instinctively thought of that location. True to his reputation as an experienced driver, they arrived at the Tsuha Bridge in less than 3 minutes. Here we are, buddy. As soon as they reached their destination, the driver began to speak. However, before he could finish, Feng flung open the door and dashed out, with Jiao Chan following closely behind. The driver sensed something amiss, for the bridge was already crowded with people, and some were even in the river. He hurried out of the vehicle, shouting, "What the hell? Someone's jumped into the river." The three of them sprinted towards a commotion. Feng spotted two young men pulling a woman towards the shore. As they got closer, he recognized the drowning individual. It was Tong Lan. Despite her betrayal, witnessing her attempt to take her own life out of guilt stirred a sense of compassion within him. He rushed forward, while a kind-hearted bystander hastily dialed for emergency services. "Tong Lan, what are you doing?" Feng shouted at her. One of the young men who had rescued her replied, "Are you a family member? Stop shouting and get her to the hospital. She seems to have no pulse." Upon hearing this, the driver suddenly interjected, "It might be too late for an ambulance. Get in my car." Feng quickly realized the urgency of the situation, scooped up Tong Lan without even thanking the two rescuers, and instructed the driver to head to the city center hospital. The driver appeared to be a good person. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he refrained from extorting Feng. Upon arriving at the hospital, he rushed inside to summon a doctor. The medical staff quickly emerged, wheeling Tong Lan away for emergency treatment. Feng turned to the driver and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The driver waved dismissively. "No need to mention it, buddy. Just doing a good deed. If I'd known earlier you were saving someone, I would have driven faster. By the way, here's my business card. If you need a ride in the future, just call me. I guarantee the best service. I've got other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Feng accepted the card, nodded, and thanked him again as he departed. "Master, who is that girl?" Jiao Chan inquired. Feng smiled wryly and replied, "She is my ex-girlfriend." After half an hour, Feng recounted the entire ordeal to Jiao Chan. She frowned and remarked, "What is wrong with Tong Lan? She betrayed you for money. Yet, you are truly kind-hearted to still wish to help her." Feng sighed, "Well, we did share a bond. Her attempt at suicide indicates her remorse. Although we cannot rekindle our relationship, it is still my duty to save her." Jiao Chan conceded, "That is true. She does have a tragic story. Oh, look, the doctor is coming out." With a sigh, she suddenly noticed the physician's approach. Feng rushed forward to inquire, "How is she, doctor?" The doctor shook his head. She was brought in too late. Water has completely filled her lungs and trachea. She has no pulse. I will see if Dr. Dong has any solutions. "Thank you, doctor." Feng expressed his gratitude quickly. Soon, a doctor in his 40s approached. Upon seeing him, Feng recognized him as the same physician who had treated his grandfather. The doctor, also recognizing Feng, frowned and remarked, "What brings you here?" Feng felt a bit awkward. He had not expected to encounter this man again, especially now in need of his help for Tong Lan. He forced a polite smile. "What a coincidence. I need your assistance. The person inside is my classmate." "Well, aren't you the miracle worker? Why don't you save her yourself?" Doctor Dong retorted, no longer in a good mood. Feng felt exasperated. He had no life-restoring pills at his disposal. However, he refrained from voicing his frustration and continued to smile. "Dr. Dong, you're quite the joker. The last time you saved my grandfather, luck played a significant role. Now my classmate needs your expertise. After all, you are the top doctor at the central hospital. Let us prioritize saving the patient. Her condition is critical," interjected another doctor, sensing the tension. Dr. Dong relented, aware of Feng's prior success with his grandfather. He nodded, "It is my duty to save lives. Young man, remember to temper your arrogance in the future. Understood?" Even though Dr. Dong's demeanor remained unwelcoming, Feng could not afford to be angry. He merely nodded in agreement. Satisfied with Feng's response, Dr. Dong headed towards the emergency room, hoping to salvage some dignity by successfully treating the patient. However, after more than 10 minutes, without any sign of him returning, Feng received a system notification: heal Tong Lan and humiliate Dr. Dong. Completing the task rewards 10 summoning points. Failure deducts 10 points. Feng was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of the task at hand. The system seemed intent on provoking animosity by compelling him to heal Tong Lan and simultaneously undermine Dr. Dong. Soon after, the emergency room door swung open, and Dr. Dong emerged, his expression grim. He had intended to save the woman and restore his reputation, but upon entering, he discovered she was beyond saving. Feng quickly asked Dr. Dong, "What is the verdict?" Dr. Dong glanced at him coldly and replied, "She could not be saved." This outcome did not surprise Feng. He had anticipated it after receiving the system's task. He sighed, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Does the host accept the task? Feng turned away and clicked to accept it, immediately noticing a deduction of 5 summoning points. A new image appeared in his mind, detailing the method for using the 5 absolute divine needles for healing. After reviewing it, he declared, "Let me give a try." This declaration stunned Dr. Dong, the other doctor, and the 2 nurses. Dr. Dong's expression soured further. "Young man, are you playing games with me?" Feng, feeling exasperated, was not attempting to provoke Dr. Dong. If the system had not prompted him to save her, he would not have intervened. Now, faced with the task, he could not simply abandon it and watch Tong Lan perish. "Dr. Dong, I am not trying to trouble you. There are matters I cannot explain, but please remain calm. I must go in and attempt to save her." With that, he ignored Dr. Dong's protests and locked the door behind him, insisting on privacy for his procedure. He instructed Diao Chan to assist by adjusting Tong Lan's clothing, and he began the treatment, relieved that the system's interference was minimal this time. As before, when he fully inserted the 5 absolute divine needles, a tremor coursed through his hands, and then 5 needles on Tong Lan emitted a flash of white light. This time, it took a bit longer. After half a minute had passed, Tong Lan suddenly sat up. On her way here, she had expelled some water, but now she was retching even more, and in an instant her eyes flew open. Feng quickly urged her not to move, and after removing the needles from her body, he inquired, "Tong Lan, why did you do something so foolish?" Tong Lan appeared somewhat dazed, staring at Feng for quite a while before finally responding, "Why did you save me?" Feng shook his head and replied, "What was the point of your actions? I have lost all dignity and have no choice but to die. I betrayed you for money and followed Chen Xiao, but he has now become a cripple. Yesterday, I don't know what madness possessed him, but he sent his men to bully me. What else could I do?" Tong Lan had regained her composure, and her voice was filled with sorrow as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Feng's eyelids twitched. "That scoundrel is truly no man. I will ensure he pays for this." He then turned to Tong Lan and said, "Let the past be bygone. From now on, you should live your life anew, as if the previous you has perished." Hearing Feng's words, Tong Lan suddenly asked, "Then, can you ever forgive me again?" Yi Fu smiled. "I have never blamed you. I merely lament how harsh this world can be. Now that you have awakened, live your life well and refrain from any more foolishness. If there is nothing else, you may leave." As Feng opened the door to exit, Dr. Dong and the others were still waiting outside. When they saw Tong Lan following him out, they were utterly stunned. "What is going on?" The young nurse beside them widened her eyes, as they were unaware of the previous incident involving the old gentleman, and thus were shocked. Only Dr. Dong, with a grim expression, glared at Feng and said, "Young man, art clearly a divine doctor. Why come here to toy with me?" "Ha ha, Dr. Dong, I mentioned I did not intend to toy with you. Some matters are beyond my explanation," Feng replied, genuinely at a loss for words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted him to undermine Dr. Dong, seeking to humiliate him. Feng felt speechless. It seemed the system was intent on his demise. Why must he be the one to strike down another? Perhaps, sensing Feng's thoughts, the system informed him that although Dr. Dong possessed commendable medical skills, he had indulged in too much illicit money, lacking integrity. It even transmitted vivid images of his corrupt dealings into Feng's mind. Upon seeing this, Feng felt a sense of clarity. It appeared the system was aware of everything, which explained its demand for him to confront Dr. Dong. Before Dr. Dong could utter a word, Feng's tone shifted, and he jested, "Dr. Dong, if you insist on claiming I am toying with you, then it is truly your own doing." "What did you say?" Dr. Dong, who had previously seen Feng's embarrassment and relatively amicable demeanor, was now taken aback by Feng's sardonic smile, realizing he had the audacity to claim he deserved it. This enraged Dr. Dong. Diao Chan, a character summoned by the system, could also hear its words, and understanding that Feng was completing a mission, interjected, Did you not understand? My master says you deserve it. With your skills, how can you still have the audacity to save lives? Dr. Dong's face twitched, and he glared at Diao Chan. Initially captivated by her beauty and stealing glances, he was now infuriated by her insult. Feeling humiliated, he retorted angrily, "You are merely seeking trouble. You are not welcome here. Leave at once, or I shall call the police." Feng internally lamented his predicament. But for the sake of the task, he stated, "You should be ashamed to call the police given your incompetence. If that is the case, it may save me the trouble. On the night of the 20th of last month, you were on duty in your office. You know very well what you did. And on the 3rd of this month, during the lunch break, you should also recall your activities in your office, not to mention the numerous other incidents. Shall we have a thorough discussion?" "You." At Feng's words, Dr. Dong trembled, his heart racing. As he recalled the passionate encounter he had with the head nurse during his shift on the night of the 20th and the substantial bribe of 30,000 yuan he received for a major surgery on the 3rd. He couldn't fathom how Feng knew these details, and the implication that he might know even more filled him with dread. Given the current crackdown on corruption, if anyone found out, it would spell disaster for him. "What's wrong? Are you still considering calling the police?" Feng asked with a smirk, noting Dr. Dong's fear. "But truly, this scoundrel has gone too far. What do you want?" Dr. Dong inquired anxiously. Feng smiled and replied, "I desire nothing. Simply stand at the entrance of the hospital and shout that you are useless and a fool. If you do so, I will refrain from speaking further. Otherwise, I am fully aware of more than a dozen unfavorable incidents over the past year." "Shit, you." Dr. Dong's eyes widened, ready to curse, yet he hesitated. He could not comprehend how Feng knew this, and the reality of his numerous bribes and inappropriate relationships with the head nurse and other nurses left him in a state of panic. If these truths came to light, he would face years of repercussions. Seeing Dr. Dong's hesitation, Feng continued, "By the way, on the 5th of last month you—" "Enough." Dr. Dong interjected, grinding his teeth. "Young man, remember to leave yourself a way out. Today you are getting the better of me, but one day it will be your turn." Feng shrugged. "I am indifferent. Do hurry, or you will lose your chance." Dr. Dong shot him a furious glare and indeed walked toward the entrance. The other doctors and nurses nearby were completely bewildered, unsure of what transpired between the two. Eventually, they witnessed Dr. Dong reach the entrance and bellow, "I am useless. I am a fool." His proclamation drew the attention of everyone present, including patients and their visiting relatives, as well as other medical staff who emerged to investigate the commotion. "Dr. Dong, what is going on?" Some doctors inquired, rushing over to him. Dr. Dong ignored them, instead fixing a furious glare at Feng and stating, "You young man, I will remember you." With that, he stormed back to his office, while Feng received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task. He smiled at Diao Chan and the others, saying, "Let's be on our way." Diao Chan felt elated, aware of Dr. Dong's true nature and delighted by the turn of events. She followed Feng out with a cheerful demeanor, while Tonglan trailed behind them, burdened by a heavy heart. As they exited, a young woman dressed in simple yet beautiful attire emerged from a nearby patient room. Her modest appearance only accentuated her purity. She had observed the earlier commotion and, seeing everyone disperse, rushed after Feng, calling out, "Excuse me, big brother, wait for me." Once Feng stepped out of the hospital, he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a girl around 17 or 18 years old approaching him. After assessing her, he realized he did not recognize her. Assuming she was not addressing him, he prepared to turn away, but she had already reached his side. "Excuse me, big brother, may I bother you for a moment?" Now certain she was indeed calling him, he asked, "Do you need something?" The young girl stated, "My name is Ji Yingying. I witnessed everything that just transpired. Brother, could you assist me?" Upon finishing her words, she knelt down. Feng quickly helped her up and inquired, "What exactly is the matter? Let's clarify the situation first." Suddenly, Ji Yingying burst into tears. "I saw you save this sister just now. Your medical skills must be extraordinary. My mother is gravely ill. I sought Dr. Dong's help, but he insisted on a bribe of 10,000 yuan, which I simply could not provide. Then he wanted me to be with him in his office." Ji Yingying could not continue, but Feng had already grasped the situation. He rubbed his nose and remarked, "That Dr. Dong is truly despicable." It seems the earlier confrontation did not suffice for him. Chapter 25. Regrets too late. Ji Feng did not refuse Ji Yingying. After comforting her, he took Tang Lan and left. Tang Lan requested Ji Feng to go to Tsuha Bridge, and he acquiesced. Upon their arrival, Diao Chan wisely stepped aside to admire the scenery, while Ji Feng and Tang Lan stood on the bridge, gazing blankly at the water below. After a while, Tang Lan finally spoke. "Zi Feng, Ima saw thee." Ji Feng glanced at her. Tang Lan's expression was somewhat grim. He felt a pang of empathy and replied, "You need not apologize to me. In matters of the heart, no one is truly at fault. I only hope you can find peace moving forward. Then, can I return to your side?" Tang Lan suddenly bit her lip and asked, yet she did not dare to meet Ji Feng's gaze. Ji Feng shook his head. "Although you have not wronged me, I have come to understand a profound truth. Love is like a mirror. Once shattered, can it ever be mended? The notion of a broken mirror reuniting is merely self-deception. Tang Lan, this incident has not only changed me, but has also imparted invaluable lessons. From now on, we shall merely be classmates." Upon hearing this, Tang Lan turned to Ji Feng, suddenly smiling. "Ha, indeed. Hearing you say that, I too have come to clarity. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. You still need to help that young girl. Go and attend to your duties. I will linger here for a while before heading home." Seeing Tang Lan urge him to leave, and noting her demeanor suggested she would not resort to drastic measures, Ji Feng nodded. "Very well. I shall head to the hospital. Let us forget the past and embrace a better future." Tang Lan smiled and nodded in silence. Ji Feng then turned and called Diao Chan to leave together. While Tang Lan watched their retreating figures, tears streaming down her face. "I truly made a mistake. Tang Lan, you were so foolish, sacrificing such a good man for money. You deserve this. Ji Feng, take care of yourself. Perhaps we shall never meet again in this lifetime." Tang Lan wiped her tears, suppressing her sobs as she gazed at Ji Feng's back, then waved her hand and disappeared into the crowd, vanishing from Ji Feng's life. "Master, I believe Tang Lan must regret leaving you. Your rejection must have saddened her." On the way, Diao Chan noted Ji Feng's refusal of Tang Lan's return and analyzed the situation. Ji Feng merely smiled and said, "In life, one commits many errors. Perhaps every misstep deserves forgiveness, yet acceptance is not guaranteed. I forgive her, but I cannot accept her back. It is not a matter of disdain. Rather, it is a question of principle." "What principle?" Diao Chan asked, blinking in confusion. Ji Feng replied, "It is not something that can be easily articulated. Perhaps you will comprehend it in time." Seeing Ji Feng's reluctance to elaborate, Diao Chan ceased her inquiries. Soon, they arrived at the hospital entrance, where Diao Chan suddenly halted and remarked, "Master, it seems someone is following us again." "What?" Ji Feng was taken aback, and following Diao Chan's gaze, he only saw passers-by, failing to discern anyone stalking them. Diao Chan said, "They are hiding. Should we pursue them?" Ji Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Not for now. Let us first attend to the hospital matter. Since they are merely observing us, I believe it is inconsequential. Let them be." "Understood, master," Diao Chan replied. Following Ji Feng into the hospital, in a corner, two figures stood. One was Jing Xiao, whom Ji Feng had encountered at the elder's residence, and the other was his subordinate. Observing Ji Feng and Diao Chan entering the hospital, his subordinate remarked, "Jing Xiao, this woman seems quite capable. She noticed us from such a distance." Jing Xiao nodded. "Indeed, this beauty possesses some skill. It appears she is indeed Ji Feng's subordinate. Have we gathered any information?" "We've only uncovered Ji Feng's background, but we have no leads on this woman. We even utilize connections within the police force, yet we still cannot trace her, as if she materialized out of thin air," his subordinate said nervously. Jing Xiao squinted in the direction Ji Feng had gone. "Humph. That Ji Feng is merely a poor boy from the countryside. I initially thought he had connections with the Liu family, but it turns out he simply saved old Master Liu by chance, gaining an undeserved advantage. However, I still do not understand how this beauty came to be his bodyguard. Yes, I find it peculiar as well, but we cannot ascertain her identity." Jing Xiao, "What should our next step be?" his subordinate inquired tentatively. Jing Xiao contemplated. The women I, Jing Dongsheng, set my sights on have never escaped my grasp. Even if they have some connection to the Liu family, my family possesses strength as well. Now that we have clarified that boy's identity, I doubt this beauty's background is formidable. Otherwise, how could she serve as Ji Feng's bodyguard? Let us return for now and discuss our course of action later. Upon entering the ward, Ji Feng and Jiao Chan found Ji Yingying leaning over the bed, speaking softly to a frail woman lying there. Upon hearing footsteps, Ji Yingying turned and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you truly came." Ji Feng nodded. "I promised I would come. This must be your mother?" "Yes, this is my mother. Her condition is dire. She has a brain tumor. The hospital has informed us that the success rate of the surgery is less than 20% and the costs are exorbitant. Only Dr. Dong claims to have a 50% chance, but I have already shared the rest with you," Ji Yingying said, her voice heavy with sorrow. The exorbitant surgical fees alone were beyond her family's means, which is why they had delayed seeking help until now. Before Ji Feng could respond, a nurse entered, glancing at Ji Feng and the others, and stated, "You must be the patient's family. You have exhausted your funds. If payment is not made, you must discharge today. Furthermore, this condition is beyond treatment. Remaining here is merely a waste of resources." Ji Feng frowned. "We understand." The nurse, disinterested in further conversation, delivered the message at Dr. Dong's behest. Initially, Dr. Dong had indeed taken an interest in Ji Yingying and, aware of her financial limitations, had deliberately demanded a bribe. Subsequently, he had made inappropriate propositions, expecting her to acquiesce when her mother's condition worsened. However, Dr. Dong had not anticipated Ji Feng's intervention, which had humiliated him, leading to his recent reluctance to act recklessly. Hence, he instructed the nurse to demand their departure. Once the nurse left, Ji Yingying broke down in tears. Ji Feng hurriedly reassured her, "Do not cry just yet. Let us think of a solution together." Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Ji Yingying hastily prepared to kneel before him. But Ji Feng quickly supported her, saying, "Do not do this. I understand your predicament, and I will find a way to help you." With tears in her eyes, Ji Yingying replied, "Brother Ji, my family truly cannot afford the expenses. If you do not save my mother, she will. Brother Ji, I beg you, consider our shared surname and help me." Ji Feng let out a long sigh and stepped outside to a secluded area of the corridor. Addressing the system, he inquired, "System, there is another person in need of treatment. Why have you not issued a task?" The system responded, "The system did not detect a task and thus cannot issue one." Taken aback, Ji Feng retorted, "Previously, you issued tasks for similar situations. Why not now?" The system explained, "This is determined randomly. Not every individual in need of assistance will trigger a task. If that were the case, I suspect you would be saving someone every moment." After contemplating the system's words, Ji Feng realized the logic behind it. However, he genuinely wished to assist Ji Yingying. Noticing her pitiful state and her attire, he discerned the dire financial situation of her family. Having been raised in a rural setting himself, he empathized with the anguish of poverty, realizing that Ji Yingying's family was likely even worse off than his own. Ultimately, they were of the same lineage, and he felt compelled to lend a hand. After a moment's thought, he asked, "If I wish to save her, is there a way?" "There is indeed a way," the system replied. "It requires the expenditure of 5 summoning points to acquire the treatment method. However, since no task was issued, you will not receive any summoning point reward upon successful treatment, resulting in a direct loss of 5 summoning points." The system further clarified. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ji Feng's eyes. "So there is a solution. No problem. It is merely 5 summoning points. I currently have 10 left, and after deducting 5, I will still have 5 remaining. Please provide me with the treatment method." The system responded, "Understood, host. Since you have made your decision, please navigate to the item section for the 5 absolute divine needles, where you'll find the relevant instructions." Following the system's guidance, Ji Feng promptly accessed the page for the 5 absolute divine needles. Previously, he had overlooked it, but upon inspection, he noticed 2 annotations. The first one was labeled weapon usage, which he clicked to find it empty. However, he lacked the time to delve into this further and quickly opened the second annotation. Treatment usage. Upon entering, he realized there were two categories: severe illness treatment and mild illness treatment. Ji Yingying had mentioned that her mother suffered from a brain tumor, which undoubtedly qualified as a severe illness. Thus, Ji Feng selected severe illness treatment, which indicated severe illness treatment requires the deduction of 5 summoning points. After taking the patient's pulse, the system will analyze the treatment method. Understanding this, Ji Feng promptly confirmed his choice. The system notified him of the deduction of 5 summoning points, but he had no time to mourn the loss as he hurried toward the hospital room. Chapter 26. Hard days upon arriving at the hospital room, Ji Feng wasted no time and instructed Ji Yingying to complete the discharge procedures. He had no intention of treating her mother in the hospital, feeling that he had drawn too much attention previously. He decided it would be best to conduct the treatment at home. Ji Yingying, now devoid of any options, complied with Ji Feng's instructions, and half an hour later, they completed the paperwork and set off for her home. The journey to Ji Yingying's residence was quite lengthy, taking a taxi approximately 30 minutes, and upon arrival, Ji Feng furrowed his brow at the environment. The surroundings were far more dilapidated than his own rented accommodations. Previously, he had considered his rented place to be old, but he now realized that Ji Yingying and her mother lived in even worse conditions. They resided in a decrepit urban village, nearly devoid of inhabitants, and the buildings could be classified as hazardous. The fact that anyone could still reside there underscored the severity of their financial struggles. Yifu sighed involubly, pondering how such a family could possibly afford exorbitant surgical fees. He assisted Ji Yingying in helping her mother ascend the stairs. Upon entering, Ji Feng was taken aback by the cramped quarters, which consisted of merely 2 rooms and a living area, all in a state of disrepair, devoid of even a television. The only appliances present were a light bulb and a rice cooker. The sight filled him with sorrow, prompting him to ask, "Yingying, how long have you lived here?" Ji Yingying, understanding his implication, replied sadly, "We have lived here for 3 years. Initially, there were plans for redevelopment, but they were abandoned, leaving us with no choice but to remain." "And your father?" Ji Feng suddenly realized he had not seen Ji Yingying's father. Upon mentioning him, Ji Yingying's expression darkened, and she began to cry. "My father passed away several years ago. Life became exceedingly difficult, so I moved in with a stepfather, but he has never cared for us. I'm sorry for bringing that up. Let's focus on treating your mother." Ji Feng quickly shifted the topic, not expecting Ji Yingying's father to have passed. Ji Yingying, anxious to proceed, assisted in moving her mother into the room. Ji Feng reassured her mother, "Do not be afraid. I will treat you, and you'll be well again." Ji Yingying's mother weakly nodded, "Thank you." Noticing her mother's fatigue, Ji Feng refrained from further conversation and swiftly took her pulse. Within seconds, the system analyzed the situation and provided Ji Feng with the treatment method. It dawned on him that the system had indeed been playing tricks on him. The acupuncture points for treating Tang Lan and Ji Yingying's mother were quite common and accessible, whereas the treatment for the elderly gentleman's granddaughter, Sun Wanqin, had required a more complicated approach. However, Ji Feng had no choice but to follow the system's instructions. He diligently applied the treatment, completing it in under 10 minutes. Yet, he noticed that Ji Yingying's mother did not rise as energetically as the previous 2 patients, but remained somewhat weak. The system clarified that Ji Yingying and her mother's impoverished lifestyle had led to malnutrition, which explained her frailty. Ji Feng's heart ached for them. What sort of life were they enduring? He sighed, "Auntie, I have treated your brain tumor, but your body remains weak. You will need to rest for a while." "Really? Brother Ji, how could it be so quick?" Ji Yingying's mother had not yet spoken when Ji Yingying was left in astonishment. To her, even a miraculous doctor could not possibly eliminate a tumor with just 1 treatment without surgery. However, Ji Feng could not explain, as it was the system's merit. To ordinary people, the tumor could not vanish so rapidly, but for the system, it was merely a trivial matter. With a mysterious smile, Ji Feng replied, "This involves profound medical principles, and I shall not elaborate. However, you must take good care of your mother and ensure she receives proper nutrition." "Yes, thank you, Brother Ji. I understand," Ji Yingying replied, her curiosity piqued about Ji Feng's enigmatic skills. After ensuring Ji Yingying's mother was taken care of, Ji Feng prepared to leave. Ji Yingying wanted to invite him for a meal, but he would not allow it, knowing their financial constraints meant even their own sustenance was a challenge. Ji Yingying and her mother expressed their immense gratitude with numerous polite words. Just as they opened the door to see Ji Feng out, a figure suddenly collided with them. Had it not been for Jiao Chan's swift intervention, Ji Feng might have been knocked over. "Dad, how did you come back?" Yingying boast, her expression betraying a hint of fear upon seeing the newcomer. Upon hearing the address from the other party, Ji Feng immediately recognized that it must be her stepfather who had returned. This man appeared rather emaciated, reeking of alcohol, clearly inebriated. He glared at Ji Yingying and exclaimed, "This is my home. Why can't I come back? Who are these two?" Upon finishing his sentence, Ji Yingying looked towards Ji Feng and the others. But when he laid eyes on Jiao Chan, he momentarily froze, his gaze shamelessly scrutinizing her. Ji Yingying quickly interjected, "They're my friends, here to help treat my mother's illness." However, the man seemed oblivious to Ji Yingying's words, fixated on Jiao Chan with an expression filled with lewdness. Ji Feng, initially inclined to greet him, frowned upon witnessing his behavior and said to Ji Yingying, "Yingying, we should take our leave." All right, brother Ji. Please be careful on your way. I won't see you off," Ji Yingying replied, appearing somewhat dazed. After Ji Feng finished speaking, he took Jiao Chan's hand and led her downstairs. Just as they reached the stairway, a loud crash resonated from Ji Yingying's front door, startling Ji Feng. Jiao Chan furrowed her brows and remarked, "Master, I have a feeling that man is not a good person. Are Yingying and her mother all right?" Ji Feng chuckled. "Indeed. He does not seem like a decent man. His gaze towards you is utterly inappropriate. However, he is still Yingying's stepfather. How could anything happen to them? Let's go." Yet, before they could take another step, a series of muffled sounds followed by curses erupted from within Ji Yingying's home. Ji Feng and Jiao Chan exchanged glances and hurried back, for the commotion was clearly emanating from Ji Yingying's residence. They did not knock, but listened at the door to ascertain whether something was amiss. Inside, they heard the angry shouts. "Damn it. You two have squandered all the money in the house. You wasteful girls." "No, Dad. Mom is ill and needs treatment. We had no choice." Ji Yingying's sobs could be heard. 3,000 yuan gone. What am I supposed to drink and gamble with now? I will beat you both to death." The voice of Ji Yingying's stepfather grew increasingly furious. "Dad, that money was earned by Mom. We have a right to use it. How dare you hit us?" Ji Yingying cried out. "You little brat dare to talk back? If it weren't for me, you two would have nowhere to live. And you, old woman, ever since you got with me, you've been sick. I can't even touch you. Why should I support you both?" His voice escalated. Hearing this, Ji Yingying seemed incensed. "You have no right to speak about my mother that way. She is ill. You are supposed to be her husband. How can you say such things? What husband? She's been with others for over a decade. Damn it. I've never even touched her. Today, I intend to enjoy myself. Consider compensation, but not with her, rather with you." As he spoke, a malicious grin spread across his face. "Dad, what? What are you doing?" "I am your daughter." Ji Yingying's voice trembled with fear. Her stepfather leered. "What father? Are you even my blood? Your mother and I are not married. To put it bluntly, we are not a couple. You, seeing how beautiful you are, I've long been unable to resist. You beast, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, Ji Yingying's mother's voice came through, sounding both angry and weak. "Let go of me," Yingying suddenly screamed. Then came the sound of fabric tearing. Ji Feng and Jiao Chan exchanged worried glances and hurriedly knocked on the door, but no one answered. Realizing that trouble was brewing inside, Ji Feng declared, "We must kick the door down." They both began to kick at the door, which was already quite dilapidated. And after a few strikes, it gave way. What they witnessed inside filled them with rage. Ji Yingying's stepfather had pinned her to the ground, having already torn down her faded sweatpants, revealing her black underwear. Ji Yingying's mother, whether having fallen or been pushed, was sprawled at the door, attempting to crawl over to save her daughter. Upon hearing the door crash open, all three turned towards it. Seeing Ji Feng and Jiao Chan return, her stepfather bellowed, "Stay out of this, or I will kill you. You beast." Ji Feng cursed loudly, seizing a nearby stool and charging at him. perhaps due to his drunkenness. The man was slow to react and was struck squarely by Feng, collapsing to the ground. Diao Chan, equally furious, rushed in and delivered a kick to his abdomen. The force of her kick doubled him over in pain. Feng quickly went to assist Ying, who, after putting on her sweatpants, burst into tears. Chapter 27. Disappeared previously, she had been reluctant to discuss her family matters, but after such an incident and being seen by Feng, Ying decided to reveal everything. Feng, upon hearing her story, clenched his teeth in anger. Ying explained that her stepfather frequently behaved this way. Although he had not dared to harbor strong intentions towards her before, he often abused both her and her mother. Every time he returned home drunk, he would go on a rampage, beating her mother. Ying could not stand by and would attempt to help, only to be struck herself. She had never anticipated that he would attempt such a thing with her. After comforting the mother and daughter, Feng approached her stepfather and said, "You scum. What you have done is unforgivable. What do you propose we do about it? Who are you to meddle in my family affairs?" The man retorted, still defiant despite being on the ground. Enraged, Feng kicked him twice more, and only after a considerable while did the man plead for mercy. After all, this man was merely Ying's stepfather, not her biological father, and given his actions, Feng felt no guilt in striking him. Looking down, he commanded, "Get out. Do not return here again. If I see you back, I will ensure you are left crippled. I won't come back. I promise." Terrified by Feng's aggression, the man, bruised and battered, fled. Feng then consoled Ying and her mother before departing with Diao Chan, feeling as though he had performed a good deed. Though he had deducted 5 summoning points, he felt no sorrow, having endured hardship himself and thus harboring a measure of sympathy. Without time for a meal, Feng and Diao Chan returned to check on their landlord. Upon entering the landlord's quarters, they found her preparing a meal. She appeared much improved, and upon seeing Feng and Diao Chan return, she eagerly insisted they join her for lunch. Feng accepted, considering it an opportunity to converse with her. Although the landlord had previously been stern about collecting rent, Feng now understood that her circumstances were dire, and after last night's events, he felt a degree of compassion for her. Thus, the entirety of Feng's weekend concluded. That evening, he once again found himself in accordance with the system's tasks, sleeping alongside Diao Chan. Having learned from the previous nights, he felt less anxious and even somewhat looked forward to sharing the bed with Diao Chan, a sensation that brought him comfort. The following morning, Feng found himself no longer sprawled atop Diao Chan, but rather lying beside her. However, he noticed that this morning, Diao Chan had turned over, resting her delicate leg across him. Feng chuckled, amused by her restlessness. At that moment, Diao Chan awoke, and upon noticing her position, she blushed and quickly retracted her leg, saying, "I apologize, master. I must have dozed off. It was unintentional." Feng replied, "There is no need to apologize." It felt rather pleasant. Upon hearing this, Diao Chan's face reddened, and she sighed, "Alas, today is the 3rd day. I will be summoned back soon. I truly will miss you, master." Feng suddenly remembered that the 3 days spent with Diao Chan had come to an end. A sense of reluctance washed over him as he remarked, "Indeed, time flies. However, this is the arrangement of the system, and I have no means to keep you here. I can only hope to summon you again next time." The two conversed for a while longer until Feng's alarm rang, prompting him to hastily get up and wash up. He then said to Diao Chan, "I must head to school now. You can either stay at home or chat with the landlord. It wouldn't be convenient for me to take you with me." Having been informed about his schooling, Diao Chan nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand, master. By the time you return, Hong Chan will likely have left. I will miss you." Ye Fu responded, "I will miss you too. Rest assured that we shall meet again." Hearing this made Feng feel a twinge of sadness. Indeed, by the time he returned from class, she would likely be gone. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After glancing at the time, Feng gave Diao Chan a few more instructions before turning to head downstairs to school. Upon arriving at school, a plump boy approached Feng, greeting him with enthusiasm. Feng, long time no see." Feng turned and smiled. "You fatso, you're back for vacation. Have you sorted out that mess?" The boy, named Fei, was a former high school classmate of Feng, and their bond had led them both to enroll in the same class at Jiulong Polytechnic University. Zhou Fei had taken a few days off previously, which is why he had just returned today. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "You wouldn't believe it. My dad found out about that mess and gave me a good beating. You fool chuckled. Serves you right for getting your girlfriend into trouble and then asking her to terminate it. You're lucky your dad didn't break you." Zhou Fei playfully kicked Ji Feng and said, "What the hell? Are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? By the way, where is Tonglan? Why isn't she here today? Did you get her into trouble too?" Only then did Ji Feng glance at her empty seat, assuming she hadn't arrived yet. "I'm not like you. I'm not that reckless. Tonglan and I have already parted ways." Zhou Fei was taken aback. "What? Did you two have a falling out?" Since Zhou Fei had been absent for a few days, he was unaware of the situation between Ji Feng and Tonglan. Ji Feng, feeling comfortable with Zhou Fei, shared the details. After listening, Zhou Fei was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "What on earth happened? Tonglan betrayed you? Damn, I was only gone for a few days, and things turn out like this. That Chen Xiao is outrageous. Ji Feng, just say the word, and I'll gather some friends to deal with him." Ji Feng shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't blame her. As for Chen Xiao, I want to let him off easy. Your support is enough for me. Leave the rest to me." For some reason, Zhou Fei felt that Ji Feng had changed, though he couldn't pinpoint how. The two continued their conversation until class began. Ji Feng soon realized that Tonglan had not yet arrived, and unease settled over him. He quickly called her, but the line indicated her phone was off. Shaking his head, he sensed that Tonglan had likely left. With a heavy sigh, he pondered how things had deteriorated so quickly. Perhaps this was the best outcome for them after all. Unbeknownst to him, it was already afternoon when two unexpected guests appeared downstairs. They exchanged glances before rushing upstairs. Listening outside Ji Feng's door, one of them whispered, "The woman is inside. Knock on the door." Diao Chan had been chatting with the landlord earlier and returned home after lunch. Feeling a bit bored, she had taken a nap and had just awakened to the sound of knocking. Responding, she opened the door only to have two figures rush in unexpectedly. Diao Chan was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" One of them replied, "Miss, our young master invites you to visit. Please come with us." Although Jiao Chan hailed from the Three Kingdoms era, she was not naive. Sensing the intruder's ill intentions, she firmly refused. "I don't know you. Please leave immediately." The intruders insisted, "Our young master is very sincere. We kindly ask the lady to cooperate and come with us." Diao Chan frowned, recognizing their coercive demeanor. It appeared they intended to take her by force. "I have already said I don't know you. Leave me alone. Don't force us to act, miss. I'll say it again. You must come with us today." The two men spoke with a tone of finality. Diao Chan stepped back warily, reiterating, "I'll say it once more. I don't know you, and I will not go with you." "Then I'm afraid we'll have to resort to force." The two lunged at her. Anticipating their move, Diao Chan confronted them, and a struggle ensued. The two men were decent fighters, but were no match for her skill. Soon, they found themselves pushed outside the door. Just as Diao Chan was about to close the door, one of the intruders brandished an electric baton and zapped her. Unfamiliar with such devices, Diao Chan was caught off guard and collapsed to the ground. The two men rushed in, grinning at the sight of her unconscious form. "Hey, this girl is quite tough. Good thing we brought our tools," one of them remarked. "Finally, we've completed our task. But honestly, she is stunning. If it weren't for the young master's orders, I'd have taken advantage of her myself." The other, equally captivated, swallowed hard. "She is incredibly beautiful. I hope the young master will let us have a taste afterward." As they rummaged through Ji Feng's room for rope to bind Yao Chan, they ended up tearing sheets to use instead. However, when they turned back to look at her, they were stunned. Where did she go? They had clearly seen her on the floor just moments ago, yet in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. They glanced at the door, which remained firmly shut as they had left it. "No way is this some kind of ghost. She should be unconscious for at least 10 minutes. Even if she woke up, we locked the door. There shouldn't have been any sound of it opening." The two felt an unsettling sense of mystery surrounding the situation. After searching for a while longer without finding any trace of Diao Chan, they had no choice but to return to report to young Master Jing. In truth, Diao Chan had been summoned back by the system just as they were searching for rope, which explained her disappearance. Upon their return, young Master Jing, seeing them empty-handed, sensed their failure and inquired, "Why didn't you bring her back?" The two averted their eyes, avoiding his gaze as they replied, "Young master, we had actually managed to stun her, but in an instant, she disappeared." They recounted the events in their entirety, leading to Jing Shao's furious response. "How dare you return empty-handed and offer excuses? A living person vanished right before your eyes, and you expect me to believe that?" Seeing Jing Shao's sudden anger, the two were taken aback. It was not just Jing Shao who found it hard to believe. Even they themselves were in disbelief. How bizarre it was that a living person who had just fainted could vanish in the blink of an eye. Jing Shao tapped his fingers on the table, and after a long pause, he said, "You too, remember this. I won't hold this against you this time. Since she has escaped, find a way to bring her back secretly. If you fail again, you know the consequences." Yes, we will not disappoint you again," the two replied, sighing in relief that Jing Shao was not angry with them. In the afternoon, when the last class had not yet ended, Feng's watch vibrated, indicating a system notification that the mission involving Diaochan had been successfully completed, yielding 5 summoning points and a mysterious gift pack. Upon seeing this, Feng realized that Diaochan had been summoned back by the system, and he felt a tinge of reluctance. However, he did not dwell on it too much, knowing it was beyond his control. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly opened the mysterious gift pack, astonished to find that the benefits of completing the task included a manual for using concealed weapons, 10 summoning points, and access to the system's storage space. Goodness, when did the system become so generous to bestow so many rewards at once? Feng murmured in delight. The system then informed him, "These rewards are randomly allocated by the system. Receiving them indicates that the host has good fortune." "Congratulations, host." Feng chuckled. "Of course, I have always been lucky. By the way, what is this storage space for?" The system explained, "It is quite simple. The host can store items from the outside world within the system. Currently, the storage space is at a beginner's level, only 20 square meters in size, but it will expand further with future upgrades." Understanding this, Feng quickly inquired, "So, I can store anything that fits inside? What about living beings?" Living creatures are not permitted. The storage space is intended solely for items." The system was nearly a loss for words upon hearing Feng's question. Slightly disappointed, yet relieved, Feng acknowledged that being able to store other items was still quite beneficial. At least he would have an invisible space for his belongings. "Yifugong, why are you talking to yourself?" Though Feng spoke softly, his deskmate overheard him and couldn't help but ask. Feng snapped back to reality and quickly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just memorizing something." He refrained from further conversation with the system and reopened the concealed weapon manual. The prompt read, "Does the host wish to learn the concealed weapon technique?" Without hesitation, Feng clicked yes. Immediately, a tingling sensation coursed through his wrist as an electric current surged into his body, quickly reaching his brain. Startled, Feng was relieved when the system reassured him, "Do not be alarmed, host. This is the system transmitting the concealed weapon technique to you. It will be over shortly." Reassured by the system's explanation, he relaxed, and the tingling sensation faded after half a minute, leaving him with newfound knowledge. As he closed his eyes, various techniques and moves materialized in his mind. Upon comprehending them, Feng smiled. "So this is the concealed weapon technique. It appears quite impressive." The system then stated, "The host has learned the concealed weapon technique. From now on, you can use any item as a concealed weapon, but the best option is the 5 absolute divine needles, as they're not only convenient, but will automatically return to the system after use, ensuring no wastage or detection by others." Elated by the system's explanation, Feng was pleasantly surprised to learn that the 5 absolute divine needles could serve as weapons, and they were not consumables. He promptly clicked on the page for the 5 absolute divine needles and opened the weapons activation section, where it prompted, "Use 5 summoning points to activate the weapon function." Seriously? I need summoning points to activate it? Feng couldn't help but exclaim. His outburst drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Realizing he had spoken out loud, he quickly stammered, "It's nothing, just continue with the class. I got bitten by a mosquito and couldn't help but curse. Let's get back to the lesson. Are there mosquitoes in the classroom?" His deskmate asked, bewildered. Feng shrugged and turned his attention back to the lecture, deciding it was best not to further explore the system for the time being. After class concluded, there was no evening study session. Fei, his friend, pulled him aside, saying, "Hey, are you feeling down because of the situation with Tong Lan? Talking to yourself during class? It's no big deal, bro. It's just a girl. How about I take you out to a nightclub to unwind?" Feng merely smiled, not bothering to explain. Initially intending to decline, he suddenly recalled that Jiao Chan had been summoned back, leaving him feeling somewhat bored at home. Thus, he nodded in agreement. He rarely visited nightclubs, as his family was not well off. Fei had taken him a few times, as his family was relatively well off, and he often invited Feng to hang out or dine together. The two went out for a meal, and as time went by, they headed towards the royal nightclub they had visited last time. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fei remarked, "Hey, Feng, do you want me to find a girl for you to ease your mind?" Feng shot him a look. "You fatso, always looking for girls. Does your girlfriend know?" Fei chuckled. "That's not the point. I'm just trying to help you out. Why are we talking about me? The girls at the royal nightclub are truly something special. Enough of that. I'm not in the mood for such things. I just want to relax with some drinks. Let us go." Feng knew Fei's character and couldn't be bothered to argue further as he walked inside. Fei rubbed his hands together, seemingly lost in thought. Once inside, they ordered some drinks and settled down. Feng immersed himself in studying his system, while Fei's eyes wandered around. "Wow, Feng, look over there. That girl is stunning. Wait for me. I'm going to charm her." Feng was startled by Fei's sudden exclamation. When he looked up, he saw Fei striding toward a beautiful woman who was drinking alone. Fei approached her and sat down beside her, saying, "Hey, beautiful, are you here alone?" The woman glanced at him but ignored his presence, continuing to drink. Undeterred, Fei persisted. After some effort, he finally managed to engage her in conversation and brought her over to Feng, beaming with pride as he said, "What do you think, Feng? I still got it, huh?" Feng shook his head with a smile, but when he looked at the woman, he had to admit she was quite attractive. Dressed in a red short skirt paired with black stockings, her figure was alluringly proportionate, exuding an undeniable charm. The woman said, "Come on, you promised to keep me company for drinks." "No problem, we'll drink with you until dawn," Fei replied, clinking his glass with hers. He then turned to Feng and added, "Hey, why are you staring at your watch? Didn't you hear her ask us to drink with her? Come on, stop fiddling with that old watch of yours. Tomorrow I'll get you a nice one. What is the point of that cheap electronic watch? Drink up." Feng was at a loss for words, fully aware of Fei's intentions. However, since Fei had invited him, he felt he should show some courtesy. With a glass in hand, one intended to strike up a conversation with the alluring lady, yet she remained silent, merely raising her glass to drink. Feng found himself at a loss for words. The beauty appeared to be in a rather sour mood. Before Feng could collect his thoughts, the lady poured herself another glass and clinked it with theirs before downing it in one go. Fei nudged him. "Stop dawdling, drink up." Feng chuckled and followed suit. An hour passed, and the trio had lost count of their drinks, but Feng observed that the lady hardly paused, consuming more than both of them combined. However, she soon leaned over the table, prompting Fei to smirk and say to Feng, "Ah, Feng, don't say I'm not looking out for you. This lady is a true gem. How about I let you have her?" Feng glanced at the woman. It would be a lie to say he was not intrigued, as it was only natural for someone his age to have such desires, especially after being teased by Jiao Chan in recent nights. Nevertheless, adhering to his principles, he shook his head. "Let us skip it, but I suggest you tread carefully. Don't let things get out of hand." "Huh, what could possibly go wrong? If you don't want her, then forget it. I can't wait any longer. I'll take her upstairs to rest." Fei seemed genuinely eager and, without further ado, assisted her towards the private room upstairs. Chapter 29. Stir in trouble, hey. Let her go. Just as Fei helped the beauty to the stairway, a sudden commotion erupted from the entrance of the nightclub, drawing everyone's attention. A group of individuals rushed in and, after shouting, swiftly made their way towards Fei. Familiar with this establishment, Fei instinctively understood the situation. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I was merely helping this lady who appeared intoxicated to rest," he quickly explained. Damn it! Before Fei could finish, One of the newcomers delivered a swift kick, while two others rushed to support the lady. Caught off guard, Fei was knocked to the ground, and before he could rise, several others lunged at him, striking him as he attempted to plead for an explanation. However, his words fell on deaf ears as they relentlessly pursued him, turning the nightclub into chaos. Outnumbered, Fei was soon surrounded and beaten. Feng furrowed his brows and dashed over, recognizing that these individuals were acquainted with the lady. Realizing Fei's intention to take her upstairs, they were no fools and understood his ulterior motive. "Stop! This is a misunderstanding," Feng shouted as he ran towards them. But upon hearing Feng's association with Fei, they turned their aggression towards him. Cursing loudly, Feng quickly dodged and grasped a bottle in his hand. Yet, he was no match for the assailants, and despite wielding the bottle, he was soon overpowered and brought to the ground. A spirited young man, he struggled valiantly, but the sheer number of opponents rendered him powerless. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Host, are you foolish? Have you not learned the use of concealed weapons? Why are you allowing yourself to be beaten? Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Feng realized his mistake. Protecting his head with one hand, he swiftly summoned the 5 absolute needles with the other, stabbing one at an adversary. "Ah, what the hell did you stab me with?" The man recoiled in pain, allowing Feng to seize the opportunity to escape. The others momentarily stunned. They quickly regrouped and lunged at Feng, who, now unafraid, waved his hand, causing 4 of them to collapse to their knees. The 5 absolute needles had pierced through their thighs, returning to his inventory. "What did you do to us?" They groaned, struggling to rise but finding the pain too intense. Feng merely shrugged, ignoring their plight, and turned his attention to Fei, who was still being circled by 3 assailants. Summoning 3 more needles, Feng launched them at the trio's thighs, causing them to join their companions on the ground. He targeted the thighs deliberately, knowing certain pressure points could be fatal. He had no desire to resort to murder over such a trivial matter. Seeing the 3 incapacitated, Fei rushed over, astonished. "What the hell, Feng? How did you do that? Why are they all kneeling?" Feng smiled. "I'll explain later. For now, we need to make our escape. These people are not to be trifled with. If their reinforcements arrive, we'll be in serious trouble." "Right, let us get out of here." Fei quickly agreed, recognizing the danger, and they hurried towards the exit. Just as they reached the door, a sharply dressed man blocked their path. "Gentlemen, you've harmed my fiancée and injured my associates. Are you just going to walk away?" Feng and Fei halted, taking in the man before them. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, impeccably dressed, with slicked back hair and polished shoes, exuding an air of affluence. Accompanying him was a towering black man wearing sunglasses, a quintessential bodyguard. The fiancée he referred to as undoubtedly the lady Fei had attempted to engage. Fei, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected. "I've already explained. It was merely a misunderstanding." "Ah, a misunderstanding, you say? Do you take me for a fool? We've been observing you from the entrance for quite some time. You think you can get away with intoxicated her and then attempting to take her upstairs? That's a misunderstanding?" The man regarded them with a mocking smile. Realizing the precariousness of their position, Feng stammered. "All right, since you've seen everything, nothing actually happened, right? I apologize, and we can put this behind us." "Put it behind us? How amusing. You've disrespected my woman and injured my man, and you think we can simply forget about it?" The man laughed derisively. "What would you like us to do?" Feng asked cautiously. At that moment, it was not the man who replied, but his bodyguard, who brandished a revolver at them. Reacting instinctively, Feng and Fei took a step back. Though Feng discreetly concealed a 5 absolute needle between his fingers, saying, "You resort to firearms? Surely, we can resolve this amicably?" Unsure if he could outpace a bullet with his newfound skill, Feng hesitated to act rashly. The man retorted, "You dare touch my woman and injure my men? The only fitting resolution is to break your arms and legs." Understanding that the situation had escalated beyond a mere misunderstanding, Feng braced himself for confrontation, while Fei, visibly shaken, quickly offered, "I'll pay. How much do you want? Money? Huh, I have no interest in money. Do I look like someone who lacks it?" The man scoffed. At that moment, the nightclub manager, accompanied by a dozen security personnel, approached. Recognizing the young man, he greeted him warmly. "Ah, young Master Liu. It has been quite some time. What seems to be the issue here?" Upon seeing the manager, Liu Xiaoyu paused, then recalled. "Ah, Manager Zhang. I just returned to the country. My fiancé, he came here for a night out and unexpectedly ran into these two. How do you suggest we handle this? Apologies, but this matter will be handled by us. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest upstairs." In truth, Manager Zhang had witnessed the unfolding events from early on, but refrained from intervening until he recognized Liu Xiaoyu. Upon realizing the situation, he hastily rushed out. In nightclubs, such occurrences are not uncommon, and typically, they do not warrant attention. Patrons usually settle down after a brief uproar. However, he never anticipated that it would escalate to involve Liu Xiaoyu. If he did not step in, it could lead to serious complications. Liu Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, entrusting the matter to Zhang and expressing his hope that Manager Zhang would resolve it satisfactorily, lest he be disappointed. After gesturing to his subordinates, they begrudgingly stood up, while two others assisted the woman in the red dress towards him. Liu Xiaoyu glanced at Feng and his companion before taking his leave. "Take care, Liu Xiao," Manager Zhang called out urgently. Once they departed, Zhang turned to Feng and his friend, saying, "You two young rascals dared to provoke Liu Xiao. It's not that I wish to let you off, but I cannot afford to offend him either. Alas, it seems you are both out of luck." With that, the entire security team surrounded them brandishing electric batons. Feng surveyed the security and stated, "Do you truly believe you can restrain me? You young man, I just witnessed your skills on the surveillance footage. You employ hidden weapons, correct? However, even if you escape now, your future will be grim. This nightclub is under the protection of Master Jiang. I presume you have heard of his reputation?" Manager Zhang had closely observed Feng's capabilities, but was not particularly concerned about his escape, confident that Master Jiang's formidable reputation would instill fear in Feng. Yet, Feng chuckled. "The Master Jiang you speak of, is he not the one who collects fees to handle matters for others? Ah, so you are aware. Indeed, that is him. Now, you should obediently accompany us to the back room. At most, we shall cripple your hands, but should you dare resist, the consequences will be far graver." Manager Zhang's confidence swelled at Feng's recognition of Jiang. However, Feng's next words left him utterly astounded. "I was actually looking for him. Call him over. I have some accounts to settle with him." "What did you say?" Manager Zhang glared at Feng, bewildered. "I said, summon your Master Jiang. I have some debts to collect from him quickly, or I shall demolish your nightclub." Feng's desire to meet Master Jiang stemmed from his thoughts of a landlord, who had previously sent people to kill him. While he could overlook that incident, he had vowed to the landlord to avenge her after he and his subordinates had assaulted her. Manager Zhang's lips twitched. He never anticipated this young man would speak so boldly. In truth, he did not believe Feng would dare confront Master Jiang. He was merely posturing in an attempt to intimidate them into letting him go. Thus, he merely sneered and gestured for the security to seize Feng and his companion. Anticipating their disbelief, Feng had already summoned the 5 absolute divine needles. As they charged at him, he waved his right hand, sending the needles flying, causing the first 5 to collapse to the ground. The others, startled, quickly retreated, no longer daring to advance. Feng then addressed Manager Zhang. "I shall repeat myself. Bring your Master Jiang to me." Chapter 30. Summoning to Qiao reluctantly, they summoned Master Jiang. In fact, Master Jiang held a 20% stake in this royal nightclub. Thus, he was akin to its proprietor. Manager Zhang had hesitated to call him, fearing that such trivial matters would disturb Jiang. However, seeing the dire situation unfold before him, he realized it was unavoidable. Feng's hidden weapons were too formidable. After a wait of about 10 minutes, several autos came to a halt outside, and Master Jiang along with his men disembarked, making their way directly to the entrance. Manager Zhang hurriedly greeted them, though it was unclear what he relayed to Jiang. Master Jiang soon strode in, exuding an air of authority as he inquired, "Who seeks to settle accounts with me?" However, upon spotting Feng, he paused in surprise, questioning, "How is it you?" Feng smiled. "Of course it is me." "What a coincidence, Master Jiang. Let us set aside today's matters for the moment and discuss our previous accounts. The previous accounts? Young man, I have inquired about you. You are not connected to the Chief Liu, are you? Following his descent, Master Jiang had indeed conducted some inquiries and discovered that Feng had merely healed old Liu's ailment, thereby establishing that tenuous connection. With this revelation, Jiang's apprehension dissipated. As long as Feng was not a relative or descendant of the Liu family, he would not feel overly intimidated. Yifu chuckled. It seems you have been investigating me discreetly. True, my ties to the old chief are minimal, but to deal with someone like you, I require no such connections. I had intended to seek you out, yet here you are, conveniently presenting yourself. Master Jiang scrutinized Feng for a moment before responding, Young man, what do you mean by that? Do you truly believe the Jiang family is afraid of you? Last time, I accepted money with the intent to eliminate you. But do not mistake my leniency for weakness. I have spared you. Master Jiang possesses a remarkable memory. However, I was not referring to your intent to kill me. Surely you recall your actions that night? Feng reminded him, sensing that Jiang assumed he was merely referencing the attempted murder. Haha, I do recall that night. We had our way with a woman, your landlord, was it not? You do not intend to stand up for her, do you? Consider carefully. Since you have no substantial ties to old Chief Liu, I, Master Jiang, can dispose of you without much hesitation. Upon Feng's reminder, Master Jiang did indeed recollect the incident. He no longer felt particularly threatened. Feng was not from the Liu family, and as long as he handled matters discreetly, the latter would likely not pursue him too aggressively, given Jiang's solid standing in the area. Is that so? Then let us put that to the test. Feng had no desire to engage in further conversation. He was intent on dealing with this man. With that, he suddenly struck, launching the 5 absolute divine needles he had ready in his hand towards Jiang and his nearby subordinates. The needles, swift and subtle, were nearly undetectable. Before they could react, Master Jiang and 4 of his men collapsed to their knees. What have you done? Jiang grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down his brow as he glared at Feng. Manager Zhang rushed over to support Jiang, exclaiming, This young man employs hidden weapons. Master Jiang, you must be cautious. Damn, so it is hidden weapons. Attack him. Realizing the situation, Master Jiang rallied his men and the nightclub security to subdue Feng. Feng promptly summoned the 5 absolute divine needles once more to fend off the advancing assailants. The needles would return to his inventory after each use, which proved quite convenient for him. However, trouble soon brewed as the assailants appeared undeterred. Despite their fallen comrades, they continued to charge forward. Feng found himself slightly overwhelmed. Get back, Left Fei called out, retreating while clutching a bottle. Feng mirrored his actions, as the sheer number of adversaries, totaling over 20 and bolstered by Zhang's men, rendered their chances slim. They were aware of Feng's hidden weapons, prompting their swift advance. Feng could only make 2 attempts before losing his opportunity. He and Left Fei hastily retreated into the crowd, where chaos erupted as patrons witnessed the brawl. Wait for me, Feng urged Left Fei, and before the latter could respond, Feng dashed into the nearby restroom. He currently possesses a total of 20 summoning points. The only viable option is to summon a character from the system for assistance. After all, while concealed weapons are indeed beneficial, they become less effective when discovered by a larger enemy force. Without further contemplation, he quickly accessed the summoning page and clicked on character summoning. Please, let it be someone formidable, otherwise this could end poorly. As he muttered this, a flash of azure light appeared, and a woman in white materialized before him. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily dumbfounded. No way, another beauty? While he appreciated her presence, it seemed rather inappropriate given the circumstances. Had this been a different time, he would have been thrilled to see yet another enchanting figure. But now, with more than 10 of Zhang's subordinates outside, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, since she had already appeared, he inquired, May I know your name, fair lady? Perhaps sensing his urgency, the system immediately transmitted a series of commands into the woman's mind without his prompting. She stood still for several moments, lost in thought. It was only after a dozen seconds that she regained her composure, fully aware that he was her master. She promptly approached him and respectfully stated, I am the Chou. At your service, master. The Chou, the wife of Sun Tzu? Hearing her name left him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated summoning the renowned beauty from the Three Kingdoms. The Chou slightly bowed and continued, yes, master. My husband is indeed Sun Tzu, but regrettably he has met his untimely demise. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow graced her features. He was taken aback, realizing that the Chou had been married and that this was post-Sun Tzu's death. It seemed he had not summoned wisely this time. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and turned to the system, whispering, I say, system, as you can see, I am in danger. Summoning the Chou, while beautiful, will she be able to handle the adversaries outside? The system responded in a calm manner, rest assured, host. Although the Chou was merely Sun Tzu's concubine, as previously mentioned, all characters summoned are equipped with corresponding combat abilities. While her strength may not be overwhelming, it is certainly sufficient to deal with those outside. With the system's reassurance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to the Chou and said, you must understand your identity as well as mine. We can discuss matters later. For now, please assist me in subduing those outside. Yes, master. Da Qiao nodded, exhibiting the same succinct demeanor as Jiao Chan. As long as her master issued commands, she would comply without hesitation, a clear benefit of the system's influence. Pleased, he was about to step outside when suddenly a woman entered the restroom. He froze, as the newcomer was indeed a female. Upon noticing both him and a Chou, she halted for a full 5 seconds before exclaiming, ah, a pervert. He was taken aback, perplexed by her accusation. Had he done anything inappropriate? Why was she calling him a pervert? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He dashed outside and glanced at the door, women's restroom, in his haste. He had not considered the gender of the restroom and had mistakenly entered the wrong one. The woman, likely having seen him with the Chou, must have misconstrued the situation. Without dwelling on it further, he beckoned to the Chou and rushed out. Upon exiting, he realized that Zhuo Fei had been surrounded by the enemy. He instructed the Chou, take him down. Yes, master. The Chou nodded slightly before charging towards Zhang's subordinates. He too did not hesitate, summoning 5 divine needles aimed at 5 individuals. And as they fell, the Chou closed in. Before the adversaries could react, the Chou struck one on the neck, causing him to collapse. And then she lunged at the others. He continued to summon divine needles to target the remaining foes, leaving them bewildered by the formidable beauty aiding him. With the Chou's assistance and the divine needles, they dispatched the opposition in under a minute. He was pleasantly surprised to find a Chou not only beautiful, but also quite capable in combat. Her prowess comparable to Jiao Chan's, though her looks were slightly less striking. However, in the presence of other beauties, the Chou was undoubtedly stunning. Approaching her, he remarked, well done. I did not expect your skills to be so impressive. The Chou quickly bowed, replying, you flatter me, master. I would gladly face any peril for your sake. Her unwavering loyalty pleased him, and he smiled at her before turning to Zhuo Fei, asking, why are you still in shock? Feng, who is this beauty? Zhuo Fei finally regained his composure and immediately inquired about the Chou's identity, utterly captivated not only by her martial prowess, but also by her striking beauty. Noticing Zhuo Fei's fixation on the Chou, he realized the latter's allure had ensnared him. Zhuo Fei, though lecherous, was not one to employ unscrupulous methods, unlike Jiang. This was why he could recognize Zhuo Fei's nature, yet maintain camaraderie with him. With the adversary subdued, he felt a sense of relief and told Zhuo Fei, this beauty is my bodyguard. Quite lovely, don't you think? Zhuo Fei shot him a skeptical glance and replied, come on, buddy, you're kidding, right? How could she possibly be your bodyguard? I reckon you've charmed her somehow. He then approached the Chou, extending his hand. Hello, beautiful. I am Zhuo Fei, a close friend of Feng. What is your name? However, the Chou merely stared blankly at him before stepping beside Feng, obediently stating, master, I have taken care of these individuals. Do you have further instructions? Wait, what did you just call him? Zhuo Fei exclaimed, a look of disbelief plastered across his face. He had yet to speak when the Chou continued, I am merely the master's servant. No reward is necessary. I shall heed his commands without hesitation. Remarkable. Zhuo Fei gazed at Feng with admiration, hurrying to catch up with him. Feng, you've got quite the skill in charming women. Why haven't you shared your secrets with me? Tell me how you managed to win her unwavering loyalty. Feng chuckled and shook his head, having reached Jiang's side. He ignored Zhou Fei's inquiries and addressed Jiang. So, how do you find your subordinates' combat abilities? As I mentioned before, we need to settle this score. As Ji Feng concluded his words, he felt a tremor in his wrist. Quickly glancing down, he was astounded to discover that the system had issued yet another task, to recruit Elder Jiang as a subordinate. The reward for successful completion was 5 summoning points, while failure would result in a deduction of 5 points. Faced with this task, Ji Feng was at a loss for words. Why did the system always present such perplexing challenges? Recruiting Elder Jiang as a subordinate seemed utterly bizarre. Was he not supposed to incapacitate him or render his second-in-command useless? Why would the system issue such a task? Could he not simply eliminate him? However, recognizing that this was a directive from the system, Ji Feng resigned himself to the task, shaking his head in resignation. I offer you 2 choices. Either I eliminate you, or you become my subordinate. Kid, your words are rather audacious. Don't think that just because you've managed to take down some of my subordinates, you consider yourself the best in the world. Let me inform you, these are merely 1/3 of my men. I have already alerted my other subordinates. Prepare to meet your doom. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Elder Jiang's lips twitched, and he retorted angrily. Ji Feng smiled and replied, Is that so? In that case, I must act swiftly before your reinforcements arrive. Do not doubt my intentions. Once I eliminate you, I will seek assistance from the Liu family to smooth over this matter. Do you believe that? Elder Jiang instinctively recoiled as Ji Feng, seemingly conjuring a spell, produced a needle that glinted ominously in the light, measuring a formidable 15 centimeters. This was the 5 absolute divine needle, which had earlier pierced Elder Jiang's thigh. Upon seeing it again, the pain in his leg resurfaced, prompting him to exclaim, Kid, have you considered the consequences? Consequences? Have I not made myself clear? After eliminating you, I will directly seek assistance from the Liu family to resolve this situation. Do you truly believe this trivial matter would deter them from helping me? As he spoke, Ji Feng edged the 5 absolute divine needle closer to Elder Jiang. Crouching down beside him, suddenly, a cacophony of screeching brakes echoed from outside. Ji Feng turned to see several vehicles pulling up, followed by a swarm of men emerging, each armed with crowbars or iron rods. These were the reinforcements Elder Jiang had summoned, and Ji Feng was taken aback by their sheer numbers. Even with the Chou by his side, it would be a formidable challenge to contend with them, especially given the apparent weaponry they held. In a swift motion, Ji Feng seized Elder Jiang, pressing the 5 absolute divine needle against his neck. If you wish to avoid having your throat pierced, then command them not to enter. With his men arriving, Elder Jiang regained his confidence and smirked. Well, kid, this time I see no escape for you. Release me, and perhaps you will spare yourselves some pain. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival. Ah, kid, what are you doing? Just as he finished boasting, Ji Feng pierced his skin with the 5 absolute divine needle, commanding, Enough chatter, tell them to retreat. Ji Feng's sole focus was on ensuring their escape, allowing the matter of recruiting Elder Jiang to unfold in due course. After all, the system had not imposed a time constraint. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries, success seemed unlikely. Elder Jiang, now genuinely frightened by Ji Feng's determination, replied, Kid, do not act recklessly. If you kill me, you shall not escape either. I will instruct them to withdraw. With that, he gestured towards his men outside. Did you not hear? Withdraw at once. The subordinates, initially charging in with bravado, were taken aback by the unfolding scene and quickly retreated. Seeing them back away, Ji Feng called for the Chou and Zhou Fei to draw closer, then began to escort Elder Jiang towards the exit. Upon reaching a vehicle, he instructed Zhou Fei, Start the car. Prepare for our escape. Understood. Those Zhou Fei felt a twinge of fear. Witnessing Ji Feng successfully holding Elder Jiang at bay ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. After all, Elder Jiang was a notorious figure in the area, and engaging with him in such a manner was undeniably thrilling. He dashed to the driver's seat, a slight tremor in his hands as he started the engine. Ji Feng signaled for the Chou to enter the vehicle, followed closely by himself. While Zhou Fei took the wheel, the car surged forward, prompting Elder Jiang's men to scramble into their own vehicles in pursuit. Ji Feng flung open the door and kicked Elder Jiang out, directing Zhuofei, hurry to the Yuba community. Wait, you don't mean you actually know Elder Lu inside there, do you? Zhuofei paused, stunned at the mention of Yuba community. Initially, he thought Feng was merely boasting, but now doubt crept in as he considered the gravity of the statement. Why are you wasting time? Of course I know him. Hurry up, they're on our tails. Feng urged, his tone growing urgent. Zhuofei ceased his inquiries, pressing the accelerator as they sped towards Yuba community. Fortunately, he had some financial means and was accustomed to driving, so his skills were competent enough. Master, is this how fast a car can go? Da Qiao, feeling the rapid pace, anxiously inquired of Feng. Though the system had provided her with some knowledge, this was her first experience in a vehicle, and the speed was unnerving. Feng chuckled and offered further explanation, which calmed her nerves. Thankfully, Yuba community was not too far, and their pursuers were unable to close the distance. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Elder Jiang and his men were incensed, cursing, "Damn it, that kid managed to escape here. It seems we won't be able to deal with him today. What do we do, Elder Jiang?" One of his subordinates asked. Elder Jiang snapped back, "What do you think? That kid has crossed a line with me. I will ensure he pays. For now, we retreat. We cannot provoke anyone in this community." Soon, their vehicles vanished into the darkness. With a sigh of relief, Feng watched them depart and turned to Zhuofei, who was drenched in sweat. Though the encounter had been exhilarating, he was genuinely frightened. Had Elder Jiang and his men caught up with them, they would have faced dire consequences. Zhuofei, familiar with Elder Jiang's notorious reputation, understood the severity of the situation. Feng, they're gone. Should we hide in the community, or what is the plan? Zhuofei wiped the sweat from his brow as he asked. Feng shook his head. No need to go in. I wouldn't want to disturb anyone. Let us head back for now. Zhuofei did not argue, recognizing that the community was populated by influential figures. Entering at night would be ill-advised, and he still harbored doubts about Feng's connections to Elder Lu, suspecting that his earlier claims were mere bluster. After exiting the community, they hailed a cab and returned to their respective homes. Feng and Chou entered his room, where he felt a pang of nervousness, repeatedly glancing at the clock. He wondered whether the system would assign another absurd task that would compel him to share a bed with Chou. Once inside, Chou curiously examined her surroundings. Feng took the time to explain the modern trappings to her, and thanks to the system's input, she grasped the concepts quite easily. Ultimately, the system did not issue the anticipated task, alleviating Feng's anxiety over the prospect of sharing a bed with her. That night, Feng opted not to search for an additional room for her. Instead, he laid out a makeshift bed on the floor, considering the temperature was mild. Chapter 32. The task of earning money. The following morning, Feng was jolted awake by a series of shouts. He swiftly rolled over and leapt out of bed, only to find that Chou was missing. Her voice, however, echoed from the bathroom. Rushing in, Feng was met with an amusing sight that nearly made him laugh. Chou, having somehow activated the shower head, was drenched and shrieking in surprise. What on earth happened? Feng inquired urgently. As Chou saw Feng arrive, she hurried out of the restroom and pointed at the shower head, exclaiming, "I have no idea who is lurking in the shadows, secretly spraying water on me. Just a moment ago, while I was inside, did that hidden person see me?" Feng finally smiled, responding, "No, that is simply our shower head. You accidentally turned on the switch yourself. Let me show you." Feng then recalled that he had neglected to explain the usage of these devices to Chou, resulting in her inadvertently activating the faucet and mistakenly believing someone was watching her in secret. After Feng explained to Chou, her face flushed crimson, nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The things here are truly fascinating. There are many marvelous things. Take your time to explore. Please wait for me here while I fetch you a set of clothes, Feng decided, considering that Chou's attire was soaked and she was still dressed in traditional garb, necessitating change. However, when Feng returned with the clothes for Chou to change into, he couldn't help but grumble to the system. I say, "System, with the characters you summon for me, they always need new clothes. I'm running out of money here. If this continues, I won't even be able to afford meals." The system replied, "This is something the system cannot assist you with. Now that you possess this system, do you really fear not earning money?" Taken aback by the system's words, Ji Feng sighed. All right, it seems I can't rely on you either. I'll have to find a way to earn some money myself. Once the Chou had changed in her new outfit, Ji Feng entered the room again and looked at her with satisfaction, nodding yes. You look even more beautiful in this attire. You will certainly dazzle many eyes when you step outside. He had purchased professional attire for the Chou, as it was fitting for her role as his bodyguard. Yet, the outfit also exuded a sense of uniformity. Given to Chou's remarkable figure, even in a fitted blazer, the pink blouse seemed to strain against her curves. Her long, elegant legs, accentuated by Ji Feng's favorite black stockings, radiated an alluring mystique that made it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. Her long black hair cascaded down as per Ji Feng's request, bestowing upon her an air of mature elegance. The Chou smiled. As long as you were satisfied, master. For her, however, the outfit felt a bit too revealing. People from her era were not accustomed to such bold attire. Yet, out of respect for her master's wishes, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, merely feeling a bit out of place. As Ji Feng checked the time, he realized it was nearly time to head to school. Just as he was about to instruct the Chou to stay at home, the system issued him a task, prompting Ji Feng to exclaim in frustration, "Damn it. This is excessive, system. If you keep this up, I will become quite irate." The task assigned by the system was indeed demanding, requiring Ji Feng to keep the Chou by his side for a continuous 72 hours. While it was manageable at home, even sharing a bed with her, it posed a challenge at school. Nonetheless, the task's rewards were enticing. 10 summoning points, with a penalty of losing 10 if he failed. It seemed the system was not permitting him to refuse. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved to bring her along to school. The Chou, I must inform you that you should refrain from speaking too much while at school. Understood, master. The Chou replied with a nod. Upon arriving at the school gate, they spotted the campus beauty, Li Ting, stepping out her car. Although Ji Feng had encountered her previously at the elder's place, he had no intention of greeting her now. Just as they were about to enter the school, they were abruptly called out. Ji, wait a moment. Turning around, Ji Feng saw that it was Wang Hao, Li Ting's bodyguard, who had called him. Having exchanged a few words with him last time, Ji Feng approached and inquired, "Is something the matter, Brother Wang?" Wang Hao smiled warmly. "I was wondering if Ji remembers our previous conversation, where you agreed to let your bodyguard spar with me." Ji Feng recalled the conversation and replied, "My bodyguard had to attend to something and has gone home. When she returns, I will certainly arrange for her to spar with you." After hearing Ji Feng's words, Wang Hao glanced at the Chou beside him and asked, "This lady must also be your bodyguard, correct? You truly are remarkable. If I recall correctly, you have changed bodyguards 3 times, haven't you?" "Well, that's a long story I can't explain now. Perhaps another time." Ji Feng replied hastily, "I need to head to class." He was unwilling to reveal that these individuals were summoned characters, so he made a quick exit. "Make sure you remember," Wang Hao called after Ji Feng's retreating figure. In truth, he had no intention of sparring with Ji Feng's female bodyguards. In his eyes, only the impressive figure who had donned the guise of Guan Yu and the imposing man, Peng De, summoned previously, were worthy opponents. Although he found both Jiao Chan and De Chou strikingly beautiful, he doubted their ability to contend with him. Hence he refrained from suggesting a spar. Yifu Gong, uncertain of when he could summon more formidable experts, chose not to dwell on it. Once inside, Ji Feng noticed Li Ting glancing back at him, and he waved in acknowledgement. She nodded, but turned away, heading directly to her classroom. As soon as he entered, his classmates fixed their gazes upon him, or more accurately, upon the Chou behind him. Zhou Fei, ever the dramatic one, dashed over to Ji Feng, exclaiming, "Wow, Feng, how did you bring her to our classroom? Isn't she the beauty you were with at the nightclub last night?" Ji Feng kicked him lightly, retorting, "Get away. She is my bodyguard, not someone from a nightclub. Can't you speak properly? Seriously, you've really gone all out. Haven't you? A bodyguard, huh? I've never seen you with one before. Just tell me the truth. Is she a new girlfriend who knows some martial arts? And you're just showing off?" Zhou Fei was skeptical, fully aware of Ji Feng's family situation, and couldn't fathom how he could afford bodyguard. Ji Feng shrugged, "Believe what you want. Class is starting, so get back to your seat." Just as he was about to say more, the homeroom teacher entered, and Ji Feng felt a flutter of anxiety. The first lesson was with the homeroom teacher. which could lead to complications. The other subject teachers were inconsequential since they didn't know the students, but the homeroom teacher was familiar with everyone. Now that the Chou was added to the mix, he was uncertain about how to explain her presence. However, he had little choice and simply sat in the back row with the Chou. The homeroom teacher began speaking and soon noticed the Chou. "Ah, which class are you from, young lady?" he inquired, recognizing that this was not a large class and thus could easily spot a newcomer. The Chou looked to Feng for guidance, who thought for a moment and said, "Well, teacher, this student is my distant relative. She has just transferred to the computer science department and, having heard me speak highly of your lectures, couldn't resist attending." Upon hearing Feng's explanation, the homeroom teacher paused briefly before nodding. "I see. Since this student enjoys my class, she is welcome to audit here. I always welcome other students to join. Now let us begin the lesson." In truth, their homeroom teacher was a man in his 40s, possessing a strong sense of self-esteem. Upon hearing Feng praise him, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and even a tinge of pride. Moreover, upon realizing that this student was an exquisite beauty, he could not help but feel a sense of delight in having such admiration directed towards him. In addition, since students at their polytechnic university occasionally attended classes in other departments, he harbored no suspicions and instead devoted himself earnestly to his lecture, keen to leave a favorable impression on this beautiful student. The Chou was remarkably attractive, with flawless skin, although she was slightly over 24. No one would doubt her status as a university student. Classmates speculated about when this stunning beauty had transferred to their class, and it seemed that yet another spot on the campus beauty list would soon be filled. That day, aside from the homeroom teacher, no other instructors paid attention to the Chou. Even in a large lecture, she blended in seamlessly, successfully completing 1/3 of her mission. Later that evening, Zhuofei unexpectedly urged Feng, "Hey, how about we head back to the dorm and play a game?" Feng immediately realized Zhuofei was suggesting they gamble again. Each afternoon after classes, as long as there were no evening study sessions, they would indulge in games of chance in room 302. The participants were mostly affluent individuals who played high stakes, managing to avoid detection by the school. Feng had accompanied Zhuofei a few times, merely observing their extravagant games, and was surprised that Zhuofei wanted to return again. Zhuofei lamented, "Damn it, after I took my girlfriend out last time, my dad found out and cut my allowance significantly. I'm a bit strapped for cash, so I thought of this way to make some money." As soon as Zhuofei finished speaking, Feng felt a jolt in his wrist. Upon looking, he responded, "All right, let's go play a few rounds." He had triggered a new task, with the system urging him to gamble with classmates, aiming to win 50,000 yuan. Completing the task would reward him with 5 summoning points, while failure would result in the deduction of 5 points. This task invigorated Feng, as he was in need of funds, and he recalled a useful tool he had acquired previously, the 3 uses of the X-ray vision he had yet to employ. This might not only help him complete the task, but also yield a significant profit, if not now, when? As the 3 made their way to the dormitory, the Chou became the center of attention. While it was common for girls to visit the male dormitory, her stunning beauty was unmatched, drawing the gaze of many hormone-fueled young men. "Goodness, these guys are insatiable. I should have known better than to bring you along," Zhuofei muttered, feeling displeased at the sight of their eager stares. However, noticing Feng's lack of reaction, he inquired, "Aren't you upset that they're staring at your girlfriend?" Feng chuckled, "Didn't I tell you? She's merely my bodyguard. Their eyes are on her, and there's nothing I can do about it. Let us move on. No need to make a fuss." Feng felt a sense of immunity to such attention, recalling how much more exaggerated the situation had been when Jiao Chan had appeared. He pulled Zhuofei along, who was overly concerned when Feng himself was unfazed. Now, Feng felt a surge of excitement. If he could win 50,000, he wouldn't need to ask his family for money for the rest of the semester. Upon arriving at room 302, the games were already in full swing. 2 sentinels at the door recognized Feng and Zhuofei from their previous visits and welcomed them inside. Once they entered, they found 3 groups of players engrossed in various games, including several girls participating as well. "Wow, a beauty!" someone exclaimed, having spotted the Chou. His loud shout drew the attention of everyone, and they were momentarily captivated by her presence. It was only when Feng cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, everyone, please continue playing," that the crowd resumed their games, though many still stole glances at the Chou, unable to resist her allure. Feng, undeterred, joins with Fei in the ongoing games. He chose to participate in a game of Jiajin Hua, knowing his card skills were subpar and that this simple game suited the application of his X-ray vision. Stepping aside discreetly, he activated the X-ray vision in his inventory. A prompt appeared. "Would you like to use the X-ray vision once?" Feng affirmed, and another message followed. "Each use lasts 1 hour, after which it will expire." Satisfied with this duration, Feng calculated that if he played well, he should be able to complete the task within an hour. "Hey, what are you doing? It's your turn to speak," a fellow student interrupted, causing Feng to hastily deactivate the vision and turn around, realizing he had missed his turn. He discarded his hand and quietly inquired about the system to understand its mechanics. It turned out that using the X-ray vision required mental focus, necessitating him to visualize what he intended to penetrate. Feng promptly refocused, inexplicably glancing at the Chou beside him, silently urging himself to penetrate her clothing. As he concentrated, a vision of pristine whiteness filled his sight, an image he was all too familiar with from certain films. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Wow, how white." While the others were too engrossed in their game to catch his words, the Chou heard him and inquired, "Master, what did you say was so white?" Nothing." Feng stammered, flustered by a slip of the tongue. He quickly averted his gaze and resumed playing. As the next round of cards was dealt, Feng utilized the X-ray vision to glance at his opponent's hands. There were 5 players. His hand was a flush, while 2 others held a straight flush and 3 of a kind, leaving the remaining 2 with lesser hands. Feng quickly folded, unwilling to risk a significant loss, especially since the stakes were 50 yuan per round, and he only had 300 yuan left. The player with a bomb won nearly 1,000 yuan, igniting youthfulness and envy. After another round, he folded again, cautious not to gamble recklessly. After 2 more rounds, he had lost 200 yuan in total. In the 5th round, he glanced at his cards again and was pleasantly surprised to find 3 kings, while one opponent had 3 queens and another a straight flush, with the others holding inferior hands. Recognizing an opportunity, Feng suppressed his excitement and decided to raise his bet, as not looking at his cards would prevent others from suspecting him. He wagered his last 50 yuan, declaring, "Damn it, I've lost too many rounds today. I need to go all in." His statement was justified since he hadn't seen his cards yet, and no one questioned him. Looking into his pocket and realizing he was out of cash, he called out to Zhuo Fei, "Fatty, how much money do you have left?" "I'm all out." Zhuo Fei, engaged in another game of Do Di Zhu, heard Feng's plea and, without hesitation, produced 1,000 yuan, saying, "Wow, you've really become addicted, huh? But I like it. Just borrow from me if you lose." "Damn you, in your bad luck. Get lost." Feng retorted. Seeing this fellow's nonsense, Feng kicked him aside and resumed his play. Borrowing money was a common occurrence, so no one paid it much mind. Another person inquired, "It's your turn again. Are you not going to look at your cards?" Feng smiled and tossed out 50. "Not looking. Last time, I scared everyone off by peeking at my cards. This time, I'm going to take a gamble." Well, you've got guts," his companion remarked, also tossing out 50. After several rounds, the pot had nearly reached 1,000. 3 individuals glanced at their cards. 2 of them had low hands and promptly folded, while the third was taken aback, grinning widely. Free held 3 queens. He hadn't anticipated such a strong hand and bet 100, saying, "This hand is quite good. Aren't you two going to check your cards?" "Don't blame me for not warning you." Feng was certainly aware of the situation. He pretended to check his cards, stating, "As it happens, my hand is also decent. Since I've already put in so much, I'll continue to play." "Wow, you two are impressive. I must take a look too," the player with a flush said, examining his hand. "Huh, I've got a standard hand. Let us play." Though his flush was merely average, he came from a wealthy family and didn't think much of the stakes. Besides, he feared Feng and the other player might try to bluff him. Thus commenced the trio's back and forth betting of 100 at a time, quickly amassing several thousand on the table. Feng's borrowed 1,000 had nearly vanished. His neighbor remarked, "All right, I see you're running low on funds. Let us just reveal our hands." Feng and the other player nodded, and when the hands were revealed, it became quite entertaining. Feng was fixated on the player opposite him, who slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" Fortunately, this player was well off and didn't mind much. However, Feng was overjoyed, having won nearly 3,000 after accounting for his own contributions, thanks to the previous rounds. "You're quite the player. I didn't expect you to get it right this time." "Let's keep going." His companion chuckled as he patted Feng on the shoulder, and they resumed the game. After Feng had played 3 more hands, he finally drew a strong hand. In fact, his previous hands hadn't been that weak. He simply hadn't wanted a bluff, fearing suspicion from the others after a few consecutive wins. After over 40 minutes and more than 10 rounds, Feng looked at the pile in front of him. It had surpassed 9,000. Yet he felt anxious. At this rate, he wouldn't complete the task of reaching 50,000 within an hour. Did he need to use his Eye of Insight again? No. It was too precious to waste here. Feng hesitated, reluctant to expend his second use of the eye. He addressed the group. "Guys, I'm a bit tired of this game. How about we take a break?" Everyone seemed taken aback, and the long-haired player across from him said, "Your tone suggests you might want to play something bigger?" Feng hadn't expected the player to catch his drift. He chuckled, "Well, if everyone agrees, I would mind playing something larger." "Huh, of course we have no objections. I've been wanting to play big for a while. I was just afraid you wouldn't agree. Since you want to, let us go for it." "I thrive on excitement." The player on Feng's right chimed in. It appeared these players were quite affluent. Given their enthusiasm, it suited Feng perfectly. Just as he was about to speak, the long-haired player declared, "Since everyone agrees, let us play high-low with a base stake of 100. How does that sound?" Feng quickly nodded in agreement. Playing high-low could allow multiple rounds in a minute, and with 100 as the base, winning a hand would yield substantial returns. Although such stakes felt excessive, he had to comply for the sake of the task. Everyone nodded, and then the player shouted, "Who wants to play big?" His shout prompted inquiries about the game, and upon learning the rules, many were eager to join, clearly drawn to the thrill. The more players, the more delighted Feng became. Chapter 34. Playing big soon. 13 participants had gathered, while those remaining ceased their other games and flocked to watch. At this moment, 2 individuals who had been on lookout duty entered, noticing the excitement. They turned to the other 2 and said, "Damn it, it's your turn to watch." Checking the time, the 2 reluctantly stepped out to switch roles. Feng and the others confirmed no one else was joining, and they began dealing cards. Each player placed their bets before the cards were revealed. One player would act as the dealer, with the left side designated for high bets and the right for low. The gameplay resembled dice games, but substituted cards for dice. Once the bets were placed, everyone revealed their hands to see who had won. The winnings would be split among the victors. With many players, the game progressed quickly. After every deal, Feng would first use his Eye of Insight to assess his hand before placing his bet. This ensured he won every round, often with multiple players winning alongside him, as someone would always hit a good hand. Thus, no one noticed his advantage. The others relied solely on chance. Although several players would share the winnings, the game advanced rapidly, with as many as 3 rounds played in a minute. Eventually, they increased the stakes, and, after 10 minutes, Feng assessed his earnings, which had exceeded 30,000. However, with less than 5 minutes left on his Eye of Insight, he felt urgency and declared, "I have 30,000. Who wants to play a high-stakes round with me?" "What do you mean, my friend?" Some players looked at him quizzically. Feng placed the money on the table, explaining, "I'm suggesting that anyone willing to play a single round with me, let us have a classmate draw a card, and we'll guess the size of their hand. Winner takes all. What do you say?" "Wow, that sounds intriguing. I'll play." A crew-cut player suddenly threw 3,000 on the table and shouted, looking as though he had won a good amount earlier, "If uno did, all right. Let us play a round. Who will draw the card for us?" "You choose." The player nonchalantly grabbed a fellow student. "You'll be our card drawer." The student shuffled the cards and, seeing they were ready, randomly drew one from the middle and placed it on the table. Feng quickly used his Eye of Insight, declaring, "I choose high." "Well, if you pick high, then I'll go low. Let us reveal the cards." The player was straightforward, choosing low without hesitation upon Feng's declaration. As the card was turned over, everyone leaned in to see, and the crowd gave Feng a thumbs up. Wow, you're amazing. Tell me, is your master Gao Jin? The revealed card was the 8 of spades. Feng glanced at it, smiled, gathered the money on the table, and replied, I have no master. This is simply a game of chance. Host task completed. Reward, 5 summoning points. Just as Feng scooped up the money, the system notified him of his task completion, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at the time. It was about time for dinner. All right, it's dinner time. Shall we disperse? Hold on, my friend. After winning so much, how can you just leave? Let's play a few more rounds. The crew cut player, who had just played against him, tugged at Feng, clearly reluctant to let him go. Feng was taken aback. He anticipated their desire for him to stay. However, considering he had indeed won a substantial amount, it was difficult to argue against their reluctance to let him leave. Such was the etiquette at the gaming table. Chapter 15. Meeting the Elder despite his thoughts. Feng hesitated to voice such a request. Although Jiao Chan would likely acquiesce to his every whim, Feng was, after all, a novice in this realm, and such a demand felt beyond his capacity to articulate. Sighing in resignation, he ultimately deemed it too embarrassing to pursue. Master, what troubles you? Jiao Chan inquired, noticing Feng's unease. Naturally, he could not divulge his thoughts, merely shaking his head and responding, It's nothing. Please, sleep a little longer. It is still dark outside. With that, he resumed his engagement with the computer, aware that the system had not mandated him to remain in slumber until dawn. His primary objective was to complete the tasks of the night. With 2 more nights ahead, he pondered how he would endure this predicament. As it was Saturday, and he had no classes, Feng felt emboldened to climb into bed and sleep until noon when he noticed Jiao Chan had awakened. However, just as he was drifting into slumber, a knock echoed from his door. Assuming it was the landlord, he reluctantly arose, while Jiao Chan hastened to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a man clad in military attire, flanked by the landlord. Feng, now awake, recognized the man and exclaimed, Oh, it's you. This individual was Yang Lin, one of the military personnel present during the incident when Feng had rescued the elder. The soldier appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiao Chan, but quickly regained his composure upon hearing Feng's voice, stating, Mr. Feng, our elder requests your presence. He is aware that you have the day off and specifically instructed me to invite you. Realizing that the elder still remembered him, Feng felt inclined to accept the invitation, especially since he had no pressing matters to attend to. He glanced at Jiao Chan and said, Let's go meet the elder. Jiao Chan nodded obediently, refraining from inquiring about the elder's identity, simply following Feng's lead. The soldier promptly guided the way, and as Feng approached the landlord, the latter seized his arm, whispering, Hey, who is this beautiful lady? When did you bring her back? Feng chuckled softly and replied, She is merely a relative of mine. I have matters to attend to. I shall explain later. He felt it was inappropriate to elaborate further to the landlord and quickly joined Jiao Chan. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered an old-fashioned Jeep, a model long discontinued, yet surprisingly still in use. The soldiers swiftly opened the car door for them, and Feng, along with Jiao Chan, climbed inside without hesitation. The soldier then took the driver's seat and drove away. It was then that Feng noticed Jiao Chan, sitting beside him, appeared somewhat apprehensive, nervously clutching his clothing. He smiled reassuringly, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, Fear not, this is merely the most ordinary mode of transportation in our world, a car. It is akin to the horses from your realm, only far more comfortable. The girl cast a glance at him, and indeed, she opened her tiny thong. In truth, these fellows had engaged with numerous girls, yet they relished the thrill of having the other party perform, as it seemed far more stimulating than anything else, which kept their spirits high. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, Run, a teacher is coming. Just as the performance was about to unfold, the 2 lookout boys rushed in, panic-stricken. Upon hearing that a teacher was approaching, everyone felt a jolt of fear. They had just engaged in a high-stakes game, and now, with this new game, being caught would certainly lead to trouble. At that moment, everyone scattered in a frenzy, hastily fleeing from dormitory 302, and the girl quickly dressed before bolting outside. Ji Feng and Zhuo Fei hurriedly escorted Chou down another staircase to safety below, finally exhaling in relief. Wiping his brow, Zhuo Fei cursed, "Damn. Which fool decided to show up now? Of all times, why this moment? This is infuriating. I missed the most exciting scene." Ji Feng silently echoed his sentiments, but replied, "Come on, it's not a loss for us. I think the one who is most upset is that buzzcut guy. He paid up and still missed the show." "Huh, you have a point. Hey, since you won so much, you should treat me to a meal." Zhuo Fei recalled how Ji Feng had just won several thousand yuan and insisted on dragging Ji Feng to dinner. Ji Feng naturally had no objections, pulling out some cash as he said, "Here, take half of it." "What are you doing?" Zhuo Fei exclaimed, immediately pushing Ji Feng away. Ji Feng chuckled. "Don't get the wrong idea. This money was won, and without your loan 1,000, I wouldn't have won this much. You've looked out for me in the past, so it's only right I show my gratitude. Don't be shy, or I'll get upset." "Huh, you're quite touching. Do I look like someone who would be so polite?" Zhuo Fei understood Ji Feng's intentions and promptly accepted the money, fully aware that if he refused, Ji Feng would genuinely become irate. Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, I suspect you might have X-ray vision." "What?" Ji Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. As Zhuo Fei dragged him toward the campus exit, he continued, "You see, even though I didn't participate, I was watching you closely. You didn't lose a single round when comparing sizes. You always guessed correctly. Big with big, small with small. Then there was that guess about. What was it? The color of Xiao Yan's underwear. You got that right too. Unless you have X-ray vision, I can't think of any other explanation." Hearing this, Ji Feng finally relaxed. He had instinctively feared that Zhuo Fei had uncovered some secret, but it turned out he was merely analyzing the situation. Ji Feng wished to keep his system a secret, not only from Zhuo Fei, but even from his parents. It wasn't his selfishness. Ji Feng simply felt that the system's origin was somewhat mysterious, uncertain of its future implications. While it seemed enjoyable at present, one could never tell what lay ahead. Thus, Ji Feng remained cautious, unwilling to reveal his secret to those close to him. Once outside the campus, the two of them made their way to their usual dining spot. After the meal, Zhuo Fei intended to drag Ji Feng to a bar for some fun. But just as they exited the restaurant, he received a phone call from his girlfriend, urging him to return home. His girlfriend had recently gone through a miscarriage and was recuperating, so Zhuo Fei felt compelled to heed her call and quickly took a taxi back. Ji Feng and Qiao also returned home. As Ji Feng and Qiao alighted from the vehicle outside their apartment complex, they noticed the old man as bodyguard, Lu Tianhao, waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Ji Feng return, he promptly approached, "Brother Ji, you're back," surprised to find Lu Tianhao waiting for him. Ji Feng greeted him, "Ah, Brother Lu, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, the old man has an urgent matter that requires your attention. Last time, I forgot to leave you my contact information, so I had to resort to this rather clumsy method to find you," Lu Tianhao replied with a smile. "Yi fu bounced," inquiring, "What does the old leader want with me?" "I'm not entirely sure. You'll understand when you arrive." Lu Tianhao shook his head. Ji Feng held a deep admiration for the old leader, so upon learning he was needed, he didn't ponder too much and promptly got into the vehicle with the Qiao to head to the old leader's residence. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would spare him a misfortune. Upon arriving at the old leader's home, the elder greeted him warmly, and Ji Feng felt somewhat flattered by the attention. He approached. "Old leader, you're too kind. Why did you come out to greet me?" "It's nothing. I'm in good health. Please come inside," the old leader said, taking Ji Feng by the arm and leading him indoors. Upon entering, Ji Feng spotted the old leader's granddaughter, Lu Wanchuan, pouring tea and flashing him a sweet smile. "Ji Feng, do you still recognize me?" Ji Feng smiled back. "Sister Wanchuan, you're joking. How could I forget you after just a few days? You've become even more beautiful. You're quite the charmer. But truly, I must thank you. You cured my ailment last time, and now I sleep soundly and eat well," Lu Wanchuan said, her cheeks slightly flushed. The old leader laughed heartily. "Indeed, my granddaughter has blossomed since you treated her. Her spirits have lifted, which is just her nature. It's a pity she doesn't take after her father and prefers to stay by my side. She just wants to spend more time with you." Lu Wanchuan playfully pouted at the old leader. The old leader nodded appreciatively, yes. When I asked you to keep me company, you were reluctant. Your parents and uncle are always busy, hardly visiting me throughout the year. Now that you're here, it brings some liveliness to this old man. The two of them continued conversing before turning their attention to Feng. The old leader paused. Feng, why have you changed bodyguards? Feng chuckled. Oh, I was just fooling around. By the way, old leader, Brother Liu mentioned you needed me for something urgent. What is it? Feng quickly diverted the topic, unsure how to explain the bodyguard situation. The old leader didn't dwell on it either. Seeing Feng's inquiry, he replied, actually, it's nothing too pressing. I have an old comrade whose grandson is unfortunately unable to bear offspring. I initially hesitated to trouble you, but seeing my old friend in tears made me reconsider. Though the old leader didn't finish his thought, Feng understood the situation. The old comrade's grandson was infertile, and the old leader, recognizing Feng's medical prowess, felt compelled to seek his assistance. Feng truly didn't want his medical skills to be exposed. After all, if the system didn't issue a task, minor ailments would require 2 summoning points, while major ones would demand 5, which were precious resources he preferred not to squander. Moreover, those seeking his help were usually facing severe illnesses. Feng inquired, has he seen a doctor? How could he not have? He has tried everything, even the most renowned hospitals abroad, but to no avail. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the audacity to ask for your help. Feng, what do you think about this matter? The old leader wore a bitter smile as he looked at Feng, who sensed a deep bond between them. Feng was reluctant to agree, but found it challenging to decline, finally nodding. All right, since the old leader has asked, I'll take a look. That's wonderful. Thank you, Feng. But don't worry, this old fellow's family is quite wealthy. I'll help you negotiate a good deal later. The old leader's excitement was palpable upon Feng's affirmation, clearly indicating a strong relationship with the family in question. Very kind of you, old leader. When shall we arrange for the treatment? Feng inquired, noticing the old leader's enthusiasm as he waved his hand. The elder remarked, it is not urgent. They reside quite far away. I have heard they will come tomorrow for a gathering, and once it concludes, he will visit me. You may attend to his treatment then. At this moment, Liu Wanchuan interjected, Grandfather, I shall also be attending the gathering tomorrow. By the way, Feng, shall we go together? Chapter 36. Anger Taihu Mountain Villa is the most renowned scenic spot in Jiulong City. Typically, no ordinary individuals are permitted entry, as it serves solely for hosting various gatherings attended by prominent figures. Liu Wanchuan explained that the gathering she referred to was indeed at this Taihu Mountain Villa. Feng had heard of it before, but had never set foot inside, as his status did not grant him access. After listening to Liu Wanchuan, Feng replied, Sister Wanchuan, I believe I am not qualified to attend such a gathering. It would not be appropriate for you to invite me. Why not? You are a benefactor to our family, and with me accompanying you, it will be perfectly fine, Liu Wanchuan countered, dismissing Feng's concerns. The elder chimed in, indeed. Feng, you should accompany Wanchuan. This gathering will consist entirely of the offspring of wealthy families or influential figures, all young people. You have been busy with school. Consider it an opportunity to socialize. Seeing their encouragement, Feng, who had long desired to visit Taihu Mountain Villa, was intrigued by the prospect of mingling with the affluent second generation and the prominent figures of the province. Thus, he decided to accept the invitation without further hesitation, leaving his phone number and allowing Liu Tianhao to drive them back. Thank you, Brother Liu. Feng waved as they exited the car, and Liu Tianhao departed. Upon reaching the entrance of their apartment, they discovered their door had been forcibly opened. De Qiao noticed immediately, and Feng was taken aback, hastily opening the door to find the interior in disarray, as though it had been ransacked. Who the hell did this? Feng exclaimed upon seeing the chaos in his room. After a brief inspection, it appeared that nothing was missing, indicating that the intruders had specifically targeted him. He swiftly ran downstairs to inquire with the landlord about the situation. However, when he reached the landlord's door, he found it in an even worse state, as if it had been kicked open. His heart sank and he rushed inside. The scene within was more chaotic than his own home. Appliances lay shattered, and the landlord was nowhere to be seen. Landlord, landlady, are you there? Feng called out repeatedly, but received no response. He and Chou began searching the premises until Chou opened the bathroom door and exclaimed, "Master, she's here." Feng rushed over to find the landlord lying in the bathtub, which was filled with water, her head tilted back as if asleep. However, upon closer inspection, Feng's heart tightened at the sight of her injuries. Her body bore marks as if whipped. He and Chou hurriedly helped her up and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. After calling her name several times without success, Feng took her pulse, and the system automatically analyzed her condition. The patient has suffered severe trauma and multiple violations, resulting in physical weakness. Treatment requires the consumption of 2 summoning points. Those bastards! Feng cursed upon hearing the system's analysis. The landlord remained unconscious, and after venting his anger, he prepared to treat her. Thankfully, the system only required 2 summoning points, indicating her condition was not too grave. After selecting the treatment option, the method of the 5 absolute divine needles quickly imprinted itself in his mind. Feng, having grasped the technique, pulled back the blanket and said, "Landlord, this is necessary for your treatment." Feeling somewhat embarrassed upon realizing her vulnerability, Feng endeavored to focus solely on the task at hand. With the 5 absolute divine needles summoned, he began to administer acupuncture at 5 specific points on her body. The placement of these points was somewhat delicate, and Feng felt uneasy, especially as one needle was intended for a rather inappropriate area. Noticing his discomfort, Chou encouraged, "Master, focus on the task at hand. You're saving a life. Don't overthink it." Taking her words to heart, Feng nodded and requested, "Please help me adjust her legs slightly to facilitate the procedure." Chou complied without hesitation, and Feng ultimately proceeded to insert the needle, his mind racing with thoughts of how painful it might be if she were awake. Damn this system, he thought, frustrated that it seemed to delight in creating discomfort. As he pondered this, he felt a tremor in his wrist, and the 5 absolute divine needles glowed with white electricity. After a brief moment, the light faded, and Feng withdrew the needle. The landlord gradually opened her eyes, and he promptly inquired, "Landlord, you are awake. How do you feel now?" After regaining her bearings, the landlord sighed deeply upon realizing Feng was present but remained silent. Understanding her distress, Feng offered words of comfort until she finally spoke, "I am fine now. Thank you." Feng managed a weak smile, saying, "No need for thanks. Please, cover yourself. You might catch a chill." Chou quickly helped her with the blanket, yet the landlord appeared indifferent, even regarding Feng seeing her unclothed. Tears began to flow down her cheeks, which pained Feng's heart. Finally, he asked, "Who did this to you?" After shedding her tears, the landlord replied, "It was them." Feng's anger flared upon realizing it was the work of Jiang Yi and his associates. He understood they had come looking for him, and, finding him absent, had taken their frustration out on the landlord. He had previously dealt with Jiang Yi over the landlord's matter, and this felt like retaliation. Yet, the system insisted on having him recruit Jiang Yi as a subordinate. Overcome with rage, Feng stormed outside, declaring, "System, I quit. I must eliminate Jiang Yi. Let the task fail." The system responded, "This is within your rights as the host. You may choose to abandon it. I, too, support your decision to relinquish this task, as Jiang Yi is indeed infuriating." Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, you support me?" he questioned, feeling confused. "But you said I would lose 10 summoning points for failure. Are you mocking me?" "Not all, host. This task was triggered by your actions, and the system randomly assigns them. I support your choice, but that does not change the system's requirements. Failure will still result in a deduction," the system explained slowly. Feng, at a loss for words, realized that if even the system supported his intention to eliminate Jiang Yi, he would have to forego the task of recruiting him as a subordinate. Suddenly, Feng heard Chou's voice calling from inside, and he rushed in swiftly. There, he found the landlord clutching a fruit knife, intent on taking her own life. Feng dashed forward and snatched it away, exclaiming, "Landlord, what are you doing?" The landlord cried out, "Give me back the knife. What purpose does my life serve anymore? My husband has been arrested, and we are drowning in debt. I don't know when I will ever repay it. And now, I have been violated by these scoundrels twice. How can I possibly face the world? Sighing deeply, Feng felt a wave of sympathy for her plight. He recalled the times he had secretly berated the landlord for demanding rent, and guilt washed over him. It will be all right. Everything will get better. Trust me, okay? He continued to comfort her, urging Chou to help find some clothes for the landlord to wear. Gradually, she began to calm down, and after half an hour of reassurance, they helped her tidy the room. Thank you for your kindness. Though the landlord did not know who Chou was, she was grateful nonetheless. Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, landlord. You should rest well and remember not to do anything foolish. Believe that everything will improve. The landlord nodded, and seeing that she was indeed all right, Feng and Chou returned to their own room. Feng felt a deep sadness. The landlord's suffering was, in part, a consequence of his own actions. As the turmoil surrounding her was instigated by Jiang Yi, he resolved to eliminate Jiang Yi as swiftly as possible. For leaving him alive was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. After tidying up, Feng noticed that Chou was dirty and urged her to take a shower. He accompanied her to the bathroom, teaching her to use the water heater before stepping out. Suddenly, he remembered that Chou likely did not have any sleepwear. Oh no, I must buy her some, he thought. But since I want a few thousand this time, it wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he heard the system prompt him, causing him to freeze at the door. What did you say? The system has its own shop? Indeed, host. The system also has a shop. I refrained from informing you earlier because I noticed you had no summoning points left. You currently have 13 summoning points available for activation. This will eliminate the need to buy clothing for summoned characters outside. It is a convenience provided for you, the system explained. Feng was left speechless and cursed the system under his breath before inquiring about the specifics of its operation. If the system had a shop, there was no need for him to venture out and buy clothing, which could be somewhat awkward. Following the system's instructions, Feng quickly completed the operation, deducting 5 of his summoning points to activate the system store, and he eagerly selected the women's clothing section. When he clicked into it, he was utterly astonished. What on earth? This system is truly outrageous. How dare you sell such things? The shop was filled with an array of revealing outfits, including numerous transparent items, some of which Feng had never even seen before. He thought to himself, wearing these would be akin to wearing nothing at all. The fabric is hardly large enough to cover a palm. System, are you certain these can be worn? Feng could not help but inquire. The system replied nonchalantly, these are the garments set by the system. As long as you can purchase them, they will be worn. Why not give it a try? Feng raised an eyebrow. You really think I want to get killed for that? He chuckled. Let us not even discuss dressing them. Any request I make will be met with agreement. But you must understand, do not develop feelings for the characters summoned by the system, or you will be the one to suffer. Wait, what do you mean by that? Feng was taken aback, and soon realized what the system was implying. The system continued. Characters summoned by the system will be recalled in 3 days. If you develop feelings for them, what will happen if you can never summon them again? Will you not be hurt? Unless you break free from the system's constraints. Stop with the philosophy. I just came here to buy clothes. How do I purchase these? Feng was eager to shift the topic back to clothing. Seeing his reluctance to engage in further discussion, the system explained, simply select the outfit you like, and prompts will appear. You can figure it out yourself. Don't ask me everything. Feng found the system's laziness amusing. He randomly clicked on a set of pajamas, and the size and price were displayed. When he saw the price, he was taken aback. Wait, I have to pay with money. Correct. Once you confirm, the system will automatically deduct the amount from your account or bank card. It's quite convenient, the system clarified. Feng asked, all right, that's intriguing, but why does the system need money? Why not just use summoning points or give it to me for free? Money is far easier to obtain than summoning points, and the system has its reasons for requiring payment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain something, one must be willing to give something in return, the system stated seriously. Though Feng found some merit in that reasoning, he sensed something was off but could not pinpoint it. Regardless, he decided to select the clothing quickly, lest Chou finish her shower before he was ready. He browsed through the sleepwear options, unsure of which to choose. Finally, his gaze landed on a stunning white transparent nightgown, stylish yet undeniably risque. Ultimately, he could not resist purchasing it. The price was reasonable, comparable to that of a boutique, and upon clicking confirm, a delicate bag appeared in his hand. Startled, Feng opened the bag to find the nightgown he had just seen. Unsure whether his money had been deducted, he realized he had several thousand in his pocket and shrugged off the minor expense. He unfolded the nightgown, satisfied with his choice, and approached De Chou's door, knocking gently. "De Chou, are you done?" "Almost, master. Just a moment." De Chou responded, thinking Feng needed the bathroom. "Let me hand you your clean nightgown," Feng said. De Chou opened the door, surprising Feng. "Why did you open the door?" He stammered. "Master, you said you were giving me clothes. How would I take them without opening the door?" De Chou blinked innocently, as if her actions were entirely natural. Feng's eyes widened. De Chou was indeed bold, a stark contrast to Jiao Chan, who, while agreeable, did not exhibit such audacity. It seemed characters summoned by the system varied greatly in personality. "Master? Master?" De Chou called when Feng hesitated to hand her the nightgown. Her voice snapped him back to reality, and he quickly handed her the garment, remarking, "You have a lovely figure. Greetings, my master. How wicked you are." Upon seeing a smile from De Chou, she took the nightgown from my hands and closed the door, continuing with her washing. Feng slapped his own face, feeling a hint of heat, muttering to himself, "I never anticipated De Chou's figure to be so splendid. Perhaps even the current models could not compare to her form. It's simply unbearable." Before long, De Chou emerged, and Feng caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. He turned his head, unable to resist swallowing hard, for he found De Chou, adorned in this attire, even more enchanting than when she was unclothed. The sheer fabric added an air of mystery to her allure. "Master, do I look good?" De Chou, bolder than Jiao Chan, felt no embarrassment in wearing such a garment, twirling around in place. Feng nodded affirmatively. "You look splendid." "Hee, as long as it looks good. I never expected my master to be so mischievous, purchasing such a revealing outfit for me. By the way, how does my figure compare to that girl you saw this afternoon?" De Chou asked suddenly. Feng paused for a moment, recalling the incident earlier when some fellows had paid a girl to perform in their dormitory. Mentioning this made Feng's face flush, and he replied, "She cannot be compared to you. It is simply not on the same level." Master, you certainly know how to flatter." Suddenly, De Chou's joyful expression shifted as she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Feng frowned and glanced toward the door, soon catching the faint sound of footsteps. Initially, he thought it was merely a passerby from the neighboring room, but it quickly became clear something was amiss when he heard the sound of a door being pried open. He swiftly summoned the 5 absolute divine needles, while De Chou, alert, whispered, "Master, be careful. They must be the ones who sought us before." Feng nodded yes. "If I am not mistaken, it is undoubtedly Jiang Ye's men returning. Those scoundrels, I have yet to settle the score with them, and they dare to come back." As he spoke, the door creaked open, and intruders rushed in. Feng hastily retreated with De Chou, only to find 8 men clad in black, armed with weapons. "Who are you?" Feng inquired urgently. Without hesitation, the intruders opened fire upon seeing Feng at home, their weapons equipped with silencers, making no discernible noise. Realizing the danger, Feng pushed De Chou aside and quickly dodged, simultaneously launching his 5 absolute divine needles. Although his aim was compromised in such dire circumstances, he managed to strike 2 of them, causing them to drop their weapons in pain. Aware of Feng's skill with hidden weapons, the remaining 6 men dared not blink, unleashing a barrage of fire at him, leaving Feng no choice but to evade. However, the confines of the room proved too small, and as Feng sought refuge behind the bed, the assailants maneuvered to the other side, cutting off his escape. While De Chou did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, she recognized the danger and sought to evade, unable to retaliate. Upon spotting De Chou, one of the assailants leered, "This girl looks quite appealing. Let's capture her alive for Jiang Ye's enjoyment." With that, their firepower concentrated on Feng. In a state of desperation, Feng summoned his 5 absolute divine needles once more to attack, yet the assailants seemed unfazed by his hidden weapons. At that moment, 2 of them lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to end Feng's life, while the remaining 4 appeared to be baiting him into a trap. As Feng struck the 4, The two attackers opened fire from the side. "Master, be careful," the Chou cried out, throwing herself at Feng and pushing him aside. Taking the bullet meant for him. "Da Kiao!" Feng shouted in horror as he witnessed her being shot. In a fit of rage, he retaliated with his 5 absolute divine needles, successfully hitting the two assailants, causing them to drop their weapons in agony. "You bastards, I will make you pay." Feng's fury ignited, and he unleashed his needles towards the thighs of the remaining 6, rendering them incapacitated. Each needle penetrated their nerves, ensuring they would not stand again. Although Feng did not wish to take their lives, he understood that killing them would bring him trouble. Though he could seek help from the old man afterward, he knew that excessive bloodshed would complicate matters, even for the old man. Thus, he opted to disable them instead. The assailants writhed in pain, clutching their legs as they groaned on the floor, visibly suffering. Having neutralized the threat, Feng turned his attention back to De Qiao, only to find her missing. Chapter 38. Action. De Qiao had sacrificed herself to push him out of harm's way, but now she was gone, and Feng was filled with dread. Just as he pondered her disappearance, he felt a tremor in his wrist. System notification. De Qiao has perished and has been recalled by the system. Upon seeing this, Feng recalled the system's prior warning. Summoned individuals would be returned upon death. He quickly inquired, "Will she still be alive after being recalled?" The system replied, "Of course. Those summoned are from this world, but upon returning, they belong to another. These are not contradictory. Please rest assured, host." Hearing this, Feng finally exhaled in relief. While he was uncertain if he could summon De Qiao again, her selfless act left him unwilling to see her harmed. At this moment, Feng turned back to the assailants, approaching one and delivering several forceful kicks, stating, "You bastards have truly brought ruin upon yourselves. Today, consider yourselves incapacitated. Now get the hell out." The assailants, taken aback, never expected to be overwhelmed by Feng, who had turned the tables on them despite their weapons. In silence, they crawled out of Feng's room, nursing their wounds. Feng collapsed onto his bed, exhaling deeply. "This Jiang, you must be dealt with promptly. It cannot continue like this." Glancing at his remaining summoning points, Feng hesitated before preparing to summon once more. He aimed to see what kind of individual would emerge this time, contemplating an attack on Jiang Yi if the summoned being proved formidable. Upon accessing the summoning page, Feng selected to summon a junior character. In an instant, a figure materialized before him, enveloped in azure light. This time, a man appeared, dressed in battle attire, wielding a large blade, his presence even more imposing than that of the previously summoned character, Peng De. This figure was tall, robust, with a dark face and a thick beard. Although Feng did not know who he was quite satisfied with his imposing appearance, remarking, "This character looks promising. He should possess considerable skill." Feng refrained from interrogating the newcomer immediately, aware that the system was relaying information and directives. After approximately 10 seconds, the figure regained his composure, gazing at Feng before stepping forward and respectfully stating, "I, Zhou Tsang, pay my respects to my master." "Oh, originally, you were Zhou Tsang. No wonder you possess such an image. Although somewhat different from the portrayal on television, your martial prowess is commendable. Indeed, the system has not disappointed me this time." Upon hearing the name, Feng felt a surge of joy. Zhou Tsang was a renowned general beside Guan Yu, known for his formidable combat skills. He had not anticipated that after summoning Guan Yu previously, he would now summon his esteemed general. It seemed there was a certain fate at play. Zhou Tsang, having received the system's input, understood everything as clearly as the characters before him. He respectfully stated, "I am at your service, my lord." Feng nodded with approval, saying, "You are quite impressive. However, please hold on a moment." Now feeling more at ease, Feng, noticing Zhou Tsang's attire, promptly accessed the system store. He first selected a razor, followed by a tailored suit for Zhou Tsang. The convenience of a system store was remarkable, indicating a growing humanization of the system. Feng urged Zhou Tsang to shave and change into the new clothes. The transformation was striking, though his appearance might not rival that of Peng De. He exuded a more robust and formidable presence, resembling a bodyguard more than ever. However, after summoning De Qiao, The system informed Ji Feng that the task of keeping Chou by his side for 72 hours was nullified. He sighed with relief. It was better this way, sparing himself a failure. Otherwise, he would have faced a deduction of 10 summoning points, and with only 3 remaining, it would have been a precarious situation. He refocused on Zhou Tsang, saying, Zhou Tsang, tonight we are embarking on a significant undertaking. Are you prepared? Your command shall be obeyed. Zhou Tsang replied, without querying the nature of the task. Ji Feng nodded in satisfaction and dialed Lu Tianhao. Although Lu Tianhao served as a bodyguard to the elder, he possessed extensive knowledge of the area. Ji Feng intended to inquire about Jiang Yi's location. Lu Tianhao did not disappoint. After an hour of waiting, he returned the call with the information. Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang set off for the royal bar, where Lu Tianhao indicated Jiang Yi was located. This time, Ji Feng intended to confront Jiang Yi directly. After the deed, he planned to enlist the elder's assistance in managing the aftermath, confident that it would pose no issues. Given that Jiang Yi was a notorious figure in the underworld, Ji Feng had considered having the elder intervene directly, but he was not naive. The elder was a retired military veteran, and such direct involvement could lead to complications. As they hurried to the royal bar, Ji Feng received an urgent call from Zhuo Fei. Before Ji Feng could speak, Zhuo Fei's anxious voice came through. Something has happened, Ah Feng. My girlfriend has been kidnapped. What? When did this occur? And who is responsible? Ji Feng was taken aback. Zhuo Fei continued frantically, just recently. They informed me to go to room 501 at the royal bar, under the condition that I do not alert the authorities and must notify you. Otherwise, they will harm my girlfriend. Ji Feng realized with dismay that it was undoubtedly Jiang Yi behind this despicable act. Zhuo Fei's panic was palpable as he said, But Ah Feng, I do not know who they are, but they are clearly targeting you. It may be dangerous for you to go there. Ji Feng reassured him. Regardless of their intentions, I was already planning to go, and I cannot allow your girlfriend to be harmed because of me. Don't worry. I'm almost at the royal bar. Ji Feng understood Zhuo Fei's predicament and did not wish to prolong the conversation, so he ended the call. Anxiety gripped him. If they had captured Zhuo Fei's girlfriend, it meant they were well prepared and waiting for him. This venture was bound to be perilous. However, he felt compelled to act. Had they not taken Zhuo Fei's girlfriend, he might have delayed his confrontation with Jiang Yi. But now time was of the essence. He was aware of Jiang Yi's ruthlessness and had seen Zhuo Fei's girlfriend, a striking young woman. If those scoundrels resorted to heinous acts, Ji Feng would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. After a brief journey, Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang arrived at the entrance of the royal bar. Ji Feng turned to Zhou Tsang and cautioned, This is exceedingly dangerous. You must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be careless, or we shall meet our end. Zhou Tsang nodded solemnly. I understand. Please rest assured, my lord. If Zhou Tsang were to be recalled by the system, it was inconsequential. But the fate of Zhuo Fei's girlfriend weighed heavily on Ji Feng. He reiterated his warnings to Zhou Tsang and informed him about the presence of firearms, ensuring he was aware of the threats they might encounter. Ji Feng pondered for a moment before accessing the system inventory, retrieving a strengthening pill he had previously drawn. He had hesitated to use it, but could no longer afford to delay. He swallowed a whole. Within a minute, a surge of warmth enveloped him, filling him with vigor. Not only did he feel his strength multiply, but his vision and hearing had significantly improved as well. Without further contemplation, he said to Zhou Tsang, Let us proceed. They entered the bar, requested a private room, and ascended with a room card. The security guards below, upon seeing the card, did not impede their progress. Instead of taking the elevator, they climbed the stairs to the 5th floor, only to be confronted by 2 guards blocking the stairway. Gentlemen, the 5th floor is reserved for VIPs. Please present your membership cards. Ji Feng paused, realizing he had no membership card. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Tsang, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding and swiftly subdued the guards before they could react. Ji Feng quickly realized that after consuming the strengthening pill, his strength had not only increased, but his reflexes had also sharpened considerably. He acted faster than Zhou Tsang. With newfound confidence, they rushed to room 501, where 2 men in black stood guard at the entrance. Recognizing them as Jiang Yi's bodyguards, Ji Feng acted without delay. using the prepared 5 deadly needles to incapacitate them before they could utter a word. He turned to Zhou, "We are entering now. Exercise utmost caution." Zhou nodded, and Feng forcefully kicked the door to the private room. It was not locked, and the door swung open effortlessly. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Feng's expression shifted from surprise to fury as he shouted, "How dare you? Today, I shall make you pay dearly for your misdeeds." As for the update plan, time flies. This book has been written for 20 days, and I have unknowingly made so many friends. My wish is to forge more friendships through my writing, while your wish is for me to update more frequently, delivering more captivating stories. My wish has been fulfilled. I have met many new friends, and I thank those who support me, as well as the friends who have journeyed with me from my previous work. Your companionship has been invaluable. Thus, your wishes will be granted as well. Long Live Summoning has now been officially launched, meaning from this acknowledgement onward, updates will commence. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I will ensure a minimum of 4 updates, with the potential for even more exhilarating chapters to come. Of course, some friends may still express their discontent, questioning why there are charges again and whether everything cannot be free. Longtime readers of Haiyan are aware that the decision to charge is not dictated by us readers. Both readers and the website require financial support to sustain operations. Without funding, the website cannot function. Similarly, without financial means, readers would face hunger, making it impossible to pursue writing. For us professional writers, your support is our sole source of livelihood. Perhaps the modest amount you spend on each chapter could determine our next meal. However, I firmly believe that our readers can comprehend this reality. Therefore, I sincerely hope for your support. Only with your encouragement can I continue to write, as it serves as my motivation and spiritual faith. Let us embark on this literary journey together. While I do not seek extravagant rewards, although I appreciate them, I understand the challenges faced by everyone, especially students. I simply wish for your subscription to this book. Please do not waste your funds. Instead, invest in your well-being, as maintaining good health is essential to withstand the pressures of study and life. Seeing you all thrive is more gratifying than any reward. Regardless of whether you support my work, I consider everyone here a friend. I wish you all health and happiness for your families. Please do not abandon me. Now, let me briefly introduce the recharge methods for newcomers to Haiyan, where you may join my reader group at 4909-24034 for inquiries and discussions. To recharge, 1. Before recharging, log into your Haiyan account. Haiyan supports one-click login. If you possess a QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo account, you can log in effortlessly. 2. Once logged in, click on the recharge option at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts. 3. Haiyan supports 8 recharge methods: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, 10Pay, mobile recharge card, GamePoint card, and PayPal. Let me elaborate on each method. Online banking requires you to have activated online banking, supported by most major banks. With a conversion rate of 100, 1 yuan equals 100 Haiyan coins. Alipay users can also choose this method with the same rate of 100. WeChat Pay is available for those with a linked bank card or balance, also at 100. 10Pay mirrors Alipay with a 100 rate. SMS recharge has a lower conversion rate of 140, but may incur delays. Mobile recharge cards are convenient and available at kiosks and stores, with a rate of 185, slightly less due to processing fees. GamePoint cards are also purchasable, but only specific kinds are supported, with a rate of 7,075. PayPal is designated for overseas users. Additionally, users of the Haiyan Reading app on iOS should be aware that due to Apple's policies, the conversion rate is only 150, as half is deducted by the system. It is advisable to recharge via browser, then log into the app for reading to avoid unnecessary fees. If you have further inquiries, feel free to contact customer service at QQ 298-454-3729. In Chapter 39, titled Eliminating Jiang Yi, upon witnessing the scene inside, Feng was indeed enraged. Jiang Yi and his associates were present, and to add insult to injury, Chen Xiao was also there. Infuriatingly, they had captured Zhou Fei's girlfriend. Laughing as they forced alcohol down her throat, splashing it on her face and body. Although they had not yet committed further heinous acts, the sight was enough to ignite Ji Feng's fury. Hearing the commotion from the door, the group turned to see Ji Feng, who wasted no time in launching his meticulously prepared 5 absolute divine needles. Jiang Yi stood at the back, out of reach. But Ji Feng struck down all 5 of his subordinates, delivering fatal blows with precision, as he was intimately familiar with vital points. The reason he resorted to lethal force was sheer exasperation. These individuals were utterly inhumane. They had dragged Sua Fei's girlfriend, who had just undergone an abortion and was supposed to be resting, into this situation, tormenting her with alcohol, potentially endangering her life. As the 5 fell, Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang charged in, only to find the adversaries prepared, brandishing weapons. Ji Feng was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the 10 or so members inside would be armed. Jiang Ye's audacity was astonishing. The silenced guns went off without a sound, allowing them to take down 2 more foes before Jiang Yi, in a panic, pressed a fruit knife against Sua Fei's girlfriend's throat, threatening, "Don't move, or I will take her life." As Ji Feng summoned the next round of 5 absolute divine needles, he heard Jiang Ye's roar. Turning, he saw Jiang Yi had captured Sua Fei's girlfriend as a shield. Both Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang halted, glaring at Jiang Yi. "Release her, or I will end you today," Ji Feng warned. "Release her? You make it sound easy. I brought her here to lure you in. I must admit, you have some skills, but now let us see you make a move." Viang Yi taunted, holding Zuo Fei's girlfriend Tirimpanti. Ji Feng glared back, demanding, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Surely you must know." He gestured to his subordinates, and then back to Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang. "Brothers, incapacitate these 2. Then we will have our fun with this girl right in front of them." His men, emboldened by his words, surrounded Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang, confident in their numbers. Jiang Yi was unafraid of resistance, believing he had the upper hand. "You scoundrels!" Ji Feng shouted, preparing to strike. But Jiang Yi barked, "You'd best behave, or this knife goes in her neck." Chen Xiao, standing nearby, chimed in with laughter, "Ji Feng, look at you now. After ruining my life, I'll make sure you experience the same fate." Chen Xiao had previously feared Ji Feng due to his connections. But after Jiang Yi revealed the truth about Ji Feng's lack of ties to the old master, he felt emboldened to conspire with Jiang Yi against him. Ji Feng felt his anger escalate. Everything was instigated by that scoundrel. His greatest hatred was directed at Chen Xiao. Thus, Ji Feng glared at him and exclaimed, "Chun, if I survive today, I will certainly ensure your demise. Damn, even at death's door, you still speak so defiantly. Brothers, incapacitate him." Chen Xiao was incensed to hear Ji Feng's audacity, prompting him to command his henchmen to act. The subordinates of Jiang Yi and Chen Xiao advanced towards Ji Feng and Zhou Tsang, 2 of them wielding knives, preparing to strike. Zhou Tsang's heart tightened at the sight. He could think of nothing but his master, Ji Feng. Seeing the imminent danger, he shouted, "Master, run," and lunged at the assailant poised to attack Ji Feng. Bang! As Zhou Tsang rushed forward, gunfire erupted. In an instant, he staggered and collapsed to the ground, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The onlookers were momentarily stupefied, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How could someone vanish so suddenly? Previously, when De Qiao disappeared, the angle concealed her fall behind Ji Feng's bed, so Jiang Yi's henchmen hadn't witnessed her disappearance. However, Zhou Tsang's vanishing act was unmistakable, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Unlike the others, Ji Feng merely paused briefly, realizing Zhou Tsang had been struck down and subsequently recalled by the system. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yi was momentarily dazed, Ji Feng swiftly retaliated, launching a 5 absolute divine needle towards Jiang Yi's neck. Jiang Yi, caught off guard, slumped to the ground before he could react. Yi Fugong, with a sudden burst of strength, rushed forward to support Zhou Fei's girlfriend, who had been rendered unconscious. It was only at this moment that everyone comprehended the situation. They had witnessed Ji Feng eliminate Jiang Yi. They aimed to retaliate, but Ji Feng was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, 5 more 5 absolute divine needles flew forth, taking down the nearest 5 adversaries. He did not pause. Cradling Zhou Fei's girlfriend in one arm, he grasped a nearby table with the other, using it as a shield against the barrage of bullets. Bullets ricocheted off the table as Feng swiftly retreated toward the exit. With Jiang Yi out of the picture, only Chun Shao remained. But Feng understood the urgency of his situation. He had to escape with Zhou Fei's girlfriend first. The pursuers followed closely behind, but having consumed a strengthening pill, Feng's speed and stamina had increased remarkably. As he darted down the stairs, his pursuers hesitated at the stairwell, reluctant to draw their weapons in public for fear of repercussions. "What now, Chun Shao?" one of Chun's henchmen asked, concerned as Feng fled. Frowning, Chun Shao cursed. "Damn, how did this brat become so formidable? This is peculiar, and now that he has killed Jiang Yi, he certainly won't let us off the hook. We cannot allow him to escape. Conceal your weapons and pursue him." The group nodded in agreement, and as Jiang Yi was deceased, his former subordinates now followed Chun Shao's lead, hastily descending the stairs in pursuit. Meanwhile, Feng had swiftly reached the ground floor and was startled to see Liu Tianhao arriving just in time. Taken aback, he hurriedly approached. "Brother Liu, what brings you here?" "I was tracking you. When I saw you inquiring about Jiang Yi's location, I figured you were up to something, so I followed. However, I contacted the police, which delayed me. Are you all right?" Liu Tianhao replied. Feng felt a surge of gratitude. He had not expected Liu Tianhao to be so considerate. "Yemme fine. Brother Liu, by the way, this is my classmate's girlfriend. She was captured by those thugs. I killed Jiang Yi and a few of his men to rescue her. But they should be closing in on us. What should we do?" Liu Tianhao contemplated for a moment before saying, "Take her and leave. I'll handle the rest. This matter is no longer your concern." Feng understood immediately and gratefully replied, "Thank you, Brother Liu. I will remember this kindness." Without further delay, he took Zhou Fei's girlfriend and hurriedly departed. Just as he left, several police cars arrived, and coincidentally, Chun Shao and his henchmen rushed down only to be intercepted by the police and apprehended. Under Liu Tianhao's direction, they were taken back to the station for questioning, while others began to secure the scene. After Feng hailed a taxi, he quickly called Zhou Fei, who soon arrived. Upon reaching his home, Zhou Fei anxiously asked, "Did you rescue her? Are you both all right?" Seeing Feng supporting his girlfriend, Zhou Fei rushed over to help and inquired with concern. "Don't worry. We're both fine. I checked on her in the car. She's just a bit intoxicated." Feng reassured him. "What about you? Why were you at the bar?" "Worried about you. I thought I might be able to help," Zhou Fei admitted. "But I hadn't even arrived when I got your call." "How did you manage to save her?" Feng chose not to divulge the details of his encounter, simply stating that the police had arrived just in time to assist in rescuing his girlfriend. Zhou Fei didn't suspect anything amiss, grateful that Feng had brought her back. "Thank you, Feng. Since when did you become so polite? Ultimately, it's my fault she got into this mess. Now, let us get her upstairs. She is still not fully conscious," Feng replied, leading Zhou Fei and his girlfriend upstairs. Once inside, Feng ensured everything was all right before leaving. He felt it was inappropriate to linger. However, as he descended the stairs, his wrist vibrated. A notification from the system. Chapter 40. Attending the gathering, Feng was taken aback to discover that for rescuing Zhou Fei's girlfriend, the system had granted him 10 summoning points as a reward, praising his bravery in infiltrating the enemy's lair. Overjoyed, his smile faltered when a subsequent notification appeared. Task failed. Jiang Yi was not recruited as a subordinate. 10 summoning points deducted. Damn it, are you toying with me? You reward me 10 points and then snatch them back? Feng grumbled, recalling that he had indeed tasked himself with recruiting Jiang Yi. However, in a fit of rage, he had killed him, leading to the task as failure and the deduction of points. Reluctantly, Feng accepted his fate, acknowledging the system as authority. With no other option, he took a taxi home. After a refreshing shower, he glanced at the clock. Almost midnight, but sleep eluded him. The reason was clear. He had taken lives tonight. Not just one, but over 10, including Jiang Yi and his subordinates. Initially, he had felt no remorse, but now, in the quiet aftermath, anxiety crept in. System, I've killed people. I'm feeling a bit scared. Feng confided in the system. The system, indifferent, responded, "What is the worry? It was merely a few lives. You need not be anxious. You utilize the 5 absolute divine needles. There is no evidence linking you to these events. You will have more opportunities for such actions in the future. You must acclimate. That's not the issue. I'm scared of ghosts. Feng lamented. Feng could only voice his concerns, for he truly feared the reality of having taken a life. Upon hearing his words, the system fell silent, choosing to ignore him entirely. Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. In a moment of desperation, he decided to summon a character for companionship. However, when he glanced at his summoning points, he was taken aback to discover that he had only 3 remaining. How could I have dwindled to just 3 summoning points? He exclaimed. System, does this mean I can no longer summon any characters? Feng hastily inquired. The system reassured him, do not worry, host. When you trigger a system task, completing it will grant you additional summoning points. And when will I be able to trigger such a task? He pressed further. The system responded, I cannot say. It is entirely random. You will be notified when the time comes. There is no need for haste. With a resigned shrug, Feng acknowledged that he could summon no one tonight and would have to confront his fears alone. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, though he dared not turn off the light. Yet, even in this half-lit state, fear crept in, compelling him to cover his head with a blanket as he succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, Feng jolted upright with a startled shout, drenched in sweat. He glanced around in trepidation, only to exhale a sigh of relief upon realizing it was dawn and the alarm had merely startled him. Goodness, that nearly frightened me to death. Clearly, the psychological strain is taking its toll, he muttered, shaking his head before heading to wash up. Upon arriving at school, he felt a sense of calm return, only to discover that Fei was absent. A phone call revealed that Fei was home tending to his girlfriend, who, fortunately, was recovering well with a bit of rest. In the afternoon, with no classes to attend, Feng hurried home to catch up on sleep, having had a restless night. However, just as he settled in, he received a call from Lu Wanqin, reminding him not to forget about the gathering that evening. Suddenly recalling his promise to accompany her to Taihu Mountain Villa, he noted that she would arrive to pick him up at 6. With time to spare, he decided to take a quick nap. His slumber was deep and restful, interrupted only by the ringing of his phone. He answered to Lu Wanqin's voice, Feng. I'm downstairs in your community. Are you home? Yes, just give me a moment to get ready, he replied, quickly throwing on some clothes. After hanging up, Feng splashed water on his face and checked his reflection, feeling somewhat satisfied with his appearance, though the outfit felt a tad off. An idea struck him, and he accessed the system, asking, may I purchase clothing from the system for my own use? Certainly, host. As long as you complete the payment, you may wear them. The quality is on par with, or even superior to what you find in reality, the system assured him. Encouraged by this, Feng browsed the men's clothing section, ultimately deciding on a suit, most fitting for the occasion. Initially tempted to select a more expensive option, he reconsidered and chose a style he liked for 5,000. Upon confirmation, the suit materialized in his hands. Though unfamiliar with the brand, he could tell the fabric was far superior to anything of comparable price in the real world. After changing into the suit and admiring himself in a mirror, he felt a surge of confidence. Well, who would have thought I could look this good? Dressed like this, I could pass for a wealthy heir, he mused, rushing downstairs. Outside, a Maserati awaited him. As Feng approached, Lu Wanqin emerged from the vehicle, exclaiming, wow, you look incredibly handsome today. Really? Thank you, Wanqin, he replied, feeling a rush of happiness at her compliment. To his surprise, she took his arm, saying, of course. How could you doubt my judgment? Let's get in. As they walked to the car, Feng was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, wondering what others might think of their affectionate display. Once inside, Lu Wanqin drove off, and Feng asked, isn't this car a bit too ostentatious? Ostentatious? Just wait until we arrive at Taihu Mountain Villa. Then you'll see what true extravagance looks like, she chuckled, unfazed by his comment. The journey took around 40 minutes, and upon arrival, Feng was struck by the sight of several security personnel standing rigidly at attention. As Lu Wanqin's car approached, they saluted and politely stopped her vehicle. Miss, may I see your invitation, please? One security guard inquired courteously. Lu Wanqin, well-versed in the establishment's protocol, presented her invitation. Feng, accompanying her, was regarded as her bodyguard, as each invitation permitted one guest. Once inside, Lu Wanqin parked the car, and Ji Feng's eyes widened at the sight of the luxury vehicles filling the lot. "So this is what you mean by low-key?" he remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Still think I'm being ostentatious?" she teased, leading him toward the entrance. As they entered, Ji Feng marveled at the opulent decor, far surpassing that of a five-star hotel. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous guests already present. One individual approached them, and upon reaching Lu Wanqin, he greeted her warmly. "Ah, Wanqin, I heard you've recovered. Is it true?" "It's true. My health is much better now," she replied, her smile bright. This man, Shui Xiao, was well-informed, and Lu Wanqin, dressed in a stunning red gown, exuded elegance and maturity, drawing everyone's attention. Ji Feng scrutinized the young man before him, Shui Xiao, who appeared to be around 24 to 25 years old. Dressed in formal attire, he exuded a certain charm. However, as Ji Feng assessed him, Shui Xiao also glanced at Ji Feng, noticing that Lu Wanqin was affectionately linking her arm with Ji Feng's. His brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly donned a smile and inquired, "Wanqin, who is this?" Lu Wanqin replied with a smile, "This is my friend, Ji Feng." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shui Xiao extended his hand towards Ji Feng, saying, "So, is young Master Feng. May I inquire which family you hail from?" Ji Feng understood that Shui Xiao was probing into his background, yet he merely smiled and responded, "You flatter me, Shui Xiao. I am but a university student." Shui Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Ji Feng's response. Just as he was about to speak, two other individuals approached and greeted Lu Wanqin. Ji Feng felt a pang of bitterness. He was not blind and could easily discern that these individuals harbored affections for Lu Wanqin. Their gazes towards him were tinged with surprise and indignation. In a corner, another pair of eyes was fixated on him. This was Jing Xiao, the person who had previously attempted to capture Diaochan. Upon seeing Ji Feng and Lu Wanqin enter arm in arm, Jing Xiao was first astonished. He then turned to his bodyguard beside him, saying, "Why didn't that kid bring the beautiful woman with him? What did your investigation yield?" The bodyguard hastily replied, "We have looked into it, but we still have not uncovered the identity of that girl. Moreover, when we followed him yesterday, we discovered that the girl was not with him. Instead, a burly man was. It was as if she had vanished into thin air." Vanished into thin air? What kind of incompetence is this? This kid has been changing bodyguards frequently. He is certainly not just a rural lad. There is more to him than meets the eye. Continue your investigation, and if you fail to uncover anything, you may as well leave. It seems he has now entangled himself with Lu Wanqin, which does not bode well, Jing Xiao said, narrowing his eyes at Ji Feng. Unaware of Jing Xiao's scrutiny, Ji Feng was preoccupied with managing the attention of the wealthy young men alongside Lu Wanqin. After some time, they finally managed to extricate themselves, and Lu Wanqin remarked to Ji Feng, "These fellows are all insincere." "What do you mean, Sister Wanqin?" Yi Feng inquired, puzzled by her statement. Lu Wanqin sighed with a bitter smile. "These men once sought to pursue me, but when my illness flared up, they all distanced themselves. Now that I am well, they have returned, eager to ingratiate themselves. Their audacity is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Ji Feng understood the fickleness of human nature. Yet he felt a headache coming on at the sight of the young men's fervor towards Lu Wanqin. "However, Sister Wanqin, if you continue to hold my arm like this, they will surely misinterpret our relationship, and I will find myself in trouble. I feel as if I've been set up." Ji Feng chuckled helplessly. Lu Wanqin responded, "That is precisely the effect I desire. I want them to believe you're my boyfriend. This way, at least they will refrain from openly pursuing me." As they conversed, two more individuals entered through the door. Ji Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect them to arrive as well." Lu Wanqin turned to see it was Li Ting accompanied by her bodyguard, Wang Hao. Lu Wanqin, familiar with Li Ting due to their family's long-standing friendship, quickly approached to greet her. "Ting Ting, why have you arrived so late?" Ji Feng also nodded in acknowledgement towards Li Ting. Although she was the belle of their school, they had never exchanged words. Wang Hao was a different story. They had conversed on a couple of occasions, providing them with some common ground. Li Ting, recognizing Lu Wanqin, replied with a smile, "Sister Wanqin, I just got caught in traffic. By the way, where is your bodyguard?" Lu Wanqin pointed to Ji Feng and said, "This is my bodyguard." Li Ting was momentarily taken aback. Although she had seen Ji Feng several times, his identity remained somewhat mysterious. The fact that he frequently changed bodyguards only added to the intrigue. However, she did not pursue the matter further as more affluent young men approached them, drawn to Li Ting's status and beauty. The wealthy heirs were surprised to discover that Ji Feng was also acquainted with Li Ting. "Who is this kid? He appears to be an outsider," they whispered among themselves, attempting to uncover Ji Feng's background but failing to come up with any leads. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir returning from elsewhere, or someone who has remained low-key until now. Regardless, we must investigate his relationship with Lu Wanqin. One of the young men, Chou, remarked quietly. At this moment, two more individuals entered, drawing the attention of the crowd. One of them was a flamboyantly dressed young man, his long hair adorned with an earring. He appeared to be in his early 20s and was accompanied by a bodyguard. Upon entering, he stood in stark contrast to the formally dressed attendees, casually greeting everyone. Upon spotting Lu Wanqin, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey Wanqin, why are you here so early? Where is the miraculous doctor you promised me? I can hardly wait to meet him." This young man was Qi Xiaohua, the grandson of the old man who had spoken to Ji Feng. He had come not only to attend the gathering, but also to have Lu Wanqin introduce him to the doctor who could treat his ailments. Lu Wanqin seemed accustomed to his eccentric style and merely chided, "Xiaohua, why are you dressed like this for such an occasion? By the way, this is the doctor I invited for you." Upon hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Qi Xiaohua did not take it seriously, but instead turned to Ji Feng, first taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Wanqin, you must be joking. This kid is your bodyguard, right? Come on, don't tease me. Let's go meet the doctor." Both Lu Wanqin and Ji Feng were momentarily stunned. Lu Wanqin shot him an exasperated glance. "Qi Xiaohua, what are you laughing at? He is indeed the doctor I invited, and he is the one who cured my illness. Apologize to him." Qi Xiaohua, clearly not believing her, looked at Ji Feng and said, "I say, kid, are you in cahoots with Wanqin to pull a fast one on me? A mere boy like you is a doctor? That's quite the joke." He then turned back to Lu Wanqin. "Sister Wanqin, perhaps the doctor has not yet arrived? No worries, I will meet him when he does. For now, I'll go enjoy some drinks with everyone." With that, he disregarded Lu Wanqin and hurried over to mingle with the affluent crowd, seemingly quite familiar with them. Ji Feng could only shake his head and smile wryly at Lu Wanqin. "It seems this young master doesn't believe me. However, he is certainly unique." Lu Wanqin looked apologetically at Ji Feng and said, "Please don't take offense. He is the only boy in his family, so they spoil him, resulting in this behavior. I will ensure he apologizes to you later." Ji Feng shrugged. It was of little consequence to him. If they believed, they would let him treat. If not, it was no skin off his back. At that moment, Xiao approached Qi Xiaohua and asked, "Qi Xiao, do you not recognize that kid?" Qi Xiaohua shrugged and replied, "How could I possibly know him? He must be your bodyguard." Xiao suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Qi Xiao, it appears this fellow has set his sights on Wanqin. I've heard that you have an affection for her, but with this young man around, you might find yourself in a precarious situation." "What? This scoundrel is after my Qinjie? Are you certain?" Qi Xiaohua was taken aback upon hearing this. Xiao laughed again, saying, "Of course. I just witnessed them entering together, hand in hand. It wasn't just me. Everyone saw it. Qi Xiao, you must devise a strategy, or else Wanqin might be whisked away by someone else. This dog dares to pursue my Qinjie. He is doomed, I assure you." Qi Xiaohua, oblivious to being used as a pawn by Xiao, glared at Ji Feng, plotting his revenge. Chapter 42. The skill of a car god. While Ji Feng was chatting with Lu Wanqin, Qi Xiaohua suddenly shouted, "Hey, how about we go racing in the back mountain later? What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao was the first to join in, as they had both decided to deal with Ji Feng for daring to flirt with Lu Wanqin, regardless of his background. Thus, he agreed, "Sure. It's been ages since we raced together. Since we finally gathered, let's have some fun." Seeing Xiao's agreement, many others quickly followed suit. Although they were unaware of the duo's ulterior motive, racing was indeed an exhilarating activity for them. They often engaged in it for thrills. Even some women expressed interest, clamoring to join in, and Lu Wanqin cheerfully exclaimed, "Great, I want to participate too." Upon hearing Lu Wanqin's enthusiasm, Shui Xiao and Qi Xiaohua exchanged glances and approached her, saying, "Qingjie, your driving skills might not match ours. Should we find someone to substitute for you?" Lu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback, but replied, "I enjoy this. Besides, I have no one to ask for help. Are you looking down on me? Not at all. It's just that with so many people, I worry it might be unsafe for you. This is for your own good. By the way, isn't that friend of yours capable? Why not let him take your place?" Qi Xiaohua deftly shifted the conversation to Ji Feng. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng immediately grasped Qi Xiaohua's intent. Noticing Shui Xiao smiling at him, he understood they were plotting against him. It seemed these suitors of Lu Wanqin truly believed he was her boyfriend or one of her admirers. Lu Wanqin then turned to Ji Feng and asked, "So, Ji Feng, would you like to join them in a race?" Ji Feng forced a smile. Qingjie, you jest. I don't know how to race. I've never even driven a car. I only drove a tractor once back in the village." Everyone present was taken aback, particularly Shui Xiao, who hadn't expected Ji Feng to say such a thing. A tractor? Wasn't that something only found in rural areas? Could this fellow really be a country bumpkin? Even Lu Wanqin was unaware of Ji Feng's background. She had asked her grandfather before, but he warned her not to pry, as it would be disrespectful. Now, she couldn't help but inquire, "Ji Feng, what did you say? You drove a tractor as a child?" Ji Feng chuckled. "Yes, my family is from the countryside, so driving a tractor is quite normal." Everyone's minds were flooded with exclamations of disbelief. This guy was from the countryside? How could he possibly be associated with Lu Wanqin? Well, if that was the case, they had no reason to hold back. With no background, daring to pursue Lu Wanqin was utterly foolish. They were determined to teach him a lesson. Shui Xiao chimed in, Feng Xiao is quite the jokester. Regardless, since Wanqin wishes to participate, you must accompany her. You can't let her race alone. That would be dangerous. Look at the other girls. Although they want to join, they have their bodyguards racing for them. Can you really bear to let Wanqin take such a risk?" Ji Feng felt a jolt of realization. This rascal was truly intent on setting him up. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist. Turning, he discovered it was a mission. Host, race with them and defeat all participants. Reward, 10 summoning points. Failure, deduct 10 summoning points. What the heck? Ji Feng cursed inwardly upon seeing the mission. He then addressed the group. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for a response, he headed to the restroom, ensuring it was empty before speaking to the system. "Hey system, why are you messing with me again? I can't drive. How am I supposed to race against them? And winning against everyone? Isn't that putting my life at risk? They clearly want to set me up." The system replied, "Rest assured, host. Since this mission has been issued, it won't lead you to your demise. Open the system shop and look for a skill called Car God in the special skill section." Car God skill? Ji Feng was taken aback, but quickly navigated to the skill options in the shop. He had seen this skill when the shop opened, but hadn't explored it further. Upon opening it, he indeed found the Car God skill, but nothing else was available. Ji Feng asked, "Why is there only one option here?" The system explained, "That's normal. Other options have not been triggered yet. Only after you initiate a mission or other events will those skills randomly unlock. But right now, this Car God skill is quite timely." Isn't it? Finding the system's reasoning sound, Ji Feng nodded and examined the skill. When he clicked on it, a description appeared. Learn this skill to instantly become a Car God, automatically enhancing driving skills, reflexes, and racing experience. Instantly learned, no deception. Wow, incredible! Yiful exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, but his expression shifted when he saw the price. 10 summoning points? Can't we avoid such a steep cost? I only have 3 left. The system reassured him, "You need not worry, host. Since this mission was issued by the system, you are allowed to incur debt. You may repay it later when you have the points, but there will be interest, resulting in a deduction of 15 summoning points." Are you kidding me? This is clearly a trap. Ji Feng cursed. The system remained indifferent, stating, "You can choose not to learn, but failing the mission will still result in a deduction of 10 summoning points. If you learn it, you'll gain a permanent skill as well. Think it over." Ji Feng's expression darkened. However, upon reflection, it seemed the system had a point. Not learning would incur a penalty, so he might as well learn it to gain a skill. Besides, the Car God skill sounded quite impressive. With a determined breath, he clicked to learn it. At that moment, he felt a surge in his arm, spreading throughout his body, followed by a flood of information filling his mind. Feng quickly closed his eyes, absorbing and processing the knowledge. A minute later, he opened his eyes. While he appeared unchanged, he was acutely aware of the vast information regarding driving techniques now residing in his mind. Truly, the system was remarkable. These summoning points were worth it. Now, let me demonstrate what it means to possess the skills of a true racing god, so they can witness the essence of real racing. Feng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, exuding confidence as he uttered a phrase before stepping outside. However, upon his exit, he noticed that everyone was preparing to depart. When Xiaohua saw Feng emerge, he assumed Feng lacked the courage and remarked, "So what will it be? Will you accept or retreat like a turtle?" Having learned the skills of a driving prodigy from the system, Feng felt an instant surge of confidence. He boldly linked arms with Lu Wanqin and said, "Let us go. I'm eager to join the fun." When Feng took Lu Wanqin's arm, she momentarily froze, but quickly recovered. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Feng's words made him seem like a different person. As they approached the door, Xiaohua exchanged glances with Xiao. Xiaohua exclaimed, "Goodness, this kid is actually putting on an act for us?" Xiao chuckled. "This guy is indeed perplexing. It seems he truly has feelings for Lu Wanqin and is willing to stand up for her. Let us ignore him for now. He is just a country bumpkin. We'll devise a plan to deal with him later." "Indeed, Xiao speaks wisely. Let us move on." Xiaohua grinned wickedly as they headed towards the entrance. Chapter 43. Quite impressive. The rear mountain was not far from Taihu Villa, merely a 10-minute drive. This area was entirely suburban. Previously, they had pooled resources to construct several racetracks for street racing. Whenever they gathered, they would come here to race. And there were always individuals racing at other times as well. Lu Wanqin was driving when they arrived, and after parking, she asked Feng, "Are you truly incapable of driving? If so, please don't joke around. It's dangerous." Feng merely smiled and replied, "Trust me, I will definitely claim victory today." His confident smile left Lu Wanqin with no room for argument, and by then, everyone had arrived. Xiaohua shouted, "All right, has everyone made their bets? Once we're ready, we'll begin." The rules remain the same. Race around this track, and whoever returns first wins. The losers will each pay 100,000 to the winner. Everyone was familiar with the rules, except for Feng, who was taken aback by the high stakes. He counted the participants and realized there were 12 racers, meaning the winner would pocket a staggering 1 million, quite an unexpected incentive. After speaking, Xiaohua and Xiao approached Feng and his group. Xiaohua said, "So, how is it going? Have you thought it through? Losing means a hefty payout of 100,000. If you're scared, it's still not too late to back out. Better to be a turtle than to lose money. I doubt you can even afford that much, haha." Feng recognized Xiaohua's taunts for what they were and chose to disregard them. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqin frowned and chastised Xiaohua, saying, "Xiaohua, what are you thinking? Feng is here to help you. Look at the nonsense you're saying. Apologize at once." "Oh, come on, Sister Qin, don't fool me. He said himself he is from the countryside. How could he possibly cure my ailment? You shouldn't be deceived by this kid. I suspect he is only trying to get close to you." Xiaohua insisted, still unwilling to believe Feng was the miraculous healer Lu Wanqin had mentioned. Frustrated, Lu Wanqin could only glare at him, while Feng shrugged and turned away, purchasing a bouquet of roses from the system. The other items in the system could all be acquired with money, making it easy for Feng to obtain them. In a seemingly magical manner, he presented the roses to Lu Wanqin, saying, "Sister Wanqin, don't mind him. These flowers are for you. Where did you get these?" Lu Wanqin was stunned, captivated by the bouquet's faint fragrance. She had not anticipated Feng would materialize flowers from thin air, having seen him empty-handed just moments before. Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "I can perform magic. Please accept them as my encouragement." "Huh, you can do magic? Then I shall gladly accept them. They smell wonderful." Lu Wanqin, not overthinking it, took the flowers and inhaled their scent, her cheeks slightly flushed. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the glow from the car headlights concealed her blush from the others. Xiaohua and Xiao stood by, equally astonished, having witnessed Feng conjure the roses. They couldn't help but wonder how this country bumpkin managed to charm Lu Wanqin. Nonetheless, they were determined to find a way to eliminate him during the race. Shui Xiao cursed inwardly, then said, "I didn't know you had such tricks, Feng Xiao. It's about time we began." Shui Xiao, more cunning than Qi Xiaohua, concealed his resentment behind a facade of smiles. Feng nodded and inquired, "So aside from what you mentioned, are there any other rules?" "None at all. Of course, if anyone wishes to add anything later, we could discuss it. However, I must reiterate that racing is perilous. Should anything happen, none of us will be held accountable." Shui Xiao reiterated. Feng nodded once more and replied, "Understood. Let us begin." Seeing everyone prepared, Qi Xiaohua, who had initiated the event, declared, "Everyone ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone hopped into their cars. Some of the women, not wanting to miss out, opted to drive themselves, even more excited than the men. Feng climbed into his car, and although Lu Wanqin felt some apprehension, she was reassured by Feng's unwavering confidence. He quickly followed their lead, positioning his vehicle at the starting line. With the sound of a starting pistol, the cars roared to life, surging forward like bolts of lightning. Feng, however, lagged slightly behind. Though he had acquired the driving skills, he had yet to adapt to practical application, causing him to start later than the others. Qi Xiaohua, noticing Feng's slow start, erupted into laughter. He's just a country bumpkin. Even his start is sluggish. Does he dare play with us? Let's see if I don't take him down today." Lu Wanqin felt a surge of concern upon witnessing this, but Feng had already taken off. Her worries weren't about the money, as she could cover Feng's losses. Rather, she feared for his safety since he was unfamiliar with the mountain road. Yifugong, trailing in last place, remained unperturbed, slowly adapting to the vehicle. After acquiring the driving skills, he quickly became attuned to the car's reactions. Within a minute, he had mastered its handling. As the gap between him and the leading cars widened, Feng smirked and pressed down on the accelerator, rapidly closing the distance. In less than 20 seconds, he had overtaken 3 cars and continued to accelerate. Qi Xiaohua, seeing Feng's car catching up, was momentarily taken aback. "What the hell? This kid is actually gaining on us." To plot against Feng, Qi Xiaohua and Shui Xiao, who were communicating through headsets, devised a plan. Shui Xiao instructed Qi, "Let him catch up. When we reach that sharp turn ahead, we'll find a way to push him off the mountain. It should be easy to take him out." Indeed, Shui Xiao thinks ahead. Although the drop isn't steep, at this speed, it could easily be fatal. "But are we really going to kill him?" Qi Xiaohua questioned. Shui Xiao smirked with a cold expression. "Absolutely. This kid likely has no connections. We have nothing to fear. Even if he does, with our families backing us. Who would be afraid of him?" "Certainly. Let's proceed as you wish." Qi Xiaohua hardly contemplated the situation deeply. In truth, Shui Xiao's desire to eliminate Feng stemmed primarily from his ambition to win over Lu Wanqin. It was not solely her beauty that captivated him. Securing her as a wife would also grant him advantageous connections with the Lu family, thus elevating the status of the Shui family in the region. Such a golden opportunity could not be allowed to slip into another's hands. As Feng drew nearer, Qi Xiaohua and Shui Xiao deliberately slowed their pace, biding their time to force him off the road at a sharp bend ahead. "Here he comes. Let us hurry and get to the bend first," Shui Xiao exclaimed, noticing Feng closing in. Feng, sensing he was approaching their vehicle, accelerated, fully attuned to the car, having mastered the skills he had recently acquired. Feeling as if he and the vehicle were one. "Those 2 clowns, stay back," Feng thought as he prepared to overtake them, anticipating that all drivers would reduce their speed at the impending sharp turn. However, he had no such intentions. As he reached the bend, he deftly swerved left, refusing to decelerate, instead flooring the accelerator, executing a spectacular drift that allowed him to glide past Qi Xiao's vehicle effortlessly. "Goodness, how fast! Is this kid reckless?" Shui Xiao urged Qi Xiaohua to push him off the road. Startled by Feng's sudden acceleration through the bend, Qi Xiaohua had expected him to slow down. The unfolding events were beyond their expectations. With a screech of tires, Shui Xiao swung his car towards Feng's in an attempt to ram him off the road. Yet, as he did so, Ji Feng's car slipped past him, the speed too daunting. What on earth is happening? Qi Xiao, unable to keep pace, watched Shui Xiao's reckless move, which nearly sent him tumbling down the hillside. Witnessing this, Qi Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Shui Xiao hastily corrected his trajectory, narrowly avoiding disaster, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This kid is something else. Just moments ago, he seemed inexperienced, yet now he accelerates through a bend? What skill is this? Chapter 44. Not yet realized after navigating the sharp turn. They quickly completed half the circuit, with Ji Feng catching up to the frontrunners. He showed no signs of slowing down. The speedometer needle remained firmly at its peak, never wavering. Not only were Shui Xiao and Qi Xiaohua astonished, but so were the other competitors, their eyes wide with disbelief. This young man possessed remarkable skills, undoubtedly an experienced driver. With precision, Ji Feng parked his car at the finish line, and as he disembarked, all eyes turned toward him. Someone hurriedly checked the time, and a gasp erupted from the crowd. Goodness, for minutes and 8 seconds. The previous record was 4 minutes and 46 seconds. He has beaten it by 38 seconds. Who on earth is he? Unperturbed by their astonishment, Ji Feng reveled in the completion of his task, approaching Lu Wanqin with a grin. So, Sister Wanqin, did I not live up to your expectations? Lu Wanqin, still recovering from her shock, replied, No. I never imagined your driving would be so extraordinary, shattering a long-standing record. You were playing the fool all along. Although she hadn't witnessed the events on the track, merely returning in such a time was remarkable. Few could achieve such a feat. Had Ji Feng another chance, he would surely surpass it. Gradually, other cars returned, some looking at Ji Feng with admiration, some with surprise, and others with confusion. After all, these individuals were unfamiliar with him and lacked the animosity that Shui Xiao and Qi Xiaohua harbored, viewing Ji Feng's performance as nothing short of incredible. The last to return were Shui Xiao and Qi Xiaohua, who had driven cautiously after their earlier fright. Upon seeing them, Ji Feng shot them a glare, having witnessed their earlier attempts to force him off the road. It was surprising that despite not having wronged them, they harbored such hostility towards him. Ji Feng suspected their animosity was not solely due to his closeness with Lu Wanqin. However, he chose not to dwell on it for now, resolving to be more cautious in the future. Lu Wanqin approached Qi Xiaohua. Hey, weren't you the one who initiated the race? Why did you two end up at the back? By the way, since you called for the race, you should honor the wager, she added. Qi Xiaohua's expression darkened as he glanced at Shui Xiao, whose face had also paled, though he managed to smile. Today wasn't our best day. Let us settle the bets, shall we? Qi Xiaohua nodded, requesting Ji Feng's account details, and proceeded to have the other participants transfer their bets. For these affluent heirs, the sums were insignificant, and they transferred the amounts without a second thought. Meanwhile, not far off, Li Ting and Wang Hao regarded Ji Feng with raised eyebrows. Even Li Ting, who had previously paid little attention to him, found herself intrigued. Brother Wang, this Ji Feng seems to be more than what you discovered, doesn't he? Wang Hao concurred. Indeed, Ji Feng is quite enigmatic. Yet curiously, no matter how much I investigate, I can only find information about his village background. During this time, he hasn't ventured far beyond schooling. Where did he acquire such skills? Li Ting pouted. And what about his bodyguards? Didn't you say you couldn't find any information on them? Doesn't that seem even more mysterious? Indeed, I've checked each of his bodyguards. Their information is completely absent, as if they materialized from thin air. This is rather bizarre. Do you think he is possessed by a deity? Wang Hao chuckled. Li Ting shot him a disapproving glance. Brother Wang, please, no more jokes. However, I must admit, I'm becoming quite interested in him. As long as he resides in our huaxia, there must be something we can uncover, right? Absolutely, I will continue my investigation. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the truth, Wang Hao declared, his curiosity growing. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao, who had not participated in the race, furrowed his brow even deeper, exhaling a long breath as he observed Ji Feng. This kid is indeed mysterious. A rural boy with bodyguards and such driving prowess. Perhaps it is not an exaggeration to call him a driving god. Keep investigating. Understood. His bodyguard nodded, equally astonished. However, for Jing Xiao, His interest in Ji Feng was singularly motivated by Jiao Chan. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated, and thus he was determined to uncover Ji Feng's background and Jiao Chan's identity. His desire for women surpassed all, and he vowed to possess Jiao Chan. Ji Feng, meanwhile, was oblivious to these intrigues, delighting in the notification on his phone, an astonishing 1,100,000. From a mere race, he had struck it rich. Turning to Lu Wanqin, he said, "Sister Wanqin, I'll share half of this with you." "Huh, you still think of me? Keep it for yourself. I'm not in need of money. You certainly made a splash for me tonight." Lu Wanqin replied with a joyful smile. Ji Feng then realized that, given her status, such a sum was trivial. He refrained from further comments. At that moment, Lu Wanqin glanced at her watch and said, "All right, we should be heading back, otherwise Grandpa will worry." With that, she approached Qi Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, let us return to see Grandpa." Ah, indeed. It suddenly dawned on Qi Xiaohua that he had come here for another matter, namely to enlist the Lu family's assistance in finding a miraculous doctor to treat his infertility. Until now, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Feng was the very healer meant to address his ailment. After bidding farewell to everyone, the three of them returned home, while the others gradually dispersed. Initially, there was a desire to engage in a thrilling race, but upon witnessing Ji Feng's remarkable driving skills, their enthusiasm waned. Nonetheless, it was an eye-opening experience for the evening. However, while in the car, Shui Xiao turned to his bodyguard beside him and said, "I never expected this kid to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Go and investigate his background thoroughly, understood?" "Yes, young master," the bodyguard replied. "Grandfather, we're back." By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Lu Wanqin immediately pulled Ji Feng inside, where they found the old gentleman still seated, perusing the newspaper. Upon noticing their arrival, he hurried over, exclaiming, "You've been out for so long. I've been waiting for you. Ji Feng, please take a seat. Xiaohua, you too, come sit." Ji Feng and Qi Xiaohua politely greeted the elder and took their seats, while Lu Wanqin prepared tea for them and settled down beside them. After chatting with Ji Feng for a while, the old gentleman turned his attention back to Qi Xiaohua and inquired about his grandfather's condition. It was then that Qi Xiaohua asked, "By the way, Grandfather Lu, what about the miraculous doctor you were helping me find?" The elder paused for a moment and replied, "What is this? Didn't Ti Wanqin tell you? Ji Feng is the miraculous doctor." "Well, what?" Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaohua's eyes widened. The elder's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Lu Wanqin pouted and added, "Grandfather, I've told him countless times, but he refuses to believe that Ji Feng is the doctor we arranged for him. Instead, he even criticized Ji Feng." What's going on here?" The elder looked at Qi Xiaohua, puzzled. Lu Wanqin then recounted the events of the evening, and upon hearing it, the elder's anger flared. "Xiaohua, you've gone too far. How could you speak to Ji Feng like that?" Unbeknownst to him, Qi Xiaohua had just collaborated with Shui Xiao in an attempt to harm Ji Feng. Otherwise, the elder would have been even more furious, considering Ji Feng was a benefactor to both of them. "No, can he really cure my ailment? But he looks like just a mere lad, and he claims to come from the countryside. How is that possible?" Qi Xiaohua still could not grasp the situation. The elder shot him a glare and scolded. "And you dare to say that?" He then sighed, casting a troubled look at Ji Feng. "Ji Feng, this child has been spoiled by his family since childhood. Please don't take his words to heart." Yet, Ji Feng shrugged and remarked, "Rest assured, old chief, I shan't take it to heart. However, some individuals seem intent on my demise, and I dare not be complacent about that." "Intent on your demise? Who dares to be so bold?" "Ji Feng, tell me, and I shall send someone to apprehend them." Upon hearing that someone wished harm upon Ji Feng, the elder was instantly enraged, leaping from his chair and exclaiming loudly. Ji Feng chuckled, glancing at Qi Xiaohua. "Perhaps it's better if he explains it to you." Qi Xiaohua's mouth twitched. He realized Ji Feng must have been aware of their earlier reckless driving attempt to push him down the hill. Feeling the gravity of the situation, he trembled and stood up. "Grandfather Lu, I just regardless of whether Ji Feng could cure his ailment." The elder's regard for Ji Feng indicated that he had landed himself in serious trouble. Thus, he hurriedly recounted the events, revealing that Ji Feng's temperament was indeed quite straightforward. He added, But why should a poor country bumpkin pursue Sister Qin? That's why I wanted to eliminate him. That's enough. Stop your nonsense. If you wish to have your ailment treated, quickly kneel and apologize to Feng. You are infuriating me. The elder's fury escalated upon realizing Qi Shaohua's intent to harm Feng. Qi Shaohua, too, was incensed. Although he feared the elder, he still held Feng in disdain, glaring at him and asserting, "Kid, I may not know how you deceived Grandfather Liu and Sister Qin, but you will not fool me. And you expect me to apologize? You're dreaming." Feng shook his head and addressed the elder, "Old chief, I believe he is quite ill, and I can no longer assist him." Chapter 45. Regret. Feng had returned home after leaving the elder's residence and collapsed onto his bed, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, he recalled the landlady. He had not seen her since yesterday and wondered how she was faring. He hurriedly put on his shoes and rushed downstairs. Noticing that the lights in the landlady's apartment were still on, he knocked on the door and called out, prompting the landlady to immediately open it. "Still awake, landlady?" Feng observed that she had just finished showering and was dressed in nightwear, making her appear particularly alluring. No wonder those rascals had been so brazen. The landlady shook her head. "Not yet. I don't feel like sleeping." "Why aren't you asleep either? Come in and sit." Feng followed her inside, where the landlady quickly poured him a glass of water. He then said, "I've avenged your grievances. Those ruffians have been sent to prison." He refrained from mentioning that he had eliminated the elder Jiang. Earlier, when Liu Tianhao had driven him back, he mentioned that all those troublemakers had received prison sentences, some for life, others for a minimum of 10 years. This was sufficient to make them suffer, and Feng felt quite satisfied. However, upon hearing this news, the landlady did not express joy. Instead, she looked at Feng with surprise. "How did you manage that?" Feng, noticing her expression, was not taken aback. "It was merely a coincidence that I know a friend who helped me report it to the police. So they were apprehended. You didn't even need to provide a statement. Is that so? Your friend must hold considerable power. Please extend my gratitude to him. And thank you as well, Feng." Upon realizing the situation, the landlady no longer harbored doubts. After chatting for a while, Feng saw that the landlady had no further concerns, so he decided to retire for the night. His main purpose in visiting her was to check on her well-being and to inform her that the troublemakers had been apprehended. Regarding Chun Xiao being caught, Feng felt it was a fitting outcome. After all, he was the one who had stirred up trouble. Feng had initially planned to eliminate him, but now he found himself imprisoned instead, thus narrowly escaping a dire fate. Fortunately, Liu Tianhao was aware of their animosity and had delivered him a substantial punishment, life imprisonment. Meanwhile, back at the elder's home, they too had not yet retired for the night. Qi Shaohua was lamenting to the elder, "Grandfather Liu, I realize my mistake. I beg you to help me find Feng once more. I truly know I was wrong." Previously, he had consistently looked down upon Feng. However, after Feng had taken his pulse and the system had accurately diagnosed his condition, the truth became evident. The reason was rather straightforward. 3 years ago, Qi Shaohua had been with numerous women, changing partners every few days. Somehow, he ended up contracting a certain ailment. Initially reluctant to confide in his family, he postponed treatment. But over time, the condition began to damage his very essence. By the time he realized something was amiss, he had already informed his family, but it was too late. No matter which renowned hospital they approached, they were told there was no remedy. Ultimately, abroad, they stated that surgery was possible, but he would never be able to have descendants, rendering him infertile. When Feng articulated his condition with remarkable precision, even detailing how he had contracted it, Qi Shaohua was left in a state of shock, realizing that Feng was indeed a miraculous doctor. However, after Feng diagnosed his ailment, he simply left, leaving Qi Shaohua filled with regret and anxiety, now fully aware that he had offended the very healer he desperately needed. Now it's too late. His regrets are futile. Feng has stormed off in anger. What use is crying? The old man let out a sigh and said, "You have always had such a temper. You didn't believe what Wan Qin told you earlier. Do you really think that Wan Qin and I could deceive you?" Qi Shaohua, with tears and snot, lamented, "I genuinely had no idea he was a divine healer. After all, he seems to be a year or two younger than me. And he claimed to come from the countryside. When he said that, I thought you two were also deceived by him. Who would have known it was like this? Lu Wanqin glared at him and said, You dolt, didn't I mention that he healed Grandpa? He also cured my terminal illness. If you refuse to believe it, whose fault is that? Xiaohua, one must not judge by appearances. Heroes come from humble origins. Our Huaxia has a rich history of 5,000 years, teeming with hidden talents. How could you possibly discern them? The old man continued. Now Feng is also angry, and that's not ideal, especially since you previously plotted with that Shui kid against him. Anyone would be furious. Hearing Qi Xiaohua's words about tonight's events, Lu Wanqin deduced. So it seems that it was Shui Zhijian who instigated him. Ultimately, Xiaohua was merely a pawn. Shui Zhijian, is that Shui Xiao? Qi Xiaohua quickly nodded. Yes, it was all Shui Zhijian's idea. He claimed Feng was pursuing Sister Qin, so he wanted to eliminate him. The old man frowned. This Shui lad indeed has deep schemes. He is meticulous in all he does. His manipulation of you to kill Feng must have a purpose. Grandpa, I know his intentions. He certainly has his sights set on Sister Wanqin, wanting to eliminate Feng as a competitor, Qi Xiaohua said hurriedly. Lu Wanqin shot him a glare, but remained silent. The old man shook his head. You have a point, but I doubt this lad is as simple-minded as you think. He never acts without benefit to himself. The mere fact that he likes Wanqin is insufficient reason for him to want Feng dead. In any case, be cautious of this person. None from the Shui family are to be underestimated. Lu Wanqin nodded silently. Though her interactions with Shui Zhijian were few, she had seen him several times and sensed his cunning nature, even likening him to a smiling tiger. Qi Xiaohua hastily redirected the conversation towards Feng, urging the old man to seek his favor. Eventually, the old man, feeling helpless, called Qi Xiaohua's grandfather, asking this elder to come over personally to plead with Feng, thus demonstrating sufficient sincerity. After clarifying the matter, the elder indeed rushed over that very night. Feng, however, paid little mind to it, engrossed in tinkering with the system. The system had prompted him to repay a debt, as he still owed 15 summoning points from when he learned the Car God skill. Feng pondered and asked the system, I still need a bit more time. Can I delay repayment until I have enough summoning points? I still find these points useful. Certainly, host. You accumulate 5 summoning points each month. By next month, you will owe 20 points, the system replied languidly. Feng found himself exasperated. It seemed his system had ventured into high-interest loans. Yet, he had no choice but to agree, as long as he repaid within the month. After contemplating, he decided against summoning anyone for the time being. Summoning points were precious and should be reserved for when they were truly needed. With nothing else to do, he browsed the system shop, which resembled a department store, filled with all manner of household items. With over 10 million in his account, he felt like a small magnate. Initially, he considered renting a nicer place elsewhere, but the thought of a landlord deterred him from moving. Since he was staying put, he resolved to refresh his home with new items and appliances. After half an hour of selection, he replaced old bedding and acquired a washing machine and refrigerator, items he had previously lacked. What delight! Now he not only had money, but also the convenience of the system shop, enabling him to procure goods without stepping outside, far superior to online shopping. Feng beamed as he surveyed his home. However, he suddenly recalled his parents, who were still toiling away. I must return to see them soon. They shouldn't have to bear such burdens, he resolved. After a busy night, he drifted off to sleep past 1 o'clock. The next day, before he could even rise, he received a call from Lu Wanqin, who informed him she was downstairs. Feng hurriedly dressed and rushed down, only to find not just her, but also the old man, Qi Xiaohua, and several unfamiliar faces awaiting him. Chapter 46. Another advantage upon introduction. Feng realized that the elder resembling the old man was Qi Xiaohua's grandfather, an old comrade of the old man. The 2 young men beside him were his bodyguards. Understanding their purpose, Feng smiled and inquired, I presume you have come to discuss your grandson's actions? Everyone was taken aback by Feng's candor. Before anyone could respond, Qi's grandfather stepped forward, respectfully addressing Feng, Divine Healer Ji. I learned from Elder Lu last night that my grandson has offended you. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize. Goodness, Chi Grandpa, there's no need for that, Ji Feng interjected, steadying him. Since this elder was a comrade of the old man, and their relationship seemed cordial, Ji Feng figured Chi's grandfather was not of ill intent. Though not as renowned as Elder Liu, Chi's grandfather was still an esteemed figure from the past, and having such a person bow to him was quite humbling. It's all my grandson's fault. He failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, divine healer Ji, to forgive him, Chi's grandfather added, noticing Ji Feng's support. At this moment, Chi Xiaohua approached, shedding his previous arrogance, and said, Divine healer Ji, it was indeed a misunderstanding. I ask for your forgiveness for my disrespect. The reckless driving incident was instigated by Xue Zhijian. Ji Feng frowned upon hearing this. He recognized that Xue Zhijian was indeed the one Chi Xiaohua referred to. It was evident to Ji Feng that while Chi Xiaohua had a sharp tongue, he was an honest person without ulterior motives. In contrast, Xue Zhijian was a rather cunning individual. Ji Feng wondered why Xue had sought to harm him when he was merely developing a rapport with Lu Wanqin. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. Addressing Chi Xiaohua, he said, I can see you're a straightforward person, but let me advise you, do not be overly arrogant. I know your family is well off, but offending others can lead to trouble. Your family dotes on you. Cherish that rather than engaging in reckless behavior, for they cannot protect you forever. And looking at your attire, do you truly believe you look handsome? Caught off guard by Ji Feng's words, Chi Xiaohua could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Chi's grandfather smacked him on the head, admonishing, You little rascal. Did you hear what Divine Healer Ji said? He speaks the truth. From now on, behave yourself. If it weren't for your parents' protection, I'd have dealt with you long ago. Yes, Divine Healer Ji is right. Grandpa is right. I will change my ways immediately. Grandfather is here. He truly dares not exhibit any anger and even implores Ji Feng to treat his ailment. How could he dare to refuse? At this moment, the old man, Chi, turned his gaze towards Lu Wanqin's grandfather, and he instantly comprehended. Thus, he approached Ji Feng and said, Ji Feng, look, even old Master Chi has come personally. For the sake of us two old fellows, please treat this child. Ji Feng was aware that the elder would plead on their behalf, so he smiled and replied, I can indeed provide treatment, but old chief, do you understand the immense cost I incur when I save a life? Oh, upon hearing Ji Feng's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The elder inquired, Ji Feng, if you have any requests, please articulate them. We will certainly fulfill your demands. Realizing that they had misunderstood, Ji Feng clarified, Old chief, you have misconstrued my words. As you are aware, the last time I saved you and subsequently cured Sister Wanqin of her terminal illness, conditions that are nearly impossible to treat globally, I did so at a significant personal cost. Upon hearing this, the elder pondered, his body trembling slightly. As an elder, his mindset diverged from that of the youth. Ji Feng's assertion was not without merit. Indeed, he had been on the verge of death himself, and Wanqin had been afflicted with an incurable disease. Ji Feng had miraculously cured them both in one go, which, upon reflection, seemed almost unscientific. Could it be that his mention of exchanging a cost referred to sacrificing his own lifespan? Goodness, if that were the case. Wouldn't he seeking out other patients to treat him equate to diminishing Ji Feng's own years? The elder found himself in a quandary. Trading one's lifespan for another's ailments is an extraordinary act of selflessness. In truth, Ji Feng's intent in presenting it this way was to create a misunderstanding. Otherwise, he would be inundated with requests from everyone seeking his healing services, and the few summoning points he had would scarcely suffice. Old Master Chi seemed to have grasped part of the nuance. He quickly seized Ji Feng's hand and pleaded, Divine Dr. Ji, I know this may be asking too much, but I have only this one grandson. I beg you to save him, so that our Chi family may have a future. If you can heal him, I will grant you anything you desire. Ji Feng contemplated for a moment, then sighed, Very well. Under these circumstances, I require you to agree to one condition. Suddenly, he recalled the dilapidated Hope Primary School in their village, which had fallen into disrepair, forcing the children to travel to the town for schooling. This was particularly troublesome for the younger children. Hence, he proposed construct a primary and secondary school in our village, ensuring that the children have a place to study. I will consent to treat him. Upon hearing this, old Master Chou nodded vigorously. Excellent, excellent. This is a noble deed. I have always cherished helping others. Provide me with the address, and I shall immediately arrange for its construction. We will build the largest school possible. Rest assured. Feng was taken aback by his swift agreement. It appeared he was indeed a kind-hearted man. Consequently, Feng led them to his upstairs area without further hesitation. Once upstairs, Feng wasted no time and proceeded to treat Qi Xiaohua. Having already assessed him the previous night, the system indicated that it would only require 5 summoning points to cure him. He did not conceal this miraculous treatment from the onlookers. Witnessing such a spectacle would bolster their belief in his earlier statements, and they would likely understand not to burden him with requests in the future. As Feng inserted the needles into Qi Xiaohua, brilliant white sparks erupted. Everyone gasped in astonishment until Feng withdrew the needles, declaring him fully recovered. It was only then that they turned to Feng, their expressions filled with disbelief. When Qi Xiaohua suddenly reported that he genuinely felt better, they finally comprehended the situation. Old Master Qi, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly knelt before Feng, prompting Feng to quickly assist him. Old Master Qi, please rise. Indeed, Divine Doctor, your methods are unparalleled in this world, surpassing even the title of Divine Healer. Old Master Qi was astounded by the miraculous scene he had just witnessed. Feng smiled. It seems you all have gleaned insight into my treatment methods, but please understand, this incurs significant losses on my part, so I implore you to keep this confidential. Absolutely. We will certainly honor your request, the elder assured, nodding vigorously. Lu Wanqin gazed at Feng with a complex expression, lost in thought. After a lengthy exchange and numerous expressions of gratitude from the grandfather and grandson, Feng provided them with the address, and they finally took their leave. Feng sighed and reclined on his bed, muttering, alas, this was quite a loss, expending 5 summoning points in vain. However, on the bright side, facilitating the establishment of a new school for the village indirectly benefits the children. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a vibration on his wrist. He quickly checked, expecting a task, but was instead elated to see the notification. Host benevolence in treating others has yielded benefits for all. Special reward of 10 summoning points and a mysterious gift pack. Overjoyed, Feng leaped up, exclaiming, who would have thought that my good deed for the village would earn me a reward from the system? I adore you, system. It seems I must continue to do good in the future. Chapter 47. Dining with the campus belle, Feng eagerly opened the mysterious gift pack. And as it revealed its contents, his excitement soared, for it contained 5 summoning points, a strengthening pill, a life extension pill, and an invisibility potion. Goodness, the system has truly outdone itself this time, showering me with such splendid gifts. Why the sudden generosity? Feng inquired animatedly. The system responded. These items were randomly selected by the system. Consider it a stroke of luck for you, dear host. We hope you continue your commendable efforts. Absolutely. Should such fortunate events arise again, please keep me informed. By the way, I'll return the 15 summoning points owed to you to avoid any further interest. Feng stated, now possessing 23 summoning points, hastily repaying his debt. After settling the debt, Feng found his points depleted once more, with only 8 remaining. Fortunately, he could still summon once more, which provided him some relief. Stretching lazily, Feng glanced at the time, exclaiming, goodness, it's already class time. He hurried out the door and took a taxi to school. Now considered somewhat affluent, he no longer needed to walk this distance. Moreover, he was already late. Fortunately, it was not the homeroom teacher's class, so it was of little consequence. Upon entering, he spotted his classmate, the portly Zhou Fei, and greeted him before taking his seat. At the Shui residence, Shui Zhijian sat in his study, addressing a nearby bodyguard. What have you discovered? The bodyguard replied respectfully, young Master Shui, we have indeed gathered information. But it is rather peculiar. Feng hails from a rural background, and his village is exceedingly impoverished. I even traced his lineage. His ancestors have been farmers for 2 generations, and Feng himself has grown up in the countryside without any contact with prominent figures. Shui Zhijian was taken aback upon hearing this, then asked, are you certain there was no mistake? I find that young man to be rather extraordinary. Either your investigation was flawed, or he underwent some transformation during his university years. Have you gathered any information from that time? The bodyguard quickly responded. During his university years, we dispatched others to investigate as well, but the findings remained unremarkable. His connection with the Liu family appears to have only begun recently. However, we have yet to determine the nature of their acquaintance, as we dare not probe into the Liu family's affairs. Shui Zhijian nodded, acknowledging the clarity of the situation. It became evident that this young man had undergone a transformation upon his interaction with the Liu family. Yet, it was perplexing how he could change so rapidly, evolving from a mere country lad into a master driver. Moreover, Shui harbored suspicions that his talents extended beyond mere driving skills. Last night, at Tao Mountain Villa, he recalled Lu Wanqin mentioning that this young man had cured her terminal illness. Additionally, there was the matter of old Master Liu, who had been rumored to be on the brink of death, yet now appeared to be full of vigor, something that seemed to be linked to Feng. Just how many capabilities did this young man possess? The bodyguard shook his head, stating that further investigation was necessary, though probing into the Liu family could prove challenging. Shui Zhijian insisted that they must investigate despite the difficulties. He dared to lay hands on Lu Wanqin. Regardless of who he is, he must be dealt with. Otherwise, our plans will be jeopardized. Do you understand? Understood. I will look into it further. The bodyguard nodded, and upon receiving a dismissive wave from Shui Xiao, he exited the room. Shui Zhijian set down the magazine in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. This Feng is indeed intriguing. I shall see what tricks you possess, daring to vie for my family's interests. It seems I must make my move against Lu Wanqin as well. As the class concluded, although there was another session in the afternoon, Feng and Fei made their way to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving, they unexpectedly encountered the campus beauty, Liang. To Feng's surprise, she greeted him with an affirmative nod, which left him momentarily stunned. He quickly recovered, smiling. You're here for a meal too? Yes. How about we dine together? Liang suggested. Feng, taken aback and momentarily speechless, finally replied, no, of course I'd do like that. Shall we head upstairs? Realizing that the usually aloof campus beauty had taken the initiative to invite him to dine together was quite shocking. Liang, not one for excessive conversation, led the way upstairs after Feng agreed. Fei followed behind, casting a curious glance at Feng. Hey, it seems you're in for a stroke of luck, he teased. You've caught the attention of the campus goddess. Chou, be careful, she might hear you. Feng swiftly kicked him, wary of Zhu's penchant for speaking indiscreetly. Upstairs, the atmosphere was quieter as the meals were more expensive, catering to wealthier students, prompting those of modest means to prefer dining on the ground floor. After placing their orders, the trio settled at an empty table. Feng, unsure of what to say, given his unfamiliarity with Liang, asked, so, would you like something to drink? Liang shook her head. Thank you, I don't like soft drinks. By the way, Feng, I observed your remarkable driving skills last night. How did you hone such talent? Feng hadn't anticipated this question. Well, perhaps I have a natural aptitude for it, he replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Liang nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and shifted to discussing the Liu family. I noticed you have a good relationship with Lu Wanqin. Did you truly cure her illness? Finally, grasping her intentions for the invitation, Feng remained unperturbed. Although he felt no particular fondness for Liang, he sensed no ill will from her. Indeed, I did help her, but it was largely due to fortunate circumstances. Liang, though already aware that Feng had cured them, was still taken aback by his admission. She hadn't expected him to possess the ability to treat terminal illnesses, let alone his impressive driving skills or the frequent changes in bodyguards. This was certainly not what Wang Hao had uncovered. Who exactly was he? Her curiosity deepened, and she realized that while she should refrain from excessive inquiries to avoid annoying him, befriending such an enigmatic individual could yield great advantages. The two fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, Fei was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Other students in the cafeteria, noticing Liang dining with a male companion, were filled with intrigue. Wait, am I imagining things? Is that really our goddess Liang? Why is she dining with another guy? Some boys couldn't help but inquire about Ji Feng's identity, while others discreetly snapped photos to share on the campus forum, oblivious to the unfolding drama. As their meal progressed, Ji Feng and Li Ting engaged in minimal conversation. It became evident that the rumors were indeed true. Li Ting had little interest in boys. Had she not been curious about him, she likely wouldn't have sought him out for lunch. Ji Feng pondered whether she genuinely lacked interest in males. However, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Once they finished their meal, Li Ting announced, "All right, I must return to class." "Sure, you go ahead," Ji Feng replied, not pressing further as he nodded and let her leave. He and Zhuo Fei ordered drinks and settled back to relax upstairs. "Hey, Ji Feng, what's the deal? At first, I thought our campus beauty had a thing for you. But your conversation seemed rather peculiar. When did you learn to drive? And what's this about curing someone's terminal illness?" Zhuo Fei was utterly perplexed. In his memory, Ji Feng had never demonstrated any driving prowess or healing abilities. Had he been pretending in front of Li Ting to impress her? Regarding Zhuo Fei's inquiries, Ji Feng offered no explanation, opting instead to deflect with a vague excuse. Zhuo Fei, noticing Ji Feng's reluctance to divulge details, became increasingly convinced that Ji Feng was merely putting on a facade for Li Ting's benefit. "Huh, you're getting bolder, aiming for the campus flower. Huh, though the odds of winning her over are slim, I'll always have your back. Go for it." Zhuo Fei grinned, fully believing Ji Feng was attempting to woo Li Ting. Ji Feng shot him a disapproving glance. "Let's just head back to class. And keep your comments to yourself." Zhuo Fei shrugged, about to say something when he suddenly froze, eyes wide as he stared at his phone screen. "No way. Dude, you become famous. What's going on?" Ji Feng leaned in, and upon seeing the screen, he was left speechless. "Who the hell took this photo of us?" Yifu exclaimed, realizing a candid shot of him dining with Li Ting was circulating on the campus forum, accompanied by a caption that read, "Campus beauty, Li Ting breaks norms. Finally having a meal with a boy. Who is this guy?" Ji Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was absurd. Li Ting was being treated like a celebrity, and their simple meal had attracted unwanted attention. Zhuo Fei, on the other hand, was frustrated. "Damn it, I was there too. Why wasn't T.I. included in the shot? Is it because Li Ting didn't speak to me?" He had a point. The photographer had only captured Ji Feng conversing with Li Ting, leaving Zhuo Fei as an unnoticed companion. Ji Feng shook his head. "Let them have their fun. We should just head back to class." Upon returning to the classroom, Ji Feng noticed the change in his classmates' gazes. Some boldly asked, "Hey Ji Feng, you're back. Tell us why the campus beauty was having lunch with you. What's the nature of your relationship?" Ji Feng nearly stumbled to the ground, astonished that these individuals had received news so swiftly. What connection did he have with Li Ting? If he had known it would turn out this way, he would not have dined with her. Ji Feng found himself explaining that he had no relationship with Li Ting, yet they remained unconvinced, asserting that Li Ting had never associated with any boys in school. To them, she was as pure as a lotus flower. However, today she had dined with Ji Feng, which raised suspicions, and thus they refused to believe his words. Feeling helpless, Ji Feng chose to ignore them, laying his head down on the table and drifting into sleep, letting them chatter as they pleased. Finally, the afternoon school day came to a close, filled with classes and evening study sessions. After finishing dinner, Ji Feng, fearing his classmates would pester him with questions, decided to wait until class began before entering. At 9 o'clock, as evening study ended, Ji Feng dashed outside, with Zhuo Fei quickly catching up. "Why are you running? You're exhausting me. Wait for me," Zhuo Fei exclaimed. "We're not even going the same way. So why should I wait? Am I supposed to accompany you to the school gate?" Ji Feng chuckled at the sight of his out-of-breath friend. Zhuo Fei retorted, "Humph. I didn't eat enough for dinner. Let us grab some late-night snacks together." "Sound good. I'm hungry too. Let's head to the pedestrian street for some barbecue," Ji Feng replied, realizing he hadn't had enough to eat. The two made their way to the bustling pedestrian street, where various food stalls filled the air with enticing aromas. Zhuo Fei pointed to a barbecue stall and said, "Let us go to this one. I've eaten here a few times, and it's quite good." "Whatever works for me," Ji Feng replied, eager to satisfy his hunger. After selecting their food, they ordered from the vendor and slowly sipped on their beers. Ji Feng inquired about Zhuo Fei's girlfriend, who, he learned, was recovering and would soon return to work as a waitress at a hotel. Feng, let me toast you. I sincerely thank you for bringing my girlfriend back safely last time, Zhuo Fei said earnestly, raising his glass. Understanding Zhuo Fei's nature, Ji Feng reciprocated the gesture, and they both drank heartily. Just as Ji Feng set down his glass, his gaze sharpened as he noticed something across the street. Zhuo Fei followed his line of sight and remarked, "It's just an argument. What else there to see? Let us keep drinking." But Ji Feng shook his head. "I feel as though that figure looks familiar. Let's go take a look." "Familiar? Is it one of your friends in trouble?" "We should hurry," Zhuo Fei responded, mistakenly believing it was one of Ji Feng's acquaintances involved in the dispute. Without hesitation, Ji Feng crossed the street. Upon arrival, he saw a young girl and a middle-aged woman embroiled in a heated discussion with a portly man. The man was insisting, "I told you, you must pay me today. I kindly came to buy your clothes, and you scratched my car. What nonsense is this?" The girl appeared on the verge of tears, pleading, "I've told you. I didn't scratch your car. Why are you blaming me?" Approaching them, Ji Feng recognized the girl as Ji Yingying, the one who had implored him for help at the hospital regarding her mother. The middle-aged woman beside her was her mother. While Ji Feng might have ignored the situation if it involved strangers, he felt compelled to intervene since he had met Ji Yingying before, and she was, after all, his distant relative. "Yingying, what are you doing here? What happened?" he asked. Upon hearing his voice, Ji Yingying turned and quickly rushed to his side. "It's you, Brother Ji Feng. I'm here selling autumn clothes, but that man just came over to buy something, and when I showed him the clothes, he claimed I scratched his car and is now demanding money. But I didn't do it." Yi Fugun nodded, recognizing Ji Yingying as an innocent and timid girl who would not lie. He turned to look at the car, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, and the man appeared to be quite wealthy. He smiled and asked, "Sir, with your wealth, why stoop to arguing with a young girl?" The man retorted, "She scratched my car. How can she not compensate me? Who are you to her?" Ji Feng replied, "I'm her friend. Why would a wealthy man come to a street stall to buy clothes?" The man paused, taken aback by the question, but soon regained his composure. "What I do is none of your business. Since you're her friend, don't interfere. This car is worth nearly $1 million. The damage is substantial. I want to settle for less than 5,000. You don't look like you have money, so just step aside." But she clearly has no money to pay you. They're struggling selling clothes here. Let us just drop this matter, Ji Feng continued to persuade. The man smirked. "If she has no money, she can come work in my restaurant as a waitress to pay off her debt." As he spoke, Ji Feng noticed the man's gaze linger on Ji Yingying, revealing a lascivious intent. It dawned on Ji Feng that this man was attempting to extort them, a wealthy individual trying to take advantage of the less fortunate, forcing them to work off a debt they could not afford. The man's ulterior motive was clearly to exploit Ji Yingying's beauty, intending to lure her into his restaurant under the guise of repayment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Feng knew he could not stand by idly. This was not merely a car scratch. It was a predatory scheme that could lead to something much worse for Ji Yingying. He resolved to confront the man, determined to teach him a lesson and ensure he never engaged in such unscrupulous behavior again. After all, Ji Yingying was not only an acquaintance, but also part of his extended family. Chapter 49. Becoming unhinged with a firm resolve to assist Ji Yingying, Ji Feng turned to the portly man and asked, "You must have your own motives for approaching this situation. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way?" The man was taken aback, not expecting Ji Feng to see through his intentions. However, he quickly regained his bravado, noting Ji Feng's student attire and dismissing him as inconsequential. "I don't care what you say tonight. If you don't pay, you'll have to follow my terms." Ji Feng smiled. "Is that what you said?" "Yes, it is. Don't play tricks here, student. Don't get yourself into trouble," the man warned, thinking Ji Feng was merely trying to impress Ji Yingying. Seeing that Ji Feng showed no intention of backing down, Ji Feng discreetly summoned a hidden weapon, the 5 absolute divine needle, and said, "I'm giving you one last chance. Leave now." "Ah, young man, are you still pretending? Do you believe I won't call someone to take care of you right now?" The portly man, upon hearing Ji Feng's words, felt a surge of anger. This individual had been persistently disrupting his affairs, and now he was becoming increasingly brazen. He promptly took out his phone to summon help. Observing this, Ji Feng chose not to utter another word. In a sudden motion, he directed the 5 absolute divine needle towards the man's armpit, striking his laughter point. What have you done to me? It hurts, huh? Ha ha. Just as he was about to make the call, a sharp pain in his armpit caused him to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Initially, he managed to contain himself, but within a minute, he was laughing so hard he could barely breathe, collapsing to the ground in a fit of mirth, all the while questioning Ji Feng about his actions. Ji Feng merely shrugged and replied, I haven't done anything. Perhaps it's your own madness acting up? As the crowd gathered, some recorded the spectacle on their phones, while others, out of compassion, hastily called for an ambulance, believing the man to be experiencing a mental breakdown. Soon, the wail of sirens filled the air as a white ambulance arrived. The doctor, upon stepping out, was met with the sight of a man rolling on the ground, laughing foolishly, prompting him to rush over for an assessment. Get away from me. Ha ha ha, I'm not sick. It's this kid who did this to me. The doctor, however, quickly signaled to the nurse, hurry, get him onto the stretcher and take him to the hospital. He seems quite ill. Looks like we have a new patient for the psychiatric ward. Ha, you all are the crazy ones. I'm perfectly fine. The portly man protested, tears streaming from his eyes as he resisted. Yet, the more he struggled, the more convinced the doctors became of his condition. Seizing the opportunity, one of the doctors injected him with a sedative while he was distracted, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. The medical team swiftly loaded him onto the ambulance, which sped away, leaving Ji Feng shaking his head in disbelief. Who called the ambulance? I merely intended to teach him a lesson, and now he's off to the mental hospital. He shrugged it off, reasoning that the man was not a good person anyway, and thus deserved to face some consequences. Turning his attention back to Ji Ying, he said, It's all over now. Ying, it's getting late. You should tidy up and head home with your aunt. Thank you, Brother Ji. If it weren't for you tonight, we would have been in real trouble, Ji Ying replied, snapping back to reality. Ji Feng smiled and said, You're too kind. After all, we're family. It's only right to help you. Please hurry and pack up. Furthermore, you should refrain from setting up your stall for a while. I suspect that man will come looking for you once he's out. Understanding Ji Feng's implication, Ji Ying nodded as she gathered her belongings. All right, Brother Ji, we want TB out for the next few days. You should also be careful. I fear he may seek you out for trouble as well. Ji Feng acknowledged her concern with a nod. Yes, I will be cautious. At that moment, Zhuo Fei rushed over to assist with the cleanup and quietly inquired, Feng, who is this beautiful lady? How come you seem to be surrounded by lovely women lately? Have you struck luck in love? Ji Feng shot him a glare and chose to ignore the question, but Zhuo Fei persisted. Hey, what was the deal with that fat guy earlier? How did you make him laugh like a lunatic? With a grin, Ji Feng replied, just a little trick. I can't explain it to you, but if you wish to experience it, I can arrange that. Guo, no, I don't want to end up in a psychiatric hospital. Zhuo Fei exclaimed, stepping back in fear. The group quickly finished packing up, helping Ji Ying and her mother load their belongings into an electric tricycle. Thank you, Brother Ji. We're heading back now, Ji Ying said. Don't mention it. Be careful on your way home. Yi Feng waved goodbye. After her mother expressed her gratitude, they rode off, leaving Ji Feng and Zhuo Fei to return to their barbecue stall. Just as they settled down, Ji Ying returned, this time to ask for Ji Feng's phone number. Reluctantly, he shared it with her, and she invited him to visit her home someday, a proposition Ji Feng did not decline. After Ji Ying departed, the two friends finally began to eat, indulging until 11:30. Zhuo Fei, having consumed a bit too much, suggested they get a ride home. Feng, I have a feeling that ever since your breakup with Tong Lan, you've transformed into a different person. What's going on? Yi Fu chuckled. Is it not a good thing to change? Zhuo Fei paused in surprise before laughing. Well, change is good. As long as you still recognize me as your brother. That's what matters. The car is here. You should head back. I'll wait a bit longer. Ji Feng waved him off and got into the car, returning home. After a few drinks, he collapsed onto his bed, falling fast asleep. The next morning, after getting ready, he rushed to school, only to find Li Ting's car parked at the entrance. As she stepped out, Ji Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to greet her. Just then, a Porsche sped past, nearly brushing against Li Ting. The car did not stop, merely slowing down slightly as a pair of hands reached out and yanked Li Ting inside before speeding away. Wang Hao, who witnessed the event, rushed after them, but the Porsche had already disappeared, leaving no time for rescue. Ji Feng, stunned by the scene, quickly realized, what the hell? Li Ting has been kidnapped? Though not in the same class, Li Ting was still his classmate, and having shared a meal with her just yesterday, Ji Feng felt compelled to act. Without a second thought, he summoned the 5 absolute divine needle and aimed for the Porsche S tire. However, he soon found himself baffled and cursing. What kind of tire is this? It won't puncture. While the needle had indeed struck, it did not deflate the tire. Instead, it seemed to have penetrated completely without causing any air loss. Resembling a vacuum tire, Ji Feng was perplexed, questioning how such a vehicle could use vacuum tires at such speeds without risk of skidding. With time of the essence, he could not afford to ponder further. Wang Hao, having spotted Ji Feng, rushed over. Brother Ji, you're here. Please help me. The young lady has been taken. Without hesitation, Ji Feng joined Wang Hao in pursuit. Although he hadn't been directly involved, he could not simply ignore the situation, especially since he had some acquaintance with Li Ting. He jumped into the driver's seat, and as Wang Hao took his place beside him, Ji Feng floored the accelerator, quickly gaining speed. Wang Hao trusted Ji Feng's driving skills from their previous encounter. As they chased after the fleeing vehicle, Ji Feng tapped into his driving prowess. But the Porsche had a head start, and all he could see was its distant silhouette. With the streets crowded, he refrained from speeding up too much. Finally, after 3 minutes, they entered the national highway, where Ji Feng seized the opportunity to increase his speed. In the car, Ji Feng inquired of Wang Hao while driving. Who are they? Wang Hao shook his head, replying, I have no idea. They must be competitors in the business world of the young lady's parents, or perhaps kidnappers. Noticing Wang Hao's uncertainty, Ji Feng refrained from pressing further, focusing intently on the pursuit. He realized that the skills of the pursuing vehicles were commendable, and he struggled to close the gap due to the considerable distance that had been established. Oh no, they've turned onto the mountain path. Ji brother, hurry and follow. If they enter the mountain road, it could be perilous. I'm worried for the young lady's safety, Wang Hao exclaimed anxiously. Ji Feng nodded, accelerating his speed. Fortunately, the adversaries slowed down considerably upon entering the winding path, and within 2 minutes, Ji Feng managed to close in on their vehicle. Seizing the moment, he deftly launched the 5 absolute divine needle, piercing a small hole in their window before it penetrated through. The assailants seemed to sense the impending danger and quickly ducked down. However, in doing so, the driver lost control and collided with the mountain wall. Ji Feng took advantage of this moment to ram his vehicle against theirs, effectively pinning them in place. Realizing their predicament, the assailants sprang from their vehicle, 4 figures clad in black emerging swiftly. Ji Feng and Wang Hao followed suit, with Wang Hao demanding, Who are you, and why have you taken the young lady? That is no concern of yours. Since you've pursued us, prepare to meet your demise, one of them retorted, revealing their unwillingness to engage in conversation and launching an immediate attack. Their strikes morphed from palms to claws, targeting the throats of Ji Feng and Wang Hao. Ji Feng distinctly sensed a dangerous aura. These individuals were formidable. He hastily shot the 5 absolute divine needle again, but the adversaries evaded it effortlessly. Brat, daring to use hidden weapons? I'll deal with you first. One of them growled, angered by Ji Feng's attempt. This reaction only incited their wrath further, drawing their focus entirely onto Ji Feng. Dismayed by their prowess, he realized that these 4 were incredibly skilled, capable of dodging his attacks while exuding an intimidating killing intent. Wang Hao, get out of the way. I'll handle them. You take the chance to rescue the young lady, Ji Feng urged, not wishing to play the hero. He heeded Wang Hao's advice and evaded, while Wang Hao boldly confronted the 4 attackers. The assailants, recognizing Wang Hao's abilities, narrowed their eyes. This fellow has some skill. Let us eliminate him first. With that, they surged toward Wang Hao, who, much to Ji Feng's astonishment, demonstrated impressive martial prowess, fending off the 4 with formidable strikes. Ji Feng now understood why Wang Hao had sought to compete with Guan Yu and Pang De. He truly had confidence in his abilities. However, after merely 3 minutes, Wang Hao began to retreat. Despite his strength, he was outnumbered, with the 4 adversaries targeting his vital points. Desperation struck Feng as he recalled the system. He swiftly maneuvered to avoid the enemy's sight and activated the system, opting to summon a character. As he clicked to summon a junior figure, he fervently wished for a powerful warrior to emerge. However, when the figure materialized before him, he was left in disbelief. What on earth? How does this even make sense? Another woman? Feng lamented, recognizing that he had summoned yet another female character. Unlike the previous figures, she exuded a unique allure. Dressed in a flowing silk robe that left tantalizing glimpses of her form, her captivating eyes seemingly radiating an irresistible charm that stirred a primal response within Feng. As she approached, her presence enveloped him in a fragrant aura that felt intoxicating, her breath warm against his face. Startled by her beauty, he stammered, hello. What is your name? Replying to the master, my name is Liang, she answered with utmost respect. Feng was momentarily taken aback, questioning, Liang, I don't believe I've heard of you. Are you from the 3 kingdoms? Liang nodded. In truth, I hail from the Jinan era, residing in Luoyang. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, master? Feng pondered her origins, uncertain of her relation to the 3 kingdoms. Feeling a surge of frustration towards the system for summoning a woman at such a critical moment. Hey, what does this mean? Does she even know how to fight? He queried the system. The response came swiftly. Host, do not underestimate Liang. While she lacks a combat power rating, she possesses a charm value. Previously, she was a renowned courtesan, and with the system's enhancement, her allure may prove more effective than sheer force. Feng's expression darkened. Before he could ask further, the system issued a task. Utilize Liang to rescue Li Ting. Completion rewards 5 summoning points. Failure incurs a deduction of 5 points. Seriously? A task already? Why 5 points? Based on my experience, that indicates a relatively easy challenge. Is Liang truly that formidable? Feng mused, perplexed by the situation. Tuning to Luoyang? He inquired, you must be aware of the task the system has given me. Are you confident in completing it? With a gentle smile, she replied. As long as they are men, I am confident. Ah, quite self-assured are we? Then let us proceed to rescue her, Feng declared, encouraged by her confidence. Approaching the scene, he witnessed Wang Hao on the brink of defeat, having sustained a blow. Feng nodded toward Liang, instructing, handle those 4 assailants. Understood, master, she affirmed, gracefully striding toward the adversaries. As she approached, a fragrant breeze accompanied her, and she called out softly, Gentlemen, would you kindly cease your fighting? Her voice resonated like a silvery bell, warm and inviting, melting hearts as the 5 combatants turned, momentarily entranced by her presence. Do you find me beautiful? She asked, her sultry lips parting slightly. In unison, they nodded, beautiful indeed. Captivated by her charm, they were utterly spellbound. Her melodic voice and enchanting gaze rendering them unable to look away. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng was taken aback, realizing the prowess of the woman before him. How could she stand there and so effortlessly captivate these individuals? In light of this revelation, Feng promptly summoned 4-5 absolute divine needles and aimed them at the pressure points of the 4 men. Startled by the impending danger, the 4 felt the sensation too late to react. A sharp pain coursed through their heads, and they collapsed to the ground. Success! Feng exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands as he observed that they had indeed fallen victim to his needles. Liang, seeing this, retracted her enchanting spell and approached Feng. Master, the task is complete. Excellent. I didn't expect your charm technique to be so formidable, Feng replied, praising her with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Wang Hao, recovering from his astonishment, gazed incredulously at Feng and Liang, asking Brother and who might this lady be? Feng, unsure how to explain, casually remarked, Oh, this is my newly hired bodyguard. Her name is Inger. Wang Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feng would hire another bodyguard, especially one as enigmatic as this woman. Just her gaze had ensnared him, indicating she was no ordinary individual, and he marveled at how he had not noticed her arrival. His curiosity towards Feng intensified, realizing that all his bodyguards possessed extraordinary abilities, and he was unable to uncover any background on them. including Inger. While Wang Hao was deep in thought, the door of a Porsche swung open, and Li Ting descended. Wang Hao regained his composure, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Li Ting shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Wang, and also to you, Ji Feng, and this sister for saving me." Having witnessed the entire event from her hiding place in the car, she understood that Ji Feng and the others had come to her rescue. Yet, upon seeing Liang, she felt an oddness. Who was this woman? And how could a mere glance have ensnared them? Where had she even come from? Ye Feng hastily interjected. "There's no need for thanks. We are classmates after all. Since everything is settled, let us return swiftly." Wang Hao nodded and swiftly backed out the car, tying up the assailants and tossing them into the vehicle. As they drove back, Wang Hao, still curious, inquired, "Miss Inge, did you employ hypnosis just now?" It was no surprise he thought so, as their initial attraction to her was not due to her beauty, but rather her captivating gaze and voice. Though now that he examined her closely, he acknowledged her allure. He considered himself impervious to the charms of a woman's beauty. Inger, receiving information from the system, understood that such matters should remain known only to Ji Feng. Thus she replied softly to Wang Hao, "Indeed, I utilized hypnosis." "Ah, I see. It's impressive that you can wield hypnosis so adeptly at such a young age. May I inquire where you hail from?" Wang Hao remarked, sensing her skill. Generally, hypnosis requires a period of build-up, yet she had managed to ensnare them in an instant. Inger, aware of Wang Hao's probing, simply smiled and said, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that." "Apologies, I spoke out of turn," Wang Hao acknowledged, realizing further inquiries would yield no answers. However, he remained puzzled by her choice of attire, which, while traditional, was notably revealing. Alongside Li Ting, he pondered this as they returned to the school. Ji Feng suggested, "Since we've already missed class, Brother Wang, could you drop us off at my building? I'll arrange for her to head back to school afterward." Wang Hao obliged, bringing Ji Feng to his building before departing with Li Ting. Given the earlier kidnapping attempt, she was understandably shaken and unable to return to school. Plus, the incident warranted informing her parents. Once inside, Ji Feng began selecting an outfit for Inger, recognizing that her traditional attire might be inappropriate in public. Observing his selection process, Inger quickly interjected, pointing to a particular outfit. "Master, I wish to wear this." Ji Feng raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you certain?" "Yes, master," she affirmed earnestly. Reluctantly, Ji Feng purchased the outfit, producing a bag and handing it to Inger, urging her to change. Moments later, she emerged, and Ji Feng, even without her using her charm, found himself captivated. She wore a plunging neckline and a form-fitting, ultra-short black dress that accentuated her perfect figure, highlighting her curves in an alluring manner. "How incredibly seductive," Ji Feng blurted out involuntarily. Inger giggled, covering her mouth. "Thank you for the compliment, master. My taste is quite refined. Wouldn't you agree? Even in modern attire, I can showcase my alluring figure. Indeed, it is primarily due to your inherent beauty, allowing you to enchant regardless of clothing," Ji Feng praised once more. Although she lacked the extraordinary beauty of historical figures like Diao Chan or De Qiao, she possessed a unique, mysterious allure that set her apart. Noticing the time, Ji Feng realized he had already missed the first class of the morning and needed to depart for school. "Inger, please stay at home while I attend class. I shall accompany you when I return." "Understood, master," Inger replied, nodding in agreement. After instructing her to refrain from wandering about, Ji Feng hurried off to school, relieved that the system had not mandated Inger to remain by his side, as that would have been troublesome. Meanwhile, in the Li family's hall, the elderly patriarch sat with Li Jing and his wife, who had rushed back upon learning of their daughter's kidnapping. What exactly transpired? Li Jing inquired of Wang Hao upon his return. Wang Hao promptly recounted the events, detailing how Ji Feng and Inger had intervened. As the story unfolded, the room filled with shared glances of disbelief. Li Jing remained silent, while the patriarch asked, "You mean the university student we met at Old Master Lu's is Ji Feng?" "Indeed, that is the very individual. I attempted to investigate him, but uncovered no concrete information about him or his bodyguards. He is shrouded in mystery," Wang Hao elaborated, sharing everything he knew. At this point, Li Jing interjected, "Regardless of who Ji Feng truly is, since he saved Ting Ting, We shall express our gratitude later. However, we must ascertain who was behind her kidnapping. Wang Hao shook his head. I'm uncertain of their identities. Judging by their methods, they were clearly trained professionals, not ordinary kidnappers. However, Feng incapacitated them, and it may be some time before they awaken. We will need to interrogate them upon their recovery. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing furrowed his brow. If it were not for extortion or kidnapping, it must be directed against them. However, they truly could not fathom who was orchestrating this. Chapter 52. Hosting guests after school in the afternoon. Without self-study, Feng hurried home. He found Liang sleeping, and it seemed rather dull to leave someone alone at home. Feng roused her, saying, "Have you been bored at home all day?" "Indeed. The master wouldn't let me go out, so I could only stay home and sleep," Liang replied. Despite this, she showed no signs of complaint. Feng felt slightly embarrassed and suggested, "How about we step outside for a walk and have dinner?" "Great. I've been wanting to go out and see what this world is like." "Let's go, master." Liang appeared eager, pulling Feng along as they headed out. The first sensation Feng experienced was the softness of Liang's delicate hand, accompanied by the enchanting fragrance wafting from her, causing his heart to race. Fortunately, Liang reminded oblivious. Feng mused, "Indeed, this charming courtesan summoned by the system possesses an irresistible allure. None of the characters summoned are ordinary." As they descended, Feng contemplated where to take Liang for dinner when suddenly a Maserati pulled up beside them. He glanced over to see Lu Wanqin stepping out of the car. However, upon noticing Liang beside Feng, she was momentarily taken aback. It was only when Feng called her name that she regained her composure. "Feng. Who is this beautiful lady?" Feng replied, "She is my new bodyguard." "Quite beautiful, I assenti she, but she is not as lovely as you, Wanqin. You flatter her. This lady is far more beautiful than I am. But why do you keep changing bodyguards?" Lu Wanqin chuckled, amused by Feng's words, and inquired about the situation. Noticing his penchant for hiring attractive guards, Feng quickly diverted the topic, asking, "By the way, did you need something from me, Wanqin?" "All right, I almost forgot. This card is a gift from Qi Xiaohua's grandfather, expressing gratitude for curing Xiaohua's illness. Additionally, he mentioned that the Hope Primary School you proposed has been surveyed, and construction will commence soon, so you can rest assured." As she spoke, Lu Wanqin handed Feng a bank card. "Do you fumes surprise?" He accepted the card without hesitation. "Ah, that Qi old man is quite thoughtful. Please thank him for me. By the way, how much is on it?" Lu Wanqin laughed again. He said it's 10 million, which should be enough for a while. "You become quite wealthy recently. Haven't you? Over 20 million in your accounts now. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" "Of course. We haven't eaten yet. Let us go." Feng grinned, and without further ado, he and Liang hopped in her car. Feng took the wheel, while Liang sat beside him. Lu Wanqin was momentarily stunned, but then settled into the back seat. Feng drove them to the largest hotel in the area, the Conlian Hotel. Now that he had wealth, it was only fitting to treat a refined lady like Lu Wanqin to a lavish meal. After exiting the car, Liang, slightly dizzy, exclaimed, "Oh, master, this car is incredible and so fast. I feel a bit lightheaded." Feng chuckled. "You're not used to it yet, but you'll get accustomed to it. Shall I help you inside?" Seeing that Liang was indeed feeling dizzy, Feng supported her, for unlike the previous characters summoned, she lacked any combat prowess and was not accustomed to such rapid driving. Lu Wanqin quickly approached Feng's side, teasing, "You lucky fellow, escorting such a stunning beauty to dinner. Others must be envious. Who says there is only one beauty? You're quite lovely yourself. I suppose others will indeed be envious." Feng replied with a smile, playfully bantering with her. Lu Wanqin rolled her eyes, and the two prepared to request a private room. However, as it was peak dining time, all the private rooms were fully booked. Reluctantly, they settled for a table in the main hall. Though Lu Wanqin possessed a diamond membership card that would grant them a luxurious private room, she refrained from using it, considering it was Feng treating her. Even at a discount, the cost would be significantly higher in a private room, and the main hall offered a comparatively more economical option. To save Feng some money, she chose not to present her card and instead sat down with him and Liang. Feng promptly handed the menu to Lu Wanqin, saying, Wanqin, feel free to order whatever you like. Lu Wanqin, not one to be modest, picked several dishes and then handed the menu to Liang. After staring at the menu for a while and not understanding any of it, Liang shook her head, saying, these dishes are quite strange. I can't make sense of them. You should order, master. Feng chuckled, but said nothing. After all, it was natural for her not to comprehend, having been summoned from the ancient times. He casually selected a few dishes and signaled the waiter to prepare them. Shall we have some wine? Feng asked Lu Wanqin. She nodded in agreement. Sure, let us order a bottle for the three of us. Feng requested a bottle of red wine, and after pouring it for everyone, they began to sip leisurely. Ugh, what is this wine? It tastes awful. Liang exclaimed as she took a sip and immediately spat out, fanning her mouth with her hand. Feng and Lu Wanqin exchanged glances, taken aback. How could it be bad? The wine Feng chose was not particularly cheap, yet she claimed it was terrible. Liang continued, I'm just used to the wine from my home, so I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. Hearing this, Feng realized that Liang might not be accustomed to the modern wine. No witties, no witties. If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Let us enjoy the food instead. Lu Wanqin, standing nearby, didn't probe further, assuming Liang simply wasn't used to drinking. Just then, a well-dressed young man approached their table. Excuse me, would you mind if I join you? He asked, plopping down in an empty seat beside them without waiting for a response. Feng frowned, scrutinizing the young man, who appeared to hail from a wealthy family, likely in his early 20s. Sorry, but there's an empty seat over there. You might want to sit there instead. The young man glanced at Feng, then at Lu Wanqin and Liang, a lewd glint in his eyes. Come on, my friend, there's an empty seat here, and since the restaurant is busy, let us share this table. Lu Wanqin sensed his intentions and felt displeased. Sir, we prefer not to be disturbed while dining. Please find another seat. Come on, beautiful. Don't say that. How about we become friends? This meal is on me. The young man smiled broadly at Lu Wanqin. At that moment, Liang interjected, Oh, let him sit here. It's not bothering us since the seat is empty. Upon hearing this, Feng and Lu Wanqin were taken aback, but the young man beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. Exactly. This lady is right. I'm not a bad person. Let us just be friends. With that, he quickly poured wine for everyone, including himself, raising his glass and introducing himself. My name is Jiangyu. May I ask what this lovely lady's name is? Although this individual was ostensibly introducing himself, he directed his attention solely towards Liang, having been captivated by her beauty and seductive charm at first glance. Thus, he couldn't resist approaching her in an attempt to establish a connection. Liang appeared completely unguarded as she introduced herself, saying, My name is Inger, and this is my master. This sister is our friend. Her name is, if I recall correctly, it's Wanqin, right, sister? Upon hearing this, Feng's lips twitched. He thought to himself, how could Liang be so oblivious? Was her former life as a courtesan so ingrained that she harbored no caution towards men? Yet, it was perplexing. One would assume she had encountered numerous men and should possess a keener eye for their intentions than he did. What was going on? Chapter 53. Misunderstanding. Seeing Liang converse so casually with this stranger, Lu Wanqin furrowed her brow, yet she refrained from commenting. Feng interjected, Ziying, Yingya. Since you are new here and have much to learn, please refrain from speaking for now. In response to Feng's remark, the man expressed his discontent, turning to Feng and retorting, Brother, this is where you err. The beautiful lady has no objections. Why do you, as a man, need to complicate matters? He then addressed Liang. Lovely Inger, you mentioned he is your master? Does that imply he is your employer? In that case, why not come with me? Whatever he pays you, I shall offer you double. Although Liang had not employed any seductive tactics, her innate allure was irresistible to the man. Upon learning that Feng was her master, he assumed she was employed by Feng and sought to claim her for himself. How could I accept money from my master? I serve him for free, Liang responded unexpectedly. This left the man dumbfounded. How could such a stunning beauty accompany someone without charge? Feeling a pang of envy, he hastily offered, Then how about I pay you 10,000 a month? Would you come with me? I assure you, you shall want for nothing. Feng found the man's audacity increasingly intolerable and retorted, Sir, should you continue in this manner, I will have no choice but to call the authorities and report you for harassment. Oh, come now, brother, don't pull that on me, the man scoffed. I am merely conversing with a lady. You may have the right to employ her, but do I not hold the same right? Besides, she has the right to choose. Does she not? With Feng interjecting, the man appeared agitated, increasingly displeased with Feng. Why did he feel entitled to such an exquisite and alluring woman? Well, it wasn't just one, there were two. While the other lady was also lovely, she seemed rather aloof and difficult to sway. Thus, his focus was entirely on Liang. Feng was genuinely angry now. He contemplated taking action against the man, but hesitated, recognizing that the man had not yet escalated the situation to violence. Instead, he opted to call the police, reasoning that once they arrived, the man's wealth would be of little consequence. Feng merely wished to enjoy a peaceful meal with the two ladies. Are you serious about calling the police? Do you think I'm intimidated by that? Truly, you are naive. Let us see who gets thrown out later. The man, far from being deterred by Feng's threat, wore a smug smile and began drinking from their bottle, as if hosting the gathering himself, showing no regard for the situation. Feng shook his head inwardly, recognizing that such individuals, bolstered by their wealth, often disregarded others. As silence enveloped the table while awaiting their meal, a police car indeed arrived shortly thereafter. One must commend the efficiency of the urban police, especially given their proximity to the station. They arrived in under 5 minutes. Upon entering, one officer, upon recognizing the man, greeted him warmly. Young master, what brings you here today? Care for a drink? The officer approached the man, who replied, Oh, Officer Zhang, I have a matter to attend to, but we can catch up later. The officer appeared diligent in his duties. However, the man insisted, no need for formality. The one who called the police is a fool. He came here to dine, and I merely engaged him in conversation. He claimed I was interrupting his meal and called for assistance. I see. What a misunderstanding. In that case, we shall not intrude any further, the officers decided. Prepare to depart. Yet, the man pulled one officer back and urged, Since you are here, why not join me for a drink? This establishment was owned by young Master Yu's family, and the officers were aware of this, thus feeling obliged to accept his invitation. Very well, since it is mealtime, we shall indulge, they concurred. Upon hearing their agreement, the man cast a triumphant glance at Feng, silently conveying, Did you think I was afraid? I doubt you anticipated my connections. Now, let us see how you contend with this. He then pulled the officers to Feng's table, hoping their presence would inhibit Feng's aggression and allow him to converse freely with the enchanting lady. However, as they approached the table, Officer Zhang noticed Lu Wanqin and froze momentarily before exclaiming, Miss Lu, what a surprise to see you here. Lu Wanqin stood and replied, Officer Zhang, how delightful to see you. Are you dining here as well? Lu Wanqin was fully aware of the underlying dynamics, but feigned ignorance. Upon realizing who she was, Officer Zhang smiled broadly indeed. We simply came to dine and ran into young Master Yu. Young Master Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of Miss Lu. Officer Zhang confirmed, Yes, this hotel belongs to young Master Yu's family. Did you not know, Miss Lu? Is that so? Since you're also dining here, why not join us? Lu Wanqin extended the invitation, fully aware of the implications. Officer Zhang, however, was hesitant, quickly shaking his head and saying, No, I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. I will not intrude. He then cast a glare at young Master Yu and promptly departed, leaving you in a state of shock, staring after Lu Wanqin and her companions. Lu Wanqin turned to young Master Yu and inquired, What is wrong, young Master Yu? Weren't you keen to dine with us? Why do you linger there? Young Master Yu frowned, having observed the respect with which Officer Zhang treated Miss Lu, sensing something was amiss. He wondered if he had unknowingly entangled himself with someone of considerable influence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily retreated. Remaining were Lu Wanqin and Feng, who exchanged knowing smiles. Finally, some peace and quiet, she remarked. Feng understood the situation and merely smiled in response, while Liang playfully stuck out her tongue and said, I apologize, I only intended to tease him a bit. but it seems you resolved the matter before I could even begin. In truth, this was a trivial affair for both Lu Wanqin and Ji Feng, who regarded it lightly. Ji Feng replied, "No worries. It was merely a bit of amusement while we awaited our meal." As their food arrived, the group abstained from further drinking and soon finished their meal. Observing the time, Lu Wanqin noted, "Well, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you back." "No need. Let's take a taxi back ourselves. After all, our residence isn't far." Ji Feng declined Lu Wanqin's offer to drive him home, as his place was considerably closer. Lu Wanqin said nothing further and drove away. Ji Feng and Liang hailed a taxi and headed back. However, just as they descended from the vehicle and approached the building, a car followed closely behind. 5 individuals emerged from it, and one of them, observing Ji Feng and Liang as retreating figures, remarked, "Damn, turns out he's just a poor guy living in such a place. Clearly, he's just a very broke loser. He was acting so high and mighty earlier, nearly fooled me. Young Master Yu, what should we do?" This person was none other than the young Master Yu from the hotel. Upon seeing Ji Feng and Liang leaving by taxi, he sensed something was amiss. His interest was particularly piqued by Liang, prompting him to call his 4 lackeys and hastily pursue them to uncover Ji Feng's true identity. Young Master Yu pondered. They must merely be acquainted with that so-called young lady from earlier. Surely they lack any substantial backing. The beauty accompanying that lad is likely his girlfriend, and he was just putting on a show in the hotel. Damn it, how dare he play with me? No woman I you have set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp. Let us follow them, and when the time is right, we'll bind that kid and take the girl. Perhaps even offer her some money, and she might just come along with me. Chapter 54. Outwitted. Just as young Master Yu and his companions stealthily entered the community, another vehicle arrived, from which emerged Jing Xiao, who had been secretly investigating Ji Feng. He and his 2 subordinates had just disembarked when one of them reported, "Jing Xiao, Ji Feng lives in this community. The last time we tried to capture that beauty, she vanished from Ji Feng's apartment. Oddly enough, while tracking him today, we observed another beauty by his side, and the previous one never reappeared. Ji Feng does seem quite intriguing, always surrounded by stunning beauties, each more captivating than the last. I'm starting to doubt whether these women are truly his bodyguards. Living in such a run-down community, it's improbable he would have any bodyguards. What on earth is going on?" Jing Xiao furrowed his brow. One of his subordinates suggested, "We'll find out once we get inside. If we capture Ji Feng and the beauty beside him, a little coercion will make him spill everything. Go on. I entrust this matter to you too. This time, do not fail as you did previously, understood?" Jing Xiao nodded and dispatched his 2 subordinates to apprehend Ji Feng. They swiftly made their way through the community, familiar with the route from their prior visit. However, as they reached the staircase, they suddenly spotted 5 individuals ahead, who were also acting covertly. Jing Xiao's subordinates were momentarily taken aback, initially thinking they were thieves. The individuals in front remained unaware of their presence when one of them said, "Young Master Yu, that kid appears to live in room 201. Let us hurry." Young Master Yu nodded. "That is excellent news. We cannot afford to fail. If we take care of that kid and win over the beauty, I'll be generously rewarded upon our return." After exchanging words, they ascended the stairs, but Jing Xiao's subordinates were stunned by this revelation. One of them exclaimed, "Room 201? Isn't that where Ji Feng resides? Could it be that those individuals are also targeting Ji Feng and his companion?" The other nodded. Their tones suggest they indeed are. This could complicate matters. Jing Xiao is specifically after the beauty accompanying Ji Feng. If those 5 interfere, it won't end well. Should we inform Jing Xiao? The other replied, "There's no time. They've already taken action. Why don't we just confront them directly? After all, Jing Xiao has our backs. Who cares who they are?" Upon hearing this, the other considered the suggestion and agreed. "All right, you make a valid point. Since Jing Xiao insists we must not fail this time, let us take them down." The 2 quickly pursued the 5 individuals, drawing out electric batons and launching an attack on 2 of them. The 2 opponents fell to the ground, but they were soon spotted. Young Master Yu was taken aback. He anticipated an assault. He quickly inquired, "Who are you?" But the 2 retorted, "Are you here to deal with Ji Feng?" Who is Ji Feng? Young Master Yu was confused, as he had never paid attention to Ji Feng's name. The opponents clarified, the one in room 201. Realizing, young Master Yu responded, "What does it matter to you whether we deal with him? Who exactly are you?" So that's how it is. Seeing young Master Yu's reaction, the two exchanged glances and instantly sprang into action. Young Master Yu, along with his remaining two subordinates, recognized that the opponents were attacking again, armed with electric batons. They quickly retreated. Despite having knives, they could tell the opponents were not ordinary fighters. As the assailants charged forward, young Master Yu and his companions made way. But the attackers were too swift. As young Master Yu and his companions stepped aside, the assailants lunged at them, delivering powerful electric shocks to his remaining two subordinates. Now, only young Master Yu was left. Just as he contemplated begging for mercy, the assailants offered him no chance, swiftly incapacitating him with electric shocks. The two exchanged smiles before knocking on Feng's door. Feng and Liang had just returned to their room, discussing pajamas, as he intended to let Liang choose a set from the system store before she took a shower. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Feng assumed it was the landlord and, upon opening the door, was startled to see two men in black rush in. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. Their movements were exceedingly swift, and he was knocked unconscious in an instant. After all, Feng was only adept at using the 5 absolute divine needles as projectiles and lacked close combat skills, leaving him vulnerable to their surprise attack. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still in his room, but bound hand and foot. Turning his gaze, he noticed Liang also tied up and just regaining consciousness. "Who are you?" Feng inquired of the two assailants. They chuckled. "Ah, you're awake? Don't concern yourself with who we are for now. Let us talk about you. Who are you? And is this beauty your bodyguard? What about the one dressed in white from last time?" Feng instantly understood they were referring to Jiaochan. It seemed these individuals had been keeping an eye on him for quite some time, and their question about Liang being his bodyguard implied they must have encountered him before, leading them to question his identity. Feng replied, "Of course. She's my bodyguard. As for the woman in white you mentioned, she had to return home for something, which is why I have a new bodyguard." "Very well. Can you tell us where she resides?" They were eager to obtain Jiaochan's address, as she was the beauty Jing Xiao had specifically requested. Yifu replied, "I don't know where she lives. How can I provide you with an address?" Though Feng was unaware of their intentions concerning Jiaochan's address, he truly had no knowledge of it. Would he tell them she was Jiaochan, a figure from the Three Kingdoms era? They would surely think him insane. "Kid, are you toying with us? Don't refuse us hospitality. Quickly tell us." Their irritation grew at Feng's reticence. Feng, feeling exasperated, chose to ignore them. Seeing his silence, they initially looked puzzled before shifting the topic. "Let us change the subject. What is your identity?" "Me?" Feng found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he stated, "Since you've tracked me down to this place, you must have conducted some investigation. Haven't you?" "I am but a simple villager, now a student at a polytechnic university." Upon hearing Feng's words, the two individuals finally erupted in anger, cursing vehemently and delivering a sharp slap across Feng's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. They were utterly incredulous at the notion that Feng hailed from the countryside. They believed he was concealing his true identity, and that this current persona was undoubtedly a fabrication. "You rascals, do not lay a finger on my master." Initially, Liang had refrained from interjecting, but witnessing the assault on Feng ignited her fury, and she roared like a frenzied lion. Having been brainwashed by the system, her loyalty to Feng was unwavering. She would not hesitate to sacrifice herself at his command, and she could not bear to witness any harm befall him. As Liang shouted at them, both men turned their gazes toward her and approached her side. One remarked, "What a stunningly beautiful woman to be with this scoundrel. It truly is a shame for her. Do you think we could have our way with her without consequence?" The other, eyeing Liang hungrily, gulped and replied, "It should be fine, right? The young master desires that woman in white. He never mentioned her. Besides, she's too alluring. I've already lost control. Since Feng is so defiant, let us toy with her before his very eyes and see if he dares to speak again." Just as Feng was about to unleash a tirade, Liang suddenly smiled, a captivating grin akin to a lotus blossoming after rain. Her voice transformed from its earlier agitation to a soft, delicate tone. Gentlemen, do you truly wish for Liang? Astonished by her voice, the two men simultaneously nodded eagerly. Yes, we want her. Then look closely at me. Am I beautiful? Liang ekut sweetly. They nodded again. Beautiful. Truly too beautiful. As they spoke, their eyes roamed over Liang, but upon meeting her gaze, they became entranced. Realizing they had fallen into her trap, Liang quickly added, Since you find me beautiful and desire me, why not untie me? Surely it wouldn't hurt you. Captivated by her eyes, they nodded in unison and proceeded to untie her. Once freed, Liang playfully suggested, Now why not free my master as well, so we can all enjoy ourselves together? Complying with her request, they swiftly untied Feng. He gave Liang a thumbs up, then seized the stun baton from the ground and discharged it towards the two men. They collapsed simultaneously, and Feng bound them again before rushing to the restroom to fetch cold water, which he splashed onto their faces, jolting them awake. What just happened? They exclaimed, bewildered to find themselves bound. Meanwhile, Liang chuckled. Gentlemen, do you find me beautiful? Is that you? Can you hypnotize? Upon a reminder, they recalled the earlier scene, mistakenly believing Liang had hypnotized them. At this moment, Feng interjected, Enough of the pleasantries, it's time to divulge who sent you. They could choose to remain silent, but Feng warned, While I may not dare to kill you, I am certainly willing to remove a few of your appendages. Do you believe me? As he brandished a fruit knife, they exchanged glances and shook their heads defiantly. We will never speak, kid. If you dare to act, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear. A threat? Then allow me to test that theory. Feng retorted, not intimidated but rather invigorated. He stuffed a pair of socks into one man's mouth and plunged a knife into his thigh. The man winced in pain, unable to scream due to the socks. Trembling instead, Feng turned to the other man and inquired, Will you speak? If not, I shall add to his suffering. Rest assured, what he endures shall be your fate as well. Ignoring him, the man remained resolute, prompting Feng to stab the first man's thigh once more. This time, without mercy, driving the blade deep. The man's forehead glistened with sweat, yet they remained steadfast in their silence, embodying a spirit of defiance that suggested death would be preferable to betrayal. Let me handle this, master. Liang, seeing their obstinacy, approached the other man, who was not gagged. She looked at him and softly asked, Kind sir, could you tell me who sent you? Do you think you can seduce me? Dream on. The man, realizing Liang intended to use her charm, fortified his defenses. Yet, Liang smiled, her allure melting hearts. Let's make a deal. Just tell me who sent you, and I shall be yours for the night. Upon hearing her proposition, the man swallowed hard, desperately avoiding her gaze yet unable to resist. Her voice was enchanting, and her beauty irresistible. What did she say? If he revealed the truth, she would be his for the night? He was no saint. Such words were impossible to resist, especially when she wielded the system's enchanting power. I. Despite his attempts to resist, he succumbed to Liang's charm. Perspiration beading on his brow. With his defenses weakened, Liang drew closer, her intoxicating scent enveloping him as she whispered, Speak, for I can hardly wait. The man gulped again, then, with a firm resolve, confessed, It was young Master Jing who sent us. He wishes to uncover Feng's true identity and the whereabouts of his female bodyguard. Young Master Jing has taken a liking to her and desires her for himself. Is that all? Feng interjected, surprised. The man nodded. Yes, that's all. Young Master Jing was captivated by her beauty and has been pursuing her relentlessly. Thus we resorted to targeting you. Now fully enlightened, Feng declared, I see. You may leave. Understanding their role as mere pawns in young Master Jing's game, he chose not to further torment them and untied their bonds. Liang stepped aside, and as one of the men regained his senses, he glared at her. Did you hypnotize me again? Liang merely smiled, ignoring his question. Feng warned, If you do not leave at once, you shall regret it. You believe you can still contend against me after your earlier ambush? With that, Feng summoned the 5 elements needles. Upon seeing them, the two men realized Feng was adept with hidden weapons. They understood that even with their training, they stood no chance against him, especially now that he had confiscated their stun batons. They exchanged glances, and one supported the injured man as they retreated. Just as Feng prepared to close the door, he noticed 5 individuals sprawled at the foot of the stairs. Approaching, he was taken aback to find it was none other than the fellow known as young Master Yu from the hotel. What on earth was he doing lying there? Feng quickly called out to the 2 individuals, and upon inquiry, he learned that they had rendered the 5 rascals unconscious. In that moment, Feng comprehended that this scoundrel Yu had also come with his entourage to conspire against him, but by mere chance, they had encountered the subordinates of Jing. Nevertheless, Feng chose to disregard these individuals, allowing them to remain unconscious. Should they awaken and seek trouble, he would not hold back. If they chose to discreetly depart, he would not pursue them either. Upon entering, Feng turned to the enchanting Inger and remarked, "Inger, I never anticipated your charm skills to be so formidable. They surpass even those of a master hypnotist." With a playful smile, Inger responded, "Oh, master, you flatter me. I merely wish to assist you. By the way, who is this Jing they mentioned? Is he someone you summoned previously?" As she recalled the words spoken by the man earlier, Feng couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. It all stemmed from Jiao Chan. The last time he brought her to celebrate the old man's birthday, they happened upon Jing, who had been eager to ingratiate himself with Feng. Clearly attracted to Jiao Chan, little did he know that Jing had been persistently investigating him, even resorting to aggressive measures. Was this man truly so lecherous? It was not entirely surprising, given Jiao Chan's extraordinary beauty, which was undeniably alluring to those who favored stunning women. Jing appeared to be the type infatuated with beauty. Feng candidly shared the entire story with Inger, as they were all characters summoned by the system, and there was no harm in her knowing. Upon hearing this, Inger grasped the situation but pouted. "So, you have summoned other beauties as well? Does that mean she possesses greater allure than I?" Feng smiled and replied, "One could argue that each possesses her own unique qualities. Jiao Chan relies solely on her beauty and the combat prowess granted by the system, while you, on the other hand, utilize your sensuality and the charm bestowed upon you by the system. Neither of you is inferior to the other. But master, you just said she is a peerless beauty. Am I not as beautiful as she?" Inger felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing Feng praise Jiao Chan's beauty. Feng reassured her, "You are indeed stunning. Your allure transcends hers." Chapter 56. An infuriating task. Delighted by Feng's compliment, Inger beamed with joy, for her world revolved around him, and she cherished his praise. In her exuberance, she embraced Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Master, you truly know how to speak. Even if what you say isn't entirely true, it brings me immense joy." However, Feng was taken aback, feeling a wave of softness envelop his arm, as Inger pressed against him, her ample bosom making its presence known. The intoxicating fragrance surrounding her left Feng momentarily dazed, though she did not employ any charm techniques. The proximity alone rendered him nearly powerless. Compared to Jiao Chan and to Qiao, Inger possessed an additional layer of seductiveness. Her beauty was one thing, but her sultry allure was quite another. It was utterly overwhelming. Unsurprisingly, Feng found himself bleeding from the nose once more. Inger, with a mischievous smile, was far from the innocence of Jiao Chan and Qiao. Having been a renowned courtesan for years before her summoning, she understood much. "Oh dear master, why are you bleeding from your nose? Let me help you clean it up," she said as she wiped away the blood, only to exacerbate Feng's predicament. As he gazed at her voluptuous figure, Feng swallowed hard, startled by yet another task that made him curse the system. The host must resist Inger's seduction once. Success rewards 15 summoning points. Failure deducts 15 summoning points, and the system will reclaim Inger. "Help! I can't take this anymore. System, I wish to sever my bond with you. Withdraw at once. If this continues, I will be driven mad." Yifeng lamented. The system retorted, "Apologies, host. But this system is irrevocably bound to you. If you wish to sever the bond, I can activate the annihilation device, resulting in the destruction of the system and you, thus concluding your existence. Do you wish to initiate the annihilation? Curse you!" Feng exclaimed, feeling utterly manipulated. The system's relentless torment was maddening. This is sheer madness. Last time with Jiao Chan, I was forced to share a bed with her without any physical contact. And Chou would have likely faced a similar fate had she not been recalled. Now, Inger, with her enhanced charm, poses an even greater challenge. If she does not intentionally seduce me, perhaps I could manage, but the system seems to want her to use her charm on me. If it were just 5 summoning points, I might choose to forfeit, but 15 is a significant amount that I cannot simply refuse. The system continued, "My apologies, host. But this system is irrevocably bound to you. If you wish to sever the bond, I can activate the annihilation device, resulting in your destruction. Do you wish to proceed? Curse you." Feng cursed again. "Keep playing your games." The system, clearly agitated, pressed on, "This is merely a test for you. If you succeed, you will earn 15 summoning points. If you fail, it is merely a deduction of points. You shouldn't be so upset." Hearing this, Feng calmed slightly, reasoning that losing points was not the end of the world. He could always regain them later. Inger, leaning against him, noted the system's task and encouraged, "Master, please do not be upset. I intended to serve you, but the system has imposed this task upon me. You must not fail. If you do, I will be summoned back, and I cannot bear to leave you." Upon hearing her words, Feng sighed deeply. "All right, for your sake, I shall give it a try. But Inger, do not be too overpowering, or I may find it impossible to resist." With a playful giggle, Inger replied, "I cannot guarantee that, for my charm, enhanced by the system, is beyond my control. But master, I believe in your strength to resist." As soon as she finished speaking, Inger received the system's directive, an instruction that flooded her mind. After processing it, she wore a rueful expression and said to Feng, "I'm sorry, master. The system has just commanded me to use my charm on you to the fullest. I can no longer assist you. You must hold firm. I cannot serve you this time, but when I return, I shall devote myself entirely to you." Feng's lips twitched in frustration as he cursed the system once more. Addressing Inger, "What is destined cannot be avoided. If you must proceed, then so be it. But should I fall under your spell and act foolishly, you must not mock me." Inger covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "How could I ever mock you, master? However, I am confident in your ability to prevail." Feng ceased to speak further, nodding slightly as he summoned Inger to commence their task. Having already received the assignment, he found no reason to delay its completion. Observing Feng's readiness, Inger abandoned her playful demeanor and directed her gaze into Feng's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Feng felt a tremor. He personally experienced the allure that ensnared others, realizing its formidable strength. At that moment, he perceived not only Inger's beauty, but also conjured an illusory scene. Initially aware of its falsehood, he vowed not to fall for it. Yet he soon lost himself to the captivating vision before him. Inger bathing in a tranquil mountain stream. The serene surroundings were devoid of any presence save for him and Inger, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Inger's exquisite form was partially submerged in the water as she beckoned him with a graceful gesture. Feng heard her ethereal voice, "Master, come help Inger wash her back." He swallowed hard and responded, "All right, I'm on my way." As he approached, he beheld Inger's porcelain skin, now revealed above the water surface. She leisurely shifted in the water, raising her delicate leg, rendering Feng utterly unable to restrain himself. As he drew nearer, Inger's voice floated to him, "Master, do you think Inger looks beautiful?" Feng replied, "Beautiful." He finally plunged into the water, closing the distance between them. With a slow, tentative hand, he reached toward her, his heart racing at the softness of her skin. Unable to resist any longer, he intended to touch her, but Inger playfully retreated a step, exclaiming, "Master, don't. How naughty you are." Feng merely chuckled, advancing towards her and seizing Inger, his hands exploring her curves, eliciting a soft gasp from her. After some moments of indulgence, he felt a sudden urge to remove his clothing, but just then, the shrill ring of his phone startled him, jolting him back to reality. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. Upon regaining composure, he realized that despite being ensnared by Inger's enchanting spell, he still held her in his embrace, his hand lingering beneath her garments. "Master, you've awakened?" Inger, rather surprised by Feng's actions, did not flinch, but but expressed astonishment at his awakening. Feng, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety, kept his hand in place, stating, "I'm not sure how it happened. Perhaps the phone startled me awake. By the way, how was your enchantment so potent?" I felt utterly lost, as if in another world. Inger smiled and replied, "Because Inger used all her power to charm you, master. That is why you became completely entranced. The scene you experienced was crafted by me. What do you think? Isn't it delightful?" Truthfully, Inger longed to bathe with him in the mountain stream, hence the creation of that enchanting vision. Feng felt a rush of embarrassment. He anticipated her awareness of the earlier moment. Before he could respond, Inger added, "Master, isn't it comfortable holding me like this?" I apologize. It was unintentional," Feng stammered, finally retracting his hand and releasing her. He couldn't deny the comfort he had just experienced. Her skin had felt warm and smooth, leaving a lingering scent as he withdrew. Inger smiled gently. "Master is too polite. I belong to you after all. You may do as you wish." Just as Feng prepared to speak, a tremor in his wrist caught his attention. He exhaled deeply, relieved to see the system notification confirming the completion of his task and the reward of 15 summoning points. Initially, he feared that the phone's interruption would cost him the task, but to his surprise, the system honored his success, leaving him with a favorable impression of it. Now, with the task successfully completed, he pondered whether he could indulge with Inger. However, before he could voice his inquiry to the system, the phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Feng felt a surge of irritation. Who could be calling at such an inopportune moment? Just as he sought clarity regarding his situation with Inger, the phone's ringing disrupted his thoughts. Yet, recalling that the call had prevented him from potentially failing the task, he found his mood slightly improved. He quickly answered, "Hello. Who is this?" A melodious voice responded, "It's me, Brother G. It's Ying. Do you remember me?" Feng was taken aback, quickly replying, "Oh, Ying, how did you get my number? And why are you calling so late? Is something wrong?" Ying chuckled, "Brother G, your memory truly fails you. You gave me your number last night after you helped me deal with that bad person. How could you forget so quickly? I'm calling to invite you over to my house." Realizing he had indeed given her his number, Feng was surprised by the invitation. "I have some time now, but isn't it a bit late?" he inquired. "It's not late at all. We just finished up. That's why I called you. If you're free, please come over. If not, we can arrange another time," she replied. Feng considered the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock, and he typically stayed up much later when alone. "All right then, I'll come over now. Just wait for me." Having dirtied his previous attire, Feng changed into a fresh outfit and informed Inger, "Let us go visit a friend." Inger readily agreed, as she always complied with Feng's wishes. As they descended the stairs, they noticed that a few individuals who had been lingering nearby had vanished, likely intimidated by the earlier encounter with Jing Xiao's subordinates. Feng paid them no mind and, upon reaching the ground floor, took a taxi to Ying's residence. He had visited once before when he helped her mother recover from an illness, so he was familiar with the route. Upon arriving at the dilapidated neighborhood, Feng felt a pang of sympathy for the mother and daughter as challenging circumstances. After ascending the stairs, he knocked on Ying's door. She opened it promptly, her expression brightening at the sight of Feng. However, her greeting faltered as she noticed Inger beside him. Feng broke the silence. "What's wrong? Ying, aren't you going to let us in?" Ying quickly regained her composure. "Oh no. Please come in. Who is this sister?" Feng smiled and introduced. "This is my bodyguard. By the way, this is Ying, the one I mentioned earlier on the way here. You two should get acquainted." On the way just now, Feng informed Inger about Ying's situation. Inger expressed her sympathy for Ying and warmly greeted, "Hello, Ying. I am Inger." Ying was taken aback. She had not expected Feng to have a bodyguard, and an exceptionally alluring one at that. Who exactly was he? It dawned on Ying that she still did not know Feng's true identity, only that he was a university student. Yet, she had no idea about his background. Could it be that Feng was a young master from a wealthy family? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, as Inger was greeting her, Ying smiled back and said, "Hello, Sister Inger, please have a seat. My home is rather humble, so please don't mind it, you and Brother G." Ji Feng interjected. Why do you say that? Ying, if I found it unappealing, I wouldn't have come to visit. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Ying's mother emerged with dishes and politely addressed them. Brother Ji, you're here. I apologize for inviting you over so late. We were too busy during the day, hence the delay. Ji Feng waved his hand. Auntie, you are too kind. Just call me Xiao Feng. Haha, you are my savior. How can I call you that? Addressing you as Brother Ji is already an honor, Ji Ying's mother replied, clearly showing great respect for Ji Feng. Nevertheless, Ji Feng insisted on being called Xiao Feng, and after much insistence, Ji Ying's mother finally obliged. Once the dishes were served, they invited Ji Feng and Ying to the table. Despite having already eaten, Ji Feng couldn't help but feel a slight hunger upon seeing the sumptuous spread. He noted that although the mother and daughter faced hardships, they had clearly put considerable effort into preparing this meal, which touched him deeply. Sometimes, the thoughtfulness behind a humble meal outweighs even the finest delicacies. Please don't mind the simple fare, Ji Ying's mother said apologetically. Ji Feng quickly shook his head. Auntie, you are far too considerate. This is already quite abundant. I should be the one thanking you. By the way, you mentioned you were working. What do you do? Upon hearing this, Ji Ying's mother sighed. Alas, someone like me, lacking education and older in age, can only do some sanitation work, sweeping the streets around here. But I am content. I used to sell goods at night to earn a little extra, but after what happened last night, we have not ventured out. Thankfully, Ying is sensible. She spent the day looking for work. Ji Feng furrowed his brow and said, alas, Ying should be in school. Yet she, not knowing what to say, he chose not to pursue that topic and asked, by the way, Ying, have you found a job yet? Ji Ying nodded. I found one, but I don't know if I'll pass the interview. They said to wait for a notification. By the way, Brother Ji, let's eat quickly or the food will get cold. Seeing that Ji Ying did not wish to discuss further, Ji Feng did not press the matter, and they began their meal. The mother and daughter were quite adept in the kitchen, transforming their home-cooked meal into a delectable feast that left Ji Feng thoroughly impressed, even eliciting praises from the ancient Ying heir. After dinner, they chatted for a while, but noticing it was already past 10, Ji Feng decided not to linger and took his leave, preparing to head home. Just as Ji Feng and the others got into the car, he suddenly spotted a luxury car approaching. Initially, he paid little mind, but then a realization struck him. After the driver had driven a short distance, Ji Feng hastily instructed him to turn around and head back. The driver, unsure of Ji Feng's reasoning, complied as long as he was being paid. Upon returning to the building where Ji Ying lived, Ji Feng stepped out of the car and indeed spotted the luxury car parked downstairs. It was none other than the vehicle belonging to the overweight man who had caused trouble for Ji Ying the previous night. After being taken away by the psychiatric hospital, Ji Feng had used his special needles to incapacitate the man temporarily, but it seemed he had recovered and, presumably seeking revenge, had tracked down Ji Ying's residence. Ji Feng quickly urged Ying to rush upstairs. Upon seeing that Ji Ying's door was ajar, an ominous feeling washed over him, and they dashed inside. They were greeted by the sight of the overweight man along with two henchmen, who had evidently just entered. He sneered at Ji Ying's mother. You thought I wouldn't come back, huh? Recognizing him, Ji Ying's mother was startled and instinctively tried to retreat. Just then, seeing Ji Feng burst in, she felt a wave of relief. The overweight man, having heard the footsteps, turned around and immediately recognized Ji Feng. Initially taken aback, he then grinned. Well, if it isn't the little brat from last night. Let's settle the score tonight. Chapter 58. This is awkward. Upon spotting the overweight man, Ji Feng smirked. What's this? You're out of the psychiatric hospital already? Yet you haven't learned your lesson coming back here. The overweight man scoffed. What's there to fear? Last night was just a fluke. Today, I finally tracked down this girl's address. I intended to take care of her tonight, but you showed up. Do you think you can handle me? As he spoke, he gestured to his henchman. Grab this little punk. However, he quickly noticed Ying beside Ji Feng, his eyes widening in surprise. Whoa, who is this stunning beauty? Kid, who is she to you? Ji Feng chose not to engage further, dismissing the man entirely. His henchman moved closer, and without hesitation, Feng summoned two of his special needles, deftly launching them towards the henchman's pressure points. They had no inkling of Feng's prowess and collapsed before they even realized what had happened. Feng turned to the overweight man and remarked, "Who she is doesn't matter. What is significant is that your lackeys seem utterly useless, collapsing so easily." "What? How did you do that?" The overweight man, initially fixated on Ying Air, now registered the fall of his henchman and wore a look of sheer terror. Feng shook his head. "With skills like yours, you dare to venture into the world of crime? I gave you a chance last night, but you squandered it. Tonight, I must teach you a lesson." With that, Feng sent one of his needles flying into the man's thigh, causing him to drop to his knees. Yet, Feng did not relent. Another needle struck his knee, severing nerves and eliciting a pain scream. "I have rendered your right leg useless. If you're fortunate, it can heal. If not, you may spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Don't blame me for being harsh. This is self-inflicted." Feng's reasoning was sound. Had he not been invited to visit tonight, or had he not noticed the approaching car, the consequences for Ying and her mother could have been dire. Thus, he deemed it necessary to administer some punishment. Otherwise, this man would never learn. "Who are you, really?" The overweight man gritted his teeth, now fully aware of Feng's remarkable skills with hidden weapons, a talent he had never encountered before, leaving him genuinely fearful. Feng merely smiled and said, "You need not inquire about my identity, for even if you do, you will be incapable of exacting revenge. It would be wise for you to leave now. Otherwise, I shall render your other leg useless as well. Oh, and mark my words, should there be a next time, I shall take your life without hesitation. Do not mistake my words for jest, for it will be too late for regret." The other party was indeed frightened. He had never encountered a master of concealed weapons before. Judging by Feng's tone, could it be that this young man truly possessed a profound background? How else could he speak with such authority? It appeared that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent and had no choice but to concede. With this in mind, the overweight man hastily propped himself up on his right leg and limped towards his two subordinates. Observing this, Feng approached and kicked the two dazed individuals awake. As they scrambled to their feet, confusion etched on their faces, the overweight man urged them to assist him in fleeing swiftly. Only then did Feng turn to Ying's mother and reassure her, "It is all right now. Annie, they shall not return. By the way, where's Ying?" However, before she could respond, Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, urgently needing to use the restroom. He quickly inquired, "Annie, I have a sudden stomachache. Where's the restroom?" Ying's mother, still in a state of shock, pointed blankly towards a corner behind the living room, saying, "It's over there." Without a moment's hesitation, Feng dashed inside. Just as Ying's mother seemed to recall something and called out, "Hey, Feng, wait." It was already too late. Feng, overwhelmed by the urgency, paid no mind to her and forcefully pushed open the restroom door. To his surprise, Ying was standing inside, completely unclothed and still damp, with foam lingering on her skin. The moment Feng laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned. Ying, equally taken aback, stood frozen, neither screaming nor moving, simply staring at Feng. They remained in that state for several seconds until Feng finally broke the silence. "Ying, how is it that you are in here?" This question jolted Ying back to reality, and she quickly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover herself, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yet, instead of screaming, she shyly said, I was taking a shower when I saw those bad men arrive. I didn't dare to move, and I hadn't finished washing. I never expected you to burst in." Realizing the misunderstanding, Feng hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude, but my stomach was really hurting, and I didn't notice you were inside. I'll just step out now." Embarrassed, Yefo retreated, his face burning with shame for having seen her in such a state. Yet the image lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but ponder why Ying appeared so slender, yet was so well endowed. He had never noticed this while she was clothed. Soon, the sound of water running reached his ears as Ying resumed her shower. She had indeed turned off the water upon seeing the overweight man, remaining still in fear of being discovered. However, she was quick, emerging from the restroom in less than 2 minutes, having sensed Feng's urgent need. Seeing her exit, Ji Feng wasted no time and dashed into the restroom, finally able to relieve himself. But then he realized he had forgotten to bring toilet paper. What now? I can't believe I forgot the paper, he lamented. With all the women outside, how could he possibly ask for help? He began searching the restroom for anything usable, but found nothing. Just then, his eyes caught sight of something in the corner basin. Ji Yingying's discarded underwear. What on earth? Yingying, being this grown-up, still wears cartoon-themed underwear. How whimsical, he mused, imagining her in it for a fleeting moment before shaking his head. What am I thinking? I need to solve this problem quickly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He focused intently on the underwear, contemplating whether he could use it as a makeshift solution. After all, it did look quite worn, and perhaps she no longer wanted it. With that thought, he reached for it, inspecting it closely. It has seemed quite old. My apologies, but desperate times call for desperate measures. To his astonishment, he actually used it and then quickly disposed of it in the trash, pushing it down to avoid detection. He thought to himself that Ying would likely not notice its absence, and with that rationalization, he felt a sense of relief before exiting the restroom. Chapter 59. Speculations. Upon returning home with Liang, Ji Feng hurriedly retreated to the bathroom for a shower, feeling a twinge of guilt for his earlier actions. As he exited Ji Yingying's house, the mother and daughter had found his hurried departure curious, but refrained from questioning him. Once assured that the danger had passed, they locked the door and prepared to rest. However, thinking of the tasks awaiting them the next day, Ji Yingying resolved to wash her clothes first. While doing so, she soon discovered that her underwear was missing. She distinctly remembered placing it in the basin before her shower, and everything else was accounted for. Ji Yingying was meticulous and would never misplace her belongings, and it had only been a short while. A sudden realization struck her, and she trembled at the thought. Could it be that Ji Feng had taken it? But why would he take my underwear? Does he have a peculiar preference? Or perhaps... Her mind conjured an embarrassing image of Ji Feng engaging in mischief with her underwear, leaving her flustered. Unbeknownst to Ji Feng, his misdeed had not gone unnoticed. Emerging from his shower, he called out to Liang, "It's your turn to shower now." "Sure. By the way, I haven't chosen my sleepwear yet." Liang suddenly remembered her change of clothes. Ji Feng, recalling this, opened the system to help her select, but upon seeing the system shop, he smacked himself on the forehead. How could I forget about the system shop? It contains all the daily necessities, including toilet paper. It finally dawned on him that he was carrying the shop with him, and these items could be exchanged with money. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that using Ji Yingying's underwear felt distinctly different. "Master, what are you doing?" Liang asked, bewildered by his actions as she blinked her eyes at Ji Feng. Ji Feng quickly said, "It's nothing, let's choose some clothes." Liang did not press further and began selecting her sleepwear. Ultimately, she picked out a set, and after Ji Feng purchased it, the sleepwear reappeared in his hands. However, upon seeing it, his eyelids twitched, and he remarked, "Your taste in clothing is indeed quite unique. If you wear this, I fear I may not sleep soundly tonight." "Why is that, master?" Liang feigned innocence, knowing full well Ji Feng's intent, even maintaining a serious demeanor while asking. Ji Feng recognized her ploy and shot her a glance, saying, "Don't ask, you little enchantress, just hurry along." With a smile, Liang went to take a shower, leaving Ji Feng to shake his head with a wry smile. Once she was inside, he secretly inquired of the system. "Hey, system, I ask you something?" The system responded, "Host, I know what you wish to ask. Don't even think about it. I believe I mentioned before that the characters summoned by the system should not be treated lightly. Have you forgotten?" Yi Feng, speechless, replied, "I'm not being frivolous. It's just, for heaven's sake, don't you realize? The charm of this Liang is simply overwhelming. How can I resist? I'm merely playing with her. You wouldn't want to stop me, would you?" The system chuckled. It appears the host still does not grasp the system's meaning. The implication is that regardless of your feelings, you cannot act recklessly with the characters summoned by the system. Do you understand now? Seriously? Why not? Ye fumes temper flared. The system continued, "Host, please refrain from anger. This is simply the system's rule. If you wish to act upon the characters summoned, it must be under your control, not the other way around." Control the system? Is that even possible? Ji Feng rolled his eyes, fully aware that it was the system manipulating him. Yet, the system asserted, "There is no such thing as impossible. Even I believe it, why don't you?" Of course, this is merely an example. Whether you can truly control the system depends on your future capabilities. That's just empty talk. By the way, if that's the case, can I live separately from her? Please don't tell me I can't, or I'll be furious. Feng conceded that if the system wouldn't allow him to act recklessly, he would have to live apart from Liang, otherwise in the dead of night. If he couldn't resist, who knows what the system might devise against him. After all, Liang was quite the temptress, specifically here to allure him. Even without her enchanting techniques, the sleepwear she chose would definitely lead to trouble upon further inspection. This time, the system did not complicate matters and stated that is permissible, as the system has not mandated that she must stay with you. Feel free to proceed. Hearing this, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Liang suddenly emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing her, Feng's jaw dropped. She was clad in the latest trend of seductive sleepwear, which, when worn, was akin to wearing nothing at all. It left little to the imagination, with only a small amount of fabric around her waist, while other crucial areas were almost entirely exposed. An absurd design, indeed. Feng swiftly turned around and dashed downstairs to find the landlord, urgently needing to secure another room. Liang, perplexed by his sudden behavior, chose to ignore him and flopped onto the bed to rest. When Feng knocked on the landlord's door, it took a while before he heard her cautious voice. Clearly, she had become wary after previous incidents, and it was only upon recognizing Feng's voice that she opened the door. "Hey, why are you still awake? Is there something you need at this hour?" The landlord was taken aback to see Feng in his sleepwear. Feng quickly replied, "Landlord, do you have any extra rooms available? A friend of mine has come over, and it's inconvenient for us to share." "Oh, there are rooms, but it's quite late." "And you won't have time to set them up?" the landlord said, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing there was availability, Feng felt relieved and hastily requested the room. With the system store at his disposal and now considered a bit of a minor tycoon, he could buy whatever he needed in a heartbeat, so he didn't elaborate further. He requested the key and quickly ascended to the upper floor. Fortunately, his luck was good. The room was on the second floor, just 2 doors down, room 204. The room was relatively clean, suggesting the previous tenant had moved out not long ago, and the landlord had already tidied up. Feng promptly accessed the system store and purchased bedding. Half an hour later, as he surveyed his room, he nodded in satisfaction. This system store is indeed convenient. Another new home is ready. From now on, I'll ensure that characters summoned will have separate accommodations to avoid any hassle. Once everything was arranged, Feng rushed back to inform Liang, lest she think he had vanished. However, upon opening the door, he found her already fast asleep. Feng stood there, wide-eyed, as Liang lay facing him, her exposed curve perfectly visible due to the sleepwear. He swallowed hard, shaking his head. Since she was asleep, it was best not to disturb her. If she woke up and became affectionate again, he would surely struggle to leave. He quickly closed the door and retreated to his newly arranged room, collapsing onto the bed with a heavy sigh. "Oh, what a tumultuous day. I wonder if acquiring this troublesome system is a blessing or a curse." Chapter 60. The plans of Zhuofei what? They are all dead? In the morning, Li Ting's bodyguard, Wang Hao, brought this news to Li Ting and her father, Li Jing, who looked utterly incredulous upon hearing it. Wang Hao nodded, "Yes, Mr. Li. I went over early this morning to see if they had regained consciousness, but to my surprise, they had completely lost their breath." "What on earth happened?" Li Jing asked, his frustration palpable. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and said, "I suspect it was Feng's hidden weapon that damaged their vital points. He had incapacitated them earlier, and even after splashing water on them, they did not wake. It seems they simply succumbed to sleep." At this moment, Li Ting's grandfather, Old Master Li, also frowned deeply. It appears that might be the case. Their deaths are inconsequential. However, we will never discover who sent them. Such a pity. What should we do next? Wang Hao inquired. Li Jing replied, "What else can be done? The culprits are dead. We can only investigate slowly. But, Wang Hao, after this incident, you must ensure Li Ting's safety." "Rest assured, Mr. Li. I will protect the young lady well," Wang Hao affirmed seriously. Noticing the time, he prepared to take Li Ting to school. Upon arriving at the school's entrance, Li Ting spotted Ji Feng approaching. This time, she did not act distant, but rather took the initiative to greet him. Ji Feng. Good morning. Hearing Li Ting call out to him, Ji Feng responded warmly. Oh, it's you. Good morning. Are you feeling all right? Li Ting nodded. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Not all. Let's hurry. Class is about to start. Ji Feng smiled and walked alongside Li Ting towards the school. Their actions drew the attention of other students, who pointed at Ji Feng and said, Look, they're together again. There must be something going on. I heard that this kid is Ji Feng from the computer science department, and it seems he is from the countryside. How'd he end up with Li Ting? Another boy chimed in. What do you call that? It's like good cabbage being pushed aside by pigs. But I refuse to accept it. Look at me. I'm quite the dashing gentleman, and my family is not lacking either. Why doesn't he, our goddess, have eyes for me? It's utterly unfair. These boys continued to gossip while watching Ji Feng and Li Ting, who were engrossed in their conversation and oblivious to the chatter around them. Only Wang Hao in the car squinted at Ji Feng's retreating figure, pondering, who exactly is this Ji Feng? I can't even uncover his background. This could be problematic, especially since Li Ting seems to have developed feelings for him. This situation is escalating, and I can't afford to wait any longer. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he drove away, not returning to Li's home, but heading to another location. As soon as Ji Feng entered the classroom, Luo Fei rushed over, throwing an arm around Ji Feng's shoulder and saying, Feng, my friend, I might have to drop out. Ji Feng was taken aback and questioned, Are you joking? You're really considering dropping out? You can't be serious. Luo Fei chuckled, guiding Ji Feng to a seat and pulling up a chair beside him. Don't even mention it. I told my dad yesterday that I want to be with my girlfriend, but he flatly refused and insisted I finish my degree first. I got so mad that we ended up arguing. Ji Feng replied, But that doesn't mean you need to drop out. It's just a fight with your dad, right? However, Luo Fei shook his head with a wry smile. This time it escalated. He kicked me out, saying that if I don't make it to his level, I shouldn't come home. With my temper, I took him seriously and moved out last night. Ji Feng sighed. It's normal for fathers and sons to argue. Just give a couple of days, and he'll cool off. You shouldn't be so impulsive about dropping out. Luo Fei continued, You know my dad's temper. Once he makes a decision, it's set in stone. It's either I don't go back home, or I break up with my girlfriend and focus on my studies. Yi Feng shrugged. It seems you've inherited your father's temper. Once you set your mind on something, nothing can sway you. You're not serious about this, are you? Of course I am. How could I break up with my girlfriend? I've made my decision to drop out and start business. I refuse to believe that I, Luo Fei, can't outshine that old man. What does he have to brag about? He merely runs a clothing factory and barely scrapes by in Geelong. I've already made up my mind. I'll start my own factory and outdo him. Luo Fei's enthusiasm was palpable as he stood up and strode out of the classroom without acknowledging Ji Feng's call. Ji Feng could only chuckle at his friend's unwavering resolve, realizing that once Luo Fei had set his mind on something, there was no turning back. This morning, Luo Fei didn't return until noon when he called Ji Feng to join him for lunch. Ji Feng, thinking of what had transpired, walked outside the school and found Luo Fei at a restaurant near the entrance. He approached and asked, You're not really dropping out, are you? Have you thought about the consequences? Luo Fei shrugged nonchalantly. I just finished the paperwork, and what consequences are there? You see my grades. I'm barely scraping by. Honestly, I've contemplated this for a while, and this argument with my dad just presented the perfect opportunity. Let us not dwell on him. The food is here. Let us enjoy a drink. Ji Feng shook his head and inquired, So what are your plans moving forward? You should consider working for your dad. As I said, I want to start my own business, a clothing factory. I want to prove to him that I'm capable, Luo Fei declared. Hearing this, Ji Feng was at a loss for words and asked, Do you have any experience in this field? Do you think starting a business is that easy? Luo Fei clinked his glass with Ji Feng, saying, Feng, don't underestimate me. Despite my appearance, I have substantial experience. Remember those weeks during the college entrance exam break? I was in my dad's factory, learning the ropes and gaining valuable insights. I know some people in this industry, and if I get serious, I'm confident I can make it work. The only thing I lack is capital. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng shot him an incredulous glance. It was clear that Luo Fei was determined, and while Ji Feng didn't have high hopes for him, He chose not to discourage him. After all, everyone has their own path to follow. After a while, Feng asked, "How much do you think you need to get started?" Luo Fei replied, "I've estimated that I need at least 5 million to start small, but I only have 5,000 right now." Feng nearly spit out his drink in disbelief. 5,000 to start a factory? He admired Luo Fei's audacity, but replied, "You've always looked out for me. Now that you're in trouble, let me help you. What's your bank account number? Wow, you got cash now? Oh, right. Last time you won a few thousand in the dorm, didn't you? Well, even a mosquito is meat. Lend me those few thousand for now. And when I make it big, I'll share the profits with you." Luo Fei didn't expect Feng to lend him money. He thought it was the few thousand Feng won during their previous gambling session. But since he was desperate for cash, he didn't hesitate to give Feng his account number. Feng, however, had a different plan. He had over 20 million from his previous winnings and a generous gift of 10 million from Qi Xiaohua for helping with his impotence issue. He decided to lend Luo Fei 10 million, hoping to give him a boost. He wondered what Luo Fei's expression would be when he saw an extra 10 million in his account and how he would explain it away. Chapter 61. Saving Lu Wanqin. Since Feng agreed to lend him money, he didn't hesitate and directly transferred the funds to Luo Fei's account via his phone. When Luo Fei received the text notification, he looked at his phone and exclaimed, "Thanks, bro. You even sent me an extra 10,000. I thought you'd spent all your money already. I've almost used up the 30,000 you gave me last time. You really know how to save." At this point, Feng could no longer contain himself and sprayed his drink all over Luo Fei's face, stammering, "What the heck? You think this is just 10,000? Huh? Is it only 1,000? Luo Fei, hearing Feng's words, thought he had misread the message because he had only glanced at it earlier. Wiping his face, he checked the message again, counting the zeros. When he realized the amount, he was utterly dumbfounded. Feng waved his hand in front of him. "Hey, fatty, what's wrong with you?" Luo Fei snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "What the hell? This money is from you?" Feng anticipated his expression and jokingly scolded, "It's not me who called you. Could be someone else." "What do you mean by that, you rascal? Trying to shirk your debts? Hold on. What's going on? Where did you get all this money?" Left Fei never imagined that Feng would transfer him 10 million. Being close friends, he was well aware of Feng's family's financial situation. To suggest they could scrape together even 100,000 was laughable. So, where did this money suddenly appear from? And without any prior preparation, it was transferred directly. With a mysterious smile, Feng replied, "That's a secret I want to disclose. Just feel free to use the money." Upon hearing this, Left Fei quickly glanced around and suddenly grabbed Feng, attempting to flee. This left Feng bewildered, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong, fatty?" In a hushed tone, Left Fei said, "Damn it. A few days ago, the news reported that the bank in our neighboring state, Song City, was robbed. Was it you behind this? Feng, we can't be involved in this. Let us go turn ourselves in. I'll have my dad pull some strings to lessen your sentence. If you spend this money, your life will be ruined. Trust me and come with me." "What the hell, fatty? What do you mean? Do I look like a criminal to you? Sit down." Realizing that Left Fei thought the money was from a robbery, Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his absurdity. After firmly seating Left Fei back down, he seriously said, "Fatty, after all these years as brothers, do you not know what kind of person I am? This money is definitely legitimate. I just can't tell you how right now. But rest assured, I'm not the type to break the law. If you trust me, take it. If not, return it." Left Fei pondered for a moment, then grinned at Feng. "You're not being kept as a sugar baby, are you? By the way, the last time I saw you, there was a stunning beauty by your side. Spill the beans. Did she take you under her wing? Damn, you fatso. What are you always thinking about? Can I earn money through other means? Must it always be either robbery or being taken care of?" Feng retorted, feeling a bit frustrated. Seeing Feng getting worked up, Left Fei chuckled and quickly poured him a drink, clinking glasses. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't get mad. Here's to you." After sharing a drink, Left Fei continued, "Brother, thank you for helping me out so much. I don't care where this money came from. If it's legitimate, I'll share the profits with you once I succeed. If it's not, I'll face the consequences with you. Come here. I'll strangle you." Feng exclaimed, realizing Left Fei was just joking again. Deep down, he knew Left Fei trusted him now, and with the money, His problems were resolved, making him happy. After their meal, Feng headed to class while Fei returned to his temporary rented accommodation after being kicked out by his father, now living with his girlfriend. After evening study, Feng stretched outside. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll see if I can head home for a visit. As he contemplated whether to return home, he preferred walking and chose not to take a taxi since school was not far from his residence. However, as he passed by an entertainment venue, he spotted Lu Wanquin being supported by Shui Zhijian, seemingly intoxicated. Feng smiled. I didn't expect Shui Xiao and Sister Wanquin to be together, enjoying drinks at the entertainment venue. Thinking they were dating, Feng didn't pay much attention and turned to leave. Suddenly, his wrist vibrated, revealing a task from the system. Lu Wanquin has been drugged by Shui Zhijian, who intends to assault her. Host must rescue Lu Wanquin for a reward of 5 summon points. Failure will result in a deduction of 5 summon points. Stunned, Yifu exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Sister Wanquin has been drugged by that Shui guy? I thought they were just dating. No way, even without this task. I must save her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng grew furious. He quickly looked over to see Shui Zhijian helping Lu Wanquin into his car before driving away. Feng hastily called for a taxi, instructing the driver. Follow that Porsche ahead. The driver, recognizing Feng, said, Hey man, it's you. Remember me? I helped you save a girl who jumped into the river last time. Feng was taken aback, but then recalled the driver. It's you, the veteran driver. We must be fated. Just follow that car for now. I'll double the fare at the end. Sure thing, man. But that car belongs to someone wealthy, right? What is your business with him? The driver asked, sounding a bit nosy. Not wanting to engage further, Feng replied, Oh, I'm a private detective, and someone hired me to follow them. Hurry, don't lose them. So you're a detective. Impressive. But don't worry, with my driving skills, I won't lose them. The driver didn't seem suspicious and continued to follow Shui Zhijian's car while chatting with Feng. Feng felt exasperated, responding minimally. After nearly 5 minutes, the car finally stopped at a luxurious hotel. Shui Zhijian hurriedly helped Lu Wanquin out and headed inside. Before Feng could exit, the driver remarked, Wow, looks like a couple sneaking around. You're here to catch a mistress, right? Feng frowned, but ignored him, glancing at the meter before tossing an extra fare and exiting the car. The driver waved goodbye and drove off. Feng rushed inside, asking the receptionist where Shui Zhijian and Lu Wanquin were staying. The receptionist refused to divulge any information, citing customer privacy. After offering her 1,000 yuan, she finally relented, revealing they were in the presidential suite on the top floor. Feng cursed under his breath, realizing they were enjoying themselves in a presidential suite. He wasted no time and hurried to the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, he located room 3, only to find the Do Not Disturb sign hanging on the door. Not caring about the sign, he knocked urgently. After a lengthy wait, the door opened, and Shui Zhijian was taken aback upon seeing Feng. Feng promptly greeted him. Hello, Shui Xiao, we meet again. Chapter 62. Tension with anger upon opening the door. Shui Zhijian was stunned to see Feng. Once Feng spoke, he regained his composure and eyed Feng warily, asking, What are you doing here? Feng countered, Shouldn't I be asking you that, Shui Xiao? What are you doing here? Shui Zhijian's expression darkened. You're meddling too much. What I do here is none of your business. I need a rest, so don't disturb me. As he attempted to close the door, Feng swiftly stopped it, saying, Hold on, Shui Xiao, I intend to come in and talk. As soon as Feng finished speaking, he forcefully pushed, nearly causing Shui Zhijian to stumble. After all, Shui Zhijian was the heir of the Shui family. And how could a rural lad like Feng possess such strength? When Feng opened the door, Shui Zhijian hurriedly attempted to block Feng's view. But Feng swiftly pulled him aside and strode in. Shui Zhijian anxiously exclaimed, What are you doing, kid? Feng had already caught sight of Lu Wanqin on the large bed, sound asleep with a flushed face, oblivious to whatever drug Shui Zhijian had administered. Feng turned back and glared at him, saying, Shui, as the heir of the Shui family, how can you engage in such despicable actions? Shui Zhijian momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, replying, Feng, what do you mean by that? What have I done? I merely took Wanqin out for drinks. She got drunk, and fearing her grandfather's wrath, I brought her here to rest. What are you insinuating? Ah, so it seems I misunderstood you? You must have an inkling of what you gave her to drink. Resorting to such underhanded tactics is the hallmark of a cowardly scoundrel. I wonder if the esteemed heir of the Shui family has stooped to this level? Ji Feng smirked, deliberately probing. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Shui Jijian visibly faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a forced smile, saying, "You really have quite the imagination, don't you? Do you think I need to resort to such methods? Indeed, I wish to pursue her, but I plan to do it openly. Do you seriously think I would use drugs?" Ji Feng merely scoffed, maintaining his unwavering gaze on Shui Jijian, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. "What are you staring at me for, kid?" he asked. Ji Feng finally stated, "As I said, you know what you've done. If you have any sense, leave now, or I shall not hold back." Today, Shui Jijian had come without bodyguards, aware he was no match for Ji Feng and feeling somewhat guilty. After a moment's thought, he declared, "Fine, I'll remember this. But I've left Wan Qin here, and if you dare lay a hand on her, you will face the consequences." Ji Feng coldly retorted, "Rest assured, I am not as vile as you. I will return her safely, but heed my warning. If you truly care for her, pursue her openly and refrain from employing such despicable methods." Faced with Ji Feng's words, Shui Jijian found himself at a loss for words and could only glare at him fiercely before turning to leave, seething with anger. How dare he interrupt my plans? Once Shui Jijian departed, Ji Feng called out to Lu Wanqin a few times, but she did not awaken. Ultimately, he had to assist her in getting up and led her downstairs. He hailed a cab and hurried to the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Shui Jijian did not leave, parking his car nearby and keeping a watchful eye on Ji Feng. When he saw Ji Feng genuinely returning Lu Wanqin, he breathed a small sigh of relief. As long as nothing untoward occurred between them, he still had a chance. Yet, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Kid, you've angered me, and I will make you pay for it, regardless of who you are." Upon reaching the Yuba community, Ji Feng quickly helped Lu Wanqin inside, seeing that she had not returned for so long. The old gentleman was about to make a phone call when he suddenly spotted two bodyguards assisting Ji Feng in bringing Lu Wanqin in. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Ji Feng, what are you doing with Wanqin? What happened?" Ji Feng smiled at the old gentleman and replied, "Oh, nothing much, old chief. I took Wanqin out for a drink, but it turns out she cannot hold her liquor. I brought her back to avoid worrying you." "Ah, so she was with you. You had me worried for no reason. But now that I know she was with you, I feel relieved. Quickly, help her to her room. How could she get this drunk?" The old gentleman was not concerned upon learning that Wanqin had been with Ji Feng, as he had interacted with Ji Feng enough to trust him. Ji Feng chose not to disclose the matter of Lu Wanqin being drugged by Shui Jijian, fearing it might cause undue stress to the elderly man. After all, at his age, a shock could be detrimental. Moreover, since Lu Wanqin was unharmed, there was no need to escalate the situation. After all, he would storm into the Shui family and cause a scene. After assisting Lu Wanqin to her room, the system notified him that he had completed the task and earned 5 summoning points. Ji Feng then said to the old gentleman, "All right, old chief, it's late, and I won't disturb your rest any longer. I should be heading back." Noticing the time, the old gentleman did not insist on keeping him and quickly instructed bodyguard Lu Tianhao to drive Ji Feng home. During the ride, Lu Tianhao unexpectedly asked, "Did the young lady really go out drinking with you?" Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Lu de Gu, are you questioning me? Ha! Where do you think this is going? I just noticed you didn't smell of alcohol, which prompted my inquiry." Yifu hadn't anticipated Lu Tianhao's keen observation. However, considering Lu Tianhao's 10 years in the military and his expertise, it was no surprise he noticed such details. Ji Feng chose not to deceive him and recounted the events, concluding with a warning, "Just keep this to yourself. The old gentleman is aging, and knowing more would only worry him. In the future, perhaps you could subtly remind him." Lu Tianhao nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. I didn't expect Shui Jijian to resort to such tactics against the young lady. He has always been cautious. I wonder what prompted this reckless behavior. I can't shake the feeling that he desires more than just our young lady." Ji Feng shrugged. "I wouldn't know. After all, I'm not well acquainted with your family or the Shui family. Just be vigilant in the future. Knowing his intentions this time, don't let it happen again." Lu Tianhao nodded. "Don't worry. We will remain vigilant. I thank you on behalf of the old gentleman's family. Feng waved his hand dismissively, and the car soon arrived at his apartment. After bidding farewell to Liu Tianhao, Feng dashed upstairs, wondering how Inger had fared being cooped up at home all day. He had stocked the fridge and taught her to cook, so she should not be hungry. Inger, open the door. What are you doing? Feng attempted to unlock the door with his key, but found it locked. He had a knock instead. After a considerable wait, Inger finally opened the door, and upon seeing her, Feng noticed her flushed face. He asked curiously, what were you doing? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Inger quickly shook her head. No, I was just changing clothes. Perhaps the room is too stuffy? Master, why did you return so late? Feng did not press further, responding, oh, I got delayed by some matters. By the way, have you eaten? I ate a while ago and was waiting for you to come back. Inger nodded. Upon hearing she had eaten, Feng intended to return to his newly rented apartment for a shower when he suddenly noticed the computer tower was still lit. He asked, did you play on the computer? Earlier in the morning, Feng had briefly taught her how to use the computer, fearing she might get bored alone at home. Now, seeing the computer still running, he inquired. However, upon hearing Feng's question, Inger became nervous again, replying, I played a little. Well, if you played, then just play. Why are you so anxious? Indeed, the computer is not shut down in the manner you have done. What you've merely done is turn off the screen, not the entire system. Allow me to instruct you on the proper way to power down a computer. Feng noticed that Inger appeared somewhat anxious, perhaps unaware of the reason for her discomfort, just as he intended to turn on the screen to guide her through the shutdown process. He was taken aback upon opening it, as the image displayed made him comprehend the source of her unease. Chapter 63. The Sealed Room. When Feng beheld the screen, he was at a loss for words. What had Inger stumbled upon the adult film he had stored on his hard drive? It finally dawned on him why she had hesitated to open the door. She had been engrossed in watching the film. Upon hearing his return, she had no knowledge of how to shut down the computer, ultimately resorting to turning off the screen. Fortunately, the speakers were broken, so no sound had escaped. Feng turned to her with a mischievous grin and inquired, how did you come across these, Inger? Though Inger was typically bold and her attire often left much to the imagination, she now appeared exceedingly embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I truly do not know. I was merely experimenting with your computer and inadvertently uncovered these things. Master, what is the meaning of these individuals? Why engage in such acts and make them accessible on a computer? Are they not afraid of being seen by others? Feng pondered for a moment before explaining. This is quite normal. They not only do not fear being observed, but welcome it, as it is part of their lifestyle, much like the courtesans of your time. Upon hearing this, Liang seemed to grasp the concept. Yet she retorted, but we courtesans would never possess such audacity. Our interactions are confined to the guests within the room, never for public viewing. Feng chuckled. Firstly, individuals of your era tend to be more reserved. Secondly, you lacked such technology back then. Had you possessed it, the outcome would have been the same. At this, Liang became displeased, glaring at Feng as she exclaimed, Master, you do not think of me as one of those individuals, do you? Feng's lips twitched as he looked at her. Well, action, I did not intend to offend you. You are merely trying to survive. Master, upon hearing Feng's remark, Liang seemed to bristle with indignation but hesitated to express it fully, raising her voice slightly as she continued. I am not the person you imagine. Though I am a renowned courtesan, I only sell my talents, not my body. Do you believe me? What nonsense is this? Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had always assumed Liang was akin to the other courtesans, subjected to the whims of others daily. But what was she saying now? Noticing his skepticism, she persisted. Do you not believe me? During my time, I was merely a figurehead among the courtesans, never engaging in indecorous acts. This approach not only attracted customers, but also allowed me to maintain my dignity. How could I let anyone touch me? The most I did was accompany guests for drinks, and if they were intrigued by me, they would seek out other girls. This, too, was a means of our trade. At this revelation, Feng found himself somewhat convinced. Logically, Liang would not deceive him. Yet he struggled to process the fact that a notorious courtesan had never been touched by another. It was truly hard to believe. However, Ji Feng did not wish to dwell on the matter. It mattered little who she was, as the system forbade him from engaging with her regardless of her status. Thus, he promptly closed the film, fearing that should he gaze upon it again, he would become flustered and uncomfortable, unable to approach Liang. Resolved to cease the argument, Ji Feng taught her how to shut down the computer. Despite being from an ancient time, Liang was quick-witted and learned swiftly. Ji Feng then hurried to his room to rest, prompting a pout from Liang as she observed him leave, muttering, "What does this mean, master? Why not stay with me? How frustrating." Ji Feng dared not ponder too deeply, even refraining from looking at Liang that night, fearful that he might lose control. After a quick shower, he collapsed in a bed, enjoying a restful sleep. Being the weekend, he slumbered soundly until he was roused around 10 in the morning by cacophony. Ji Feng groaned, "Damn it." After finally getting some rest, who was making all this noise? Dressing quickly, he opened the door to find several individuals knocking loudly. Ji Feng inquired, "What are you all doing?" The group turned to him, stating, "You are a tenant here as well, right? Hurry and vacate. This place is to be sealed." To be sealed? What does that mean? Ji Feng was still trying to comprehend the situation. The individuals appeared impatient as one replied, "No time for questions. The landlord owes money and has been taken to court. We are here to carry out the sealing." Ji Feng's eyes widened in understanding, and he rushed to knock on Liang's door. As fate would have it, she opened it just then, inquiring about the commotion. Ji Feng, however, said nothing, merely grabbing her hand and leading her downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found several people gathered, including the landlord, who was crying profusely. Ji Feng hurried over, asking, "Landlord, what is happening?" Seeing Ji Feng, the landlord explained, "It's about my husband's debts. They have filed a lawsuit against us, and now they are here to seal the property." Ji Feng frowned. "Is that permissible? Wasn't your husband borrowing from loan sharks? How can they sue you?" Before the landlord could respond, a man approached, seemingly recognizing Ji Feng. He grinned and said, "Ah, you are the one who stood up for her before, right?" Ji Feng recalled the encounter, responding, "You are the one who vandalized the landlord's property last time, correct? What is your intention?" The man smirked. "What do you think? She owes me money, and of course, I've taken legal action. I have to admit, the people you called last time were quite formidable, but I play both sides of the field. Now, I'm following the legal route, and let's see what you have to say about that." Vengeful interjected. "But loan sharks are not protected by law, right? Even if you sue, they can only repay the principal and interest. They cannot seize property without due process. And you haven't given any notice before this sealing, have you?" The man chuckled. "Do you think I would engage in this without connections? My cousin is a lawyer, and he knows many people in this field. Once he steps in, everything shady becomes legitimate. Now, enough talk. Start moving your things. Once the paperwork is complete, this place will belong to me." After hearing this, Ji Feng understood that the man had powerful connections, explaining his audacity to sue the landlord. This was turning into quite a predicament, and Ji Feng was at a loss on how to assist the landlord. However, seeing her in tears tugged at his heart. After all, her husband had left her with the burden of the property, and now she faced homelessness if it were seized. At that moment, a Maserati drove into the yard, and Ji Feng's face lit up as he rushed forward. "Sister Wanqin, what brings you here?" The person who arrived was indeed Lu Wanqin. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Ji Feng greeted her. Upon seeing Ji Feng, Lu Wanqin's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she softly said, "I came to thank you. Lu Dage told me everything about last night. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have fallen victim to that scoundrel, Shui Jijian." Ji Feng had already guessed her intention. After hearing her words, he chuckled. "Oh, Sister Wanqin, you are too polite. I'm just glad you're all right. Now that you are aware, please be cautious of that man in the future." "Yes, I will." Lu Wanqin nodded in agreement, then suddenly turned her gaze towards the people in the courtyard and asked, "By the way, what are they doing?" Ji Feng recounted the landlord's predicament, and upon hearing this, Lu Wanqin frowned. "Why are these people so wicked? Bullying a woman? Since we've encountered this, let me handle it." After saying this, Lu Wanqin strode towards them. Being a woman herself, she felt immense sympathy for the landlord after hearing Ji Feng's words, and she couldn't just stand by. "Hey, you guys really have some nerve. You loan sharks are so brazen as to come here and seize someone's property. Your interest has exceeded the legal limit, and according to the law, You have no right to arbitrarily seize someone's assets. You're quite straightforward, aren't you? Lu Wanqin's voice was raised, causing everyone to look at her. However, when they saw Lu Wanqin, the man who had been speaking with Ji Feng's eyes lit up. This girl is stunningly beautiful, and she drives an expensive car. She must be a wealthy heiress. He assessed Lu Wanqin for a moment and grinned. Wow, where did this beauty come from? You seem to be quite affluent. Sister, I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you, as some things are beyond your control. Lu Wanqin frowned. Your words are quite foul. I am indeed going to intervene in this matter. It is precisely because of people like you that many lives are ruined. Now tell me, which department have you colluded with? Hearing Lu Wanqin's retort, the man burst into laughter. Oh my, I must say, beautiful lady, judging by your attire and your luxurious car, you must come from a wealthy family, right? However, sometimes having money isn't enough. You need connections. But if you wanted to let this slide, how about this? You pay off her debt, and I won't pursue this matter anymore, or how about you spend a few nights with me? In that case, I'll tear up the IOU right in front of you. What do you think? Say that again. Lu Wanqin's anger flared as she glared at him. Oh, are you upset now? I must admit, you look even more beautiful when angry. I can't help but be captivated by you. How about this, beautiful? I'll add another condition. If you spend a few nights with me, not only will I not collect the debt, but I'll also protect you in the future. Surely, that should satisfy you? The man, seeing Lu Wanqin's fury, only grew bolder. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh and collapsed onto his knees, exclaiming, "What the hell? It hurts like hell." At that moment, Ji Feng stepped in front of him, saying, "You scoundrel, watch your mouth. Otherwise, I will ruin you." It was Ji Feng who had acted, unable to tolerate the increasingly foul language. He had thrown the 5 absolute needles, which pierced through the man's thigh. Yet, Ji Feng also recalled that with Lu Wanqin's background, this man was destined for misfortune. Dealing with him now was inconsequential, as Lu Wanqin would handle the aftermath. What have you done to me?" The man clutched his leg tightly, clearly in pain. Ji Feng coldly replied, "What I did is of little concern. You may still have time to regret this. Call your people and get lost now, where you'll find yourself regretting it later." "How dare you, kid? Just wait." The man, now furious, finished his call and glared at Ji Feng and the others. "So you want to play tough, huh? Just wait. I'll make sure you're out in jail." Yi Feng shrugged, glancing at Lu Wanqin, who merely smiled slightly and made a call. The two parties waited in anticipation. One of the man's subordinates hurriedly helped him up and moved aside, while Ji Feng introduced Lu Wanqin to the landlord. He spoke softly to her, "Sister landlord, this is my friend Lu Wanqin from the Lu family in the Yuba community." Ah, the landlord was taken aback. She had lived here for so long. How could she not know about the Lu family? Covering her mouth, she gazed at Lu Wanqin and said, "So it's Miss Lu. Thank you for helping me." Lu Wanqin smiled. "Sister, you're too polite. I heard Ji Feng mention your situation. Don't worry, I will definitely help you resolve this matter." The landlord felt reassured, knowing that with Lu Wanqin's background, handling such trivial issues would be quite easy. As the three conversed, a vehicle soon arrived. When it stopped in the courtyard, 3 individuals emerged, heading directly towards the man from earlier. Upon seeing them, he was immediately helped to his feet by his subordinate, and, with a pained expression, turned to the man in the suit and said, "Cousin, you finally made it. I've been set up. You must help me." The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. "Which fool dared to mess with you?" The man quickly pointed at Ji Feng. "That's a guy. I don't know how he did it, but my leg is still hurting, and I fear it might be crippled. Cousin, you must use your connections to have him arrested for a few years." The suited man turned to Ji Feng, but when he noticed Liang and Lu Wanqin, a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes, quickly masked by a neutral expression. He approached Ji Feng directly. "So you are the one who injured my cousin?" Ji Feng merely glanced at him, nodding. "Indeed, it was me. You must be the lawyer. What's this? Do you intend to misuse the law to have me arrested?" "Ha, kid, you have guts. Intentional harm is indeed a crime, you know. If proven, I would have to see you arrested." The suited man replied casually, although his eyes kept darting towards Liang and Lu Wanqin. At this moment, Lu Wanqin spoke up. "As a lawyer, you should have a good understanding of the law. Yet here you are, colluding with loan sharks. It seems you are the one who has broken the law." The man, now addressing Lu Wanqin directly, replied, "Beauty, You can't say it like that. It's only natural to repay debts. I'm merely seeking justice for the creditor. Besides, I don't think it's south your place to instruct Maine. And how do you plan to handle this? Lu Wanqin pressed. The suited man pondered for a moment before responding. Your interference in the affairs of the relevant department, along with the intentional harm, could escalate this situation. How it proceeds depends on your attitude. If your attitude is good, it won't be a big deal. If not, a few years in prison could be in store for you. Lu Wanqin smiled and shook her head. Is that so? Then let's wait for my people to arrive to handle this. I assure you, they will ensure your satisfaction. How does that sound? All right, bring whoever you want today. I'm confident I can handle this situation. Just make sure you think carefully, beauty. The man, uncertain of Lu Wanqin's intentions, made a veiled threat. Lu Wanqin nodded. Very well, if you can handle it, that would be best. But I hope you will still have such confidence when the time comes. Since that is the case, I shall grant you this favor, my lady. However, I hope you will not disappoint me. Should you fail to handle the situation properly, I fear that mere monetary compensation may not suffice. At the very least, you understand my meaning. As he spoke, he cast a lascivious glance at Lu Wanqin. She, fully aware of his intentions, shot him a disdainful look and chose to ignore him. At that moment, an old-fashioned jeep slowly drove in. After it parked, Lu Tianhao stepped out and quickly approached Lu Wanqin upon seeing her. Miss, did you call for me? Brother Ji is here as well. What has transpired? Ji Feng greeted him briefly, and Lu Wanqin succinctly recounted the events. After listening, Lu Tianhao nodded and turned his attention to the suit-clad man standing dumbfounded nearby. He approached him and inquired, You are the lawyer, aren't you? The suit-clad man was already taken aback when the vehicle entered, being in his profession. He was more aware than most and immediately recognized the license plate. Upon being questioned by Lu Tianhao, he shuddered and quickly looked at him. Why, you are from the Lu family? Lu Tianhao chuckled. What? Do we not appear to be? I must commend your audacity. We shall set aside your misuse of the law for now. I hear from a young lady that you and your cousin were just speaking impertinently to her. Upon hearing this, the suit-clad man could no longer contain himself. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He realized he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. No, a steel wall. Chapter 65. Submission. Seeing the man in fright, Lu Tianhao sneered and said, Do not cower. Were you not rather bold in your speech to our young lady just moments ago? Stand up like a man. Lu Tianhao, a military man by background, naturally exuded authority in his tone. The suit-clad man involuntarily rose, though he trembled as he did so. He was reluctant to meet Lu Tianhao's gaze and suddenly rushed to kneel before Lu Wanqin, weeping and begging, Miss Lu, I was wrong. I am not worthy. I failed to recognize you and have offended you. Please forgive me. He was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, now resembling a humbled servant, genuinely fearful. Who did not know the Lu family? If they truly wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lu Wanqin shook her head, glanced at the landlord, and addressed the suit-clad man. You seek not me, but her. The suit-clad man understood and quickly replied, We will no longer pursue the house, and we shall not demand that money either. I will have my cousin bring forth the IOU. Upon saying this, he scrambled to his cousin, who was still in a daze. With a swift slap, he chastised, Why are you still standing there, you fool? Hurry and destroy the IOU. Go apologize to Miss Lu and the landlord at once. His cousin, jolted back to reality, hastily retrieved the IOU and rushed to the landlord, kneeling before her. Landlady, I was wrong. I should not have come to collect debts from you. I was not human. I should not have subjected you to the high interest that led your husband to prison. I will destroy the IOU now, and I do not wish for a single cent. As he spoke, he tore the IOU apart and swallowed the pieces. The landlord, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Ji Feng approached and remarked, This is what you call self-inflicted suffering. The landlord did not refuse to repay the money. She simply was in a tight spot. Yet, you come to smash things and threaten her. Is this the character of you loan sharks? She has lived here her entire life. Do you think she would run away? Yes, we deserve this, the suit-clad man agreed. Brother, please speak a good word for us. We realize our mistakes. Seeing the landlord silent, he turned to Ji Feng for assistance. Ji Feng shook his head, glanced at Lu Wanqin, who merely said, You decide how to handle this. Since Feng was now in charge, he stated, very well, we shall not pursue this matter any further. Since you no longer seek repayment, this is your show of sincerity. But remember, there will be no next time. If you dare cross us again, you will face consequences without needing the Liu family to intervene. I can take care of you myself. Do you believe that? Yes, yes. We would never dare again, big brother. And thank you, landlady, for not pursuing this matter. Can we leave now? The suit-clad man felt a wave of relief wash over him as Feng indicated he would not pursue the matter further. Feng gestured for them to leave and then approached Liu Tianhao. Brother Liu, I truly appreciate your assistance. I have been staying with the landlady for some time now and could not ignore her predicament. There is no need for such formality. You are an esteemed benefactor to the old master. Let us not stand on ceremony. These are merely trifles, Liu Tianhao replied, exuding the generosity of a military man. Feng refrained from saying more and, once the others departed, offered some words of comfort to the landlord. She slowly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to them. Overjoyed, the landlord insisted on inviting them to dinner, eager to prepare a meal for everyone. Upon hearing this, Liu Wanqin immediately agreed. That sounds wonderful. I adore home-cooked meals. Thank you, landlady. Miss Liu, you are too kind. I am delighted to have you here for dinner. Please sit down and relax. I will prepare it right away. The landlord said, pouring them tea before heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Liang rushed in to assist her. After chatting for a while, Liu Wanqin turned serious. By the way, Feng, when you drove off Shui Jijin yesterday to save me, did he not attempt to retaliate? Feng chuckled. At that time, he was alone. How could he dare lay a hand on me? I am more concerned he may resort to trickery against you in the future. You must remain vigilant. Touched by Feng's immediate concern for her, Liu Wanqin replied, rest assured, I will be cautious. However, the Shui family is not to be underestimated. I fear they may scheme against you behind the scenes. Do keep an eye out, and if anything arises, contact us immediately. Feng nodded, I understand. I'm not afraid of them. What is there to fear from someone barefoot when I am shod? Liu Wanqin nearly laughed at Feng's words. His humor was refreshing. Yet, she found herself pondering Feng's background. Having always heeded her grandfather's counsel, she had never inquired about Feng's origins. Yet, from various clues, she deduced he likely had no significant background. But why did her grandfather regard Feng with such reverence? Many times she had wished to ask him, but the words never escaped her lips. Observing Feng change bodyguards every few days only deepened her conflict. Their conversation concluded by the time dinner was served. And it must be said, the landlord's culinary skills were impressive. The meal was delicious, and everyone savored the abundant dishes. After dining, Liu Wanqin did not linger long and left with Liu Tianhao. Feng had initially planned to return home, but with the afternoon already advanced, he realized a trip back would be futile. Thus, he abandoned the idea of returning. At the Shui residence, Shui Jijin sat in his chair, listening to his subordinate's report. His lips curled in anger as he exclaimed, You spent so many days investigating only to uncover this? His subordinate was taken aback and quickly replied, Shui Xiao. This Feng indeed has only this information. The reason we took so many days is that we, too, found it hard to believe, so we checked twice. It remains nothing but this ordinary information. He is simply a lad from the countryside. Shui Jijin furrowed his brow tightly, and after a long while, he finally relaxed. What on earth is going on? You've checked twice, and this Feng is truly just a country boy? But that doesn't add up. His skills are exceptional, not to mention his driving abilities are akin to that of a god. He constantly changes bodyguards. Could such a person really be from the countryside? His subordinate lowered his head, speechless, equally perplexed. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. This was his dedicated private number, one that only his family would call. So he dared not neglect it. He quickly glanced at the screen. It was a call from his father. He answered hastily, Dad, what is the matter? A deep voice resonated from the other end. Jijian, how are things going on your side? Upon hearing this, Shui Jijin paused for a moment before responding. Things were progressing smoothly until a certain lad disrupted everything. But don't worry, I will handle it swiftly, so we can fully develop our company domestically and monopolize the Jiangnan region. I hope you won't mess this up. to monopolize the entire Jiangnan region. One cannot do it without powerful backing. At present, the Liu family is the most feasible option. Although the Li family is also viable, we have no chance of aligning with them. Right now, the only way is for you to win over Liu Wanqin. Do you understand what I mean? His father said gravely. I understand, Dad. Just wait for my good news, Shui Zhijin confidently replied before ending the call. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he murmured, Ji Feng, since you are an obstacle in my path to the Liu family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 66. The Scheme Master. Could you please hurry? Why are you walking so slowly? On the street, Liang flitted ahead like a joyful bird. Noticing Ji Feng lagging behind, she turned and called out to him. Ji Feng smiled wryly and quickened his pace. Surprised by this lively side of Liang, she resembled a little girl, brimming with boundless enthusiasm for shopping. He pondered that if Liang were born in this era, she would surely be a shopping enthusiast. But alas, fate had placed her, a stunning woman, in the tumultuous times of the early Three Kingdoms, relegating her to the status of a courtesan. Yet when she claimed to still be a maiden, Ji Feng felt a strange contradiction within him. Catching up to Liang, he said, I say, Inger, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up. Oh dear, I must return to the system tomorrow. I have to make the most of my time shopping. I don't even know when you'll be able to summon me again, she replied. Master, you know that I am aware of the characters you can summon. When more characters come into play and develop feelings for you, perhaps you will slowly forget about me. But I shall never forget you. Liang's sudden confession made Ji Feng feel inexplicably melancholic. Indeed, he could only summon more and more characters, each interaction different, leaving him to wonder when he might summon her again. Perhaps, as she said, he would eventually forget her. Maybe. Ji Feng shook his head, refusing to dwell on such thoughts, and smiled at Liang. It's all right. How could I ever forget you? If the opportunity arises, I will summon you again. Master knows just what to say. But I can't help but feel you said similar things to the other summon maidens as well, Liang suddenly quipped. Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had indeed uttered similar words to Jiao Chan last time. Goodness, if he had to assure every summoned character of his remembrance, how would that work in the future? Ji Feng fell silent, and Liang seemed to sense his troubled thoughts. With a gentle smile, she drew closer, linking her arm with his, and said sweetly, Master, I was just joking. Please don't be sad. Hearing this, Ji Feng felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. He looked at Liang and said, Having you by my side these past few days has truly made me happy, but the system has its constraints, and I cannot keep you with me indefinitely. Liang understood, saying, In truth, I am just as happy to be with you these days. Let us not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Let's enjoy our time together. Master, come, let's go shop over there. Though her voice carried a hint of sadness, she feigned cheerfulness as she pulled Ji Feng toward a nearby shopping mall. Though Ji Feng was not a seasoned romantic, having had a few girlfriends, he could sense that Liang had developed feelings for him. It was understandable. In her time, she had no family, only the chaos of war and a pair of eyes filled with longing. Now, by Ji Feng's side, she experienced a semblance of familial affection, making her reluctance to part ways perfectly natural. Yet, Ji Feng knew he could not hold on to her. The system had granted him this gift, but imposed its limitations. Although the system had previously informed him that if he could master it, he might retain the characters within, Ji Feng was well aware that he could never truly control the system. To accompany her, Ji Feng stayed outdoors with her, shopping until dusk. Only then did they go to eat before returning home. However, as they approached the entrance of the community, Ji Feng sensed something was amiss. The neighborhood was rather old. Although it was much better than where Ji Yingying lived, it lacked streetlights, leaving Ji Feng with an uneasy feeling without any clear indication of danger. Liang, having no combat abilities, could not sense anything out of the ordinary. Ji Feng whispered to her, I feel like someone is following us. Be cautious. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Liang quickly looked around and said, It seems there is no one here. Just as Ji Feng was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through his leg, causing him to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, two figures in black lunged out from the left, brandishing silenced pistols. Ji Feng reacted swiftly, summoning the 5 absolute divine needles to shoot at them, and then leaped to tackle Liang to the ground. He heard a scream and turned to see one of the attackers collapsed, struck by the needle, while the other seemed to evade the attack and aimed his gun at Feng. Fortunately, they were crouched on the ground and had not been hit. Feng instructed Liang, stay down and don't move. I will deal with that guy. Liang responded softly, okay, master. Be careful. Feng rolled away and summoned the 5 absolute divine needles again to shoot at the target. The assailant, seemingly aware of Feng's intention to retaliate, quickly took cover behind a car. This was bad. The 5 absolute divine needles appeared to lack the range of his bullets. What should he do now? Feng realized the predicament. He could do nothing against the foe hiding behind the vehicle, while the opponent's bullets could still reach him, leaving Feng completely on the defensive. Master, hurry and call for that Liu Tianhao from earlier to help you, Liang suggested, knowing the Liu family's powerful background would be advantageous in dealing with this situation. Feng was reluctant to bother them, but now it seemed to be the only option. He certainly couldn't remain a target for them to shoot at. Could he? After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Liu Tianhao. Although the assailant was firing at Feng, the distance prevented him from hitting his mark, and he dared not approach, fearing Feng's hidden weapons. Liu Tianhao learned of Feng's assassination and hurriedly rushed over with 2 bodyguards. The assailants initially intended to prolong the confrontation, as they had observed Feng sustaining a gunshot wound to his leg. They believed that simply bleeding out would suffice to eliminate him. However, upon noticing a car speeding towards them, he recalled Feng's earlier phone call, which undoubtedly summoned reinforcements. Hesitating briefly, he dashed over to pull his injured comrade, who had been struck by Feng's concealed weapon, into the vehicle before making a swift escape. He understood that if their adversaries received backup and captured them, it would spell certain doom. Inside the car, Liu Tianhao also witnessed their escape, but upon remembering Feng's mention of his injury over the phone, he refrained from pursuit and drove towards Feng instead. Brother Ji, how are you? Liu Tianhao exclaimed as he rushed out of the car, addressing Feng, who was leaning against Liang. Feng shook his head and replied, I was shot in the leg by those scoundrels. Thankfully, you all arrived, otherwise they would have bled me dry. Thank you. It's no time for pleasantries. We must get you to the hospital, Liu Tianhao insisted, lifting Feng into the car. Once inside, Liu Tianhao inquired, Brother Ji, do you have any idea who attacked you? Feng shook his head again, saying, I have no idea. They didn't utter a word before opening fire. I truly am unfortunate. Liu Tianhao ceased his questioning. After delivering Feng to the hospital, he reported the situation to the elder. In the operating room, Feng was administered anesthesia, and when he awoke, he found himself in a hospital ward. Old Chief, Sister Wanqin, why did you come personally? His first sight upon waking was the anxious faces of the elder and Liu Wanqin, stirring a wave of emotion within him. The elder grasped Feng's hand and said, You were injured. How could I possibly sleep? The surgery is complete now. Do you feel any discomfort? Feng replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Old Chief, you rascal, still being polite with me. By the way, Tianhao mentioned you don't know who plotted against you? The elder probed. Feng nodded, yes. I truly have no idea. I seem to have crossed paths with many people recently. Reflecting on the past few days, Feng considered the Shui family, the Jing family who were investigating him, the loan sharks he had dealt with, and even Chun Xiao and Jiang Yi's gang. Although Chun Xiao had been apprehended, it was possible his father might hire someone to kill him, and with Jiang Yi dead at his hands, who could know if one of his loyal subordinates had come after him? Thus, he remained uncertain of who had sent the assailants. The elder, having gleaned no further information, left with Liu Wanqin after confirming Feng's safety, yet insisted that Liu Tianhao remain to guard him against any further trouble. At that moment, he realized he hadn't seen Liang. Where had she gone? Considering the time, she was likely not due back until the next morning. Chapter 67. Noticing Liang's absence, he called Liu Tianhao inside to inquire, but he too had not seen her. Just as Feng was about to ask Liu Tianhao to search for her, concerned for her safety given her beauty and lack of combat skills, Liang entered, carrying a meal box. Upon seeing Ji Feng awake, she beamed. Master, you're awake. Are you feeling all right? Does your wound hurt? Ji Feng, however, asked. I'm fine. Yingya, where did you go just now? Liang opened the meal box and explained, I saw you lost so much blood, so I went out to get you something to eat. I wanted to cook for you myself, but it wasn't convenient here, so please make do with this. Let me feed you. Deeply touched by Liang's thoughtfulness, Ji Feng gazed at her and said, Thank you. Oh dear master, you're too kind. It's only right for me, as your maid, to take care of you. Now, let us eat, she replied, helping him sit up. Although Ji Feng's leg was injured, he had an in his arm, making it difficult for him to eat independently, so he allowed Liang to feed him. She was meticulous, checking the temperature of every bite before offering it to him. Lu Tianhao smiled and stepped outside, reflecting on how fortunate Ji Feng was to have such a caring and beautiful bodyguard. After the meal, Liang ensured Ji Feng was comfortable before allowing him to rest. Fortunately, the elder had arranged for a luxurious VIP room, which included a resting area for family members. After keeping watch over Ji Feng for 2 hours, she could no longer stay awake and fell asleep beside him. Lu Tianhao, a steadfast figure, repeatedly declined Ji Feng's offers for him to rest, insisting he must ensure Ji Feng's safety, leaving Ji Feng profoundly moved. The following morning, Liang was missing again. Ji Feng surmised she had gone to fetch him breakfast. Sure enough, she soon returned with 2 bags, handing one to Lu Tianhao, saying, Brother Lu, this is your breakfast. Thank you, Lu Tianhao replied. Brother Ji is truly fortunate to have such a thoughtful bodyguard. Liang smiled sweetly at him. Brother Lu is too kind. It is my blessing to serve the master. She hurried to feed Ji Feng, just as the elder and Lu Wanxin arrived, visibly concerned for Ji Feng's well-being. Observing Liang feeding Ji Feng, Lu Wanxin approached her and offered, Let me feed Ji Feng. Oh, no, I can do it. Liang was taken aback, having not expected Lu Wanxin to offer. She quickly refused, believing it was her duty as Ji Feng's maid and feeling a fondness for feeding him. Yifom interjected. Thank you, Sister Wanxin, but let Inger handle this. Please, both of you have a seat. Lu Wanxin glanced between Ji Feng and Liang, ultimately remaining silent and taking a seat, causing the atmosphere to grow somewhat tense or awkward. The elder then spoke up, Ji Feng, your leg will require some time to heal. You should refrain from attending school for the next few days. Have you informed the school? Ji Feng finally realized he would need to take time off to recover, hoping he wouldn't fail any classes. Today is Sunday. I'll call to request leave tomorrow. But old chief, please don't come to see me too often. It weighs on my conscience, Ji Feng said to the elder. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Not a concern. I'm still quite healthy. If not for you, where would I be? Just focus on your recovery and don't overthink things. Knowing you're safe brings me peace. As for last night's assassination attempt, I've sent people to investigate. Hopefully, we'll uncover something. Ji Feng was taken aback by the elder's concern for his safety and expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate your help. After a round of polite exchanges, the elder and Lu Wanxin departed. But during the day, the elder sent 2 more guards to protect Ji Feng, allowing Lu Tianhao to return home for some rest. Master, Inger. Around 9 in the morning, just as Liang was about to speak to Ji Feng, she suddenly vanished before his eyes as if by magic. Fortunately, there was no one else in the ward to witness it. Ji Feng quickly glanced at the system on his wrist, which displayed, Character time limit reached. Summoned back by the system, Ji Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, reflecting on how quickly 3 days had passed and how he was being called back, feeling a tinge of reluctance. What? You say Lu Wanxin stayed in the hospital room with Ji Feng for several hours last night and visited him again this morning? In the study, Shui Zhijian's face turned red with fury upon hearing this from his subordinate. The subordinate nodded. Yes, Shui Xiao, we have been monitoring Ji Feng. This is what we witnessed with our own eyes. Shui Zhijian gritted his teeth. Damn it, we sent someone to kill him last night, and it almost succeeded. I never expected the Lu family to intervene. Not only did we fail to kill him, but now Lu Wanxin seems to care for him. How can this kid be so lucky? Now there are bodyguards from the Lu family guarding him at the hospital. We originally intended to finish the job, but we dare not. The subordinate instinctively took a step back, sensing Shui Xiao's anger. Shui Jian felt troubled. If it were just Ji Feng, he would have been confident in eliminating him. But now that Ji Feng was connected to the Liu family, it was indeed more challenging to deal with him. However, he mused if Ji Feng had not aligned himself with the Liu family, he wouldn't have been a target. Suddenly, his subordinate spoke up. Shui Shao. I've thought a way. If we can't be forceful, let's take a more subtle approach. Oh, what do you mean? Shui Jian raised an eyebrow upon hearing his subordinate's suggestion. The subordinate grinned mischievously and leaned in to whisper in Shui Jian's ear. After a moment, a wicked smile appeared on Shui Jian's face. This plan is quite clever. Let's proceed as you suggested, but we must wait until he is healed. Once Liu Wanqin understands Ji Feng's true nature, I will be at ease. For the past few days, Ji Feng had remained in the hospital and had requested a half-month leave from school. However, he found it rather tedious. By the 7th day, feeling he had sufficiently recovered, he arranged for his discharge and returned home to recuperate. Although the old man did not visit him often, Liu Wanqin was different. She came to see Ji Feng almost daily, always bringing nutritious meals to help him recover. Today, however, Liu Wanqin curiously asked Ji Feng, I haven't seen Inger around these past few days. Where has she gone? Shouldn't she be taking care of you while you're injured? Ji Feng anticipated her question and replied, Oh, her family had some urgent matters to attend to, so she went back. But now I have you. Wanqin Jia, looking after me. Liu Wanqin shot him a glance. You just know how to talk. How is your wound now? Does it still hurt? As long as I don't walk much, it doesn't hurt. Mainly, thanks to Wanqin Jia's nutritious meals, I've gained a bit of weight these past few days, Ji Feng jested. Liu Wanqin rolled her eyes at him. This guy was becoming increasingly charming with his words. Despite feeling a bit exasperated, she couldn't help but notice that she never seemed to get angry with him, and she often found herself visiting Ji Feng. After chatting for a while, she left, and Ji Feng felt somewhat bored. He initially thought of summoning someone to keep him company, but decided against wasting his summoning points, opting to wait until it was absolutely necessary. While engaging with the system, he suddenly asked, By the way, system, although I can summon characters now, I lack any self-defense skills. Can you provide me with some self-defense techniques? And don't tell me I already have the 5 absolute divine needles. That doesn't count. Chapter 68. The landlord's assistants seeing Ji Feng's inquiry, the system explained. Host, you can only meet your request after the system upgrades further. Therefore, I ask you to be patient. Ji Feng had already been subdued by the system, so he showed no particular reaction but merely inquired, When will you be able to upgrade? The system continued. Currently, the system is in an automatic upgrade state. You will be notified when the upgrade occurs. Please do not rush. All right, forget I asked, Ji Feng replied, feeling somewhat speechless. It was essentially the same as saying nothing at all, just waiting. After Ji Feng's injury, the landlord also took good care of him. Whenever Liu Wanqin didn't bring him meals, she would. Moreover, she accompanied Ji Feng to the hospital for dressing changes. Ji Feng felt quite touched. He had not anticipated receiving such care from so many people after arriving in this bustling city. As the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded. Perhaps this was what it meant. If Ji Feng hadn't helped them before, he wouldn't have garnered their concern. While Ji Feng was engrossed in examining items in the system shop, the door suddenly swung open. He initially thought it was the landlord, but was surprised to find that it was Zhuo Fei and his girlfriend who had arrived. Zhuo Fei rushed over to Ji Feng, worry and reproach evident on his face. Feng, what happened to you? Why didn't you notify me earlier? If I hadn't called, you probably wouldn't have told me, would you? After placing the gifts they had brought on the table, Zhuo Fei continued to express his concern. He had assumed Ji Feng was still attending classes and hadn't called him until today when he finally decided to update Ji Feng about his own matters. Upon calling, he discovered that Ji Feng had been injured. Ji Feng smiled. It's nothing serious. Just a few more days of rest, and I'll be fine. I saw you were busy with your startup, so I didn't want to distract you. Are you treating me like a brother? Even if you're injured, it's a huge deal, and I should put everything aside to check on you. What exactly happened? Zhuo Fei glared at him before inquiring further. Ji Feng pondered for a moment and decided to be honest with him, realizing there was no harm in sharing. So he recounted the events in detail. When Zhuo Fei and his girlfriend heard the story, their expressions turned incredulous. Damn, who had the audacity to plot against you? Don't you have any idea who it was? Zhuo Fei exclaimed, his anger flaring up again. Ji Feng shook his head. I really don't know. But don't worry about me. I'm fine. By the way, how's everything on your end? Not wanting to dwell on his own issues, Zhou Fei shifted the conversation to his matters, revealing to Ji Feng that he had rented a small factory and an office building. He was also in the process of contacting clothing designers and other operational staff. Having previously worked at his family's factory, Zhou Fei was aware of the necessary procedures. And with connections from his father, he knew that as long as he mentioned his father's name and secured the funds, the paperwork would be straightforward. The only things lacking were equipment and personnel, but the equipment wasn't particularly difficult to acquire as long as he had the money, which was why he wanted to share this good news with Ji Feng before the unfortunate incident occurred. Ji Feng chuckled. I didn't expect you to move so swiftly. You'll be in charge soon enough, and then you'll be Mr. Zhou. Cut it out. You're the one funding this venture. Otherwise, I'd still be worrying about money. But Feng, honestly, while I'm confident, what if it doesn't pan out? Will you hold it against me? Zhou Fei joked, though there was a serious undertone. Ji Feng looked at him and replied, It's just $1 million. Is it really that serious? But truth be told, I care more about your entrepreneurial journey than the money. Since you've chosen this path, you must see it through. I hope for your success. Hearing this, Zhou Fei felt deeply moved and rushed to give Ji Feng a bear hug. Brother, I want to let you down. Hey, yeah. Why are you standing there in a daze? Feng has helped us so much. Shouldn't you say a few words of thanks? Zhou Fei turned to his girlfriend, who had been silent. In truth, she was not ungrateful. She was just naturally more reserved and spoke little. She quickly smiled at Ji Feng. Brother Feng, thank you. Ji Feng chuckled, amused that this girl had the audacity to refer to herself as a sister. It seemed that he had indeed contributed to the happiness of the young couple, and they were genuinely grateful. Yeah, don't pay attention to that rascal Zhou Fei. There's no need for thanks. Just focus on living well with him. As Ji Feng spoke, Zhou Fei's girlfriend merely nodded. Deep down, she remained devoted to Zhou Fei. Despite his penchant for flirtation, he was, after all, a good-hearted person. Just as Ji Feng was about to say something to Zhou Fei, his wrist vibrated, startling him. It was yet another task from the system. Host must assist Zhou Fei in establishing a company, and within 3 months, it must become the leading enterprise in Jiulong. Successful completion will yield 20 summoning points and a mysterious gift package. Failure will result in a deduction of 50 summoning points. Ji Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Although he had grown accustomed to the system's antics, this task was simply outrageous. Transforming Zhou Fei into the foremost enterprise in Jiulong within 3 months? That was utterly ludicrous. Jiulong was a thriving city in Jiangnan, boasting countless enterprises. To ascend to the top here, even 3 years or 10 years would be a daunting challenge. After all, several state-owned enterprises existed, and many small businesses had toiled for decades without breaking into the top 10. The competition was fierce. Yet, this absurd system demanded he achieve this monumental task in merely 3 months, with a penalty of losing 50 summoning points for failure. Was it truly just for the sake of a mysterious gift? Damn it, are you toying with me? Ji Feng couldn't help but curse. Seeing Ji Feng's outburst, Zhou Fei and his girlfriend were taken aback, mistakenly believing Ji Feng was directing his ire at them. Zhou Fei inquired, Feng, what have I done to you? You're not accusing me of borrowing money for a startup, are you? Realizing Zhou Fei's misunderstanding, Ji Feng quickly clarified, No, I'm not talking about you. You big guy, don't get it twisted. It's that. Well, it's not about you. Just don't overthink it. At a loss for words, Ji Feng knew he couldn't divulge the matter of the system. However, Zhou Fei, deducing that Ji Feng was not directing his anger at him, began to wonder why Ji Feng had suddenly erupted in curses. He soon concluded that Ji Feng must have been venting about the 2 assailants from that night. Understanding this, Zhou Fei comforted him. You're probably thinking about those guys who try to harm you, right? Don't worry, Feng. As soon as we discover who they are, Zhou Fei, will be the first to ensure they face consequences. Just focus on recuperating and don't dwell on it too much. Not wishing to correct Zhou Fei's assumptions, Ji Feng simply replied, Yeah, your words are enough, buddy. Rest assured, I'm fine. Zhou Fei and Ji Feng conversed for over 2 hours before he took his leave, promising to visit again in a couple of days. Once again, Ji Feng found himself alone, feeling the weight of boredom, and decided to examine his watch. Wait a minute. System, Feng mused aloud. I've just noticed that there doesn't seem to be a place to insert a battery. What happens when you run out of power? Up until now, he had never scrutinized the watch closely, but now he realized it appeared to be a singular structure. Even the strap had no seams. Where does the battery go? The system, momentarily speechless, finally responded. Host, it seems you lack even the most basic understanding of my summoning system. This system does not require conventional batteries. It harnesses a solar and body heat for intelligent charging. In other words, it charges automatically when exposed to light and warmth. So that is how it works. Fascinating. But what if I accidentally damage you one day? What then? Feng pondered aloud, a genuine concern surfacing. He had grown accustomed to the system as a cheat tool and feared losing it. Rest assured, host, your worries are unwarranted. I want to explain everything now, but you will come to understand in due time. Unbeknownst to Feng, night had fallen as he engaged in a lengthy dialogue with the system. Had it not been for the landlord's arrival, he might have continued his musings. Seeing the landlord with dinner in hand, Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, landlady, for your continued efforts. Don't mention it. You've helped me so much before. Caring for you is the least I can do. I made you some chicken stew for dinner. I hope you enjoy it, she replied as she approached him. I love it. I'll eat anything, Yifu exclaimed. Grateful for her care. The landlord nodded, arranged his meal, and Feng swung his legs off the bed to eat. Suddenly, the landlord sniffed the air and chuckled. You haven't showered in a few days, have you? At this, Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It's just that I have an injury on my leg, and I didn't want to get it wet. I'll shower once it heals. The landlord then suggested. How about this? After you finish eating, I can help you out. I promise I won't let your leg touch the water. If you don't shower soon. Miss Liu visits every day, and she'll notice the scent of medicine and sweat on you. You would help me? Feng stuttered, his hand trembling, nearly dropping his chopsticks. The landlord laughed nonchalantly. What are you worried about? I'm 30 years old. I've seen it all. You think I'm going to take advantage of you? Chapter 69. Prepared Feng was inclined to refuse the landlord's offer, not out of disdain, but due to their age difference. She was about 10 years his senior. If it were Inger, he would have readily agreed. Noticing Yifu's hesitation, the landlord raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you rejecting your elder? And no, it's just, there's a distinction between the genders. And I've never really been in such close contact with a girl before. I feel a bit shy, Feng replied, his embarrassment intensifying. The landlord chuckled and teased. I know exactly what you're thinking. Listen, if you're uncomfortable, I won't force you. Instead, I'll just bring some water to help you wipe down, and you can handle the rest yourself. Without waiting for his response, she turned to fetch water from the bathroom, returning promptly to assist Feng. As he rested at home, dressed in comfortable pajamas, he found the attire quite pleasant. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take it off, the landlord urged when she noticed Feng's hesitation. Really? Can I keep my underwear on? Feng shilly inquired. The landlord, exasperated, replied, of course. Do you think I'm asking you to strip completely? Hurry up. If it's inconvenient, I can help you. And no, I'll do it myself, Feng insisted, quickly removing his pajamas to reveal his toned physique. Having worked on the farm back home, his physique was robust, and it was evident now that he was bare-chested. Well, look at you. I didn't expect you to be so fit. The landlord complimented him, continuing her task as she wrung out a towel to help him clean his back. After a while, she remarked, see, I told you that you needed a wash. I've already changed the water twice. I'm really not bothered by you. Feng felt increasingly embarrassed. Thank you, landlady. They chatted for a while longer before the landlord took the empty bowl downstairs. Feng felt immensely relieved and appreciated her kindness, almost seeing her as an elder sister. He resolved to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. With his body feeling lighter, Feng soon drifted into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the next morning, when the landlord brought him breakfast, that he finally awoke. Typically, Lu Wanqin delivered his meals at noon, so it was the landlord who cared for him in the mornings and evenings. Feng was uncertain whether he was enduring suffering or experiencing joy. In any case, he was simultaneously in pain and delight. 3 days had passed, and his leg had nearly healed. Today, he ventured downstairs alone. To an uninformed observer, there would be no indication of his prior injury. Just as he prepared to stroll through the streets, a Volkswagen approached. Initially, Feng wondered who it could be, but the vehicle stopped beside him, and the person who emerged was none other than Fei. Feng, why are you out here alone? Is your leg better? Fei immediately inquired as he exited the car. Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's healed. Being young means recovery is swift. By the way, how did you manage to buy a car? Hee, it's merely for convenience. I didn't dare to purchase anything extravagant. I spent a little over 100,000 on this modest vehicle. You're not upset with me, are you? Fei chuckled awkwardly, knowing full well that Feng had financed it without prior discussion. Feng shot him a glare. If you keep being so polite, do you believe I won't set you straight? In truth, Feng understood that he wouldn't mind. It was Fei who felt slightly guilty. He quickly added, I'm not being polite. I just wanted to keep you informed. By the way, our company is all set up. Just waiting for your injury to heal before we launch. Wow, you work quickly, Feng remarked. But you must hurry. We need to establish ourselves as the leading enterprise in Jiulong City within 3 months. Upon hearing this, Fei was momentarily stunned, then playfully punched Feng's shoulder. Were you ambitious or just blowing smoke? 3 months to become the top enterprise in Jiulong City? Do you think this is a movie? Feng was at a loss for how to explain. After all, this was a task assigned by the system. If he failed, he would lose 50 summoning points, a considerable amount he could not afford to part with. So, he feared failure. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. Since the system had issued this task, it must have its plans in place. He pondered and said, Fatty, I'm not joking. Success or failure is one thing. Effort is another. How will we know unless we try? Fei was taken aback by Feng's words, but when he saw Feng's serious expression, he sensed that Feng was not jesting. He curiously asked, Have you been stimulated by something? Feng managed a wry smile. No, it's just a statement. It's up to you whether you want to take a risk. Seeing Feng so earnest, Fei suddenly became serious, looking intently at Feng. Brother, since you said that, I, Fatty, must take a chance. For your ambition, I'm in. If we fail, we'll just keep our feet on the ground and continue as a small business. All right, I've been at home long enough. Show me around. Having a car is convenient. Feng replied, and without further ado, he hopped into the vehicle. Fei grinned and quickly followed suit, starting the engine and driving off. He took Feng to see the factory he had rented. It was somewhat far and located at the edge of the industrial district, but it appeared quite spacious, consisting of 3 floors and not merely a tin shed, which was suitable for clothing production. What do you think? It's not bad, right? It may be a bit out of the way, but the price is reasonable. The 3rd floor totals over 2,000 square meters, and the annual rent is only 1,200,000. I found out that if we rented in a prime location, it would at least be 2 million a year. This way, I save some money. I plan to use the first 2 floors for production and the 3rd for offices and sampling. What do you think? After exiting the car, Fei led Feng inside while explaining. However, Feng was not knowledgeable in such matters and simply said, Don't ask me. I don't understand. You handle it as you see fit. I can only assist you financially for now. Feng, you still have money, don't you? Where did all this money come from? Fei was taken aback by Feng's words, realizing he must still have quite a sum. Feng patted his shoulder. I've told you, just trust me. The source of the money is legitimate. No need to pry. If I don't trust you, then who should I trust? All right, I want to ask further, but it seems we might be short on funds for now. We'll deal with that during the operational phase. Let us go inside and take a look. Fei didn't press further, and they entered together. Feng observed that the equipment on the first 2 floors was fully prepared, and the office area on the 3rd floor was being organized, with workers installing computers and desks. Fei explained, everything should be ready by today, and I've also found most of the staff. We just need a few more employees, which we can hire gradually. So far, we've spent over 8 million, leaving us with just over 1 million, which I'll need to reserve for procurement and staff salaries. That's ideal. Use the money where necessary. If you run short, just let me know. When do you plan to open? Feng seemed even more anxious than Fei. Fei replied, It depends on you. If you're ready, the sooner we open, the better. Why does it matter to me? If you're ready, just go ahead and open, Feng replied, rolling his eyes. That's not possible. You're the investor. I've decided that you will be the chairman of this factory. I can't take that position, so don't refuse. Fei said earnestly. Feng merely smiled and said, Fatty, listen to me. I will help you with this factory, and I must help you. But you must be the chairman. Don't ask me why. Just trust me on this. Feng thought to himself that since the system instructed him to assist Fei, he did not intend to take equity, thus he would not assume the role of chairman. Otherwise, he would merely be aiding himself, and if the system played tricks later, it would not end well. Fei sensed something was off about Feng today, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He initially wanted to argue, but ultimately refrained. Conceding to formless wishes. Feng had gone out in the afternoon, and they spent a considerable time exploring. Fei then drove him around the city, and as night fell, Fei suggested, Feng, to celebrate your recovery and the company's opening, how about we hit a bar tonight? Feng had indeed been feeling somewhat bored at home these past few days, and not wanting to return, he agreed to Fei's suggestion. They went directly to a nearby bar without inviting anyone else. However, as soon as they entered, someone in a nearby van made a phone call, saying, Xiao, Feng and that fatty are at the bar. Our opportunity has finally arrived. Should we make a move tonight? On the other end, Xiao chuckled, of course. How long have we been waiting for this opportunity? Since we can't eliminate him, let him gain some notoriety. Stop dawdling. Prepare to go. Chapter 70. Betrayed today was Friday, and Liang felt a bit bored. Coincidentally, a girl in her class was celebrating her birthday, someone she considered a friend. So she decided to attend. Brother Wang, just drop me off here. Are you going in to have some fun? Liang asked Wang how as she arrived at the bar entrance. Her classmate had planned to celebrate at the bar, so she had asked Wang Hao to drop her off. Wang Hao shook his head. No, I'm not fond of such places. I'll wait for you at the nearby coffee shop. If you need anything, or when the party's over, just call me. I'll come right over. Liang was aware that Wang Hao detested noisy environments, so she did not force him to accompany her and ventured inside alone. The room was filled with her classmates, all of whom were female, numbering around 10. Ting, you made it. Upon her arrival, a classmate approached her, as Liang was the campus beauty, not only pursued by boys, but also quite popular among the girls. Although she seldom interacted with male classmates, she was amiable and well-regarded among her female peers. Once everyone had gathered, they planned to enjoy some time in the hall before heading upstairs to a private room for karaoke. This bar primarily catered to nearby students, featuring private rooms for karaoke at reasonable prices, making it a favored spot among the local youth. Meanwhile, two individuals had just concluded a phone call and were preparing to confront Feng. As they entered the bar, they spotted a group of young women, evidently university students. They exchanged glances and remarked, this group of girls looks promising. Let us choose one of them. Once Feng makes a move, I assure you, he will face dire consequences, for strong students are valued far more than women from the streets. What a splendid idea. Tonight, we shall accomplish what Xiao instructed us, and we will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Let us hasten and find an opportunity and locate Feng as well. These two were indeed henchmen of Jian. Here to plot against Feng. Let us keep an eye on Feng, they agreed. After searching for a while, they soon spotted Feng and his companion, who were enjoying drinks. However, due to the Friday night crowd, Feng was momentarily oblivious to their presence. Come on, Feng, let us clink glasses again. Today is a cause for celebration. Not only have you excelled, but the company has also been managed well. We must drink until we are inebriated. Left Fei joyfully raised his glass to toast Feng. Feng smiled and, without further ado, poured more drinks. On the other side, Liang was also drinking with her classmates. Despite being in the same bar as Feng, the throngs of people made it difficult for them to see one another. However, the girls preferred lighter drinks, and after some time, Liang announced, you all continue, I'll head to the restroom. All right, Ting, be safe. A close friend called after her. Liang nodded and walked towards the restroom, catching the attention of Jian's henchman. Look, a girl is heading to the restroom. She is quite attractive. Let us go for her, one of them suggested. The other agreed, and they stealthily followed Liang. Liang shook her head, feeling a little tipsy from the drinks. If it weren't for her good friend's birthday, she wouldn't have indulged so much. However, knowing that the bar catered to university students, she felt reassured by the security measures in place and the fact that Wang Hao was not far away. Upon entering the restroom, she noticed it was empty and was about to relieve herself when two figures abruptly burst in. Before she could react, a cloth was pressed over her mouth, and she quickly lost consciousness. Wow, this drug provided by Shao is quite effective, one of the henchmen exclaimed. Let us get her to the reserved room upstairs. Realizing how easily they had subdued Li Ting, they pretended to assist her as if she were merely drunk, avoiding drawing any attention since many patrons sought private rooms to rest after drinking. Having already reserved a room upstairs, they carried her in and placed her on the sofa. Goodness, she is stunning. If it weren't for that bastard Feng, I'd want her for myself, the shorter henchman remarked, swallowing hard. The other, more rational, replied, let us focus on the task at hand. Once we fulfill our mission, Shao will surely reward us handsomely. We can have our pick later. They assessed the situation and, finding no flaws, swiftly returned downstairs to keep an eye on Feng, waiting for their opportunity. Their luck was favorable. Just as they settled back, Left Fei excused himself to the restroom. The shorter henchman said to his companion, it seems fate is on our side. Let us go. Spotting Left Fei's absence, they hurried over to Feng, who was idly swirling his drink. Upon noticing them approaching, he paused. Who are you looking for? The two sat beside Feng, stating, you're Feng, right? We've been looking for you. Do you recall the last time someone attempted to kill you? Upon hearing this, Feng instantly summoned his 5 absolute divine needles, eyeing them warily. Who are you? Were you the ones who tried to kill me last time? Despite a flicker of fear at Feng's readiness, they maintained their composure. No, how could it be us? But we know who it is. Here, isn't the best place to discuss this. How about we head upstairs to a private room? Feng scrutinized them for a moment before responding. Why should I trust you? Well, I wouldn't trust us either, but we're not lying. If you don't believe us, that's your choice. But the ones after you are beyond your reach, and if you dismiss us, we'll take our leave. As they attempted to rise, Feng hesitated, then suddenly declared, wait, I'll go with you upstairs. They exchanged knowing smiles and gestured for Feng to follow. Noticing that Left Fei hadn't returned, Feng sent him a text to wait for him, explaining he had something to attend to. Upon reaching the upper level, instead of taking Feng to Li Ting's room, they led him to another prepared room. They quickly summoned a waiter to bring in drinks, and then said, we hope you can keep this to yourself after we inform you, and do not disclose that it was us. Feng accepted the drink and asked, why are you telling me this? Anticipating his question, they recited their rehearsed lines, because we have a vendetta against them, but we can't take them on ourselves. So we seek your assistance. Feng considered this. Although the credibility remained low, they appeared harmless. All right, then tell me who they are. However, they were in no rush. They raised their glasses to toast with Feng, saying, let us drink to that, and you must promise not to betray us, and we will share. Seeing no reason to doubt, Feng drank and said, I promise. Now can you tell me? Yet, as soon as he spoke, he felt something amiss. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The two laughed. You fool. Did you think the waiter wasn't one of us? This drink contains the most potent imported drug from Shao. Taking you down is child's play. After sharing a chuckle, they quickly carried Feng into the adjacent room where Li Ting lay. The shorter henchman inquired, he won't just sleep through this, will he? His companion smacked his head lightly. What do you know? The drug from Shao is one I've used before. It will knock him out for a few minutes. But afterwards the shorter henchman's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he glanced at the unconscious Li Ting. Damn it, what a pity. Let us just hope we can get to him. Indeed, let us hasten downstairs to await the unfolding events. Once this girl realizes the grave situation she finds herself in, she will surely call the authorities. We can promptly inform Shao, allowing him to summon his acquaintances to escalate the matter, ensuring that the entire city learns of Feng's misdeeds against a university student. More crucially, we must ensure that the Liu family receives word of this incident. I am eager to see whether Liu Wanqin will still entertain any notions of closeness with Feng. As the two individuals conversed, they retreated, casually hanging a do not disturb sign on the door before descending with satisfaction. They dialed Shui Jian, eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Chapter 71. A monumental misunderstanding. Less than 5 minutes after their departure, Feng stirred from his slumber, feeling a disorienting dizziness and a parched throat. He attempted to rise for a glass of water, but was struck by a wave of dizziness, causing him to sink back down. Resolute, he tried once more, only to experience an increasing sensation of heat. Just as clarity returned momentarily, he once again succumbed to confusion. What was happening? Feng shook his head, bewildered and utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Yet, upon uttering his thoughts, he found himself enveloped in a haze. His body radiated an intense warmth, and his mouth felt parched. Struggling to regain his footing, he searched the room, finding no water, but his gaze fell upon Liang, sprawled on the nearby sofa. Strangely, he could not recognize her, his mind clouded. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Liang, the heat within him intensified, and he began to respond involuntarily. His feet carried him to her side, and as he reached out, a transformation overtook him. A shudder coursed through his being. His eyes fixated upon Liang as he lunged toward her, completely under the influence of the two men's drug. The nature of this drug was unmistakable, and as Feng beheld Liang, all thoughts but desire evaporated. He eagerly began to unfasten her dress. Meanwhile, Liang remained in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware that her clothing had been removed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, with long eyelashes occasionally fluttering. Yet she remained oblivious to her surroundings. Yifugung, shaking his head in an attempt to regain control, found himself utterly unable to resist the drug's effects, his blood boiling with desire. Ripping off his own clothing, he lunged at Liang once more, devoid of any rational thought, driven solely by the primal instinct to possess. At that moment, it mattered not who she was. Had it been an elderly woman, he would have pursued her with equal fervor. Liang lay in a deep slumber. Yet as Feng approached her, she suddenly frowned, though she remained unresponsive. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to gain a faint awareness, sensing a presence upon her. Yet unable to open her eyes, or even move a finger, she reasoned that she must be dreaming, and with this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Dismissing her concerns, believing that upon waking, all would be well. Minutes passed, and Zhuofei, noticing Feng's absence, called him, but received no answer, stirring a sense of worry within him. Meanwhile, the other girls remained oblivious to Liang's extended absence, perhaps due to their inebriation or the sheer number of attendees. They continued to drink merrily, unaware of Liang's predicament. The two men seated nearby exchanged glances. The shorter one chuckled. They must be engaged in their affairs by now, but considering the time, it should be nearing completion. The other nodded, observing the clock. Indeed, while the drug is potent, its effects are fleeting. Soon enough, we shall witness the unfolding drama. Shui Xiao should be prepared to intervene. Our plans have proceeded remarkably smoothly. Back in Feng's room, Liang's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly regained consciousness. Confused, she opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar setting. The lingering scent of alcohol and a hint of pheromones permeating the air. A chill coursed through her as she instinctively glanced down, her heart sinking as she realized her state of undress. What on earth had transpired? How had she found herself in such a precarious situation? Panic surged within her as clarity returned, and she quickly surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Feng, also stripped bare and asleep beside her, her mind raced with dread. In this context, there was no need for speculation. She instinctively understood that something had gone terribly wrong. Fearful and uncertain, she remained silent, hastily reaching for her discarded clothing. Yet, as she moved, she felt a sharp pain in certain areas, and upon noticing a faint red mark on the gray sofa, her heart sank further. Perhaps she had clung to a glimmer of hope, but the reality of her violation struck her like a thunderbolt. Tears streamed down her beautiful face as she sat frozen on the sofa, unable to act. At that moment, Feng stirred, awakening with a similar sense of confusion. However, upon seeing Liang beside him, both of them in a state of undress, he jolted upright. Liang, what are you doing here? What has happened? Ji Feng asked, his voice tinged with bewilderment. As Li Ting saw Ji Feng awake, she erupted in fury, slapping him across the face. How can you ask me? Don't you know what you've done to me? Her voice rose, echoing painfully in Ji Feng's ears, shaking him from his stupor. He scrutinized her, acknowledging her flawless skin and well-proportioned figure, but his thoughts were not on admiration. Rather, he sought to comprehend the bizarre circumstances that had led them to this moment. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. Those two men had mentioned revealing who had attempted to assassinate him, but after consuming their drink, he had lost consciousness. Li Ting, I understand now. I was drugged and brought here, he explained hastily. Li Ting, recalling her own memories, furrowed her brow. Ji Feng, when I was in the restroom, it was you who made me unconscious, wasn't it? Ji Feng was taken aback. Me? How could that be? I have no idea how you ended up here. Yet, Li Ting remained skeptical, unable to accept his words. She could not fathom that someone else would incapacitate her only to deliver her to Ji Feng. Confident in her own allure, she found it implausible that a stranger would target her. If that were the case, why would Ji Feng be involved? Ji Feng, I never imagined you could be this kind of person. Are you unaware of the consequences of your actions? If I were to inform my father or grandfather, they would not let you off easily. And you think denying it will suffice? Ji Feng shook his head, a pained expression etched upon his face. Li Ting, I truly do not know what has transpired. Please, will you believe me? Li Ting, tears streaming down her cheeks, managed a bitter smile. Believe you? My innocence has been shattered by your actions, and you ask me to trust you? What should I believe? That I was brought here by someone else, only for that person to take advantage of you? Ji Feng understood that such reasoning would hardly convince Li Ting. Her beauty was undeniable, and if someone else had indeed incapacitated her, it was implausible that they would have handed her over to him. Moreover, what benefit would there be for anyone in such a scenario? Yet at that moment, clarity eluded him. Awkwardly, he glanced at Li Ting and suggested, let's not dwell on what has occurred for now. We should dress to avoid catching a chill. Chapter 72. Li Ting's nightmare. Although Li Ting was still a student, her maturity surpassed that of her peers. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, she realized she was still undressed. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried to put on her clothes. And Ji Feng did the same. Once dressed, he spoke again. Li Ting, I genuinely do not comprehend the circumstances of tonight. Though it is a fact that I have violated you, that was never my intention. Do you understand? Li Ting stared at the ceiling, silence enveloping her for an extended moment before she exhaled deeply. Turning her gaze upon Ji Feng, she said, Ji Feng, after you saved me last time, I had a favorable impression of you, even finding you somewhat memorable. However, tonight's events have irrevocably altered my perception of you. Ji Feng was at a loss for words, yet he acknowledged the truth in her statement. Regardless of whether she believed him, he had indeed committed the act. Whether it was orchestrated by another or not, the evidence was irrefutable. With a heavy sigh, he looked at Li Ting and said, I am truly sorry, Li Ting. I understand that, regardless of how one frames it, I have wronged you. Biting her crimson lip to suppress her tears, Li Ting's anguish was evident as Ji Feng noticed her lip had drawn blood. He wished to intervene, but was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Li Ting shook her head and turned toward the adjacent restroom. After holding it in for so long, she finally relieved herself. Looking into the mirror, she managed a bitter smile, splashing cold water on her face to regain some composure. She then tidied her disheveled hair before stepping out. Yifugung, I cannot ascertain whether this was your intention, but I will not speak of this incident. However, I do not wish to see you again. With that, she walked briskly out of the room, leaving Ji Feng frozen in place until the sound of his phone ringing jolted him back to reality. Seeing it was a call from Zhuofei, he hurried downstairs. Upon spotting Ji Feng, Zhuofei rushed over. Feng, what happened? Why had you been gone so long? You didn't go off chasing some girl, did you? With Ji Feng's return, Zhuofei's worry abated, and he attempted to make light of the situation. Yet, noticing Ji Feng's unusual demeanor, he inquired, what transpired? Ji Feng shook his head in silence, sitting down to down a glass of liquor, requesting another from the server afterward. Zhuofei pressed him for details, but Ji Feng remained tight-lipped. Meanwhile, Two of Shui Jian's subordinates, seated at a distance, were bewildered. The shorter one remarked, "What on earth is happening? This doesn't seem to follow the script at all. That female student has been gone for a while. Why hasn't she reported anything? And now Feng is here too. This is all wrong." The shorter one wore a confused expression. Indeed, what is going on? Could it be that Feng offered her some incentive to keep quiet? Although they had previously followed Shui Jian, they had never encountered Liang and were unaware of her connection to Feng, who had once saved her life. In truth, Liang had refrained from publicizing the incident primarily because she remembered Feng's previous act of saving her. Otherwise, she would have already been abducted by those men. Additionally, she understood that causing a scene would not resolve anything and would only serve to tarnish her reputation and invite scorn from others. Liang was not foolish. Though she did not yet fully comprehend Feng, she gradually began to see that something was amiss. However, she could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong and chose to suppress the events of the previous encounter. Returning to her classmates, she found that they were nearly all inebriated, still oblivious to her troubling situation. "Are you all still playing? Or shall we return? I wish to go home," she stated. Upon hearing her words, her friends waved dismissively. "Ting, we're having a great time. Let's dance a bit more. Why are you leaving so early?" Liang shook her head. "I'm feeling unwell and wish to rest. If you all wish to continue, please do so, but take care of yourselves. I am leaving now." Without waiting for further protests from her classmates, she dialed Wang Hao's number while making her way outside. Just as he arrived, he welcomed her into the car and asked, "Why are you leaving so soon?" Liang, feeling unwell, replied nonchalantly, "I no longer wish to play. Let us head back, Wang Ge. I wish to sleep." Wang Hao noticed her somber mood, but refrained from probing further as he drove towards her home. Meanwhile, Feng, having consumed an undetermined amount of alcohol, was increasingly unsettled, prompting Fei to seize Feng's glass. "Feng, what happened? Do you not consider me a friend anymore?" Although Feng trusted Fei, he was unwilling to divulge the details, for he had to consider Liang's feelings. Speaking indiscriminately could have dire consequences for her, so he replied, "I truly am fine. Let us go. Take me home." Fei shook his head, realizing that Feng would not speak. He understood that if Feng could share, he would not keep it hidden. Since Feng remained silent, Fei decided to escort the swaying Feng home. Once they arrived, Feng collapsed onto the bed, and Fei tucked him in before shutting the door behind him. Feng had indeed overindulged, sleeping soundly until 10 the following morning. As he awoke, thoughts of Liang flooded his mind. "Alas, I have truly wronged her. Seeing that faint red mark on the sofa, I have taken her innocence. I cannot imagine how devastated she must feel." Suddenly, a flash of cold anger ignited within him as he recalled the two individuals who had drugged him. "I do not care who you two are. If I catch you, you shall pay dearly for your actions." It was evident that those two, having orchestrated his predicament, were either directly involved in the attempt on his life or complicit with those who were. Meanwhile, the two culprits faced their own consequences upon returning to report to Shui Jian. Upon learning of their failure, he seized a nearby stool and struck them mercilessly, leaving them incapacitated. His fury was palpable. The plan had been so close to fruition, one that would expose Feng's misdeeds to Lu Wanqin. Yet, these two had chosen a mercenary woman, allowing Feng to silence her with money. Shui Jian had repeatedly emphasized the need for conservative female students or even minors. Yet these two fools had chosen such a woman. Frustration consumed him as he grappled with the failures of his incompetent subordinates. Throughout the night, Liang struggled to find sleep, her mind consumed by thoughts of the events at the bar with Feng. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she felt, until she finally drifted off in the early hours. When she awoke, it was nearly noon. Fortunately, there was no school today, allowing her to meander into the bathroom, where she removed her dress and gazed at her reflection. She truly was beautiful, and many at school sought her affection. Outside, countless admirers, including affluent young gentlemen and charming male classmates, desired her attention. Yet, she had dismissed them all, even ignoring their advances. Little did she anticipate that, in a haze, she had lost her innocence to Feng. At that moment, sorrow enveloped her, and she stood dazed for several minutes before turning on the shower, washing away her feelings with fervor. This cleansing ritual extended until mealtime, and only when her mother called her to eat did she turn off the water. However, she did not leave. Instead, she returned to the mirror, observing her damp self and letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Liang, how will you face others now? She mused as memories of last night resurfaced. Though she had been asleep, she felt the events unfold, initially believing it to be a dream, only to realize it was a nightmare. Chapter 73. The grand opening. Although Feng's injury had healed, he did not attend school today, as Fei had come to collect him, insisting that he must attend the company's grand opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony. Feng said little in response. Since Fei was so adamant, he felt obliged to participate. He donned the suit he had purchased from the system and climbed into Fei's car. Wow, when did you buy this outfit? You look quite dapper, Fei exclaimed, noticing Feng's new attire, which indeed suited him well. Custom-made from abroad, can you believe it? Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Fei tugged at Feng's collar and, finding no label, believed him. Hey, no label at all. What did you order this? I had no idea. I'll tell you when you need to know. Feng casually responded. Fei did not press further. It was nearly 9 o'clock, the time for the ribbon cutting, and they needed to prepare. Upon arriving at their company, it was already 8:50. The place was sparsely populated, as Fei had not invited anyone besides the 30 or so employees he had previously recruited. After all, it was a small company, so there was no need for grandiosity. The opening was merely a formality. Fei promptly brought Feng onto the stage and introduced him to the new employees, declaring that Feng was their benefactor. This left Feng both amused and bewildered. However, he remained silent, as he had little experience in such matters. Fei, despite his academic shortcomings, spoke fluidly in this setting. After a 10-minute address, Fei urged Feng to cut the ribbon. Unable to refuse, Feng complied, while Fei hurried to ignite the fireworks that had been prepared in advance, filling the air with jubilant explosions. Yifu chuckled, surprised by Fei's thoughtful preparations. As he observed the employees, he noted that among the 30 or so, over 20 were young women, some even casting glances in Feng's direction, possibly intrigued by Fei's introduction of him as the benefactor. Once the fireworks subsided, Fei waved his hand grandly. Everyone, today marks the first day of our company's opening. You need not work. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Also, we will be distributing salaries today. Gather at the Xinyuan restaurant outside the industrial park at 6 o'clock for dinner, followed by a karaoke session. Cheers erupted from the employees, who shouted in excitement. Feng couldn't help but laugh at being called a benefactor. It struck him as rather amusing. Nevertheless, seeing the employees so jubilant, he chose not to comment. He had not expected Fei to handle things so well. The atmosphere was vibrant, unlike other bosses who often maintained a superior demeanor. The employees, elated, did not disperse, but instead began cleaning up the remnants of the fireworks, ensuring the area was tidy. Feng approached Fei and said, "You've done well, my friend. I never imagined you had the makings of a boss." Fei chuckled, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I venture into entrepreneurship? I didn't just waste my time in my father's factory. But ultimately, I must thank you. Without your support, it would all be for naught." After joking, Fei sincerely expressed his gratitude. Feng patted his shoulder. "We're brothers, no need for formality. I've said it before, you must strive, and I will assist you in becoming the best in the city within 3 months." For reasons unknown, Fei saw confidence in Feng's eyes, and upon hearing those words, he felt invigorated, nodding vigorously. "All right, let's work hard together." After many years of camaraderie, words were unnecessary. Everything was understood. Once the employees departed, they drove away. Fei's girlfriend, Yia, had been present but remained quiet, merely introducing herself as the boss's girlfriend. The three of them went to a restaurant for a casual lunch, after which Fei dropped Feng off, making plans to meet later that evening. Feng's injury had fully healed, and he no longer required Lu Wanqin to bring him meals. However, his landlord, living nearby, had grown accustomed to checking on him and still occasionally brought him food. Today, after delivering a meal, she noticed Feng was absent. It was only upon his return that she spotted him in her yard and called him over. "Landlady, do you need something?" Yifu inquired. "I brought you food earlier, but saw you weren't here. I saved some for you," she replied. "Thank you, landlady. I've already eaten, and I appreciate your kindness during this time," Feng expressed gratefully. After inviting him to sit, she poured him a glass of water and smiled. "You don't need to be so polite. Honestly, Feng, since I've been alone, I have very few relatives left. After my husband was caught for loan sharking and drug use, my other relatives distanced themselves from me. But since you helped me, I've come to see you as family. If you don't mind, you can call me sister from now on." Feng was taken aback by her words, momentarily stunned. However, recognizing her plight and how she had cared for him, he hesitated no longer. "All right, then I'll call you sister," he replied. "Good brother." The landlady beamed with joy at his acceptance and quickly produced a red envelope for Feng. He did not refuse, understanding it was a gesture of goodwill. After accepting it, he joked, "Now I have an extra sister, and I can come over for meals without hesitation." The landlady rolled her eyes playfully. "You rascal. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you." Feng nodded earnestly before suddenly asking, "Sister, can I ask you something?" Noticing his sudden seriousness, the landlady nodded for him to continue. Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us say a man, unaware, is drugged and subsequently assaults a woman, who is also under the influence and a virgin. Afterward, although the woman does not report the incident, she is quite upset. What should the man do?" The landlord was momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure. She regarded Feng thoughtfully, her mind already racing with possibilities, though she refrained from articulating them. "In light of this, I believe that the man should take the initiative to clarify matters with the woman and seek her forgiveness." However, the man later claimed that the woman did not believe him, alleging that he had assaulted her and expressed a desire never to see him again. "This situation is quite troublesome," Feng remarked, his emotions tangled. Although he felt considerably better today, the thought of the incident gnawed at him. He felt he had wronged Liang, which compelled him to confide in the landlord, hoping her experience might offer a solution. The landlord pondered for a moment before responding. "Given the circumstances, it indeed poses a challenge. If all else fails, we must find evidence to prove that the man was wronged. Ideally, he should take responsibility, but that also depends on whether she cares. If she is indifferent, it may not matter. Yet, if she is invested in this matter, I believe he should be the one to make the first move." Feng fell into deep contemplation, perhaps recognizing the landlord's wisdom. Should he indeed take the initiative and speak with her to gauge her feelings? When it came to responsibility, Feng was acutely aware that he was unworthy of Liang, who was not only beautiful, but also came from a well-off family. As for him, he was merely a rural lad. Wait, did his newfound abilities from the system elevate his status? Regardless, Feng resolved that upon returning to school the following day, he would seek an audience with Liang. He also intended to confront those who had conspired against him. He would eventually uncover their identities. Watching Feng ascend the stairs, the landlord shook her head and chuckled to herself. What on earth has this young man gotten into? Which girl has he entangled himself with? And it seems he has been drugged. I hope he can resolve this matter effectively. Chapter 74. Ying's Dilemma. At 6 in the evening, Feng arrived punctually at the Xin Yuan restaurant outside the industrial district, where Zhuo Fei and the staff were already gathered. They promptly began to order. Although this establishment could not rival a 5-star hotel, it was regarded as the finest in the industrial area. The service was commendable, and the dishes were served promptly. By the time they finished their meal, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Zhuo Fei hurriedly booked 2 vehicles to transport everyone to the karaoke venue, as such places were far more suitable for their gathering than a bar. Even the largest private rooms could scarcely accommodate their number, so Zhuo Fei reserved 2 spacious rooms. And the revelry commenced. The young women were quite spirited, joining in the merriment as they sang and drank. Feng, however, was not particularly fond of the atmosphere. After a round of drinks, he stepped outside for some fresh air. "What's wrong, Feng? Are you not enjoying this setting?" Zhuo Fei inquired, following him out. Feng shook his head. "It's too noisy. I just need a breather. You all carry on without me." Zhuo Fei lit a cigarette, offering one to Feng. "Buddy, though I know not what troubles you, it's evident that something weighs on your mind. Perhaps a smoke will lighten your mood. Feng hesitated, but accepted the cigarette. Zhuo Fei lit it for him. Typically, Feng detested the scent of tobacco, but at that moment, it strangely brought him a sense of relief. After finishing the cigarette, Zhuo Fei returned inside to tend to his employees. If one hoped to inspire loyalty, one must engage with them rather than assert dominance from a position of authority. Just as Feng prepared to re-enter, the door to a diagonal private room swung open, accompanied by a cacophony of voices, including a woman's distressed pleas. Please, don't do this. I'm not here to drink. I'm just a waitress delivering drinks. A man's voice retorted, come on, sweetheart. That's not how it works. I'm not offering you money for nothing. Drink up, and I'll ensure you earn enough for a month's wages tonight. What do you say? The woman's voice trembled. I'm sorry, I can't drink. If you want someone to accompany you, I can find someone else. No need for that. The man laughed. I know all the other girls here. You're the only new face. Just take it slow. If you drink 1 cup, I'll give you 50. If you don't agree, I might get angry. His words incited laughter from others in the room. Feng initially intended to ignore the situation. After all, it was commonplace for patrons to mistreat service staff. Yet, something about the woman's voice struck a chord of familiarity within him. He listened intently until he finally recognized her voice as she exclaimed, if you continue this way, I will call the police. Please don't. Yifugung. Where are you? Help me, Ying. A surge of realization struck him. This was Ying. Feng dashed into the room, where he found 6 men, alongside 2 women. The air thick with the scent of alcohol and smoke, making him feel nauseated. He paid little heed to his discomfort, as he noticed 2 men pinning Ying down at the table, while another attempted to force alcohol into her mouth, grinning maliciously as he taunted, oh, you claim you can't drink, yet here you are gulping it down. That's 50. Drink 9 more for 500. Fury ignited within Feng. What are you bastards doing? He roared, seizing a bottle and smashing it against the head of the man pouring the drink. The sound of shattering glass mingled with a pained yelp, and the assailant crumpled to the ground, leaving the others in stunned silence. Caught off guard by Feng's swift action, he even forgot to deploy his 5 absolutes needles until Ying broke free from her captors and rushed to him, exclaiming, Feng, is that really you? We need to escape. These people are dangerous. Her cry snapped everyone back to reality, and a bald man glared at Feng, cursing. Where did this wild kid come from? How dare you hit Yao Ge? With that, he grabbed a bottle and shouted to his companions, brothers, let us take care of this brat. Feng swiftly pulled Ying behind him, finally remembering his 5 absolutes needles. With a flick of his wrist, 5 needles flew towards the assailants, causing them to feel sudden pain in their legs, forcing them to kneel. There were precisely 6 of them. Feng incapacitated one and subdued the other 5 with his needles, not even glancing at the 2 women. What did you do to us? One man stammered, perplexed as he examined his leg, which bore no visible injury, yet throbbed with pain as if pierced by something. This was typical of Feng's method. The 5 absolutes needles could penetrate any part of the body, making the thigh an ideal target, ensuring they wouldn't die while compelling them to kneel and bow to him. Scoundrels! Feng scoffed, uninterested in their plight. After cursing them, he grasped Ying's hand and prepared to leave. However, the man he had struck suddenly rose. Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after hitting me and my brothers? Feng turned, a smirk playing on his lips. What's the matter? Do you feel you Haven Tea suffered enough? The man, undeterred, seized a bottle and retorted, Biao Ge has been in this business for years. No one has dared to cross me before. You've given me a first today, so you better explain yourself. Upon hearing the words of this fellow, Feng found it quite amusing and boldly remarked, so, what kind of explanation do you desire? Oh, by the way, how do you intend to account for the way you bullied my friend? Shouldn't we receive an explanation for that as well? At this moment, the man referred to as Biao Ge had yet to speak, but one of his kneeling subordinates retorted angrily, you little brat. How dare you talk to Biao Ge like that? We've been entertaining your woman, so what do you intend to do about it? Do you believe Biao Ge could call upon dozens of brothers to end your life with a mere phone call? Shut your mouth. When did it become your turn to speak? Feng was taken aback to see Biao Ge actually reprimanding his own subordinate. The subordinate quickly withdrew his neck and continued to clutch at his injured thigh, while Biao Ge turned to Feng and said, She is a waitress in this entertainment venue. Surely you are aware of the rules here? The waitresses are permitted to drink with guests. She refused me earlier, so we merely employed a special method to ensure she drank. But you, my friend, have caused quite a stir without clarifying your words and harmed many of us. Feng let out a cold chuckle. So, you believe you have a point? Biao goes it? I don't care who is right or wrong in this matter. But if you dare to lay a hand on my friend, I won't care who you are. If given another chance, I will certainly be smashing a bottle over your head. Upon hearing this, Biao Ge was momentarily taken aback and eventually asked, "Who are you?" He genuinely could not fathom that this young man would dare to speak to him in such a tone. Perhaps he was some wealthy heir or had some other form of backing. Thus, he thought it wise to inquire further. Feng understood his intent and shrugged, "Stop probing. I am merely a penniless college student without any connections. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to find me. Of course, I am confident in dealing with you." "Oh, so you really don't know who I am?" Biao Ge raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. "I do know. You're merely a big fool. Now, do you still wish to continue this fight? If not, I have no time to play with you." Feng did not wish to engage in further conversation with them. "You have some nerve. Don't think just because you possess a few tricks, you can disregard others. Today, I will concede, but remember, Biao Ge holds grudges." Biao Ge was not a fool. He realized Feng had some skills, and given that several of his own men had suffered, they could no longer contend with him. Any retaliation would require his own men to back him up, so he truly did not dare to attack Feng, especially since his subordinates had inexplicably knelt to the ground, which was rather peculiar. Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'll be waiting." With that, he took Ji Yingying and departed. Noticing that Biao Ge and his men did not dare to pursue them, Feng turned to Ji Yingying and asked, "Yingying, how did you end up working here?" Ji Yingying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Feng and replied, "I had no choice. I applied for several jobs, but they all rejected me due to my low qualifications. In the end, this entertainment venue was the only one that allowed me to try out for a month. Thank you, Brother Feng, for helping me once again." Feng shook his head. "Why are you being formal with me? In my eyes, you're my sister. From now on, don't be so polite." "Sister?" Upon hearing Feng's words, Ji Yingying's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly recalled the incident regarding her missing underwear. She suspected Feng had taken it without her knowledge, and she was certain he had taken it home for some mischievous purpose. She began to wonder if Feng harbored any ulterior motives towards her. However, now he was calling her his sister? Could it be that her underwear was not taken by Brother Feng? But that couldn't be right. She distinctly remembered leaving it in the restroom before he entered, and within 10 minutes, it had vanished. There was no doubt he had taken it. With this thought in mind, Ji Yingying suddenly found her courage and, blushing profusely, looked at Feng and asked Feng, could I ask you something? You must answer me honestly, okay?" Chapter 75. Explanation failed. Seeing Ji Yingying's flushed face yet serious demeanor, Feng's heart skipped a beat. He too began to feel anxious, thinking, could she have discovered that he had used her underwear? However, since he had been found out, Feng steeled himself and nodded. "Yes, go ahead and ask." When you came to my house to use the restroom." Just then, Fei unexpectedly emerged from the private room. He had noticed Feng had been absent for quite a while and had come out to check. To his surprise, he found Feng flirting with a girl. Upon seeing Fei, Feng secretly sighed in relief, as he had anticipated Ji Yingying's question and was unsure how to respond. He quickly approached Fei and changed the subject. "Ah, do you remember her?" "Of course. Her name is Ji Yingying, right? Such a beautiful girl. How could I forget?" Fei laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the awkward tension between Feng and Ji Yingying. Ji Yingying had no choice but to swallow her question, as she could not possibly ask in front of Fei. Seeing the topic diverted, Feng continued, "It's good that you remember. By the way, Fei, Yingying is working as a waitress here, but I feel this place is not suitable for her. Aren't you looking for staff at your company? Why not let her come work for you?" After Feng mentioned it, Fei finally noticed Ji Yingying's attire, realizing she was indeed dressed as a waitress. However, he understood Feng's intentions and recognized that Ji Yingying was a shy girl, clearly out of her depth in such an environment. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's a small matter. As long as Ying wants to, she can come over whenever she likes. Once she joins our company, she will certainly be well taken care of. At this moment, Feng explained about Zhuo Fei's company, and upon hearing this, Ying became very excited, completely forgetting the earlier awkwardness. She quickly nodded, "Thank you, Brother Feng and Brother Zhuo Fei. I truly dislike working here, and once I join Brother Zhuo Fei's company, I will work hard and not let you down." Ying genuinely disliked such a chaotic environment. Had it not been for her need to make a living, she would never have set foot in such a place. After the earlier incident, she was even more terrified. Now, hearing that Zhuo Fei had his own company and was inviting her to work there felt like a ray of hope in a dark tunnel. "Come on, stop dawdling. Let's go inside and have some fun." Zhuo Fei, noticing the formalities being exchanged, pushed open the door to the private room, inviting them in to enjoy themselves. Ying had not yet resigned. She had planned to finish her shift tonight. However, Feng suggested she skip it, as she had only been working for a few days and would not receive any wages anyway. So why endure further stress? Ying thought it over and decided to join Feng and the others in the private room. She also wanted to meet her new colleagues. And since everyone was new, they quickly bonded. They did not linger too long, as they all had to officially start work the next day. Therefore, Zhuo Fei urged everyone to head home early and suggested they gather again another time. Zhuo Fei was indeed very considerate. He waited until all the employees had left before escorting Feng and Ying back. "By the way, Ying, where do you live?" Feng offered, "I'll drive." "I know where she lives." "Oh, you really can drive? Last time I heard someone say you're a driving prodigy. Could that be true?" Zhuo Fei was taken aback when he saw Feng was indeed going to drive, as he recalled someone mentioning Feng was a driving expert, but he had never believed it. Now, seeing Feng take the wheel, he was filled with doubt. Feng merely smiled, "Just watch and see." After everyone boarded the car, Feng swiftly ignited the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion, displaying a level of skill that surpassed even those seasoned drivers with over a decade of experience. Witnessing this scene, Zhuo Fei was still in a state of astonishment when the vehicle surged forward at an exhilarating speed. In that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Is he really a seasoned driver? A driving god?" With no police officers in sight that night, Feng felt no fear despite lacking a driver's license. Furthermore, in the absence of red lights, his speed was astonishingly rapid, completely shocking Zhuo Fei. Inside the car, Ying and Zhuo Fei's girlfriend, Yeah, were so taken aback that they quickly grasped the safety handles. Typically, it took at least 15 minutes to reach her home, yet tonight they arrived in under 10 minutes. Even with Feng moderating his speed, otherwise they would have arrived even sooner. "Hey, Ying, why are you still in the car? Get out." Feng noticed that Ying was still frozen in her seat and reminded her. Only then did she snap back to reality, hurriedly exiting the vehicle and waving goodbye to Feng and the others before heading upstairs. Once Ying had safely entered her building, Feng offered another reminder before continuing his drive back home. After Feng had exited the car for a while, Zhuo Fei finally regained his composure. "Wait, what on earth is going on with you?" he asked. "Hey, you should hurry home with Iya. We've got to get up early tomorrow." Feng did not divulge any details and simply turned to head upstairs. As Zhuo Fei drove, he muttered to himself, "It's strange. It seems like Ah Feng has truly transformed into a different person. He never used to play cards, yet last time he won a fortune at the dorm. Moreover, he frequently appears with different bodyguards. Then there's that sudden influx of 1,000,000 yuan. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to have plenty of money. Today, his driving skills are so impressive. Could he really still be Feng?" Yeah, having overheard his musings, remarked, "Indeed, I also feel like Feng is a completely different person. He wasn't like this before. It's truly peculiar." Unable to make sense of it, Zhuo Fei shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's not overthink it. As long as he remains our good brother, that's what matters. At least he's in a better state now, and we can take comfort in that." Ye found his logic reasonable and chose not to pursue the topic further, and the two soon arrived home. The following day, Feng rose early, hurriedly completed his morning routine, and rushed downstairs to head to school. He had resolved to clarify matters with Li Ting today. as keeping it bottled up was not an option. However, upon arriving at the school entrance, he did not spot Li Ting's car and was uncertain if she had arrived. Throughout the morning, Feng found it difficult to concentrate on his classes, preoccupied with thoughts of how to approach Li Ting. Finally, enduring until the end of the class, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he spotted Li Ting and immediately called out, "Li Ting, wait for me." Upon hearing his voice, Li Ting turned her head, saw Feng, and quickly pivoted to leave, clearly not wanting to see him. Nevertheless, Feng persisted in following her. On the second floor, he found her seated at a table in the corner, and he approached, pulling out a chair to sit down. "Li Ting, please calm down and listen to me," he implored. "Who told you to follow me?" She retorted, glaring at him as she stood to leave. Feng anticipated her reaction, but remained undeterred. "I'm sorry, Li Ting. What happened the night before was my fault, but it truly wasn't intentional. We were both drugged. Are you done?" Li Ting shot him a withering glare before walking away. Feng, undaunted, followed closely. "Li Ting, do you really not believe me?" For Li Ting, the last thing she wanted was to dwell on the incident. She merely wished to forget the nightmare as quickly as possible. However, seeing Feng brought back memories of that fateful night, leaving her in turmoil. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by other students dining nearby, who perceived Li Ting's anger and Feng's pursuit as a sign that they were a couple having a quarrel, thus deeming it another sensational piece of gossip. Once they reached the ground floor, Li Ting dashed into the classroom, skipping her meal entirely, leaving Feng standing in the playground with a look of despair. "Well, not only did I fail to explain myself, but I've also caused her to skip her meal," he thought, feeling that things had only gotten worse. Chapter 76. Venting frustration at this point, Feng was utterly speechless. Deciding to forego lunch, he returned to the classroom. But scarcely had he settled into his seat when several individuals stormed to the door, shouting, "Feng, come out." Feng looked up puzzled and asked, "What do you want with me? Stop wasting time, just come out." The group appeared rather aggressive, prompting Feng to rise without fear. Since most classmates had gone to lunch, it hardly affected anyone. Once outside the classroom, before Feng could utter a word, one of the boys lunged at him with a kick. Feng quickly dodged, frowning. "What is your problem? Do I have a grudge against you? You're the one who bullied Li Ting, aren't you?" A long-haired boy glared at him. Feng, upon hearing this, began to piece things together. "I bullied Li Ting." He mused, recalling that he did indeed cause her distress the previous night, but these individuals were not referring to that incident. The long-haired boy continued, "You still refuse to admit it? I just saw you chase Li Ting out of the cafeteria, and she looked very upset when she arrived in class. Do you deny bullying her?" Realizing that these boys were reacting to the earlier scene in the cafeteria, Feng understood that the long-haired boy was undoubtedly one of Li Ting's admirers. He was correct. The long-haired boy, Lu Jidong, had been harboring feelings for Li Ting. Yet he hesitated to express them, knowing that she kept her distance from boys and came from a well-off family. However, he had heard rumors that Feng was pursuing her and even saw photos online of them together. Initially, Lu Jidong had avoided confronting Feng, believing him to be from a wealthy background, but he recently discovered Feng's humble origins, which incited his ire. Today, upon seeing Feng provoke Li Ting's displeasure, Lu Jidong could no longer contain himself and brought his friends to confront Feng. Glaring back at Lu Jidong, Feng replied, "Whether I upset her is none of your business." This retort only fueled Lu Jidong's anger, who shouted, "How dare you say it's not your concern? Get him!" With that command, the group lunged at Feng, confident that no one would witness the confrontation with the rest of the faculty and students at lunch. Yifugong, feeling equally irritable, decided not to hold back. Utilizing his skills, he summoned the 5 absolute needles, and before the attackers could reach him, they fell to their knees in pain, just like those who had encountered Feng previously. "What the hell did you stab me with?" They gasped, wincing on the ground. Feng, uninterested in their plight, merely stated, "This is just a little lesson for you. If you dare to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to cripple you." With that, he turned and walked back toward the classroom, leaving the group seething with rage. One student turned to Lu Jidong and remarked, "Brother Dong, this guy seems to have some real skills. My leg hurts like hell. What we do if we can't beat him?" Lu Zido clung to the wall as he gradually stood upright, casting a glance into the classroom. "Damn it. I must make this brat pay," he declared. "We may not be able to take him down ourselves, but surely others can. Let's head out early this afternoon to find someone." The group slowly supported themselves against the wall as they departed, while Feng paid them no heed. To him, these individuals were merely riding on their school reputation. He had little regard for even the wealthiest among them, let alone these ruffians. With no evening classes on Monday, Feng waited at the school gate after classes, intending to explain things to Liang when she emerged. However, after waiting for quite some time without sight of her, he could only manage a wry smile. It seemed she was deliberately avoiding him, aware that he was waiting at the gate. With a sense of resignation, Feng decided to abandon his wait and head home. Yet he had not walked far when a group of more than 10 individuals obstructed his path. Some sported bleached hair, while others had shaved heads adorned with earrings. They were clearly not the sort to be trifled with. Feng scrutinized the group and soon recognized Lu Zido, the one who had sought trouble earlier that day. Understanding the situation, he realized Lu was back for revenge after suffering a defeat at noon. "Lai uzvido spoting yifon, fleshed atotigrin." "Hey, you little brat. Weren't you quite impressive at lunch? Let us see if you can handle all of us now." He then gestured to a particularly dark-skinned member of the gang. "Black brother. This is the kid who put on a show earlier. Be careful. He has some tricks up his sleeve." Black brother chuckled in response. "What are you worried about? It's just a child-esque game. He may seem tough in front of you, but in front of me, I doubt he'll hold his ground." When Lu had first approached him, he had recounted the incident from noon, but Black brother dismissed it as mere child-esque play. Being a well-established tough in the university vicinity, he often extorted small fees from food vendors for protection, and his reputation meant few dared cross him. When Lu Zido offered him 2,000 yuan to teach a student a lesson, he readily agreed. Black brother turned to Feng, stating, "My friend, it seems unfortunate for you. They're paying me to do this, and I can't refuse. If you end up hurt, don't blame us." After saying this, his expression shifted, and he warned his subordinates, "All right, brothers, let us not kill him. Just make sure he is incapacitated." As they prepared to attack, Feng shot a glare at Lu Zido and summoned the 5 absolute divine needles. The tables may turn, he retorted. With a flick of his wrist, the needles shot towards the 5 closest attackers, causing them to collapse to the ground. Lu Zido quickly exclaimed, "Did you see that, Black brother?" He did the same thing at noon, and we all ended up kneeling. Black brother, momentarily taken aback, then barked at his men, "Charge at him quickly. We need to take him down first." He recognized that Feng was utilizing some form of concealed weaponry and believed that a swift assault would prevent Feng from launching another surprise attack. The gang members, realizing this, brandished their iron rods and rushed at Feng. Startled, Feng once again launched the 5 absolute divine needles, retreating hastily. In his urgency, only 3 of the assailants were struck, leaving 7 or 8 still advancing toward him. At that moment, Feng lamented the system that had not equipped him with the skills to fight at close range. "Damn it, just stand your ground," the thugs yelled as they pursued him. Just then, a vehicle approached, nearly colliding with him, prompting Feng to curse out of fear. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Liang's transport. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the vehicle door swung open, and Wang Hao stepped out, grabbing Feng's arm. "Yi, it seems you're in a bit of trouble. Where's your bodyguard?" Relieved to see Wang Hao, Feng replied, "My bodyguards are otherwise occupied, and with so many of them, I was genuinely at risk." "Ah, I see. No worries. Allow me to handle this," Wang Hao said with a grin, stepping protectively in front of Feng. The thugs halted, pointing at Wang Hao. "Who asked this brat? Just because you're in a fancy car doesn't mean you're untouchable. If you don't want a beating, you better scram." Wang Hao responded, "Do you not recognize me or this vehicle?" The gang members had no idea who Wang Hao was, assuming he was just another rich kid trying to show off. They cursed him and charged forward. However, Lu Zido and Black brother, who recognized the vehicle as Liang's, were startled and attempted to call off their man, but it was too late. The gang had already lunged at Wang Hao. Feng then realized that Tong Lan had yet to arrive. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to hastily call her, only to be met with the disheartening sound of her phone being turned off. He shook his head, a premonition dawning upon him that Tong Lan had left. With a long sigh, he lamented how a promising situation had devolved into this. Perhaps this was the best conclusion they could have anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon had slipped away, and two unexpected visitors had arrived downstairs. Exchanging glances, they sprinted up the stairs. Upon listening intently at Feng's door, one of them whispered, "That woman is home. Knock on the door." Diao-chan, having spent the morning conversing with the landlord, returned to her abode after lunch. Feeling somewhat bored, she decided to take a brief nap. Just as she awoke, she heard a knock at her door. Responding, she received no answer. Curiosity piqued. She opened the door, only to have two figures swiftly enter. Taken aback, Diao-chan inquired, "Who are you?" One of them replied, "Miss, our young master has invited you to visit. Please accompany us." Though hailing from the Three Kingdoms era, Diao-chan was far from naive. The furtive manner in which they had entered her home made her wary. She sensed that their intentions were far from benign. Thus, she firmly refused. "I do not know you. Please leave at once." They insisted, "Our young master is quite sincere. We implore you to cooperate and come with us." Frowning, Diao-chan discerned their coercive undertone, implying that they were determined to take her. "I have already stated that I do not know you. Please depart," she reiterated. "Do not force our hand, miss. I will say it once more. Today, you must accompany us," they stated resolutely, their demeanor unyielding. Diao-chan took a step back, her vigilance increasing. "I shall repeat myself. I do not know you, and I will not accompany you." "Then, I am afraid, we must take action." With that, the two lunged towards her. Anticipating their aggression, Diao-chan met them head-on. A scuffle ensued, and while the two men were reasonably skilled, they soon found themselves outmatched and forced towards the door. However, just as Diao-chan was about to shut the door, one of them produced a stun baton and struck her. Unfamiliar with such a device, she fell victim to its jolt, collapsing to the ground. The two men rushed inside, grinning at the sight of the unconscious Diao-chan. "Well, this girl is quite formidable. Luckily, we came prepared," one chuckled. "Indeed, the task is finally accomplished. But I must say, she is truly beautiful. Damn, I wish I could have my way with her. Alas, she is specifically requested by young Master Jing. Otherwise, I would have indulged myself already," remarked the other, gazing at Diao-chan's unconscious form with lustful eyes. The first man swallowed hard, adding, "She is incredibly stunning. Let's hope young Master Jing allows us a taste after he is finished." As the two conversed, they rummaged through Feng's abode in search of rope, intent on binding Diao-chan and transporting her downstairs to the vehicle. Ultimately, they resorted to tearing the bed sheets to serve as makeshift bindings. However, when they turned to gaze upon Diao-chan, they were taken aback. A silent exchange of disbelief passed between them. "Where has she gone?" "Just moments ago." Diao-chan lay sprawled on the floor, yet in the mere span of 2 minutes, she had vanished without a trace. They glanced towards the door, which remained firmly shut as they had left it, showing no signs of having been opened. Goodness, could it be that they were witnessing the supernatural? It would take at least 10 minutes for someone to regain consciousness after being stunned, and even if she had awoken, they had securely locked the door and heard no sounds of it being opened. An unsettling sense of strangeness enveloped them. Chapter 28. The benefits. The two individuals searched the room for quite some time, yet they failed to uncover any trace of Diao-chan. They had even opened the door and ventured outside in pursuit, but to no avail. In their desperation, they returned to report to Jing Shao. In truth, Diao-chan had just been summoned back by the system as her time had elapsed. The two were preoccupied with looking for ropes and did not witness her sudden disappearance, leaving them bewildered by the situation. Upon their return, Jing Shao, seeing them empty-handed, immediately grasped their failure. He fixed his gaze upon them and inquired, "Why did you not bring her back?" The two, unable to meet his eyes, lowered their heads and replied, "Jing Shao, we had indeed incapacitated her, but curiously, in the blink of an eye, she vanished." They recounted the events that had transpired, only to provoke Jing Shao's ire. "How absurd! You fail in your task, and yet dare to present such excuses? A living person vanished right before your eyes, and you expect me to believe this?" Startled by Jing Shao's anger, the two men were taken aback. In truth, it was not only Jing Shao who found it hard to believe. Even they themselves were incredulous. How could a fully conscious individual, who had just been rendered unconscious, suddenly disappear in the brief moment they turned away? Jing Shao drummed his fingers on the table, taking a moment before he spoke again. Listen closely, you two. For now, I shall not hold this against you. Since she has escaped, devise a means to secretly capture her again. Should you fail once more, you know the consequences. Yes, we will ensure not to disappoint you again, the two exclaimed, relieved that Jing Shao had refrained from reprimanding them. As the last class of the afternoon had yet to conclude, Ji Feng's watch vibrated, indicating a notification from a system. He discovered that Diao Chan's mission had been successfully completed, earning him 5 summoning points and an additional mysterious gift pack. Realizing that Diao Chan had indeed been summoned back by the system, he felt a twinge of reluctance, though he did not dwell on it. Recognizing that it was beyond his control, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly opened the mysterious gift pack, astonished to find that the benefits promised for completing the task included this very pack. Upon opening it, Ji Feng was elated to discover that it contained a manual for using hidden weapons, 10 summoning points, and, finally, the activation of the system's storage space. Goodness, when did the system become so generous, bestowing such an abundance of rewards? Ji Feng exclaimed softly in delight. The system responded, these rewards are randomly allocated by the system. To receive such a bounty signifies your good fortune. Congratulations, host. Ji Feng chuckled, replying, indeed, my luck has always been quite favorable. By the way, what is the purpose of this storage space? The system explained, this is quite simple to comprehend. It allows the host to store certain items from the outside world within the system. Currently, the storage space is at a basic level, measuring only 20 square meters. As it upgrades in the future, it will expand further. With this clarification, Ji Feng understood and quickly inquired, so, does this mean I can store anything that can fit inside? Can I store living beings? Living beings are not permitted. The storage space is solely designated for items. Upon hearing this inquiry from Ji Feng, the system was nearly rendered speechless. Although slightly disappointed by the response, Ji Feng found solace in the fact that he could store other items, thus providing him with an intangible space for his belongings wherever he might roam. Yifugung, why are you talking to yourself? Although Ji Feng's voice was barely audible, his deskmate caught wind of his solitary musings and couldn't resist asking. Abruptly jolted back to reality, Ji Feng quickly clarified, it's nothing. I'm just memorizing something. He ceased his dialogue with the system and opened the item column to access the manual for hidden weapon usage, which displayed, does the host wish to learn the hidden weapon usage technique? Without hesitation, Ji Feng clicked yes. Instantly, he felt a tingling sensation in his wrist, as a current-like force surged through his arm and swiftly penetrated his mind. Startled, Ji Feng was reassured by the system's voice. Do not be alarmed, host. This is the system transferring the hidden weapon technique to you. It will be over shortly. Once he absorbed this explanation, he relaxed, grateful that the electric sensation dissipated after a mere half-minute, leaving him with newfound knowledge. When he closed his eyes, various techniques and maneuvers materialized before him, and a smile broke across his face as he realized, so this is the hidden weapon usage technique. It appears quite formidable. The system continued. The host has successfully learned the hidden weapon usage technique. From now on, you may utilize any object as a hidden weapon. However, the optimal choice is the 5 Absolutes Divine Needle, as it is not only convenient, but will also automatically return to the system after use, ensuring no waste and remaining undetectable. Elated by this revelation, Ji Feng was pleasantly surprised that the previously mentioned 5 Absolutes Divine Needle could indeed serve as a weapon. And it was not a consumable item. How splendid! He promptly accessed the 5 Absolutes Divine Needle page and clicked on the weapon annotation section, where, to his astonishment, it was no longer blank. It indicated, use 5 summoning points to activate the weapon function. Damn it! I need summoning points to activate it? Ji Feng couldn't help but curse aloud upon witnessing this. However, his outburst drew the attention of everyone in the classroom. Realizing this, Ji Feng quickly composed himself, awkwardly stating, it's nothing, everyone. Please continue with the lesson. I was just bitten by a mosquito and couldn't help myself. Let us carry on. Are there mosquitoes in the classroom? His deskmate queried, bewildered. Feng merely shrugged and resumed his attentive listening to the lecture, now wary of delving further into the system. Following the class, there would be no evening study session that day. Left Fei, his companion, seized the opportunity to pull Feng aside, saying, "Are you feeling down about Tonglan? Talking to yourself in class? Don't worry, brother. It's just a woman. How about I take you out to the night scene for some fun?" Feng smiled, but refrained from explaining. Initially inclined to decline, he suddenly recalled that Diao Chan had been summoned back, leaving him with a tinge of boredom in his room. Thus, he nodded in agreement, knowing he rarely frequented night venues due to financial constraints at home. Previously, Zhuo Fei had invited him several times, as Zhuo Fei's family was reasonably affluent, and he shared a good rapport with Feng. Hence, it was not uncommon for Zhuo Fei to extend invitations to Feng for leisure or dining. The two ventured out for a meal and, noticing the time, proceeded towards the royal nightclub they had visited last. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhuo Fei remarked, "Hey, Feng, would you like me to find you a lady to alleviate your troubles?" Feng shot Zhuo Fei an exasperated glance. "You rotund fellow, constantly seeking the company of women. Does your girlfriend know?" Zhuo Fei chuckled. "Now, that's not fair. I'm merely considering your well-being. Why must we speak of me? The ladies at the royal nightclub are quite exceptional." Feng dismissed him. "Enough, I have no such intentions. Let's just go in, have a drink, and unwind." Aware of Zhuo Fei's nature, Feng chose not to engage further and walked inside. Zhuo Fei, rubbing his hands together, seemed to be lost in thought. Once inside, they ordered some drinks and settled down. Feng was engrossed in examining his system, while Zhuo Fei's gaze wandered. "Oh my goodness, Feng, look. That girl over there is stunning. Wait for me. I'm going to charm her." Feng startled by Zhuo Fei's sudden outburst, looked up to see Zhuo Fei already making his way toward her. Upon closer inspection, Feng noticed a beautiful woman sipping her drink alone. Zhuo Fei approached and sat beside her. "Hello, gorgeous. Are you here by yourself?" The woman glanced at him briefly, ignoring him as she continued to drink. Undeterred, Zhuo Fei persisted in his attempts to engage her. With perseverance, Zhuo Fei finally managed to win her over and brought her back to Feng, beaming with pride. "What do you think, Feng? I still have my skills, don't I?" Feng shook his head, laughing, but he had to admit, the woman was indeed striking. A red dress paired with black stockings, her figure exuding an alluring charm. The woman spoke. "Come on, you promised to keep me company with drinks." "Absolutely. Tonight, we shall drink until dawn," Zhuo Fei replied, clinking his glass with hers. He then turned to Feng. "Hey, why do you keep staring at that watch of yours? Didn't you hear the lady asking us to join her for drinks? Stop fiddling with that watch. Tomorrow I'll buy you a decent one. What fun is there in that old electronic watch? Drink up." Feng was at a loss for words, aware of Zhuo Fei's intentions, but since Zhuo Fei had invited him, he felt obliged to comply. He lifted his glass to engage the woman in conversation, only to find her unresponsive, drinking silently. Feng sighed, sensing her apparent discontent. Before he could gather his thoughts, the woman poured herself another glass and clinked it with theirs before downing it in one go. Zhuo Fei nudged him. "Stop dawdling. Drink up." Feng smiled and drank as well. An hour passed, and the trio had lost track of how much they had consumed. However, Feng noticed that the enchanting lady hardly paused, and her intake far surpassed that of the two men combined. Eventually, she leaned over onto the table. Zhuo Fei chuckled and said to Feng, "Feng, don't say I haven't looked out for you. You see this beauty? She's truly exquisite. Why not let her be yours?" Feng glanced at the woman. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't captivated. At this age, it was only natural to have desires for women, especially after being teased by Diao Chan over the past few nights. Nevertheless, he was a man of principles and shook his head, replying, "Perhaps it's best to pass. But you should really take it easy. Don't let this turn into a mishap." What kind of mishap could occur? "If you don't want her, then fine by me. I can hardly wait. Just hold on here. I'm taking this beauty upstairs for some rest." Zhuo Fei seemed genuinely eager, and after saying this, he assisted her toward the private room upstairs. Chapter 29. Stirring trouble. "Release her, you scoundrel." Just as Zhuo Fei was assisting the lovely lady to the staircase, a sudden commotion erupted from the entrance of the nightclub, drawing the attention of everyone present. Several individuals burst through the door, shouting, and swiftly made their way towards Zhuofei. Familiar with the establishment, Zhuofei immediately realized the gravity of the situation. "Please do not misunderstand," he implored. "I merely intended to help this young lady, who appears to be intoxicated, to a place where she can rest." Before he could finish his sentence, one of the assailants delivered a swift kick, sending Zhuofei sprawling to the ground, while two others rushed to support the beautiful woman. Caught off guard, Zhuofei found himself overwhelmed as more individuals charged at him, relentlessly assaulting him despite his pleas for clarification. The nightclub descended into chaos, yet the sheer number of attackers soon encircled Zhuofei, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Feng, observing the scene with furrowed brows, dashed forward, recognizing that these ruffians were familiar with the lady in question. Understanding Zhuofei's intentions to escort her upstairs, they were not oblivious to his ulterior motives, prompting their aggressive response. "Stop! This is a misunderstanding," Feng shouted as he rushed in. However, upon realizing his association with Zhuofei, the attackers redirected their aggression towards him. With a curse, Feng narrowly dodged their advances, seizing a nearby bottle in defense. Yet, he was no match for the group, and despite his valiant struggle, he was quickly overpowered and brought to the ground. In that moment of crisis, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, do you not realize your folly? Have you not mastered the art of concealed weaponry? Why endure such punishment? Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Feng retorted, finally grasping the situation. Shielding his head with one hand, he swiftly summoned the 5 absolute needles with the other, plunging one into an assailant. "Ah, what have you stabbed me with?" The wounded man recoiled, allowing Feng to exploit the opportunity and escape. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and lunged after him. Yet, Feng was no longer intimidated. As they advanced, he waved his hand, causing 4 of them to collapse to their knees. The 5 absolute needles had struck true, piercing through their thighs and returning to the system's inventory. "What have you done to us?" They groaned, attempting to rise but hindered by the pain, glaring up at Feng in helpless fury. Unfazed, Feng shrugged and turned his attention back to Zhuofei, who was still ensnared by 3 assailants. He summoned 3 additional 5 absolute needles, aiming them at the trio's thighs. The 3 individuals similarly fell to their knees. The reason Feng chose to strike them in the thigh was due to his knowledge from the system that certain acupoints could easily lead to fatal outcomes. Thus, he opted for the thigh as a safer option. After all, he could not resort to indiscriminate killing over such trivial matters, nor could he extricate himself from the aftermath of murder. Upon witnessing the 3 kneeling, Zhuofei rushed towards Feng, exclaiming, "What on earth happened, Feng? Why are they all on their knees?" Feng smiled and replied, "I'll explain later. For now, we must flee. These individuals seem formidable. Once their associates arrive, we shall be in dire straits." "Indeed. Let us make haste." Zhuofei quickly grasped the situation, recognizing the danger posed by the alluring woman, and dashed toward the entrance. However, just as they reached the doorway, a man in a suit obstructed their path. "Gentlemen," he said, "you have offended my fiancée, and injured my subordinate. Are you simply going to walk away?" Feng and Zhuofei halted abruptly, turning to face the young man, who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. Clad in formal attire with slicked back hair and glaringly polished shoes, he exuded an air of affluence. Accompanying him was a tall, imposing African-American wearing sunglasses, embodying the typical image of a bodyguard. The fiancée he referred to as undoubtedly the beautiful woman Zhuofei had attempted to approach earlier. Realizing he was addressing the principal, Zhuofei quickly interjected, "I have already stated that this was merely a misunderstanding." "Ah, a misunderstanding, you say? Do you take me for a fool?" The young man replied with a smile. "We have been observing you at the entrance for quite some time. You claim you intoxicated her and then escorted her to a private room upstairs. Does that sound like a misunderstanding to you?" At this revelation, Feng and Zhuofei found themselves at a loss for words, realizing they had been under scrutiny for longer than anticipated. Feng finally spoke. "Fine. Since you have seen everything, nothing occurred, did it? I apologize, and we can let this matter rest. Shall we? Let it rest?" The young man chuckled. "That's amusing. You touched my woman and injured my man, and you think we can simply dismiss this? Ji Feng then asked, what do you propose? The response came not from a young man, but from his bodyguard, who, as he spoke, drew a revolver from his jacket, aiming it at the two of them. Upon seeing the weapon, Ji Feng and Zhuofei instinctively took a step back. However, Ji Feng quickly concealed his hand behind him, discreetly summoning a 5 absolute divine needle, which he held between his fingers. You resort to firearms. Is there truly no other way to resolve this? Yifo pondered, uncertain if he could wield the needle swiftly enough to outpace the bullet, as he had only recently learned to use it and had yet to master its intricacies. The man declared, you dare to touch my woman and injure my subordinate? I believe the best solution is to break your limbs. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Ji Feng understood that the adversary was not inclined towards leniency and prepared for action, while Zhuofei, alarmed, hastily offered, I can pay. How much do you want? Money? With a chuckle, he remarked, I have no interest in money. Do I appear to be someone in need? The man spoke with an air of arrogance. At that moment, the nightclub manager approached, accompanied by a dozen security personnel. Upon recognizing the man, he quickly greeted him. Ah, it's young Master Liu. It has been a while. What seems to be the trouble? Young Master Liu paused for a moment, then seemed to recall. Ah, Manager Zhang, I just returned to the country. And my fiancé, he came here for some entertainment. I didn't expect to encounter these two rascals. You may handle this matter as you see fit. My apologies, young Master Liu. We will take care of this. Perhaps you would like to rest upstairs? Manager Zhang had witnessed the unfolding events earlier, but refrained from intervening until he recognized young Master Liu. In a place like a nightclub, disturbances often occur, but they generally do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. He anticipated that the situation would escalate to involve young Master Liu. Had he not acted, it would have led to greater trouble. Young Master Liu waved his hand dismissively. I leave this in your capable hands, Manager Zhang. I trust you will manage it well and not let me down. With that, he gestured to his subordinates, who then begrudgingly stood up. The other two assisted the woman in the red dress, and young Master Liu cast one last glance at Ji Feng and his companion before departing. Take care, young Master Liu, Manager Zhang called after him. Once they had left, he turned to Ji Feng and his companion, saying, You two young rascals dare to provoke young Master Liu. It's not that I wish to be harsh, but I cannot afford to offend him. It appears you are quite unfortunate. With that, the security personnel encircled them, wielding electric batons. Ji Feng surveyed the guards and questioned, Are you certain you can restrain me? You young man, I just witnessed your skills on the surveillance footage. You know how to use hidden weapons, don't you? But even if you escape now, your future will be far worse. This nightclub is under the protection of Elder Jiang, and I believe you've heard of his reputation. Manager Zhang had clearly seen Ji Feng's capabilities, but was not intimidated by the prospect of him escaping, for Elder Jiang was well established in the area. Surely, upon hearing his name, Ji Feng would tremble with fear. However, Ji Feng merely laughed and replied, The Elder Jiang you speak of, is he not the one who collects money to do others' bidding? Indeed, you know him well. Now, it would be wise for you to accompany us to the back room. At most, we shall break both your hands. Should you dare to resist, the consequences will be far more severe. Manager Zhang's confidence grew upon realizing Ji Feng was aware of Elder Jiang. Yet, Ji Feng's next words left Manager Zhang dumbfounded. I've been looking for him. How about this? Summon your Elder Jiang. I have some accounts to settle with him. What did you say? Manager Zhang glared at Ji Feng in disbelief. I said, bring your Elder Jiang here. I have some unfinished business with him. Hurry, or I shall have no choice but to demolish this nightclub. Ji Feng's desire to meet Mr. Jiang was primarily spurred by thoughts of the landlord. The last time, the landlord had sent someone to kill him. While he could choose to overlook this incident, he felt compelled to avenge the landlord, as he had promised to do so after the humiliation she endured at the hands of him and his subordinates. Manager Zhang's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man would dare to speak so boldly. In truth, he did not believe Ji Feng would truly confront Mr. Jiang. He merely sought to present a facade of bravado to instill fear in them and secure their release. Thus, he merely scoffed and gestured for the security personnel to seize Ji Feng and his companion. Anticipating their disbelief, Ji Feng had already summoned the 5 absolute divine needles. As they lunged toward him, he swiftly waved his right hand, and the needles shot forth, causing the first 5 to collapse to the ground. The others, startled, quickly retreated, no longer daring to advance. Ji Feng then addressed Manager Zhang once more. I shall repeat myself. Summon your Mr. Jiang to me. Chapter 30. Summoning to Chou in a state of desperation, the other party had no choice but to summon Master Jiang. It is worth noting that Master Jiang held a 20% stake in this royal nightclub, thus functioning as one of its proprietors. Previously, Manager Zhang hesitated to involve him, fearing that trivial matters would disturb Master Jiang. However, witnessing the severity of the situation, where the young man's concealed weaponry proved formidable enough to incapacitate his security personnel before they could even approach, he realized immediate action was necessary. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, several audits came to a halt outside, and Master Jiang, accompanied by his subordinates, descended from the vehicles and strode directly towards the entrance. Manager Zhang promptly greeted them, though it was unclear what he conveyed to Master Jiang. Master Jiang soon entered, exuding an air of authority, and inquired, "Who seeks to settle accounts with me?" Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon Ji Feng, and he visibly faltered, expressing his confusion. "Why are you here?" Ji Feng smiled and replied, "Of course it's me." "What is the matter, Master Jiang? It seems fate has brought us together. Let us set aside today's affair and revisit our previous accounts." "Oh, the previous accounts?" Master Jiang retorted. "I've inquired about you, and it seems you have no significant ties to Commander Liu, correct?" Indeed, after descending, Master Jiang had taken the initiative to investigate Ji Feng, discovering that the young man had merely treated old Master Liu's ailment, thereby establishing a superficial relationship. With this revelation, Master Jiang felt a sense of relief. As long as Ji Feng was not a direct relative or descendant of the old master, he had little to fear. Thus, upon encountering Ji Feng, he maintained a rather indifferent demeanor. Ji Feng smiled again. "It appears you have conducted some covert inquiries about me. While it is true that my connection to the old commander is tenuous, dealing with someone of your ilk does not necessitate such associations. I was just about to seek you out, but it seems you've come to me instead." Master Jiang regarded Ji Feng for a considerable moment before responding. "What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe that I, Jiang, am afraid of you? Last time, I accepted a fee with the intention of eliminating you. However, you should be grateful that I spared you." "Master Jiang has a remarkable memory," Ji Feng interjected, "but I am not referring to your intent to kill me. You should be well aware of your actions from that night." "Ah, I do recall," Master Jiang chuckled. "That night, we entertained a woman, your landlord, if I'm not mistaken. You're not considering defending her, are you? Think carefully, since you have little connection to the Liu family. My intentions to eliminate you will not be hindered." With this reminder from Ji Feng, Master Jiang's memory was indeed jogged. He felt emboldened, knowing Ji Feng was not of the Liu lineage. As long as he conducted himself discreetly, the young man would likely refrain from pursuing him too aggressively, given his established reputation in the area. Is that so? Then let us put that to the test. Ji Feng, unwilling to engage in further banter, was resolute in his desire to deal with this individual. Without delay, he unleashed his well-prepared 5 absolute divine needles, launching them with precision towards Master Jiang and his nearby subordinates. The speed of the 5 absolute divine needles is astonishingly swift and minuscule, making them nearly undetectable. Before they could react, Master Jiang and his 4 subordinates had already collapsed to the ground. "What have you done, you brat?" Master Jiang grimaced in pain as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Ji Feng. Manager Zhang hurriedly rushed over to support Master Jiang, exclaiming, "This kid employs hidden weapons. You must be cautious, Master Jiang." "Damn it, so it's a concealed weapon. Attack!" Upon hearing Manager Zhang's explanation, Master Jiang quickly regained his composure, summoning his brothers and the security personnel inside to subdue Ji Feng. Ji Feng promptly summoned the 5 absolute divine needles to strike at the advancing assailants. After their attack, the needles would return to his inventory, making them quite convenient for Ji Feng to utilize. However, trouble soon ensued as the adversaries appeared undeterred. Despite their fallen comrades, they pressed forward relentlessly, leaving Ji Feng momentarily overwhelmed. Goodness, they're coming at us. Left Fei exclaimed, retreating while clutching a bottle. Feng found himself in a similar predicament. The sheer number of foes, over 20 in total, including Master Zhang's men, made it difficult to mount a defense. Aware of Feng's hidden weapons, the attackers charged with remarkable speed. Feng had only managed 2 strikes before the opportunity slipped away. He and Left Fei hastily retreated into the crowd, where the chaos of the brawl provided them a chance to blend in. "Wait for me," Feng called out to Left Fei, and without waiting for a response, he dashed into the nearby restroom. He currently had 20 summoning points left, and the only viable option was to summon a character from the system for assistance. After all, while concealed weapons were effective, their utility diminished once discovered, especially against a larger group. Without further hesitation, he quickly accessed the summoning page and clicked to summon a character. "Please, let be someone powerful, otherwise this could end badly." As Feng murmured his plea and activated the summoning, a flash of azure light erupted, revealing a woman clad in white before him. Staring at her in astonishment, Feng exclaimed, "No way, another beauty?" Although he appreciated her presence, he felt it was not the most opportune moment, especially with over 10 of Master Zhang's men still outside. Yet, since she had materialized, Feng had no choice but to inquire, "May I know your esteemed name?" "Fair lady?" Perhaps sensing Feng's urgency, the system automatically transmitted a series of commands into the woman's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. After more than 10 seconds, she regained her composure, fully comprehending the commands and realizing Feng was her master. She promptly approached him, bowing respectfully. "I am the Chou, at your service, my master." The Kiao, the wife of Sun Tzu?" Upon hearing her name, Feng was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated summoning the renowned beauty De Qiao from the 3 kingdoms. De Qiao slightly bowed and said, "Yes, my master, my husband is indeed Sun Tzu. But alas, he has already met his untimely demise." As she spoke these words, a hint of sorrow crept into her demeanor. Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the De Qiao he summoned was already married, and moreover, this was after Sun Tzu's death. It appeared that the summoning had not gone quite as planned. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns and instead discreetly turned to the system, inquiring, "I say system, you witnessed the danger I am in. You brought forth De Qiao, who is indeed beautiful, but can she contend with those outside?" The system replied in a calm manner, "Rest assured, host, though De Qiao is but a concubine of Sun Tzu, as I previously mentioned, the characters summoned by the system are all endowed with corresponding martial prowess. While her combat capabilities may not be exceedingly high, they are sufficient to handle the adversaries outside." Upon hearing the system's affirmation, Feng felt reassured. He then turned to De Qiao and said, "You must be aware of your summoned identity and my own. Let us discuss matters upon our return. For now, assist me in dealing with those outside." "As you command, my master," De Qiao responded succinctly, mirroring the behavior of Jiao Chan, demonstrating her obedience to her master's will, a testament to the system's influence. Feng nodded in satisfaction, preparing to step outside, when suddenly a figure entered the restroom. Feng froze. For the newcomer was a woman. Upon seeing Feng and De Qiao, she paused for a full 5 seconds, then screamed and dashed out of the restroom, exclaiming, "Ah, a pervert!" Feng was left speechless. What had he done? It seemed he had not acted improperly towards her, so why was he being called a pervert? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had rushed in without regard for the restroom's gender designation, mistakenly entering the women's restroom. The woman must have misinterpreted the sight of him and De Qiao as something inappropriate. However, Feng did not dwell on it. He beckoned to De Qiao and rushed outside. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Left Fei was surrounded by opponents. Feng instructed De Qiao, "Defeat those ruffians." "As you wish, my master." De Qiao nodded slightly and charged towards Jiang Ye's subordinates. Feng did not hesitate either. He summoned the 5 absolute divine needles and aimed them at 5 adversaries, sending them flying. As the 5 fell, De Qiao closed in swiftly. Before the assailants could respond, De Qiao struck one at the nape of the neck, and he collapsed instantly. She then lunged at the remaining foes. Feng continued to unleash the 5 absolute divine needles upon others, leaving the assailants bewildered as to where such a formidable beauty had emerged from. By the time they all lay defeated on the ground, they wore expressions of utter confusion. With the assistance of the Chou and the addition of the 5 absolute divine needles, the opponent was vanquished in less than a minute. Feng was astounded to discover that the Chou was not only beautiful, but also possessed considerable martial prowess, comparable to Jiao Chan, though her beauty slightly paled in comparison. However, when placed alongside other lovely maidens, the Chou undoubtedly stood out as a paragon of grace and elegance. Feng approached the Chou and remarked, "Impressive. I did not expect your skills to be so formidable." The Chou promptly bowed and replied, "Master, you flatter me. I would gladly lay down my life to serve you." Feng was pleasantly surprised by the Chou's unwavering loyalty. He smiled at her and then turned to Zhuo Fei, saying, "What are you still standing there for, young man?" Zhuo Fei, jolted from his astonishment by Feng's call, quickly inquired, Feng, who is this enchanting lady?" He was not only captivated by the Chou's remarkable abilities, but also utterly mesmerized by her beauty. Chapter 31. An extraordinary task. Upon observing Zhuo Fei's rapt attention towards the Chou, Feng discerned that the latter was undoubtedly entranced by her beauty. In truth, this rotund fellow bore a certain resemblance to Master Jiang, both possessing an undeniable penchant for the fairer sex. However, despite Zhuo Fei's lecherous inclinations, he never resorted to despicable means, unlike Jiang, who would stoop to any level. This distinction is precisely why Feng, aware of Zhuo Fei's roguish nature, still considered him a close companion. Seeing that Zhuo Fei had been momentarily bested, Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "This enchanting lady is my bodyguard." "Quite the sight, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Feng's declaration, Zhuo Fei shot him a dubious glance before playfully chiding, "My friend, you're really laying it on thick. How could this exquisite beauty possibly be your bodyguard? I suspect you've just charmed her, haven't you? Not bad, my friend. I never expected you to shine like this today." With that, he boldly approached the Chou, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Greetings, beautiful. I am Zhuo Fei, a close friend of Feng. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" To his surprise, the Chou merely gazed at him blankly before moving to Feng's side, obediently stating, "Master, I have dealt with these individuals. Do you have any further commands?" Feng was taken aback by her address, while Zhuo Fei wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. Feng could only smile smugly at Zhuo Fei before responding to the Chou, "Well done. There's nothing more for now. Please accompany me." Turning back to Zhuo Fei, he teased, "What else with that expression, my hefty friend? Did I not say she is my bodyguard? If you doubt me, let's proceed to check on Master Jiang." Zhuo Fei, still incredulous, trailed behind Feng, casting glances between him and the Chou, and persistently inquired, "Beautiful lady, what has my friend offered you to earn such loyalty? Pray tell, are you merely playing along with his charade?" This time, the Chou did not ignore him, replying, "I am but my master's maidservant, requiring no incentive. As long as he has commands, I shall face any peril for him." "Remarkable," Zhuo Fei exclaimed, looking at Feng with newfound admiration. He hurried to catch up, asking, "I say, Feng, you have truly outdone yourself. With such skill in winning hearts, why have you not imparted your wisdom to me? Enlighten me, how did you manage to secure such unwavering devotion from this lady?" Feng chuckled and shook his head, having reached Master Jiang's side. He chose to ignore Zhuo Fei's inquiries and addressed Jiang instead. "What is the matter, Master Jiang? Your subordinates hardly withstand a challenge. As I mentioned, I must settle this score with you." As Feng concluded his statement, a sudden tremor coursed through his wrist. To his astonishment, the system had issued yet another task. Host to recruit Master Jiang as a subordinate. Complete the task for a reward of 5 summoning points. Failure results in a deduction of 5 summoning points. Feng stared at the task in disbelief, bemused by the system's penchant for presenting such perplexing challenges. To recruit Master Jiang as a subordinate seemed utterly absurd. Was he not meant to incapacitate him or render him utterly defeated? Why on earth would the system assign such a task? Was it not permissible to render him powerless? However, Upon realizing that this was a task issued by the system, Feng could only acquiesce, shaking his head in resignation. He declared, "I present you with two options. Either I eliminate you, or you become my subordinate." The young man, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Do not presume that just because you have defeated my subordinates, you have claimed the title of the strongest in the world. I must inform you that these are merely a third of my men. I have already alerted the rest. Prepare for your demise." Upon hearing Feng's words, a twitch appeared at the corner of Master Zhang's mouth, and he angrily replied. Feng chuckled and said, "Is that so? In that case, I must dispatch you before your men arrive. Do not doubt my words. After I eliminate you, I will seek assistance from the Liu family to smooth over this situation. Do you believe they would refuse my request for such a trivial matter?" As he spoke, Feng approached Master Jiang with the 5 absolute divine needle in hand, crouching beside him. Just then, a cacophony of screeching brakes echoed from outside. Feng glanced out to see several vehicles pulling up, swiftly followed by dozens of individuals charging out, each wielding axes or iron rods. These were the reinforcements Master Jiang had summoned. Feng was momentarily taken aback. With so many men, even with the Chou present, it would be a formidable challenge to withstand them, especially considering the glaring weapons in their hands. Feng abruptly seized Master Jiang, pressing the 5 absolute divine needle against his neck, and warned, "If you do not wish for your throat to be pierced, then ensure they do not enter." With the arrival of his men, Master Jiang regained his composure and smirked, saying, "Ha, I wonder how you plan to escape this time. Young man, if you are wise, you will release me, as it may spare you some suffering. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your disappearance." "Oh, what are you doing, kid?" As he reveled in his confidence, Feng pierced his skin with a needle and commanded, "Enough with the nonsense. Instruct them to withdraw." Feng was solely focused on ensuring his escape, regarding the prospect of taking him on as a subordinate as a matter to be dealt with later. After all, the system had not imposed a time limit, and this time, success seemed unlikely given the overwhelming numbers against him. Seeing Feng's determination, Master Jiang was taken aback and said, "You mustn't act recklessly. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave either. I will tell them to withdraw." With that, he gestured towards his men outside, instructing, "Did you not hear? Get out of here." The subordinates, initially charging in with bravado, found themselves taken aback by the unexpected situation and hastily retreated. As Feng observed their retreat, he promptly beckoned to Chou and Fei to draw closer. Then, with Jiang Yi in tow, he gradually made his way outside. Approaching a nearby vehicle, he instructed, "Fei, go start the car and prepare for our escape." "Understood." Though apprehensive, Fei felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Feng's audacity in taking Jiang Yi hostage. After all, Jiang Yi was a notorious figure in the area, and such a daring act indeed quickened the pulse. He dashed to the driver's seat, his hands trembling slightly as he ignited the engine. Feng, seeing this, ushered a Chou inside, then squeezed in alongside Jiang Yi, urging Fei to drive. The car surged forward, prompting Jiang Yi's subordinates to scramble into their own vehicles in pursuit. Feng flung open the door and unceremoniously kicked Jiang Yi out onto the ground, commanding Fei, "Hurry to Yuba community." "Wait, you can't possibly know old Chief Liu from there, can you?" Fei hesitated, initially dismissing Feng's claims as mere bravado. However, upon hearing Feng's insistence, doubt crept in. "Enough of your prattle. Of course I know him. Now, step on it. They're closing in." With no further protest, Fei pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle toward Yuba community. Fortunately, his family was somewhat affluent, and he had driven often enough to possess decent skills behind the wheel. "Master, is this the car? It moves so swiftly." The Chou, seated beside him, felt the speed and nervously queried Feng. Although the system had previously relayed this information to her, it was her first experience in a car, and the velocity was daunting. Feng chuckled softly, offering her a brief explanation, which allowed the Chou to nod in understanding and grip the safety handle tightly. Thankfully, Yuba community was not far off, and their pursuers had yet to catch up. Upon arriving at the community's entrance, Jiang Yi and his men, upon spotting them, erupted in fury. "Damn it, this kid has escaped here. It seems we won't be able to deal with him this time. What should we do, Jiang Yi? One of his subordinates inquired. What else can we do? I must eliminate this brat. He has crossed my line. For now, we retreat. We can't afford to provoke anyone in this community. Liang, Yi stated. Soon, their vehicle vanished into the darkness. With their departure, Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Zhou Fei, who was drenched in sweat. Although the experience had been exhilarating, fear lingered. Had Jiang Yi and his crew caught up, they would surely have faced dire consequences. For Zhou Fei was well aware of Jiang Yi's ruthless reputation. A phone they've left. Should we seek refuge in the community or what? Zhou Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Feng shook his head. There's no need to enter. I wouldn't want to intrude. Let's head back instead. Zhou Fei said nothing further, understanding that the residents of the community were formidable individuals. Entering at night would indeed be inappropriate, and he remained skeptical of Feng's assertion about knowing old Chief Liu, suspecting it to be mere bluster. After driving out of the neighborhood, they hailed a taxi back to their respective homes. Feng and Chou entered the room together, and Feng felt a twinge of anxiety as he repeatedly checked his watch, pondering whether the system would issue another bizarre task that required him to share a bed with Chou. Upon entering the room, Chou curiously surveyed her surroundings, and Feng took the time to explain everything to her. Thanks to the system providing her with information, she found it quite easy to comprehend the modern amenities. Ultimately, the system refrained from assigning him a task that would compel him to share close quarters with Chou, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Feng, as this spared him from unnecessary agitation. When it came time for rest, Feng opted not to find her another room. Instead, he simply laid out a sleeping mat on the floor, as the temperature was still quite mild. Chapter 32. The task of earning money the following morning. Feng was startled awake by a loud call. He turned over and quickly sat up, only to find that Chou was absent from the bed. He then heard her voice emanating from the bathroom. Rushing in, Feng was nearly overcome with laughter at the sight before him, though he managed to suppress it. There stood Chou, inexplicably drenched, having accidentally turned on the shower head, and she had stepped aside in shock, letting out a scream. What happened? Feng hastily inquired. Upon seeing him, Chou rushed out of the bathroom, pointing at the shower head. I don't know who was hiding in the shadows, secretly spraying water at me. Just moments ago, I was in there relieving myself. Did that hidden person see me? At last, Feng chuckled softly. No, it's not like that. This is the shower head we use for bathing. You inadvertently turn it on yourself. You see, it works like this. Realizing he had neglected to explain its use to Chou beforehand, Feng understood how she had mistakenly believed someone was lurking and splashing water on her. After he explained, Chou's face flushed crimson as she nodded. So that is how it is. The things here are truly marvelous. There are many wondrous things. Take your time to discover them. Wait here while I fetch you a set of clothes, Feng suggested, recalling that Chou's garments were soaked, and she was still dressed in traditional attire, necessitating a change. However, when Feng returned with the clothes for her to change into, he couldn't help but grumble to the system. I say, system, with the characters you summon for me, they always need new outfits. I can hardly afford this. At this rate, I want to even be able to buy food. The system replied, this is beyond my capability to assist. Now that you possess this system, do you truly fear the inability to earn money? Taken aback by the system's response, Feng paused before saying, well, it seems I can't rely on you after all. It appears I must devise a way to earn some money myself. Once Chou had changed in her new attire, Feng entered the room again, surveying her with satisfaction. Yes, you look even more beautiful in this outfit. You'll surely dazzle many with your presence outside. He had purchased professional attire for her, as she was to be his bodyguard and should thus appear more formal. Yet, this ensemble imparted an air of uniformity. Given Chou's excellent figure, even in the fitted blazer, the pink blouse appeared to strain against her curves. Her long, graceful legs, accentuated by Feng's favorite black stockings, exuded an alluring mystery that made it difficult to look away. Her long black hair, styled according to Feng's wishes, completed her transformation, endowing her with the essence of a mature woman. Chou smiled. As long as the master is pleased. In truth, she felt that the outfit was somewhat revealing. Individuals from her era would not have dared to dress so boldly. However, out of respect for her master's command, she remained silent, merely feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. As Feng glanced at the time, he realized it was nearly time to head to school. Just as he was about to arrange for Chou to stay home, the system issued him a new task. Feng couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it. This is excessive. I'm warning you, this will make me angry. The task assigned by the system was indeed quite challenging, requiring Feng to keep Chou by his side for a continuous 72 hours. While this was manageable at home, even sharing the same bed would suffice. It posed a significant inconvenience at school. However, the task's enticing reward of 10 summoning points made it difficult for him to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and decided to take her along to school. Chou, I must inform you, during our time at school, please refrain from speaking too much. Understood, Master. Chou nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Feng spotted the campus belle, Liang, stepping out her car. Although he had seen her at the old man's place before, he had no intention of greeting her this time. Just as he was about to enter the school gate, he was unexpectedly called out, Brother G, please wait. Turning around, he saw Wang Hao, Liang's bodyguard, beckoning him. Having exchanged a few words with him previously, Feng walked over and inquired, Brother Wang, is there something you need? Wang Hao smiled warmly and said, I wonder if Brother G still remembers the promise you made me last time regarding your bodyguard sparring with me. Feng recalled the promise and replied, My bodyguard had to leave for an urgent matter. When he returns, I will certainly have him spar with you. Upon hearing Feng's response, Wang Hao glanced at the Chou beside him and asked, This young lady must also be your bodyguard, right? Brother G, you truly are remarkable. If I recall correctly, you have already changed bodyguards 3 times. Haven't you? Haha, this is a matter that I cannot explain in a moment. I'll tell you more when the opportunity arises. Classes are about to start, so I must go in first. I'll definitely have my bodyguard spar with you once he returns. Feng was not inclined to disclose that these individuals were summoned, so he laughed it off and quickly made his exit. Just remember, Wang Hao called after Feng's retreating figure. In truth, he had no intention of sparring with Feng's female bodyguards. To him, only the formidable figure he had seen dressed as the legendary Guan Yu and the tall man, who was also summoned by Feng, seemed worthy of his attention. Although he found both Jiao Chan and Chou stunningly beautiful, he did not believe they could match his skills, hence he refrained from suggesting a spar. He awaited Feng to summon either Guan Yu or Pangda. Feng was uncertain when he would summon even more formidable experts, so he chose not to commit to anything definite. After entering the school with Chou, he noticed Liang glancing back at him. He waved at her, and she acknowledged him with a nod before turning away and proceeding directly to her classroom. Upon entering the classroom, the students turned their gazes towards him, or more precisely, towards the striking figure of Chou behind him. Luo Fei, in a fit of exaggerated excitement, dashed over to Feng, exclaiming, Goodness, Feng, how on earth did you bring her into our classroom? Is she not the enchanting beauty you were with at the nightclub last night? Feng promptly kicked him aside, retorting, Get lost. She's my bodyguard. What do you mean by hanging out at the nightclub? Can't you choose your words wisely? Wait, are you really trying to pull this off? A bodyguard? I've never seen you with one before. Honestly, is she perhaps your new girlfriend who knows some martial arts, and you're just trying to show off? Luo Fei found it utterly implausible that Feng could have a bodyguard, fully aware of his family's circumstances. How could he possibly afford one? Thus, he concluded that she must be Feng's girlfriend skilled in martial arts. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Class is about to start, so hurry back to your seat. Just as he was about to say more, the homeroom teacher entered, causing Feng to feel a twinge of anxiety. The first lesson was indeed taught by the homeroom teacher, and it seemed trouble was brewing. The other subject teachers were indifferent since they did not recognize the students, but the homeroom teacher was familiar with everyone. Now, with the addition of Chou, Feng was uncertain how he would explain her presence if questioned. Nevertheless, he decided to sit at the back with Chou in the 2 empty seats. The homeroom teacher had just spoken a few words when he noticed Chou. And who might you be? This is not a large class, so it's natural for me to notice another student. Chou turned to Feng for guidance, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Teacher Yu. This is my distant cousin who has just transferred to the computer science department. She heard me speak highly of your classes at home and couldn't resist coming to listen. Upon hearing Feng's explanation, the homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding. Ah, I see. Well, since this student enjoys my lessons, she is more than welcome to audit the class. I encourage other students to join as well. Now, let us commence our lesson. In truth, their homeroom teacher was a man in his 40s, possessing a strong sense of pride. Hearing Feng praise him filled him with satisfaction and even a touch of pride. Moreover, the realization that a stunning beauty admired him only added to his delight. Given that students occasionally expressed interest in auditing classes from different departments, he had no reason to doubt the situation and thus proceeded to teach with earnestness, aiming to leave a favorable impression on the enchanting student. Chou was incredibly beautiful, and despite being in her mid-20s, her youthful appearance led none to question her status as a university student. Meanwhile, her classmates were left speculating about the sudden arrival of such a beauty. It seemed that the campus flower rankings would soon welcome another contender. On that particular day, aside from the homeroom teacher, none of the other instructors paid any heed to Chou. In fact, during a lengthy class, Chou managed to blend in seamlessly, successfully completing 1/3 of the task at hand. Later that evening, to his surprise, Fei, that rascal, pulled Feng aside and proposed, "Hey, how about we head to the dormitory for a little fun?" Feng, upon hearing Fei's suggestion, immediately discerned his intentions. In their dormitory, every afternoon after classes, provided there were no evening study sessions, they would indulge in games of chance in room 302. These fellows hailed from affluent families, thus their stakes were considerably high. As long as they exercised caution, they remained undetected by the school. Feng had accompanied Fei a few times previously, merely observing the high-stakes games without participating, so he was taken aback by Fei's renewed desire to engage. Fei lamented, "Damn it, after I took my girlfriend out and my dad found out, he docked a significant portion of my allowance. I'm a bit strapped for cash, and this is the only way I can make some money to spend." Just as Fei finished speaking, Feng felt a jolt in his wrist. Upon glancing at Fei, he replied, "All right, let us go and partake in a few games." He had just triggered a new task, wherein the system urged him to gamble with his classmates, with the objective of winning a sum of 50,000 yuan. Completing the task would reward him with 5 summoning points, while failure would result in a deduction of 5 points. Upon seeing this task, Feng felt invigorated, for he was indeed in need of funds, and he recalled an advantage he possessed. His previously acquired ability of 3 uses of the X-ray vision had yet to be utilized. Perhaps this time would not only allow him to accomplish the task, but also yield a handsome profit. If not now, then when? Chapter 33. The benefits of perspective. As the trio made their way to the dormitory, Chou inadvertently became the center of attention. Although it was not uncommon for girls to visit the male dormitory, today was different, for a stunning beauty, whose appearance rivaled that of the campus belle, had arrived. The testosterone-fueled onlookers were captivated, their gazes fixated upon her. Goodness, these rascals are behaving like lecherous fiends. Had I known, I would not have brought you along, Fei thought, feeling somewhat irked by the fervent stares. Noticing that Feng remained unfazed, he inquired, "What's the matter with you? Everyone's ogling your girlfriend, yet you're not the least bit upset?" Feng merely chuckled and replied, "Didn't I tell you? She's just my bodyguard. Besides, their eyes are on her, not me. What can I do about it? Let us move on and not make a fuss." He had grown somewhat indifferent to such attention, especially considering how exaggerated the situation had been during the last appearance of Jiaochan. With that, he tugged Fei along, bemused by his friend's unnecessary urgency. Feng felt a surge of excitement, for the thought of completing this task and winning 50,000 would mean he wouldn't have to ask his family for money for the entire semester. Upon arriving at room 302, they found the festivities already underway. 2 sentinels stood at the door. Recognizing Fei and Feng from their previous visit, they allowed them to enter without hesitation. Inside, 3 groups of people were engrossed in their games, a mix of both boys and several girls participating. "Whoa, a beauty!" one fellow exclaimed, having spotted Chou. His loud shout drew the attention of everyone in the room. Their eyes glued to her until Feng cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, everyone, please continue with your games." With that gentle reminder, the group resumed their activities, albeit with occasional glances toward Chou, who was simply too beautiful to ignore. Indifferent to the distraction, Feng and Fei joined the gaming circle. Feng opted for a game of poker, knowing his skills were rather poor. This particular game was simple enough and suited his ability to utilize his perspective-enhancing vision. He discreetly stepped aside and activated the perspective eye from his inventory, which prompted, "Would you like to use the perspective eye once?" Feng confirmed. And the next message appeared. "Each use is limited to 1 hour. It will automatically expire after that time." Pleased with the duration, Feng had previously worried that the effect would last only a few minutes. Now realizing it was an hour, he calculated that with some effort, he could accomplish the task within that time frame. "What are you doing? It's your turn to speak." A classmate interrupted, having noticed Feng was distracted while activating the perspective eye. Quickly, Feng turned to face the game, realizing he had missed his turn and discarded his hand. He then leaned aside to quietly consult the system for clarification. The eye of perception, when utilized, requires a focused intention. One must concentrate on the specific location or object they wish to penetrate with its vision for it to be effective. Feng swiftly turned his head, inexplicably drawn to the figure of Chou standing beside him. Silently, he willed himself to see through her clothing. As he fixated on her chest, a blindingly white sight suddenly appeared before him, an image he was all too familiar with from countless films. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Wow, how white!" While the others were engrossed in their game and did not catch his words, Chou, however, inquired, "Master, what did you say was so white?" Nothing." Feng quickly retracted his gaze, turning back to join the others in their revelry. As the cards were dealt again, Feng discreetly employed the eye of perception to scan the hands of his fellow players. Among the 5 participants, he held the third best hand, 3 of a kind. 2 of his opponents had a straight flush and 3 fives, while the remaining 2 held inferior hands. Feng prudently chose to fold, apprehensive about the stakes. As each round required a